In her past life, she was the esteemed daughter of a noble family, paving the way for him to ascend to the position of crown prince, only to be met with treachery and branded a traitor, leaving her entire family to face annihilation. Upon the miraculous return to her 17th year, she possesses extraordinary medical skills and a celestial constitution. Although once scorned as the infamous ugly duckling, she swiftly transforms to capture the admiration of the masses. What to do when her betrothed is filled with regret? She decisively marries her betrothed's powerful uncle, placing him beyond her reach. To her astonishment, this renowned and cold-hearted royal uncle turns out to be a fervent lover of his wife. My wife possesses unparalleled medical skills. My wife is a culinary maestro. My wife is as beautiful as a celestial being. From the title of the most unattractive woman in the imperial city to a celebrated icon adored by all, her royal uncle elevates her to the heavens. The night was particularly somber, with the mournful howl of the wind intertwined with the desolate cawing of crows, exuding an aura of desolation and despair. In the dilapidated courtyard, a faint metallic scent of blood mingled with the rot of the earth. Swish! Swish! The sound of the whip cracked through the air, striking a white figure. The woman knelt in the corner, her white garments long stained crimson with blood, her festering wounds repeatedly lashed, oozing dark pus, her skin marred with nary a patch of unblemished flesh. Yet, in that moment, she seemed oblivious to the pain, until she caught sight of a couple nestled within the room, her hollow gaze suddenly sharpening with incredulous shock and agony. Qin Yunlang, how could you do this to me? Gun Yinxing questioned hoarsely. She had devoted her heart to him, constructing a path for his rise to the throne. Yet now, her noble family was falsely accused of treason, facing total extermination. Gun Yinxing, do you truly believe I harbor any affection for you? Qin Yunlang scoffed. You should consider whether you are worthy. Gun Yining clung to Qin Yunlang's arm, her exquisite face radiating with smug delight. Sister, Yunlang's heart belongs to me. You are merely a pawn utilized in his game. Do you not see? How can this be? Gun Niansheng's heart trembled, her eyes brimming with tears as she cried out in despair. They are your parents, your kin. You dare to wrongfully accuse them of treason, leading to the demise of hundreds in our family? Are you even human? My kin? Gun Yinan sneered, her beautiful visage twisting into a mask of malice. They were merely my foster parents. They treated me well before you returned, but once you did, all their attention shifted to you. They deserve their fate. Gun Yinxing, you truly are knave. I merely fed you a few flattering words, and you took them to heart. Previously, Wei Xianqi was able to protect you, and the Gu family dealing with you was indeed challenging. But now that he is dead, you are finished. Wei Xianqi? Gun Niansheng's expression shifted. You were the ones who caused his demise? As she spoke, she shook her head. That cannot be. He was so powerful, an undefeated general. No one could match him. How could he fall to you? At that, Gun Yinan suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble. The northern general holds great prestige. Indeed, none could slay him. But what if he willingly met his end? What do you mean? The northern general was truly devoted to you. He knew I had placed a curse upon you. Only when someone who genuinely loves you dies can the curse be lifted. Yet your parents have already perished. Who in this world could possibly love you now? A cold glint flickered in Gun Nianen's eyes. But now that Wei Xianqi is dead, your poison has been neutralized. The one you sought to avoid. His demise has freed you from the curse. How ironic. In an instant, Gun Yinxing felt as though all her strength had been stripped away, her eyes vacant, her expression dazed, as the visage of that cold, handsome face flashed in her mind. She had misjudged him for so many years. Do you know why I have not killed you until now? Gun Yinan grasped Gun Niansheng's chin, her fingers pressing down fiercely. Because I want you to witness the demise of all those you hold dear and be powerless to stop it, living a fate worse than death. But now, your existence is of no consequence. Yunlang will ascend to the throne, and I shall become the revered empress. As for you, you are merely the daughter of a traitor. The greatest joke of all. A dagger plunged into her chest, and a stunning bloom of blood erupted. Gun Niansheng's bloodshot eyes fixed upon the pair before her, a seething hatred igniting within her. She loathed them. If only she could live again, she would ensure they suffered a fate worse than death. If only she could live again, she would not betray anyone. In the great Xia dynasty, within the Gu family estate, Neonsen, Alvakan, a gentle yet anxious voice broke through, leaving Gun Yinxing bewildered. Had she not already perished? Why could she still hear voices? Slowly, she opened her eyes to find her beloved parents and elder brother before her, all radiating warmth akin to a beautiful dream. causing her eyes to sting with unshed tears. "Sure, are you unwell? Please tell your mother." A beautiful woman caressed her forehead, her brows knitted with concern and care. It was her mother Luo. "Mother, it is all my fault." At that moment, a voice filled with remorse rang out as Gu Nian knelt beside her bed, her fair and delicate face streaked with tears, her eyes swollen from crying, resembling a weeping pear blossom, evoking sympathy in all who beheld her. "It was my failure to protect my sister when she fought with Zhu Jinyao. I could not intervene, and when she fell into the lake, I could not save her. It is my inadequacy." As she spoke, a vivid red mark appeared on her exposed arm, her porcelain skin making the bruise appear even more ghastly. Gu Hongzhen took note of this, saying, "Nianin, you did your utmost. This was beyond your control. Do not blame yourself." Falling into a lake? Gu Nianxing was momentarily stunned. Was this not the event from her 17th year? Could it be that she had returned to her 17th year? She recalled that at that time, she had not yet married Wei Xianqi and was still betrothed to the third prince, Qin Yunling. It was her sister, Gu Nianin's friend, Zhu Jinyao, who had publicly mocked her as an ugly duckling in front of Qin Yunling, leading to a scuffle that resulted in their plunge into the lake. This incident had caused a scandal throughout the imperial city, and her forehead's dark mark had also been widely circulated. Branded as ugly and impulsive, she became the subject of ridicule. "Nianxing, will you forgive me?" Gu Nianin grasped her hand, her tear-streaked visage appearing pitiful, enough to soften the heart of anyone who witnessed it, especially a man who would find it unbearable to punish her. In the past, she too had believed Gu Nianin to be gentle and kind, until the Gu family faced total annihilation, and she realized the cruel and malicious heart hidden beneath that weeping facade. What if? I do not. Chapter 2. Clearly intent on causing me harm. The moment those words escaped her lips, Gu Nianin's expression froze, as if she doubted her own hearing. "Nian Sheng, what did you say?" Gu Nianxing withdrew her hand, her demeanor cold and detached. "I said, I will not forgive." It was no longer a question, but a definitive statement. "Nian Sheng, what has gotten into you?" Gu Hongzhen furrowed his brows. At the time of the incident, although Nianin was present, it had all happened so suddenly that she had been unable to come to your aid. The Duke and Duchess of Zhenghua were equally perplexed. Nian Sheng and Nianin had always shared an excellent relationship, and Nian Sheng had never held a grudge against her. What could have transpired this time? Gu Nianin, witnessing the others defending her, could not help but cry even more pitifully as she sensed Nian Sheng about to unleash her wrath. She interjected before Nianin could voice her grievances. "Nianin, I have a dark mark on my forehead, and I have only confided this to you. Zhu Jinyao is your friend. If you did not inform her, how could she publicly declare me an ugly monstrosity and even deliberately push me into the water?" Her piercing gaze was unwavering, her logic impeccable as she fixed her eyes on Gu Nianin. Her voice cold. "I demand an explanation." When this incident had occurred years ago, Gu Nianin had managed to gloss over it with her tears. Though Gu Nianxing had harbored doubts, she had thought Nianin must not have acted with malice and thus refrained from voicing her thoughts. In hindsight, it was evident that this woman had orchestrated it all, aiming to tarnish her reputation as ugly, so that the world would gossip about her unworthiness in the eyes of Qin Minglang. The moment those words struck, the Duke and Duchess of Zhenghua, along with Gu Hongzhen, were momentarily stunned. They had initially believed the incident to be nothing more than an unfortunate mishap in the water. But hearing Nian Sheng's words shifted their perspective entirely. Ji Nianin felt a jolt within her, glancing at her familiar yet foolish sister on the bed, contemplating. Why is she behaving so unusually today? A wave of panic washed over her. At that moment, Gu Nianin's maid, Chunlan, suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, "It is all my fault. When Miss Zhu visited last time, it was I who carelessly let slip the secret. Please do not blame the second young miss. She truly knows nothing." Gu Nianin glared at Chunlan, reproaching her. "How could you be so careless?" Turning back to Gu Nianxing, she pleaded, "Sister, Chunlan is merely a victim of circumstance. She did not mean it. Please forgive her this once." Witnessing the pair putting on a heartfelt display of loyalty before her, shifting all blame away, Gu Nianxing could not help but scoff inwardly. Truly, they were adept at acting, and even this maid was trained to be so compliant. However, she resolved not to be swayed by tears as she once had. A slip of the tongue. I see it as a deliberate attempt to harm me. Gu Nianxing's dark, profound eyes shimmered with a sharp light, her words resolute. She knew full well that Zhu Jinyao had a grudge against her and understood how vital beauty was to a woman. Yet she still chose to speak out. "Now, news of my supposed ugliness has spread throughout the entire imperial city," claiming that I am in a rivalry with Zhu Jiniao and fighting over the third prince. What remains of my reputation? If one were to accept my sister's claim as merely a slip of the tongue, then what use is a maid who cannot even discern the gravity of a situation? The barrage of questions left Gu Nianan gasping for air, her mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a single word in response. Duke Gu Hongxian gazed at his usually magnanimous daughter, now fiercely delivering such remarks. Anne was incensed. What indignities had she suffered? Someone, take her out and give her 50 strokes of the rod, then expel her from the residence. Chunlan's face blanched. Second miss, save me, however, before Gu Nianan could speak. Gu Hongxian continued, though Nianan acted without malice, failing to discipline the servants also bears its consequences. She shall reflect in seclusion and consider her mistakes. Gu Nianan's complexion turned pale. She wanted to plead her case, but saw that her parents' attention was entirely on Gu Nianqing, who had effectively overshadowed her. All she could do was unwillingly nod in agreement. The next day, after an entire night of contemplation, Gu Nianqing was thoroughly convinced that she had truly returned to the age of 17. Had her obsession before her demise elicited divine mercy? In this life, I shall never allow treacherous individuals to succeed. She silently vowed. Knowing that heaven had granted her a second chance, she would cherish it and return all the pain to those ungrateful, despicable beings. Miss, please do not dwell on it. He noticed Gu Nianqing lost in thought, assuming she was brooding over the rumors from yesterday's uproar. The people of the imperial city had short memories. In a few days, they would forget about it all. Ji Nianqing snapped back to reality and glanced at Yi, thinking, your perspective is far too simplistic. Indeed, the people of the imperial city may forget easily. But Gu Nianan and Qin Minglang would not miss a single opportunity to ruin her reputation. They are likely seizing this moment to let the matter escalate into widespread notoriety. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her forehead marred by a large mark, Yi continued to style her hair as usual, attempting to conceal the blemish. Yet her hair was always disheveled, making her appearance even more unappealing. Moreover, her makeup was always excessively heavy, attempting to mask her flaws, but it only exacerbated her unattractiveness. Yi, please style my hair normally. Upon hearing this, Yi was taken aback. Miss, are you serious? Of course. Ji Nianqing's gaze deepened as she looked at the young girl beside her. Recalling how Yi had fought tooth and nail to save her in her past life, it was a haunting memory, one she could never forget. After having her hair styled in a more conventional manner, Gu Nianqing applied a light touch of makeup, finally turning to the mirror to behold her reflection. In truth, her features were quite lovely. Luo Yi was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Great Xia dynasty. And as her daughter, Gu Nianqing's looks were not lacking. It was merely that the mark on her forehead marred her beauty. However, Wei Xianqi had once informed her that this was not a birthmark but a result of poisoning. If she could obtain a Qingdu fruit, the toxin could be removed. Unfortunately, such fruits were rare and highly valuable, but coincidentally, Wei Xianqi possessed one yet. At that time, Gu Nianqing had misunderstood him deeply due to Gu Nianan and Qin Minglang's words, believing he had ulterior motives, which led her to reject his offer. Now, having realized in her past life that Wei Xianqi had always protected her and the Duke's residence, she understood the depth of her misunderstanding. Who could have poisoned me? Chapter 3. The Four Talents of the Imperial City. Knock, knock, a knocking sound echoed, followed by the entrance of a tall, elegant figure into Gu Nianqing's view. Nian Sheng, I have come to see you. The third prince, Qin Minglang, approached with a smile that radiated warmth, dressed in a luxurious blue brocade robe intricately embroidered with cloud patterns and silver thread, a sapphire belt cinching his waist, and his dark hair tied up with a jade clasp. Beneath his striking brows lay bright eyes, a noble nose, and alluring lips, complemented by a demeanor that seemed to have stepped out of a painting. A truly handsome and it was no wonder that he was renowned as the most attractive man in the imperial city, with countless young women enamored by him. Zhu Jiniao's decision to expose Gu Nianqing's appearance before him stemmed from her infatuation with him. In her previous life, Gu Nianqing too had been captivated by his handsome visage and warm aura, leading her to become ensnared in the web of lies he had woven. Ever since I returned yesterday, I have been unable to stop worrying. Are you feeling any better now? Qin Minglang inquired with genuine concern. Gu Nianqing turned to face him, taken aback by the warmth radiating from his handsome face, his eyes revealing tenderness and empathy. She could not help but marvel at how adept he was at acting. A true master among those of the palace. I am much better, Gu Nianqing replied. Qin Minglang suppressed his inner revulsion. His engagement had been a strategic move to win over the Duke of Zhenghua. The engagement had been arranged with the Duke's biological daughter, who had disappeared years ago, leading to the adoption of Gu Nianin. Though Nianin was obedient and beautiful, he had initially been content. Who could have foreseen that Gu Nianqing would suddenly be found a year ago, thus transforming the betrothal into one between him and her? Were it not for the Duke's significant support in his quest for the throne, he would not have deigned to face this ugly monstrosity. That's good to hear, Qin Minglang replied, his expression one of relief as he finally took a closer look at Gu Nianqing. Though his surprise, he realized that Gu Nianqing was not as unattractive as he had presumed. In fact, her features were exquisitely refined, her skin pale as snow, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, and the curve of her lips held a hint of enchanting allure. It was only the mark on her forehead that marred her beauty, rendering her still somewhat unpresentable. Regaining his composure, Qin Minglang inquired, I have heard that Nianin has been punished with confinement for reflection. She is said to be consumed with sorrow, crying like a heartbroken child. What is the story behind this, Minlang? You seem quite concerned for Nianin. Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Not at all. Qin Minglang's eyes flickered as he hurriedly denied the accusation. I merely happened to overhear this matter. Besides, Nianin is your sister, and you have always treated her exceptionally well. If she has suffered any grievances, you would surely feel distressed as well. This raises a puzzling question. Ji Nianqing propped her chin on her hand, her lively eyes gleaming with curiosity. How is it that I remain oblivious while you are already informed? Could it be that my sister informed you first? The young girl exuded a languid charm, her inky hair cascading around her white gown, a simple yet utterly captivating beauty. Her pair of deep, dark eyes gazed at him with an enigmatic smile, instilling in him a sense of vulnerability. As if he could not hide from her gaze. Had he been seen through? The thought instinctively flickered in Qin Minglang's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. This girl had always been rather dim-witted. Whatever they said, she would believe without question. How could she possibly see through him? Nianqing, what troubles you? Qin Minglang furrowed his brows, showing signs of displeasure. Are you doubting me? Even if you suspect me, you cannot doubt your sister. Gu Nianqing let out a cold laugh inwardly. It was indeed a common tactic of a scoundrel. Yet, she feigned innocence and said timidly, How could I ever doubt you? At last, Qin Minglang revealed a smile, saying, The Duke of the State has always cherished you. As long as you plead for her, Nianin will certainly be fine. Why not go and do so? Gu Nianqing casually suggested, her gaze landing on the folding fan in Qin Minglang's hand. Did you acquire that fan at the auction a few days ago? She recalled that this fan contained a formidable martial technique, which Qin Minglang had only discovered by chance months after obtaining it. Had he not practiced this technique, he would not have stood out among the many princes, gaining such renown. Upon noticing Gu Nianqing's gaze fixated on the fan, Qin Minglang felt a wave of disdain wash over him. He understood her well. The news of his acquisition of the fan had spread like wildfire, and she was likely eyeing it now, hoping to flaunt it. Indeed, what a superficial woman she was, her every action repugnant. Nianqing, if you go to plead for her, I shall gift you this fan. What do you say? Qin Minglang proposed that a glimmer of joy flashed in Gu Nianqing's eyes. The bait had been taken. Excellent, she exclaimed. Snatching the fan from him, I shall go seek my father, and this fan will rightfully belong to me. Qin Minglang stared at his now empty hand, feeling as though her speed had inexplicably quickened. Very well. With the fan in her possession, Gu Nianqing set off to find her father while plotting her revenge against both Gu Nianin and Qin Minglang. Just then, she unexpectedly ran into Gu Hongzhen. Dressed in a long white robe adorned with cloud patterns, with a porcelain blue lychee patterned sash cinched at his waist, his ink-black hair was neatly tied back, revealing a smooth and full forehead. Always radiating vitality, as the son of the most beautiful woman in the Great Xia dynasty, Gu Hongzhen's skin was fair, contrasting with that of ordinary men, and his handsome countenance exuded an elegant charm. His bright phoenix eyes were slightly upturned, and when he smiled, it was as if a gentle spring breeze swept through, stirring hearts. Like Qin Minglang, he was also renowned as one of the most handsome men in the imperial city. The imperial city had 4 renowned figures: Crown Prince Qin Xiuyu, Third Prince Qin Minglang, Cabinet Reader Gu Hongzhen, and the Northern Duke Wei Xianqi, all celebrated as the 4 great beauties of the imperial city. Gu Hongzhen was well versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, harboring grand ambitions. Without relying on his family background, he excelled in the imperial examinations, emerging as the top scholar, and now served as a cabinet reader. With a wealth of talent and a righteous spirit, he was regarded as a promising newcomer in the officialdom. Nianqing, how have you been? Gu Hongzhen asked with concern. Ji Nianqing smiled and nodded. I am well. Elder brother. Her elder brother had always treated her with great kindness, extending the same to Gu Yan'an. She still vividly remembered her elder brother's unyielding demeanor before his death, how tragically fierce it had been. That's good to hear. Ji Hongzhen's smile was warm as he noticed the difference in Gu Yanqing's appearance that day. His gaze shifted slightly, revealing a hint of appreciation. Yanqing, you are truly beautiful. You needn't feel inferior. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, your elder brother will teach them a lesson. Gu Yanqing felt a warmth in her heart and raised her brows. Of course. My mother is the foremost beauty, and my elder brother is one of the four greats of the imperial city. Who would dare say I am not beautiful? Gu Hongzhen ruffled her hair gently and said softly, in a couple of days, the imperial city will host a Kuju tournament. Would you and Yan'an like to join? You have only returned home for a year, and many people do not know you. This would be a perfect opportunity for me to introduce my dear sister to everyone. Very well. 3 days later, at the Kuju field. The day's Kuju tournament was hosted by the royal family, attracting the Armée de la Armée of society. Noble youths and promising officials gathered here, engaging in spirited conversation. The young ladies went to great lengths to adorn themselves, vying for attention and hoping to catch a glimpse of the eligible bachelors. Upon Gu Hongzhen's arrival, he instantly drew numerous gazes. As the newly crowned top scholar and one of the four greats, Gu Hongzhen was already a figure of prominence, the object of affection for countless young women. Yanqing, please wait here for a moment while I greet some acquaintances. Following her gaze, she spotted Crown Prince Qin Xiuyu, Third Prince Qin Minglang, and several familiar faces conversing cheerfully not far away. Very well, the two replied, taking their seats among a group of ladies, sipping tea and enjoying pastries. The young women seated there all had their eyes trained on the Crown Prince and his companions. With three of the four greats present, it was no wonder they were the subject of many a young lady's daydreams, each hoping for just a few words of conversation to leave them blushing. However, one girl was particularly fortunate. Gu Hongzhen was her elder brother, and Third Prince Qin Minglang was her fiancé, making her the target of envy and disdain from many. Look, is that Gu Yanqing in the purple attire? I've heard tales of her peculiar fashion sense and eccentric behavior, but she doesn't seem so strange today. However, that dark mark on her forehead truly mars her beauty. Even if she looks normal, her character is still domineering and overbearing, right? I've heard that ever since she returned, Gu Yan'an has been suffering greatly, forced to endure daily, shedding tears and losing weight. Gu Yanqing listened to the discussions around her, inwardly lamenting how Gu Yan'an had tarnished her reputation in her home. She had always complied with Gu Yan'an, but it seemed that outside, Gu Yan'an had taken to playing the victim, leading everyone to believe she was the haughty young lady of the Duke's residence, bullying her half-sister merely because of her status as the biological daughter. This debt would eventually be repaid. At that moment, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Look, the Northern Duke has arrived. The Northern Duke Wei Xianqi, originally a general defending the north, had achieved remarkable military success over the past year, reclaiming lost territories and sweeping through border tribes, earning significant merit for the emperor. There were even rumors that as long as the Northern Duke stood, no one would dare to challenge the borders of the Great Xia dynasty, to honor his esteemed status. The emperor had conferred upon him the title of Northern Duke Dian that instant. Every gaze in the venue turned toward the most illustrious figure of the Great Xia dynasty. With hair as dark as a waterfall, he was a man of unparalleled beauty, noble, domineering, enchanting, and wild. No single adjective could capture the essence of this man. Clad in a form-fitting black attire that showcased his tall and upright figure, his hair was partially tied back, exuding a sense of wildness and defiance unlike that of ordinary men. He strode forward as if standing atop a mountain, surrounded by an awe-inspiring aura. Beneath sword-like brows were deep, dark eyes, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Filled with wisdom and incisiveness, a silver mask reflected a chilling gleam in the sunlight, obscuring half of his visage, yet failing to conceal his striking handsomeness. Ji Yanqing gazed at the towering figure, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. It was at this very Kuju tournament years ago that she first met Wei Xianqi, captivated by his gaze, ultimately becoming the Northern Duke's wife. What do you think the Northern Duke looks like? I've heard of his gallant presence on the battlefield, striking fear into the hearts of his enemies. That is a true man. Even just seeing half of his face, he could easily be one of the four greats. Imagine the entirety of his face. Many young women felt their hearts flutter. The four greats of the imperial city were all accomplished youths, but the mysterious and powerful Northern Duke stirred even greater excitement. You should all abandon any thoughts of pursuing the Northern Duke. Haven't you heard that he is indifferent to women? He doesn't even have a single female attendant by his side. There was someone before who dared to entertain such thoughts, yet they mysteriously vanished from this world. A chill ran through the crowd. The Northern Duke was young and accomplished, having carved out a formidable reputation for himself in the military. Many women aspired to become the general's wife, but this Northern Duke was truly cold-blooded, showing no mercy toward the delicate and beautiful. I've heard that the Northern Duke has achieved another great victory, and the Emperor is delighted, which is why this Kuju tournament was organized, perhaps with the intent of selecting a wife for him. However, the Northern Duke is known for his aloof and capricious nature. Who knows who will end up as the general's wife? Gu Nianin remarked. Ji Yunyanqing's feelings were complex. Back then, she had arrived wearing garish attire, perhaps too conspicuously, catching Wei Xianqi's attention for reasons unknown. During their years of marriage, she had never changed her style, despite the constant ridicule from the outside world. Wei Xianqi had never uttered a word against it, effectively silencing all the critics. Now, having donned a more conventional appearance, did this signify a complete severance of their connection? Wei Xianqi made his way directly towards Gu Nianqing. In the adjacent resting area, every gaze in attendance was drawn to him, and Gu Nianqing felt as though his eyes lingered on her for but a fleeting moment, causing her heart to skip a beat involuntarily. When she saw Wei Xianqi sit down as if oblivious to his surroundings, she suddenly realized that they were strangers, and he could not possibly be looking at her. Oh, Gu Nianqing, you truly are quite the eyesore. A voice, bright and laced with mockery, rang out, accompanied by laughter and smugness. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Nianqing furrowed her brow and turned to see Zhu Jinyao approaching with ill intentions. When Zhu Jinyao caught sight of Gu Nianqing's appearance for the day, her expression momentarily shifted to one of confusion, but it quickly transformed into a smirk as she remarked, with a look like yours. How can you bear to show your face in public? You may not hesitate to show your face, so why should I? Gu Nianqing retorted. Do you truly believe you are worthy of the third prince? You merely usurped Nianin's place. Zhu Jinyao, being a close friend of Gu Nianin, was familiar with the third prince and harbored a secret admiration for him. Yet she was also aware of her own lack of worthiness. The sudden return of Gu Nianqing, who had snatched away the engagement, was simply unacceptable. Am I unworthy? And what of you? Gu Nianqing rose calmly, her dark, bright eyes gleaming with a sharp coldness. The engagement was originally set for the eldest daughter of the Duke of the State. It was only due to my long disappearance that rumors claimed it had fallen to Nianin. The Emperor has yet to give his approval. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Yet you accuse me of stealing from Nianin. Your ability to distort the truth is truly remarkable. Zhu Jinyao was momentarily rendered speechless. You? What was wrong with Gu Nianqing today? Normally, she would allow Zhu Jinyao to mock her without a word. Yet today she was surprisingly articulate, leaving Zhu Jinyao at a loss for words. What do you mean, you? If you cannot speak, then remain silent, Gu Nianqing scolded. Chapter 5. What of the commotion? Zhu Jinyao was nearly driven to madness, taking several deep breaths before regaining her composure. The third prince is so handsome and talented, yet you, an eyesore, wish to be his legitimate wife. I advise you to recognize your own limitations and abandon this engagement. If you are not embarrassed, you will only tarnish the third prince's illustrious reputation. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqing slammed her teacup down onto the table, causing tea to splash onto Zhu Jinyao. Zhu Jinyao screamed. Gu Nianqing, what are you doing? An angry voice rang out as Zhu Yushuan hurried over to Is it your intention to harm someone when you cannot win an argument? A few days ago, you deliberately caused my sister to fall into the lake, and today you scald her with tea. I have never encountered a woman with such a venomous heart. Qin Minglang and his companions, who were originally on their way to meet Wei Xianqi, quickly rushed over upon witnessing the scene. I harmed her by making her fall into the lake. It was she who aimed to harm me, leading to our mutual plunge. Gu Nianqing shot him a cold glare. This debt was far from settled, yet he had the audacity to turn the tables. My sister has always been kind-hearted. That is utterly impossible. Yet your actions occurred right before everyone's eyes. How can you deny it? The incident from 3 days prior had spread like wildfire. 2 women vying for attention had indeed fallen into the lake, and now it was being brought up again. Zhu Nianqing let out a light laugh, her gaze dripping with sarcasm. It is well known that my constitution is frail. I cannot possibly match Zhu Jinyao, who is skilled in martial arts. Furthermore, she is adept in water. If I truly wished to harm her, why would I push her into the lake? Rather, I wish to inquire how you intend to settle the score for her intentionally pushing me into the water, resulting in my unconsciousness. Many in attendance who looked down upon Gu Nianqing could not help but acknowledge that her physical strength indeed paled in comparison to Zhu Jinyao's. For that day, Zhu Jinyao had walked back on her own, while Gu Nianqing had to be carried. Zhu Yuxuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, resorting to say, "Then what do you have to say about the scalding tea incident today? Nianin, are you all right?" At that moment, Qin Minglang was anxiously observing Gu Nianin, who was clutching her hand. A faint red mark could be seen peeking from her slightly rolled-up sleeve. "Did you burn yourself with the tea?" Gu Nianin weakly shook her head, saying, "I'm fine." Ji Nianqing rolled her eyes internally. The feigned distress and hand-holding was clearly an attempt to convey to everyone that she was injured. Yet she maintained an air of grievance, suggesting she was bullied at home. Qin Minglang's brow was furrowed with a barely contained anger. Every time he was with Gu Nianqing, he found himself embarrassed, and Nianin was always harmed in the process. "Nian Shang, how can you be so unreasonable? You've hurt someone again. Why not apologize immediately?" Gu Nianin lowered her gaze, suppressing the glee in her eyes. Gu Nianqing was indeed reckless, and she barely needed to exert any effort to make her universally despised. Gu Nianqing shot him a sidelong glance. "Why should I apologize? Why?" Qin Minglang was taken aback. "You've injured someone, and you dare question me why? You truly are too much, indeed. It is excessive," Zhu Yuxuan chimed in. Gu Hongzhen, upon seeing his sister being targeted by so many, felt anxious and stepped in front of Gu Nianqing, shielding her. This must be a misunderstanding. Feeling warmth in her heart, Gu Nianqing patted her elder brother's hand and stepped forward. "Excessive? Is it excessive for Zhu Jinyao to insult me as an eyesore upon arrival? Is it excessive for her to slander me? I am, after all, the eldest daughter of the Duke of the State. She continuously claims I am unworthy to be seen. Is it excessive for me to rebut a few of her words? Perhaps you might enlighten me on what would be considered not excessive." Her voice was bright and melodious, yet her words struck with piercing clarity, landing heavily upon the hearts of the onlookers. Miss Nianqing makes a valid point. Were it not for Zhu Jinyao's inappropriate remarks, she would not have acted in such a manner, spoke Crown Prince Qin Xiuyu. Qin Minglang, seeing the Crown Prince step in to mediate, realized his previous stance had been biased and could not help but say, "Zhu Jinyao is indeed at fault, but Nianin and she are genuinely injured." "Injured?" Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow. "I would like to know how this cup of tea could possibly cause injury." As her words fell, she promptly took the cup of tea and poured it over her own hand. "Nian Shang!" The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes widening at the sight. Was Gu Nianqing truly reckless? Gu Hongzhen could not help but exclaim. Nevertheless, as the tea dripped down her arm and onto the ground, Gu Nianqing maintained an air of calmness. Unhurriedly, she wiped her hand dry with a handkerchief, casting a playful glance at Qin Minglang and Zhu Yuxuan. "I have tasted this tea myself, and it is not scalding. Yet you accuse me of intentionally harming someone. Indeed, the charges you lay are quite arbitrary." Qin Minglang was momentarily speechless, while Zhu Yuxuan's expression darkened considerably. Previously, upon hearing Zhu Jinyao's scream, he had assumed the tea was scalding hot. His sister had not refuted it, and he was left feeling embarrassed upon discovering the truth. Ji Nianqing then shifted her gaze toward Gu Nianin, who was hiding behind Qin Minglang. "Sister, I am quite curious. How did such tea leave a mark on your hand?" She had clearly noticed that the tea had not splashed onto Gu Nianin. To frame her, she must have deliberately inflicted a red mark upon herself. With Gu Nianqing's question, all eyes turned to Gu Nianin. If the tea was not hot, how could it have burned her? Huddled behind Qin Minglang, Gu Nianin appeared as a delicate white flower, fragile and innocent. "I was not injured. It has nothing to do with my sister." She clutched Qin Minglang's sleeve, her voice anxious and flustered. "When so many people suddenly arrived, I felt nervous and at a loss. It was unintentional." Seeing this, Gu Hongzhen's eyes flickered with skepticism. Qin Minglang gazed into her eyes, which sparkled with innocence, and his heart softened. It seemed to be a misunderstanding. He had misinterpreted the situation. Ji Nianqing snickered inwardly. Gu Nianin was once again employing the pity card, but alas, it was effective only on Qin Minglang and of no use to her. Just moments ago, she had boldly demanded an apology from me. Surely she did not expect to let it slide so easily now. Zhu Yuxuan stood awkwardly, while Qin Minglang frowned. "Nian Shang, this incident is merely a misunderstanding. Must you escalate the situation? If I choose to escalate it, what will you do?" Gu Nianqing countered. "You?" Qin Minglang was furious. How dare this woman put him in such an embarrassing position before so many people? At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice pierced through, exuding an aura of authority and coldness. "In the face of such an incident, the third prince protects his fiancé, yet stands up for another. It is truly astonishing. Chapter 6. The hero saves the beauty. Qin Minglang's brow furrowed tightly. Who would dare to speak against him at such a moment? However, when he turned to see that frosty countenance, his displeasure swiftly dissipated. It was the King of the North. The fact that the King of the North, known for his indifference to the affairs of others, would speak in defense of Gu Nianxing was nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, I did not intend to make things difficult for Nianxing. I merely believed Ninan was injured and spoke in haste. Qin Minglang felt compelled to explain. In the presence of others, he had no need to justify himself. But the King of the North was a figure of great military merit, highly esteemed by the emperor, and held a prominent position in the court. To offend him would mean the crown prince would likely take his side. Then we should inquire of the young lady who instigated this misunderstanding. As Gu Nianan's expression shifted, she instinctively concealed herself behind Qin Minglang. The reputation of the Northern Guardian Wang was well known, both for his valor and his fearsome demeanor. Confronted with such a piercing gaze, she felt utterly exposed. Delicate in frame and gentle in temperament, Nianan had been rendered speechless amid the sudden influx of people, her nervousness preventing her from offering an immediate explanation. Noticing her silence, Qin Minglang swiftly interjected on her behalf. While Wei Xianqi cast a meaningful glance her way, it was said that the second young lady of the Duke of the State had grown up within the confines of the manor, while the eldest daughter had only returned a year prior. The Duke, a man of unparalleled heroism, remained unflinching even in the face of calamity. Yet, after so many years in the household, this second young lady had learned nothing. She was timid and easily frightened, unable to utter a word simply because there were a few more people present. Wei Xianqi's brows arched slightly, his deep, dark eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss, inscrutable to those who gazed into them. Nianan's complexion paled instantly. Having narrowly escaped the situation, she now felt entirely exposed due to the Northern Guardian Wang's mention. Frustrated, she found herself blaming Zhu Jinyao. Had she not shouted so loudly, Nianan would have never assumed the scalding liquid was tea and attempted to play along. At this moment, the crowd began to grasp the peculiarities surrounding Nianan, which had previously been overshadowed by Gu Nianxing. Sister, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault for causing you to be misunderstood. Nianan stepped forward to apologize, her fair and tender face suffused with profound guilt, her eyes slightly reddened. The sight of her stifled sorrow and guilt tugged at the hearts of onlookers. Ji Nianxing was not surprised by Nianan's reaction. Rather, she was more astonished by Wei Xianqi's defense of her in her current demeanor. She was unlike her past self, yet he still chose to speak on her behalf, and thus, she owed him a debt of gratitude. It's all right, my sister, Gu Nianxing responded with a gentle smile, exuding grace and warmth. Just be cautious in the future and ensure that no one misinterprets my treatment of you. Today, a seed had been sown. The true spectacle would unfold when all truths were finally revealed. Nianan felt as though she could shatter her silver teeth in frustration. Not only had she failed to ruin Gu Nianxing's reputation, but now others were casting doubt on her intentions. Wei Xianqi's gaze brushed over Zhu Yuxuan and Qin Minglang, who both offered their apologies. I was in the wrong. I apologize, Zhu Yuxuan said, glancing at Wei Xianqi with a hint of trepidation, not wanting to offend the Northern Guardian Wang. Nianxing, I apologize for the distress you've suffered, Qin Minglang added. In response to their apologies, Gu Nianxing merely nodded in acceptance, for it was clear that the matter had thoroughly diminished their standing today. Crown Prince Qin Shuyu scrutinized Gu Nianxing, having heard rumors that she was an unattractive girl of little consequence, obsessed with his third brother. However, upon meeting her today, he found such claims to be unfounded. Her demeanor and eloquence indeed reflected the grace of the Duke of the State. Your Highness, you flatter me, Gu Nianxing replied gracefully. Once the incident had passed, the crowd began to disperse. Jiyu Hongjin exchanged a few words with Gu Nianxing before joining the others to greet the Northern Guardian Wang. Her gaze fell upon the distinguished figure clad in black not far away. Should she extend her gratitude, however, with the Crown Prince and others gathered around him, it hardly seemed the right moment. Especially if he were to dismiss her outright, which would be even more awkward. The Northern Guardian Wang was notoriously unsparing and sharp-tongued, a fact well known to all. Sister, I am truly sorry. I did not intend for any of this to happen. You must believe me, Nianan lamented, grasping her sister's hand with great sorrow, repeatedly apologizing as if her forgiveness were the only remedy for her distress. Ji Nianxing felt a flicker of impatience in her eyes as she replied nonchalantly. If you truly feel remorseful, perhaps you should sever ties with Zhu Jinyao? Words alone hold no weight. Nianan was taken aback, her tear-streaked face lifting in disbelief. Sister, Zhu Jinyao has been my friend since childhood. How can you ask me to cut ties with her? Isn't that a bit excessive? Her voice, imbued with innate softness, rose several octaves in surprise, drawing the attention of many around them. Ji Yunyanqing supported her chin with her hand, watching the incredulous expression on her sister's face with interest. Having heard of Gu Nianqing's domineering nature, many were now witnessing it firsthand as she audaciously suggested that Nian end her friendship with Zhu Jinyao. I can tell at a glance that this girl is no good, Zhu Yuxuan declared bluntly, having previously held back his words out of respect for the Northern Guardian Wang. Am I being excessive? Gu Nianqing arched her brows, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Did you not claim to care for me, worried that I might be hurt? Your friend has repeatedly sought to trouble me, yet you have been unable to deter her. Knowing you care for me, she continues to harm those you cherish. What kind of true friend is that? Nian fell silent, astonished by her sister's sudden clarity. In the past, she would have believed whatever nonsense was said, but today, Gu Nianqing's words left her utterly speechless. The surrounding crowd was equally taken aback. Her argument held merit. Zhu Jinyao, already humiliated in front of so many, was further incensed by Gu Nianqing's insistence that Nian sever their friendship. In a fit of rage, she charged forward. Ji Yunyanqing, if you have grievances, direct them at me, but do not bully Nian. Which of your eyes saw me bullying my sister? If your eyesight is poor, I suggest you return home for treatment, Gu Nianqing retorted coldly. Zhu Jinyao was momentarily stunned, her unexpected reprimand akin to a scolding from an elder, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 7. A willing sacrifice? I target you because I find you displeasing. I simply do not like you, Zhu Jinyao protested defiantly. What a coincidence, I feel the same. Gu Nianqing replied, her gaze fixed on Zhu Jinyao, her clear eyes betraying no hint of affection, only disdain and aversion. Do not presume your affections hold any significance. Take a look around. Who truly cares? With a light laugh, she lifted a cup of fresh tea to her lips. Zhu Jinyao was nearly beside herself with rage, pulling Nian away as she declared that remaining in Gu Nianqing's presence would surely drive her mad. Jinyao, please do not be upset, Nian pleaded. No. I refuse to let her bask in such satisfaction, Zhu Jinyao retorted. What does she have to be proud of? She is both ugly and talentless, merely a country bumpkin relying on her lineage to flaunt her superiority. Does she even deserve it? A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Nian's eyes, though her face still bore traces of concern. Sister is simply like that. Perhaps she has lived without many constraints in the past. Do try to calm down. It seems to me she is simply uncouth. Look at how she speaks, utterly outrageous. The more Nian spoke, the more Zhu Jinyao's ire grew. Had she not just witnessed her brother and the third prince apologize to Gu Nianqing? Why did the Northern Guardian Wang intervene on her behalf? Did they know one another? Nian shook her head, finding the situation perplexing. The Northern Guardian Wang was known for his cold demeanor and disinterest in others, particularly women. His sudden defense of Gu Nianqing was truly unfathomable. What could she possibly possess to merit his attention? Surely, it must be mere luck. Perhaps her brother had inadvertently crossed paths with the Northern Guardian Wang a few days prior. Understanding dawned upon Nian, and she felt a sense of relief. However, I will not allow her to revel in this for long. During the polo match, I shall ensure she loses face, Zhu Jinyao declared vehemently. Nianqing cannot play polo. She will not take the field. All we need to do is find a way to force her onto the field. Zhu Jinyao's eyes sparkled with scheming delight. Princess Nanling is also here today. She harbors affections for the Northern Guardian Wang, yet he hardly pays her any mind. If she were to learn that he defended another woman. Once Zhu Jinyao and Nian departed, Gu Nianqing realized she was now alone in the resting area. Deciding to take a stroll, she ventured out to explore. The polo venue featured a vast expanse of open grassland in front, while behind it lay a wooded area, with bridges and flowing water accentuated by pavilions, a place of elegance and tranquility. Miss, perhaps it would be best if we refrain from wandering too far? Yi expressed concern. You have only just returned, and your reputation has recently taken a hit. Many harbor ill feelings towards you. At least with the young master present, he can come to your aid. If you encounter danger here, it could spell trouble. Ideas of no consequence. Gu Nianqing waved her hand dismissively. I am not a troublemaker. You stay here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. As she made her way toward the back, she soon spotted familiar figures in a pavilion. Zhu Jinyao, Gu Nianqing, and Princess Nanling. Ji Yunyanqing recalled the princess vividly. Many within the royal city pined for the Northern Guardian Wang, yet this particular princess was the boldest and most persistent, declaring she would marry no one but him. She had caused Gu Nianqing no small amount of trouble in the past. But Wei Xianqi had always intervened. Reflecting on it now, one had allowed others to trouble her while the other had shielded her from all disturbances. How had she once been so blind as to think Qin Ming Lang was a suitable match? Glancing at a nearby tree, whose branches were lush and ample enough to conceal a person, she decided to climb up and eavesdrop on their conversation. With a deft leap, Gu Nianqing ascended the tree. Effortlessly navigating its sturdy branches, however, an unexpected voice startled her, causing her to lose her footing and tumble down. Yet, rather than feeling pain, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, the familiar scent of sandalwood wafting around her, a scent she recognized all too well. Gu Nianqing opened her eyes to behold a familiar visage. The silver mask could not conceal his striking features, yet those profound eyes resembled a ferocious tempest, instilling an immediate desire to flee. Lacking the courage to meet his gaze, she recalled her past encounters with Wei Xianqi, where she had always been in flight, perceiving him as cold, violent, and fearsome. Even upon seeing him today, the instinct to escape surged within her. Prompting her to divert her eyes, however, she soon composed herself, realizing she had not fallen but was instead cradled by Wei Xianqi, seated upon a tree trunk. It was not unusual for her to indulge in climbing trees. But it was rather surprising that the esteemed prince of the north harbored a penchant for stalking. Wei Xianqi regarded the audacious girl before him, his brow slightly furrowing as an unintentional air of authority emanated from him. A chill enveloped Gu Nianqing, as though she were plunged into an ice cavern. She momentarily forgot that this was not her past life and that speaking with him could not be entirely devoid of caution. Noticing her discomfort, Wei Xianqi promptly tempered his demeanor. Some girl, oblivious to gratitude, has compelled me to come personally, only to catch her sneaking about. His voice was magnetic and mellifluous, with a slight pause at the end, leaving Gu Nianqing feeling somewhat guilty. Being caught eavesdropping was undeniably embarrassing. This is not eavesdropping. This is understanding oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory. Gu Nianqing, adhering to her principle that as long as she was not embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others, boldly asserted. Surely, a general who gallops across the battlefield is well aware of this. Oh? Wei Xianqi did not expose her pretense, finding some merit in her argument. Indeed, you see, having just returned to the Gu family, I am unfamiliar with my surroundings, devoid of any friends. They are numerous and powerful. If I do not remain vigilant, a moment's carelessness could lead to my demise. Gu Nianqing spoke with a furrowed brow. Her tone steeped in sorrow. I owe you a debt of gratitude, General, for your timely intervention that saved me from dire straits. Otherwise, I would have been wronged by them. Truly, you are the renowned general. Possessing both valor and a benevolent heart, Wei Xianqi listened to her flattery. He mused on how he had never associated himself with the notion of kindness. However, it was rather amusing. Since you regard me as your heroic savior from peril, why not offer yourself in gratitude, Gu Nianqing? Offer myself in gratitude. In her previous life, Wei Xianqi had also made such a proposition. Although events had unfolded differently this time, his lines remained unchanged. Was she to navigate this hurdle again? General, you have saved countless lives. If each were to offer themselves in gratitude, your household would be overflowing with young ladies. Wei Xianqi chuckled softly, his deep voice resonating beside her. I do not wish to save others. I only wish to save you. Chapter 8. What is there to fear? Xianqi? A man approached the tree, puzzled. Did we not agree to view my newly acquired steed? Where have you vanished? Han Quan placed a hand on his shoulder. He has always been a busy man. Perhaps he encountered someone. Let us proceed. As the two walked away, Gu Nianqing understood that Wei Xianqi had not been following her but had arranged to meet someone to admire the steed. Wei Xianqi glanced at the three individuals still conversing in the pavilion. I must take my leave. Otherwise, someone will soon come looking for me. Be cautious. He cast another glance below. The tree was quite tall. Do not worry. I can descend, Gu Nianqing replied hastily, insisting that it had been an accident. Very well. Turning her gaze backward, she saw Zhu Jiniao animatedly recounting to Princess Nanling how she had shamelessly pursued the Prince of the North, painting herself as a wanton woman. Beside her, Gu Nianqing appeared troubled, saying nothing but tacitly endorsing Zhu Jiniao's actions. Too despicable. Princess Nanling erupted in fury. It was well known that she harbored affections for the Prince of the North. And this unknown, unattractive girl dared to compete with her. How tiresome. Gu Nianqing clapped her hands and jumped down from the tree. Some people were destined to be adversaries. Since change was impossible, She would have to face them head-on. "Miss, you have finally returned." Hurried over. The polo tournament is about to commence. At that moment, each resting area was already filled with ladies, eagerly awaiting the impending polo match, and she took her seat among them. In her line of sight, Gu Hongjin and Qin Minglang were mounted on horseback, the young talents divided into two teams. As the gong sounded, the match began. Cheers and applause intertwined, creating a lively atmosphere. Gu Nianqing watched her elder brother's gallant figure. Despite Gu Hongjin usually being immersed in literary pursuits, his skills were commendable, or else he would not have been recognized as one of the four talents of the imperial city. Just as she reveled in the spectacle, three figures approached her. "Are you Gu Nianqing?" Princess Nanling scrutinized the girl before her. She had been skeptical upon hearing that the eldest daughter of the Gu family was an eyesore, especially since her mother had once been the epitome of beauty. However, upon seeing the dark patterns on Gu Nianqing's face, she could not hide her disdain. Indeed ugly. Gu Nianqing turned to see Princess Nanling clad in a pale yellow dress, shimmering under the sunlight, crafted from rare starlight fabric, indicative of her high status. Ordinary princesses did not possess such exquisite gowns, explaining her attire at the polo match. "I have met Princess Nanling." Princess Nanling scoffed. Her eyes filled with contempt. "I heard that the Prince of the North came to your rescue earlier. You are quite capable." "I do not comprehend your words, Your Highness." "Do not comprehend?" Princess Nanling sneered. "What pretense is this? Do you not see what you look like? You dare to seduce my brother Ye? You are hardly worthy." Gu Nianqing rolled her eyes inwardly. "Not only am I worthy, but your brother Ye also just proposed that I offer myself in gratitude." Princess Nanling, arrogant and overbearing, was known for her temper, and upon hearing that Gu Nianqing had the audacity to provoke the Prince of the North, onlookers were taken aback. Although Gu Nianqing was not conventionally attractive, her audacity was indeed remarkable. Who would dare to flirt with anyone? Being unattractive is one thing, but having such lofty ambitions, having the third prince was not enough. You shamelessly pursued the Prince of the North as well? Truly eye-opening. As she listened to the surrounding gossip, Gu Nianqing's expression hardened. "Princess Nanling, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly. I am already betrothed, and upon meeting the Prince of the North today, he merely spoke a word of justice on my behalf. To twist this into a seduction is not only an insult to me but also to the Prince of the North." Princess Nanling was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Gu Nianqing would invoke her brother's name, realizing it was somewhat inappropriate. "Following this, the two of us will partake in a polo match. If you win, this matter shall be forgotten. If you lose, you must kneel and apologize, never to approach my brother again. Do you understand?" Gu Nianqing regarded the imperious woman before her, clearly notorious for her spoiled demeanor. "Is this rule not excessively unfair, Your Highness?" "That is how it is." Princess Nanling raised her chin defiantly. "Then I refuse." "You dare? What is there to fear?" Gu Nianqing maintained a calm demeanor. In terms of status, she indeed could not compare to Princess Nanling, but this situation was inherently unreasonable. Would the Emperor truly seek her out for trouble if it escalated? Zhu Jinyao looked at Gu Nianqing in disbelief. Has this woman gone mad? Today, she truly possesses the audacity of a bear. "Princess, my sister does not know how to play polo. You should temper your anger." Ji Yunyan stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Princess Nanling chuckled derisively. "What do you mean she doesn't know? It seems she simply lacks the courage. Polo is a long-standing tradition of our great Xia dynasty. How could anyone not know? Polo is a national treasure. Everyone, regardless of gender, ought to be able to play. Gu Nianqing's lack of skill is already a disgrace." Ji Yunyanqing shot a glance at Gu Nianyin before addressing Princess Nanling. "If I lose, I shall apologize." "If you lose, you must also apologize." "Do you dare?" "I apologize?" Princess Nanling was incensed to the point of laughter, but soon realized that Gu Nianqing would not excel in polo, and they had already conspired to ensure her humiliation. "Very well, it is settled." With that, she turned to the front. "Third brother, accompany me into the match." Zhu Jinyao called for Zhu Yuxuan, while Gu Nianqing noticed Gu Nianyin had already moved to Gu Hongjin's side. In that moment, she understood that these individuals had planned to set her up for inevitable defeat from the very beginning. Before the watchful eyes of all, Gu Nianqing had no teammate to accompany her into the match. Was that not a joke? "Gu Nianqing, surely you cannot find a single teammate." Princess Nanling mocked mercilessly. "Without a partner, you are destined to lose. Why not bow your head and apologize now?" Gu Hongjin, having grasped the situation, furrowed his brow. "I must assist Nianqing, elder brother." Gu Nianyin smiled awkwardly. "You go ahead. I will be fine alone." Zhu Hongjin found himself in a dilemma. Nianqing should not have to participate today, as it had been arranged for him and Yinan to team up. Yet, unexpectedly, this situation arose. What does it matter if I go alone? Gu Nianqing skillfully mounted her horse, holding the long mallet gracefully. Chapter 9. The imperative to win as the onlookers beheld the singular purple figure upon the horse's back. A gentle spring breeze caressed the fabric of her attire, causing it to flutter gracefully. From a distance, the contours of the woman's face appeared exquisitely charming, akin to the finest jade, while her flowing ebony hair intertwined with the purple garments, reminiscent of a dancing butterfly, radiating an unmistakable allure. Since you wish to enter the arena alone, so be it, South Spirit scoffed coldly. Not only was she unaware of polo, but even if she were, entering alone would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Qin Minglang observed the distant silhouette, his gaze subtly shifting. Today, she was markedly different. Gone was the boisterousness, replaced instead by a newfound confidence. Her solitary presence in the arena stirred something within him. Gu Nianqing noticed Qin Minglang lost in thought as he gazed at Gu Nianqing, a flicker of resentment passing through her eyes. Soon, she would ensure this woman was utterly humiliated, never to hold her head high again. With a resounding clang of the gong, the competition commenced. Gu Nianqing tightened her grip around the horse's belly, galloping forth with fervor, her mallet swinging with impressive precision. As she made her move, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Her actions were adept, fluid, and remarkably swift. How could she possibly be inexperienced in polo? South Spirit and Zhu Jiniao exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Gu Nianqing had been concealing her true abilities from them all along. A graceful arc soared through the air. The purple team scored. Cheers erupted throughout the arena, as the spectators began to truly recognize the prowess of the esteemed young lady from the Duke of the State. Managing to score the first goal single-handedly was indeed a remarkable feat. Rumors had suggested she was inept, but this display of horsemanship proved them to be utterly mistaken. Many in attendance had never truly encountered Gu Nianqing. Rumors were mere whispers, and witnessing her skill firsthand altered their perceptions significantly. How infuriating! South Spirit glowered at Gu Nianqing, realizing that this woman had merely feigned ignorance all along. Zhu Jiniao, your suggestion has backfired splendidly. Now she has stolen the spotlight. What shall we do? Your Highness, do not be hasty, Zhu Jiniao replied, her expression equally grim. I did not anticipate her skill in polo to be so formidable. My brother and I shall devise a means to obstruct her and secure the ball for you. Agreed. As the second round commenced, Gu Nianqing quickly noticed Zhu Jiniao and Zhu Yuxuan flanking her, effectively preventing her from seizing the ball. She inwardly cursed their treachery. Truly, they were of the same ilk. As Gu Nianqing attempted to shake off Zhu Jiniao, the latter clung tightly, denying her any chance of escape. You wish to turn the tide? Not a chance. Shameless. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Nianqing's eyes. When Zhu Jiniao's mallet swung towards her, she did not evade. Instead, she met it with a cunning angle of her own bang. The two mallets collided, sending a shockwave that altered Zhu Jiniao's complexion. She lost her balance, letting out a shriek as she fell from her mount. Ah! Zhu Jiniao's cry echoed as she hit the ground. Zhu Nianqing, too, felt her own steadiness falter. Despite gripping the reins tightly, her body veered uncontrollably to the side. Dark eyes filled with resolve, she refused to succumb to defeat. At that moment, a strong arm encircled her waist, a subtle scent of sandalwood enveloping her as the horse galloped, stabilizing her form. She turned in surprise to see a tall, dark figure beside her. You, Ichiji? Since Miss Gu is lacking a teammate, allow me to step in. What say you? The unexpected appearance of the King of the North stunned the crowd, who had just witnessed his swift ascent onto the horse, leaving them in awe as he effortlessly reached Gu Nianqing's side, his gallant demeanor leaving a lasting impression. Brother E, South Spirit bristled upon seeing Ichiji's declaration to team up with Gu Nianqing. Her displeasure evident. I want to team up with you. The princess already has a partner. Such behavior places the third prince in an awkward position, Ichiji retorted, silencing South Spirit. Meanwhile, Qin Minglang's expression was complex. Gu Nianqing's performance today was beyond his expectations. Miss Gu, what are your thoughts? His calm eyes, usually devoid of emotion, flickered with intrigue when they settled on Gu Nianqing, as if he were strategizing yet uncertain of her response. Gu Nianqing met the familiar gaze and smiled brightly. That would be wonderful, thank you, King of the North. The man's demeanor remained unchanged, yet Gu Nianqing sensed his buoyant mood. Sister, are you all right? Zhu Yuxuan dismounted hastily to assist Zhu Jiniao, who had taken quite a tumble. Ouch, my leg hurts terribly. I think it's broken. Zhu Jiniao wailed. Ji Yunqing, you did that on purpose, Zhu Yuxuan fumed. Accidents are inherent to polo, which I of yours witnessed my intent? Gu Nianqing countered. You intended for my sister to fall, yet I also noticed your sister directing her mallet towards me. It seems she attempted to cheat, but ended up falling instead. A smirk graced Gu Nianqing's lips, aware that Zhu Jinliao had indeed schemed against her. Had she chosen to evade that mallet, she too would have tumbled. Master Zhu, I clearly saw you and your sister trying to block my sister. Now you dare to turn the tables? Do you truly believe the Duke of the State has no one to rely upon? Gu Hongzhen's face darkened, incensed by Zhu Jinliao's relentless targeting of Nianqing. This time, Zhu Yuxuan had crossed a line, and Gu Hongzhen was prepared to retaliate. Nianqing is my sister. If this is merely a dispute between ladies, so be it. But should Master Zhu wish to involve himself, I shall not shy away from a confrontation. Zhu Yuxuan's expression shifted. Gu Hongzhen's words indicated a potential escalation. This was merely an accident. Let us put an end to it, Qin Minglang suggested. Zhu Yuxuan dared not protest further. They knew their actions were unjust, and many witnesses had observed the truth. Should matters escalate, they would be the ones to suffer. Zhu Jinliao's fall had already disqualified her family from the competition. However, the match was far from over. Wish to win. Ichiji regarded the spirited woman beside him, a brow raised. We must win. Gu Nianqing's voice was resolute. Very well. With the clang of the gong, the two charged forth. The black ribbon in the man's hair intertwined with the woman's purple one, both surging forward in synchrony, as if they were destined partners. The purple team scored. Another goal for the purple team. On the field, their coordination was seamless, as if they had played numerous matches together. The unspoken understanding they displayed was astonishing. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, it would have been hard to believe this was their first collaboration in polo. Chapter 10. Who lacks shame? Qin Minglang had not intended for the spotlight to be stolen by the King of the North, yet it was widely known that he had never lost a polo match. Not only that, but Gu Nianqing's skills were equally impressive. She was a woman who could hold her own against men. The purple team triumphed, with the final gong echoing. The match concluded. Ji Nianqing raised her mallet, her charming visage illuminated with joy. I have won. Thank you. It pleases me to see Miss Gu happy. Ichiji dismounted, allowing a servant to tend to his horse. Third brother, this is all your fault. South Spirit complained, her expression sour. Your skills are no match for Brother Yi's, which led to my defeat. Qin Minglang's expression soured as well. If you hadn't insisted on competing, this wouldn't have happened. The King of the North rarely played polo. Had he not seen Gu Nianqing enter alone, he likely would not have participated today. It is simply that you lack the necessary skill. After all, you failed to secure a victory during the first goal. Did you not? Now, we have not scored a single point throughout the entire match. What a disgrace. In this contest, Gu Nianqing and the King of the North had captivated the audience. Ji Hongzhen wore a smile, convinced that the King of the North was not as cold-blooded as the rumors suggested. Princess South Spirit. Gu Nianqing noticed South Spirit attempting to slip away and immediately called out to halt her. Have you forgotten something? South Spirit's countenance darkened, seething at the sight of Gu Nianqing's triumphant demeanor, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. If it weren't for Brother Yi's assistance, how could you have won? A win is a win, and you are not without your own support, Gu Nianqing retorted, unwilling to let the matter slide. Brother Yi, South Gongling interjected, somewhat displeased. Tio, honor the wager, Gu Nianqing stated, her voice devoid of warmth yet imbued with an undeniable authority. South Spirit instantly acquiesced, her reluctance palpable as she muttered, I concede, and I apologized, I am sorry. Yet her voice was but a whisper, barely audible. Speak clearly. Before Gu Nianqing could respond, a cold voice interjected, apologize properly. Gu Nianqing smiled faintly, glancing at the figure beside her. Today marked the second instance he had compelled someone to apologize on her behalf. She had not anticipated him to be the one to seek justice for her. The humiliation of South Spirit was palpable, prompting her to flee. Ji Nianqing called out, thank you for your assistance today. Even without my presence, your talent in polo would not guarantee defeat. But with you here, victory was assured, Gu Nianqing replied with a smile. Ichiji gazed deeply at the woman beside him, his profound eyes shimmering momentarily. His expression remained stoic, yet Gu Nianqing felt a surge of positivity radiating from his aura. Rather than mere verbal gratitude, I prefer something more tangible. Ji Nianqing? Nianqing, what are you still doing here? Qin Minglang's mood was already rather dismal. Ji Nianqing was in the midst of comforting him when he suddenly realized that Gu Nianqing had not yet returned. Instead, She was engaged in animated conversation with the Prince of Zhenbei on the racetrack in front of so many people. How could she disregard his dignity as her fiancé? Moreover, wasn't this Prince of Zhenbei known for his reluctance to engage in conversation? Why had he suddenly changed his demeanor today? Noticing the fury etched on Qin Minglang's brow, Gu Nianqing couldn't help but smirk coldly. This man had lost the match and still had the audacity to be angry with her. Come back with me. Qin Minglang grasped her arm with one hand, unhesitatingly pulling her back. Wait, you're hurting me. The pain radiating from her arm made Gu Nianqing frown, and she swiftly broke free from his grip. Had he gone mad? Normally, he complained about her clinging to him in public, embarrassing him, yet now he was dragging her back. Qin Minglang turned around, only to see Wei Xianqi standing protectively in front of Gu Nianqing, which only fueled his ire further. Prince of Zhenbei, my conversation with my fiancé should not concern you. Naturally, Wei Xianqi replied, but I have yet to finish speaking with Miss Gu. Qin Minglang laughed in anger. I was unaware of how familiar you were with my fiancé. Perhaps I should also have a listen. Gu Nianqing indeed had something to discuss with Wei Xianqi. Specifically, she needed to find a way to acquire the Qingdu fruit from him. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Minglang had already come to meddle. What an inconvenience, Your Highness, now is not the time for conversation. Let us discuss this another day, Gu Nianqing suggested. Wei Xianqi cast her a meaningful glance. Very well. Only then did Gu Nianqing head towards the resting area, with Qin Minglang closely following her. Once they had distanced themselves from Wei Xianqi, he could no longer contain his frustrations. Ji Nianqing, do not push your luck. Am I pushing my luck? Gu Nianqing retorted with a cold smile. In what way am I? You, an unmarried young woman, dare to team up with a man? And what of it? Gu Nianqing countered dismissively. Qin Minglang expressed disbelief. Do you not understand shame? You clearly know that Princess Nanling is deliberately targeting me, yet you choose to assist her and do not permit me to seek help? Gu Nianqing scoffed, fixing her gaze on him. Qin Minglang, who is truly shameless? Her words were sharp, entirely unlike her usual gentle demeanor. Faced with this side of her, Qin Minglang found himself utterly perplexed. The woman he had always deemed unremarkable had somehow managed to change the public's perception of her today through her prowess in polo. Despite his prior belief that she was utterly unappealing, her striking appearance in a purple outfit today was unexpectedly captivating. This feeling of being unable to control the situation only intensified his irritation. Nianqing, Minglang Gij, please do not quarrel, Gu Nianqing interjected, rushing over to mediate. Nianqing has only just returned and is unfamiliar with many customs. Calm down. Are you implying that I lack decorum? Gu Nianqing arched an eyebrow. I did not mean that, Qin Minglang stammered. Seeing her unrepentant attitude and the way she was bullying Gu Nianqing, he seized her arm with frustration. Ji Nianqing, do not be ungrateful, third prince, Gu Hongzhen's heavy voice boomed, his fair and refined face devoid of any mirth. What do you intend to do to my sister? Upon seeing this, Qin Minglang finally released Gu Nianqing. Ji, I did not mean. Your sister spoke no falsehood. She was bullied and I did not see the third prince come to her aid. Are you now here to reprimand my sister again? Qin Minglang's expression shifted slightly. That was not my intention. It is getting late. I shall take my sister home now. Farewell. With that, Gu Hongzhen coldly turned and led Gu Nianqing away. Chapter 11. Mysterious mark in the carriage. Gu Nianqing discreetly observed her older brother, who was even angrier than she was. Elder brother, please do not be upset. The third prince? I am not angry with him. I am angry with myself. Gu Hongzhen's face was filled with ire. Today, I failed to protect you, allowing you to be wronged. Ji Nianqing was taken aback, realizing that her elder brother was genuinely frustrated with himself, which almost made her laugh. Elder brother, I understand. In truth, she had already noticed that her brother had wanted to team up with her. But Gu Nianqing had clung to him with teary eyes. Her elder brother was always kind-hearted, and Gu Nianqing was his sister as well. However, she believed that once she exposed Gu Nianqing's hypocrisy, her brother would realize that he had only one sister. There is no need to rush. Observing Gu Nianqing's understanding demeanor, Gu Hongzhen couldn't help but feel moved. Nianqing, I have noticed that Nianqing seems to be having some issues. Perhaps she feels a sense of loss since your return. I believe she will come to understand. But you must also be cautious. Do you understand? He had discerned the underlying issue regarding the incident with the hot tea and was concerned about his sister's well-being. Gu Nianqing felt a swell of admiration for her elder brother's perceptiveness. In her past life, he was the first to notice such things, yet regrettably, she had not heeded his warnings. I understand, my lady. You were truly remarkable at the polo field today, he exclaimed exuberantly, gazing at Gu Nianqing. I heard many people praising you and the Prince of Junbei. You both displayed such remarkable synergy while playing. Gun Yinxing smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. They indeed had a synergy, for her polo skills had been taught by Wei Xianqi himself. On this very day in her past life, she had been compelled to play polo. Despite not knowing how to ride a horse, it was Wei Xianqi who had saved her when she fell. Now, to her surprise, she could ride, aided once more by Wei Xianqi. As Gun Yinxing brewed herself a cup of tea. She noticed a hint of confusion cross her face as she tasted it. This tea seems different. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this tea contained a trace of spiritual energy. Come and taste this tea. Does it not taste different? Gun Yinxing quickly handed a cup to Yi. After taking a sip, Yi's eyes lit up. My lady, this tea is truly more delicious than usual. In the Dian dynasty, those with spiritual roots could cultivate their powers, surpassing ordinary individuals. However, the cost to awaken spiritual roots was exorbitant, leaving many commoners with no opportunity to do so. Yi had not awakened her spiritual roots, so she simply thought the tea tasted better, while Gun Yinxing recognized its extraordinary quality. Why is this tea different? Yi asked curiously. Gun Yinxing examined the tea leaves, finding nothing unusual. They appeared to be the same tea she usually drank. The teapot was also ordinary, and the water had been drawn from the well. The tea was drawn from the well, Yi added. Gun Yinxing scrutinized the teapot, which contained a faint aura of spiritual energy. If she were to consume this tea regularly, it would surely benefit her health, and over time, Yi's spiritual roots might even awaken. What could be the source of this anomaly? Gun Yinxing brewed another pot of tea, only to discover that it still contained the faint spiritual energy. When Yi prepared a pot of tea that was indistinguishable from the usual, Gun Yinxing suddenly realized that the issue did not lie elsewhere but within herself. My brewed tea possesses spiritual energy? How is that possible? The young woman sat at the table, staring in disbelief at the tea before her, unable to fathom why her tea was different. Closing her eyes, she began to practice her cultivation technique. In truth, she had awakened her spiritual roots before returning to her family, but her cultivation level was only at the second tier of qi refining. Qi refining was divided into 9 tiers, and typically, cultivators awaken their roots by the age of 15, with some prodigies doing so even at 12 or younger. Now 17, she had only reached the second tier of qi refining, which indicated a poor foundation. In contrast, Gun Yinxing had reached the 7th tier of qi refining, yet her constant weeping led others to forget her true level. She had attempted to cultivate earnestly, but each time she found the process cumbersome, struggling to complete a cycle of qi flow, which ultimately led her to abandon her training. After laboriously completing a cycle, Gun Yinxing opened her eyes and unexpectedly caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror. The woman in the mirror had fair skin, but a dark pattern marred her right forehead, and a captivating Manjusaka totem bloomed at her brow. She hurried to the mirror, staring at the totem, which she had never possessed before. The enchanting Manjusaka was mysterious, elegant, and vibrant, exuding an alluring aura that captivated the soul. Slowly, she placed her right hand over the totem, her spiritual power instinctively spreading forth. In the next moment, Gun Yinxing found herself in an entirely different realm. Before her lay a dazzling expanse of stars against a black sky tinged with purple hues, each star twinkling like a dream. Surrounding her were blooming Manjusaka flowers, their vivid red resembling the brightest hue in existence, stretching endlessly. Could there truly be such a beautiful place? Gun Yinxing surveyed her surroundings, awestruck by the dreamlike scenery. The air was filled with a gentle spiritual energy that seemed to radiate light, gradually flowing into her being. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Gun Yinxing mused skeptically, suddenly realizing the most plausible explanation for this scene. Master, you have finally arrived. A sweet, melodious voice rang out, and Gun Yinxing beheld a soft, adorable little fox materializing before her. The fox, cloaked in a pristine white, possessed eyes that sparkled with the essence of humanity. And it was from its mouth that the words emerged. Can you speak? Gun Yinxing crouched down, astonished by the small fox, marveling at the peculiarity of her dream. Master, you are not dreaming. This is all real. The little fox replied. Gun Yinxing was taken aback. This small world has always existed within you. It is merely that the seal has never been broken, and I have had to wait for you to discover it. The little fox blinked its innocent eyes, seemingly questioning why it took her so long to appear. I never knew. Gun Yinxing gently stroked its head, the texture truly delightful, and suddenly recalled a previous scene. Saying, the Manjusaka at the center of my brow. She remembered seeing the totem in the mirror, which had also led her here, where the ground was adorned with blooming Manjusaka. evidently connected to one another. That is the mark that appeared after the seal was broken, the little fox explained. Chapter 12. The transformation of beauty. Through the little fox's introduction, Gu Nianxing accepted this astonishing reality. A place like this had always existed within her consciousness. Yet she had never encountered the opportunity to break the seal, thus never having the chance to know all of this, and now, she believed the reason she could break the seal was due to her rebirth. However, even if I have discovered this place, it seems to serve little purpose other than to enjoy the scenery. Gu Nianxing raised an eyebrow, for this place felt like a sanctuary, allowing one to forget all worries. Can I bring others here? The little fox shook its head. No, can you come out with me? Gu Nianxing inquired again. Your current strength is too weak, the little fox replied, looking helpless. Once your power increases, I can leave this place. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianxing sighed in resignation. Then you won't have the opportunity. At present, even running a full cycle is exceedingly difficult for me, and the prospect of enhancing my cultivation is truly daunting. If she could, she indeed wished to enhance her strength. After all, being powerful meant she would have nothing to fear. Yet, it seemed she lacked talent in this regard. While her elder brothers found the cycle effortless, she struggled immensely. Master, it's not that you lack talent. It's that the method of cultivation you are following is incorrect. Gu Nianxing furrowed her brows. Perplexed, I am currently cultivating the ancestral methods of the Gu family. My father and the others all practice this, so there should be no issue with these techniques. For ordinary cultivators, that may be true, but you are different. You are a naturally gifted spirit body, inherently a prodigy in cultivation. However, due to your unique constitution, the techniques you practice differ from conventional ones, and the method of circulating your energy will also vary if you continue with ordinary techniques. You will find it just as difficult to complete a single cycle. The little fox sighed, seeing its master struggle in misdirected cultivation for so long, feeling utterly anxious yet unable to intervene. Is that so? Gu Nianxing was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she had always been diligent in her cultivation, driven by a lack of security since returning to the family. Although she was the biological child of her parents, she felt overshadowed by Gu Nianxing. Even though everyone in the household treated her well, she still harbored a sense of inferiority. Thus, during the quiet hours of the night, she had relentlessly pursued her cultivation. Were it not for this, she would not have even reached the second tier of qi refinement. However, after much effort, she discovered that she still fell short compared to others who cultivated casually, leading her to resign to her fate. Now, to learn that she was not only not a failure but, in fact, a genius. I have heard of the naturally gifted spirit body. It is said that such individuals are exceedingly rare. Yet they possess a unique vocation, Spirit Affinities Master. Gu Nianxing's clear eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to the little fox. Is that correct? The little fox nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is the Spirit Affinities Master. The Spirit Affinities Master is one of the rarest professions compared to others, and it is even possible that an entire dynasty may not produce a single one, for a naturally gifted spirit body is a rare treasure. A Spirit Affinities Master can imbue the objects they create with spiritual energy, just as the tea she brewed previously, which was mere ordinary water, but became infused with spirit after her touch. This spiritual energy can strengthen the body, assist cultivators in their practice, and even help awaken spiritual roots. The stronger their power, the greater the abilities of the Spirit Affinities Master. As of now, she was only at the second tier of qi refinement, which limited her to such minor feats. In this moment, Gu Nianxing finally comprehended the origins of previous events, realizing that in her past life, she had been a failure, while in this life, she had the chance to defy destiny. With a magnificent opportunity laid out before her, it was akin to having a pillow delivered just when one wished to sleep. Master, follow me. The little fox dashed ahead, with Gu Nianxing closely trailing behind. Beneath the resplendent starry sky, vast fields of red manjasaka bloomed, and a graceful figure followed closely behind a small white fox, the gentle breeze tousling her hair and skirt, creating a scene reminiscent of a painting. As they hurried along, Gu Nianxing suddenly noticed fireflies dancing ahead, their flickering lights adding a unique beauty to the expansive flowery. As they drew nearer, she beheld a glowing book at the center of the fireflies. Spirit Affinity Techniques? Gu Nianxing's eyes lit up, and upon discerning the contents, her heart was struck with astonishment. The little fox nodded encouragingly, seeming to urge her forward. She slowly extended her hand, lightly tapping the glowing technique, and in the next instant, an endless stream of knowledge flooded her mind. Miss, are you all right? Having been out for a while, noticed her mistress lying on the bed, unresponsive to her calls, and grew anxious. I am fine. Gu Nianxing shook her heavy head. The new cultivation techniques had already filled her mind, and she was too preoccupied to explain as she began to practice. As the technique was set in motion, she felt an immediate difference. The sense of obstruction vanished, and she found the entire cycle flowing with unprecedented ease. Not only that, but the absorption of elemental energy was significantly greater than before. At this moment, she finally understood that she had been cultivating the wrong technique all along. She was not a failure after all. In the following days, Gu Nianxing immersed herself in closed-door cultivation, neither stepping outside nor engaging with the world, while she utilized all her cultivation resources without reservation. How much silver do I have left? Gu Nianxing emerged from her cultivation state, having indeed made progress. However, she realized that the speed of enhancement via medicinal baths was considerably faster than ordinary cultivation, yet regrettably, the medicinal solution had run out. Miss, you have 1,000 taels. Smiled. Is there something you wish to buy? 1,000 taels, Gu Nianxing stood, declaring, let us go out. On the streets of the imperial city, the crowd bustled with life, the air filled with the sounds of vendors calling out. Gu Nianxing secured her hair with a band, concealing the dark pattern on her forehead, her 3,000 strands of hair, not arranged into the usual gentle and demure bun, but instead tied into a high ponytail with a red ribbon, presenting a look that was less delicate and more spirited. After changing into this new attire, she felt a newfound sense of freedom. Previously, she had adhered to Gu Nianxing's aesthetic, but now it was clear that what suited her did not necessarily suit herself. Gazed at her with admiration, noticing how her mistress had transformed since awakening from her fall into the lake. She seemed more independent and even more beautiful. Chapter 13. Enemies on a narrow path. Miss, where are we headed now? First, we shall visit the herbal shop. Gu Nianxing smiled brightly, her fair and lovely face glowing even more radiantly. Her sole focus was on enhancing her strength. Only when she became powerful could she protect those she wished to safeguard. Today's outing was primarily to procure the herbs necessary for cultivation. She knew how to prepare the potions required for qi refinement, so all she needed was to buy the herbs and concoct the solutions herself. However, when Gu Nianxing exited the herbal shop, she could not help but feel a headache coming on. 100 taels. I spent 100 taels on just this little bit of herbs. No wonder her elder brother often complained about insufficient funds. Cultivation truly was an expensive endeavor. Gu Nianxing couldn't help but lament. In her past life, being a cultivation failure had seemingly saved her quite a bit of money. If this continued, even 1,000 taels would not be enough. Originally, 1,000 taels sufficed for her daily expenses, as she spent most of her time at home and rarely needed to spend money. Yet now, having spent so much on merely herbs, and with the rapid consumption of medicinal solutions during cultivation, it was clear that 1,000 taels would not last long. Miss, is this much herbal material not enough? Asked, puzzled, as she was unaware of her mistress's plans. I need to find a way to earn money. Gu Nianxing pondered. In her previous life, she had learned medicine under Wei Xianqi, and she was familiar with the recipes for the potions, so she could rest assured for the time being regarding the medicinal solutions required for cultivation. If she were to sell these potions, making money would be a certainty. However, it would soon draw attention, as these were recipes unique to Wei Xianqi. Reflecting on it now, Wei Xianqi had never shied away from her, casually sharing such precious recipes. At the very least, as a rare spirit affinities master, it should be feasible for her to create and sell some items, right? Gu Nianxing raised her eyebrows slightly. Now that she herself was a spirit master, earning a bit of silver was certainly within her means. Why, lady, where shall we go now? Since we are already out, let us visit the Zui Xiang Lu. Zui Xiang Lu is one of the most prosperous taverns in the imperial city, renowned for its exquisite dishes that tantalize the senses, making it her favorite establishment. At this moment, it was already noon, and the tavern was bustling with patrons, filled to capacity. After inquiring with the server, Gu Nianxing discovered that all the private rooms were occupied. Unfazed, she settled into an empty spot in the main hall. Sit. Hesitated, saying, my lady, this is against the rules. What rules? When one is out, must you stand idly by? Gu Nianxing insisted, pulling to sit beside her. From now on, you are my good sister. When our parents are present, it may be different, but when it is just the two of us, there is no need for pretense. Having returned to the Gu family for less than a year, was a maid assigned to her by her mother. Always considering Gu Nianxing's needs, in contrast, Gu Nian'an was an adversary. This was true sisterhood. Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling deeply touched by how well her lady had treated her. And recently, she sensed an even greater kindness. She silently vowed to take good care of her lady in the future. As soon as Gu Niansheng took her seat, many in the hall turned their attention to the young lady in white. Draped in an elegant white gauze dress that flowed gracefully, a red sash embroidered with intricate patterns accentuated her slender waist. A matching red ribbon adorned her forehead, and her long hair was elegantly tied up high in a ponytail. Distinct from the usual hairstyles of girls, her skin was as pale as snow, translucent in the sunlight, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. Her eyes sparkled like glass, filled with vitality, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Confidence radiated from her, akin to the warmth of sunlight, brightening the mood of those who beheld her. Since when did the imperial city acquire such a beauty? Her charm is entirely different from that of ordinary girls. I dare say she surpasses even the renowned beauty, Gu Nian'en. Speaking of the first beauty, 20 years ago it was the Duchess of the Zhangguo, and thereafter, the title had passed to Gu Nian'en. Initially, I was somewhat eager for the return of the true eldest daughter of the Gu family, but I was disappointed to find her quite plain. Take a good look at this girl. Her beauty and figure are truly exceptional. Many men present were captivated by her dazzling presence, finding her utterly enchanting. Ji Niansheng glanced at the man at the neighboring table, who appeared to be quite interested in Gu Nian'en. The man remarked, I heard that today Gu Nian'en went to the lake with the third prince, yet Gu Niansheng did not accompany them. Perhaps there is more to this. It is hardly surprising. As everyone had believed that Gu Nian'en and the third prince would soon be wed. Now, with Gu Niansheng's sudden return, it seems that fate has played a hand. Listening to the opinions of those around her, Gu Niansheng realized that many believed her presence had disrupted the couple. My lady, please do not be upset, Yi said, her face filled with concern. She had refrained from mentioning this matter to Gu Niansheng, not wanting to cause her distress, yet it seemed the tavern was abuzz with gossip. It's nothing. Gu Niansheng waved her hand dismissively. What do I have to be upset about? I have been busy with my training these past few days and had almost forgotten about Qin Minglang. In truth, it might be for the best to dissolve this engagement. After all, there is no possibility of me being with Qin Minglang. However, ending the engagement would not be a straightforward task. As a subject, one cannot refuse a royal marriage decree, so she would need a grand excuse to annul it and make a point of stepping on Qin Minglang's pride. At that moment, the tavern fell into a brief hush, followed by a soft, gentle voice. Sister, what brings you here? Gu Niansheng turned to see Gu Nian'en entering alongside Qin Minglang, the latter's face still bearing a smile that faltered slightly upon seeing her. What a coincidence, Gu Niansheng replied coolly, making no move to rise. I happened to pass by and thought I would indulge in a meal. However, upon realizing that the young lady in white was Gu Nian'en's sister, the expressions of the hall's patrons shifted to one of intrigue. Sister? Could it be that this young lady is Gu Niansheng? They exchanged glances, astonished that the very person they had been discussing was right beside them. Wasn't it said that Gu Niansheng was plain and unattractive? Yet, upon meeting her, she was strikingly beautiful, perhaps even more so than Gu Nian'en. Indeed, I agree. Those rumors were clearly unfounded. As chapter 14 unfolds, Gu Nian'en beheld her sister's refined appearance for the first time. The dark patterns on her forehead were concealed beneath the ribbon, revealing her exquisite features. Gone were the days of her odd attire and unflattering makeup. She had undergone a transformation that was nothing short of remarkable. In that instant, Gu Nian'en was taken aback, realizing that Gu Niansheng truly was the sister of Gu Hongzhan. And her beauty was undeniable. Qin Minglang was equally taken aback, unable to reconcile the striking figure before him with the Gu Niansheng he had despised. It was only upon hearing her familiar voice that he recognized this enchanting lady was indeed his betrothed, whom he had loathed. From the moment he entered the tavern, he had been captivated by her elegance, her white attire ethereal, with a touch of red that caught the eye. Yet, he could hardly connect this vision of loveliness with Gu Niansheng. Seeing Qin Minglang gaze at Gu Niansheng in astonishment, Gu Nian'en felt a pang of resentment. She had truly underestimated her sister. Sister, we didn't mean to neglect you. It seems you have been quite busy these past few days. So I didn't want to intrude, Gu Nian'en said anxiously, her voice tinged with tension, her clear eyes resembling a frightened fawn, worried that her sister might be displeased. I never said you were neglecting me, Gu Niansheng replied nonchalantly, not even glancing at Qin Minglang. Please, go ahead and enjoy your meal. She had ordered an array of delightful dishes and had no intention of wasting them due to the presence of these two. I see you are doing this deliberately, Qin Minglang interjected, displeased. This woman hasn't so much as glanced at me, Gu Niansheng frowned, wondering if he was truly seeking trouble. You know that Nian'en loves to come to this tavern. We planned to come here after our outing by the lake, so you deliberately chose this place. Qin Minglang scrutinized her, as if he could see through her intentions. Nian asked about you a few days ago. If you wish to come, you could have simply said so. Why put on this charade for whom? At this, Gu Niansheng chuckled lightly. I must ask, are you perhaps overthinking things? Is this tavern owned by you? Is there a rule that states I cannot come if you are here? Furthermore, you know Nianin will definitely come. I truly had no idea. My understanding of her is far less than yours. Wouldn't you agree, third prince? Her charming face radiated a sweet smile, her demeanor carefree and nonchalant, devoid of any hint of jealousy. Ji Yunyan quickly interjected, Sister, Ming Lang and I are absolutely not what you think. Please do not misunderstand. What is it that I am supposed to think? Gu Niansheng countered. I have said nothing, so do not label me unjustly. This man often played the victim, leading others to believe she was the bully. Previously, she had been naive, unable to see Gu Nian's true nature. Now, she would not allow anyone to cast such aspersions upon her. Gu Nian was taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice trembling, Sister, are you angry with me? The onlookers found the scene quite amusing. Ji Yunyan and the third prince had gone on an outing without Gu Niansheng, and now she had come to the tavern to confront them. Was this not akin to catching them in the act? It seems Miss Gu has a point. Perhaps she merely coincidentally came for a meal. She never claimed to be upset, yet Nian suddenly cries. Is this not a case of there's no silver here? This engagement had always been peculiar. It was initially arranged for Gu Niansheng, yet her disappearance had led everyone to assume she would marry Gu Nian instead. Now, with her unexpected return, it was a tangled web of misunderstandings, further complicated by this dramatic scene. Upon hearing such sentiments leaning towards Gu Niansheng, Gu Nian's eyes grew even redder. Sister, please do not be angry with me. She reached out to grasp Gu Niansheng's sleeve, but the latter merely brushed her hand away. This moment did not escape Qin Minglang's notice. Seeing Gu Nian wronged, he exclaimed, Gu Niansheng, do not act irrationally. Nian has done nothing wrong. Your aggressiveness is utterly excessive. Gu Niansheng felt speechless. Her previously calm demeanor now bore a frosty edge. Did they truly believe she harbored no temper? I have said nothing from the beginning. She turned to face the two of them directly. I merely came for a meal. I said I was not upset, yet you insist that I am. I say I am upset, and you claim I am being unreasonable. Am I to be angry or not? Perhaps you could enlighten me on how I should feel in this moment. Listening to this discourse, Qin Minglang remained steadfast in his opinion. He grasped Gu Niansheng's arm, lowering his voice. Do not presume that I am ignorant of your intentions. At such a time, your presence here, what will others think of Nian? The man's tone revealed a hint of thinly veiled anger, and it was evident that his patience was waning. On the verge of eruption, in contrast, Gu Niansheng responded with a smile rather than anger. According to your logic, the issue lies not within the circumstances themselves, but rather that I should not be here. Her voice rose slightly, her bright eyes brimming with sarcasm and amusement. I have always been aware of the third prince's esteemed status, but I was unaware that it prohibited my presence at Zui Xianglu. With a flick of her wrist, she freed herself from Qin Minglang's grasp, her lips curving into a delicate, enchanting smile. I apologize if I disappoint you, but I am here today to meet a friend. A friend? Qin Minglang furrowed his brow in suspicion. What friend could you possibly meet? He had known Gu Niansheng for quite some time and was acutely aware that she had no friends in the imperial city, spending her days confined to the Gu residence, rarely venturing out. Yet here she was, claiming to be meeting a friend. Gu Niansheng's gaze lifted slightly, landing upon a familiar figure in a private booth on the second floor. She had noticed that presence earlier, and the phrase fateful encounters resonated profoundly in this moment. In the booth, Han Quan and Jiang Cheng had been observing the lively scene below. They were not acquainted with the third prince, but they were taken aback to see Miss Gu's gaze directed toward them. Beside them, Wei Xianqi chuckled. This young lady truly possesses remarkable audacity. Han Quan set down his wine cup, exclaiming in disbelief. Who doesn't know that Wei Xianqi is indifferent to women? Every young lady has tried various methods to gain his attention, yet they have all failed to even receive a glance. And now she claims her appointment today is with Wei Xianqi? Jiang Cheng recalled a scene from the polo field days prior, where Wei Xianqi's reaction had been entirely uncharacteristic. Do you not remember the young lady who assisted Xianqi at the polo match? Jiang Cheng nudged Han Quan, hinting fervently. Han Quan froze, scrutinizing Gu Niansheng below with newfound incredulity. Is this truly the same young lady from that day? I distinctly recall her not being so striking. Wasn't it said that the Gu family's eldest daughter was plain and obsessed with the third prince? Upon seeing her today, it seemed their relationship was not as it appeared. Qin Minglang, following Gu Niansheng's gaze to the second floor, felt his expression shift upon recognizing that familiar figure. The man was clad in a black brocade robe, adorned with a dark-patterned gold belt, his face concealed by a distinctive silver mask. Wei Xinqi's gaze fell upon the white-clad figure below, and in the silent clash of their eyes, cold yet sharp, sparks ignited. "You are here to meet the king of Zhenbei." Qin Minglang clearly did not believe it. "Then why are you here alone in the hall?" "This prince has an appointment with Miss Gu today, and upon noticing Han Quan and Jiang Cheng upstairs, I merely came to greet them." I had not anticipated such a misunderstanding. Wei Xinqi descended gracefully, leaning against the railing with a casual elegance, soon standing beside Gu Nianzheng. At that moment, Jiang Cheng also rose, suggesting, "Since fate has brought us together today, Xinqi, why not accompany Miss Gu upstairs?" Witnessing this exchange, Qin Minglang fell into silence, astonished by the unfolding events. Ji Yunyanqing's face blossomed into a smile as she looked at Wei Xinqi. "Your Highness, shall we proceed upstairs?" "Certainly." Just as Gu Nianqing prepared to follow Wei Xinqi, Qin Minglang grasped her once more. "What business do you have with the king of Zhenbei, third prince? I trust this matter does not require your explanation?" Gu Nianqing replied. Qin Minglang recalled the day at the polo field when she had mentioned meeting Wei Xinqi again, astonished that it was indeed true. "Do not forget, you are my fiancé." The man's voice was laced with frustration, yet Gu Nianqing merely smiled gently, her demeanor sweet and compliant. "Third prince, you must be mistaken. I know your relationship with your sister is pure, and I have always trusted you. My rapport with the king is similarly innocent, and I am confident you will understand, correct?" Her clear, unclouded gaze radiated innocence, as if this were the most straightforward matter. Qin Minglang's grip slowly loosened. Having reached this point in the conversation, if he were to persist, it would only imply that his intentions were less than honorable. "The third prince is indeed forthright. I can see that he comprehends," Wei Xinqi remarked. Qin Minglang, gazing at the man before him, felt his resentment momentarily subside, yet he could not fathom why Wei Xinqi treated Gu Nianqing differently. Countless young women sought Wei Xinqi's attention, yet he remained indifferent. Why was it different with Nianqing? Gu Nianqing ascended to the second floor alongside Wei Xinqi, where they were greeted by Han Quan and Jiang Cheng. "Miss Gu, you truly live up to your reputation," Jiang Cheng remarked with a smile. Gu Nianqing was not unfamiliar with either of them. Although Wei Xinqi was reserved, his friends were few, yet each was trustworthy. "Live up to my reputation?" She chuckled lightly. "If I recall correctly, my reputation in the imperial city is rather unfavorable." Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had merely been extending a customary compliment, forgetting the unfortunate reality of her reputation. "Rumors cease with the wise. Upon meeting you, I sensed the fallacy in such claims, merely a distortion that has marred your name." He was uncertain of the origin of such slander, but he believed it to be entirely unfounded. Understanding that Jiang Cheng was merely flattering her, Gu Nianqing replied with a gentle smile, "You possess a discerning eye." Young Master Jiang Cheng beheld her smile. He could not help but marvel inwardly. Were those fools blind? The eldest daughter of the Gu family was undoubtedly more beautiful than the so-called first beauty. Gu Nianin, with every arch of her brow and curl of her lips, she exuded an enchanting allure that captivated the soul. Just as Jiang Cheng admired her beauty, an icy chill enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine as he instinctively recoiled. Wei Xinqi's gaze rested upon him, his expression unchanged, yet Jiang Cheng sensed a lethal threat emanating from those depths. "This is dire," he thought, recognizing that such a gaze foretold impending misfortune. Han Quan, meanwhile, was fervently signaling him, his eyes nearly twitching in urgency, mentally cursing this man for dragging him into his troubles. "Ouch!" Jiang Cheng clutched his abdomen, awkwardly stating, "I apologize, but my stomach has suddenly begun to ache. I fear I must take my leave." Han Quan mirrored his actions. "I believe we may have eaten something that disagreed with us. We shall excuse ourselves now." As the two hastily retreated, Gu Nianqing could not help but sigh at their clumsy excuses. It was indeed characteristic of Wei Xinqi's stern demeanor. The term Wei Guanyin was her own creation. While others might speak of wife control, these two were like mice in the presence of a cat, forced to comply. "Miss Gu, it seems I have only just learned of your appointment with this prince. Had we not fortuitously crossed paths, I might have missed it." The man's voice, deep and resonant, was laced with a magnetic charm that spoke of maturity. Ji Yunyanqing was aware that her little ruse had been discerned by Wei Xinqi, and she harbored no intentions of concealment. "I came today with the hope of encountering your highness by chance. It seems fortune has smiled upon me." "Oh?" The corners of his brows lifted slightly. "Could it be that Miss Gu has come to a decision and intends to offer herself to me?" Cough. coughed Gun Yanqing, caught mid-sip of tea, nearly choked on his words. Indeed, Wei Xianqi had a penchant for startling revelations. The memory of his insistence to take her home in her past life surfaced, igniting a playful spirit within her. Young Master Wei, you must be aware that I am already betrothed, though you not fear the Emperor's wrath should you demand my hand? Her engagement was indeed a royal decree, and even if she wished to dissolve it, she required a plausible excuse to shift all responsibility onto Qin Minglang, though you believe. I fear. Wei Xianqi gazed at her with unflinching calmness. His eyes devoid of any ripple of emotion. Ji Yanqing pondered. It seemed he truly did not fear. Let us disregard that for now. Your Highness, I have come today in search of the Qing Du Gua. Gun Yanqing's eyes sparkled with determination. To rid herself of this poison, she needed that rare fruit. Regrettably, it was exceedingly scarce, and her inquiries at the apothecary yielded no results. Wei Xianqi was her sole hope. Upon hearing the term Qing Du Gua, a glimmer of interest flickered in Wei Xianqi's eyes, though it swiftly returned to normalcy. Go be honest. I am in dire need of the Qing Du Gua. Should you be willing to part with it, I shall pay any price. Ji Yanqing's gaze was earnest. She was determined to reshape her destiny, shedding the title of an unattractive woman. This prince lacks not for wealth. Then what does your Highness require? I shall see if I can procure it. Ji Yanqing inquired tentatively. This prince lacks nothing. Ji Yanqing stared at Wei Xianqi in exasperation. Had he not always treated her with kindness? There were countless times she had said nothing, and he had presented her with gifts. Why had his demeanor changed so drastically this time? What is it that you lack? I will find a way to obtain it. No matter what, Wei Xianqi suddenly propped himself against Gun Yanqing, closing the distance between them rapidly. The familiar scent of sandalwood enveloped her. Gazing at the handsome face mere inches away, even obscured by a silver mask. He remained extraordinarily handsome, stirring an irresistible desire within her to unveil the mask and behold his true visage. Can one truly obtain anything they desire? The man's deep voice resonated beside her. Laced with an ambiguous undertone, Ji Yanqing felt the warmth on her cheeks rise, her heart racing with each beat. Naturally, a devilish smile slowly curled at the corners of the man's lips as he regarded her intently. Declaring, this prince lacks a consort. Ji Yanqing? You may extend credit and repay later. Extending credit? Gun Yanqing's eyes twinkled with curiosity. She had never seen Wei Xianqi so amiable. Tentatively, she asked, might it be possible not to repay? Impossible. No one dares to default on my debts. Ji Yanqing sighed inwardly. The Prince of Zhenbei was indeed a significant figure within the Great Xia dynasty. Even the emperor spoke to him with utmost respect. Unlike with ordinary subjects, if she were to truly default, she would likely meet a tragic end in the streets. Your Highness is exceedingly gracious. Ji Yanqing smiled sweetly, rising to her feet, and earnestly stated, I have never been one to favor credit. I shall seek you only when I can pay in full. With that, she placed the tea leaves she had prepared onto the table. Your Highness? You aided me last time. This is my token of gratitude. I hope you find it to your liking. Wei Xianqi observed Gun Yanqing's retreating figure and then glanced at the tea leaves on the table, a faint smile spreading across his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, he commanded, take the Qingdu fruit to auction, and be sure to convey this news to the Duke of Zhenghua. As you command. Once outside the Zuexiang building, Gun Yanqing touched her flushed cheeks, still warm to the touch. When had Wei Xianqi become so handsome? Gun Yanqing murmured to herself, recalling that she had never felt bashful in his presence before. What a peculiar situation. Miss, the Prince of Zhenbei is indeed a handsome man. Even without revealing his full face, he is already one of the 4 talents of the imperial city. They say if he were to unveil his true appearance, he would undoubtedly be the most handsome man of all. Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she spoke of the Prince of Zhenbei. Ji Yanqing paused, suddenly reminded that she was not alone. Thankfully, Yi had remained downstairs and had not ascended, or else the earlier scene would have been quite the spectacle, as it not said that the Prince of Zhenbei is a fearsome figure. The harbinger of death, that is merely a reputation born from the battlefield, not an evil name, Yi clarified. Though the Prince of Zhenbei is indeed cold in nature, I believe his willingness to assist you is far from the rumors. Gun Yanqing looked at Yi, who was earnestly explaining, and realized that she had become a little fan of Wei Xianqi, the Duke of Zhenghua's residence. Upon Gun Yanqing's return, she discovered Qin Minglang standing in her courtyard, causing her brow to furrow. Yanqing. Qin Minglang approached quickly, suppressing his inner irritation. By the time he stood before Gun Yanqing, his expression had returned to its usual warmth. What business did you have with the Prince of Zhenbei today? Merely a casual chat, she replied nonchalantly. You are my betrothed, yet you sought out the Prince of Zhenbei. Such news would not be well received, Qin Minglang stated solemnly. Ji Yunyanqing dismissed his concern. Did you not also go boating with Ninan today? Rumor has it that you two are a genuine couple. I do not mind. Why should you? Upon hearing this, Qin Minglang realized that Gu Nianqing was intentionally provoking him out of jealousy. Nianqing, are you feeling jealous? Gu Nianqing felt a wave of disdain. This man truly had the audacity. Just as she was preparing to retort, she caught sight of a hem of a skirt peeking from outside the courtyard. And an idea struck her. Minglang, I have been away from home for years. Everyone believes this engagement is between you and Nianin. Upon reflection, I too find you and Nianin to be a more fitting pair. Why not allow me to inform father and have the engagement settled for my sister instead? Qin Minglang was taken aback, gazing at the woman before him. Clad in flowing white, her red sash accentuating her slender waist. Her fair skin radiated a captivating glow. The dark markings on her forehead were entirely concealed, and her exquisite features were nothing short of perfection. Her lively eyes held an enchanting allure, leaving one breathless at a mere glance. He had always despised Gu Nianqing for her coarseness and ugliness, yet at this moment, she appeared stunningly beautiful, her words imbued with sweetness, making him feel as if he had never truly known her. Eavesdropping from the courtyard gate, Gu Nianin could hardly contain her excitement upon hearing this. She and Minglang had long shared a mutual affection, yet Gu Nianqing's sudden return had disrupted everything. She wished to marry Minglang but could not speak her mind, only acquiescing to her parents' persuasion. Minglang assured her not to worry. As long as Gu Nianqing created trouble, everyone would deem them incompatible, and the Duke of Zhenguo would naturally change his mind. However, she had not anticipated that Gu Nianqing would mention this matter herself today, thereby eliminating the need for any further complications. Nianqing, I merely regard Nianin as a younger sister. You are overthinking it. Qin Minglang took Gu Nianqing's hand, studying her countenance closely. Truly, she was the daughter of the most beautiful woman, far surpassing Nianin in looks. Is that so? Indeed. Next time we go boating, I shall ensure to bring you along, if that pleases you. Gu Nianqing noticed that the hem of the dress had vanished from the corner. A playful smile gracing her lips. Very well. In the past, she had been blinded by infatuation, believing Qin Minglang to be perfect in every way, when in fact, he was merely a lecherous man. Though he later married Gu Nianin, he had not lacked for female companionship. In hindsight, his flirtations were unmistakable. Chapter 17. Rarity breeds value. The following day, Gu Nianqing suddenly learned that the auction house would be selling a Chengdu fruit in 3 days, leaving her astonished. Who would have thought such a fortunate opportunity would arise? She paused her training, prepared a few items, and made her way to the auction house. Miss, if you wish to bid on something, why not simply inform the master? Yi could not help but interject. She was unaware of what Gu Nianqing intended to bid on, but given the master's affection for her, he would surely find a way to secure it for her. No need, and do not mention this to anyone. Ji Yunyanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. The source of the poison remained unclear. It was best not to alert the enemy and to keep her intentions concealed. Moreover, her matters with Gu Nianin were far from resolved. She had to retain some leverage. Understood. The MO auction house. Upon entering, Gu Nianqing found the atmosphere quite lively. The establishment often hosted individuals seeking to sell or pawn their items. And with the grand auction approaching in 3 days, the number of patrons was even greater today. Ji Yunyanqing approached the consignment area, where 2 individuals were already in line. After a brief wait, she stepped forward. What does the young lady wish to consign? Placing her brocade box on the table, she replied, Tea leaves. The man paused, looking puzzled. Excuse me, what did you say? Tea leaves, Ji Yunyanqing repeated, her current abilities insufficient to rely on alchemy for silver. The only asset she had was her talent as a spirit imbuer. Ordinary tea leaves would not qualify for auction, but tea leaves imbued by a spirit imbuer were an entirely different matter. Such tea would contain spiritual energy, aiding in the enhancement of one's abilities and the unblocking of spiritual roots. The man initially thought Gu Nianqing had lost her senses, but upon hearing her words, his expression shifted. Are you referring to tea leaves imbued by a spirit imbuer? Precisely. The man immediately stood, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. A spirit imbuer was an exceedingly rare profession, and each one was a coveted existence. The great Xia dynasty had never seen a spirit imbuer, making such items exceedingly rare. If this were true, the auction would surely attract a multitude of bidders. Please wait, I shall verify this immediately. Very well. Ji Yunyanqing waited patiently. Currently, she was merely a first-tier spirit imbuer. and her imbued spiritual energy was limited. As her strength grew, so too would the efficacy of her imbued items. Even so, rarity breeds value, and she believed she could fetch a commendable price. Sure enough, when the man returned, his attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Young lady, this is indeed tea imbued with spiritual energy. You may rest assured to consign it at our auction house. Ji Yunyinching nodded. The Mo auction house was the largest in the imperial city, known for its integrity, so she felt secure. Take care, and we welcome you to visit often. After leaving the auction house, Gunyinching stepped into an alley and removed her black cloak. For the time being, it was best not to reveal her identity. Strolled along the street, following her mistress's instructions to scout for any taverns available for purchase. She was perplexed by her mistress's sudden change. Previously, Gunyinching had refused to leave the house, yet now she sought to engage in business. Have you found anything suitable? Miss, this street is the busiest in the imperial city, and most taverns thrive. Rarely available for transfer. However, there is one tavern that is indeed up for transfer. Which one? The Jinchualu up ahead, pointed ahead, noting that the owner of the Jinchualu had amassed enough wealth and was planning to return home. Which is why the tavern was up for sale. Behind the establishment lay the picturesque Infeng Lake, a sight to behold, and its location was prime. However, one could expect the asking price to be quite steep. Let us take a look. Upon arriving at Jinchualu, Gunyin Shang surveyed the tavern's surroundings and indeed found the location to be exceptional, even superior to that of Zue Xianglu. Unfortunately, the menu here was somewhat lacking, which rendered its fame and business inferior to Zue Xianglu. Miss, our tavern is no longer in operation, the steward announced as he emerged. Jiunyin Shang glanced at the interior ambience and the visible lake behind, then turned to inquire, I have heard that you are selling this tavern. May I ask the price? The steward instantly understood her intent and replied, Miss, what price would you be willing to offer? Several individuals have already expressed interest in purchasing, and I shall announce my decision tomorrow. What offers have others made? Gunyin Shang was not surprised. Such a tavern would undoubtedly attract numerous buyers. 2,000 taels. Upon hearing this figure, Gunyin Shang inwardly sighed. It was indeed quite exorbitant. A common person's monthly wage barely amounted to 1 tael of silver, and 2 or 3 taels were already considered a comfortable living. Previously, she had 1,000 taels and felt quite wealthy, but after purchasing some medicinal materials, she was left with only 900. Her only hope now rested on the auction 3 days hence. I offer 2,100 taels. The steward's eyes brightened. Very well, miss, you will need to pay a deposit of 500 taels. Should someone else purchase the tavern, it will be returned to you tomorrow. Understood. After Gunyin Shang and the steward formalized the agreement, she returned home. Miss, this still leaves a shortfall of 1,200 taels. Could not help but fret for her. To her, 1,000 taels was already a substantial sum, and she was astonished that her mistress could spend it all in just 2 days. One must risk to gain. Earning from the tavern in the future will suffice. Gunyin Shang replied nonchalantly. Her father, as the Duke of the State, served loyally and was a righteous official. Although the family had some savings, it likely was not substantial. The money she possessed was bestowed upon her by her loving parents, and she did not wish for them to sacrifice too much for her sake. The Wang residence of the Northern Duke, Zhang Cheng and Han Quan, arrived to find Wei Xianqi still practicing martial arts. The servants had already announced their presence, so the two entered the room. That moment, Zhang Cheng noticed a new box of tea leaves on the table, which piqued his curiosity. Wei Xianqi typically drank tribute tea and never indulged in other varieties. What could this be? Han Quan examined the tea leaves. Although they were well packaged, they still paled in comparison to what Wei Xianqi usually consumed. Shall we brew a cup to taste? Zhang Cheng suggested. His interest piqued as he opened the ornate box and looked at the leaves. His expression turned peculiar. Han Quan, doesn't this tea resemble the biluacun we often see? Yet, it feels somehow different, as if it is not the ordinary biluacun. Chapter 18. No unprofitable transactions. Is it merely a jar of tea leaves? Can you truly discern its worth? Han Quan dismissed Zhang Cheng's curiosity, regarding him as overly pedantic. Zhang Cheng prepared a pot of tea, and as he brewed it, the aroma wafted through the air, infused with a hint of spiritual energy. Am I imagining things? After taking a sip, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Mm. Han Quan looked at him quizzically. What has you so stirred up over a mere cup of tea? Han Quan, this is no ordinary tea. It possesses spiritual energy. You must try it. Han Quan, skeptical, took a sip, and soon the two exchanged astonished glances. Unable to hide their excitement, I knew the sudden change in tea must indicate something unusual. This tea indeed has spiritual energy. Jiang Cheng felt quite clever for uncovering the truth. Han Quan examined the tea in his hand. Recognizing its considerable spiritual essence, consuming it regularly would not only bolster one's health, but also aid in cultivation. It was rumored that tea crafted by spirit masters possessed such effects, yet no spirit masters existed within the entire Great Xia dynasty. Wei Xianqi was truly remarkable for acquiring such a treasure. When Wei Xianqi returned, he immediately noticed the opened ornate box on the table, and his calm demeanor swiftly turned cold. Jiang Cheng, caught up in the excitement of the rare tea, suddenly felt an overwhelming chill envelop him, rendering him immobile. Xianqi, please allow us to explain, Jiang Cheng nearly cried, sensing that Wei Xianqi looked ready to kill. Typically, Wei Xianqi was quite lenient despite their frequent indulgences. Surely a cup of tea would not capsize their friendship. We had no idea this tea was so precious. We thought it was merely ordinary. Wei Xianqi furrowed his brow. Precious? This was the first gift Nian Sheng ever gave me. I placed it on the table without consuming it. Is this not tea crafted by a spirit master? Ordinary tea could never contain such spiritual energy. This is truly exceptional. Jiang Cheng, with a fawning smile, poured a cup of tea for Wei Xianqi. Xianqi, do you still have more of this tea? I could offer my treasures in exchange. I can as well. Han Quan chimed in. Wei Xianqi took a sip, and the infused spiritual energy made him feel invigorated, erasing the fatigue from his earlier training. The steam curled from the cup, the leaves danced in the water, and memories of Gu Nian Sheng's words regarding this as a gift surfaced in his mind. He was astonished by the rarity of the tea. Xianqi, do share the good fortune with us, Jiang Cheng exclaimed, full of anticipation. No, Wei Xianqi replied curtly. What brings you both here today? I have come to share some news, Jiang Cheng chuckled slyly. The tavern you wish to purchase has received a higher offer, so what? Wei Xianqi's gaze remained unfazed. I know that whatever you desire, you will surely acquire. However, this time, the one bidding higher is the young lady from the Gu family. Jiang Cheng squinted, having sensed that the young lady in question was indeed extraordinary since that day at the polo field, and yesterday's encounter solidified his belief. Ji Nian Sheng? Precisely, Jiang Cheng confirmed. If it were anyone else bidding, I would have simply arranged for someone to raise your offer. But since it is this young lady, I thought it best to inform you. Would you like to raise your bid? No need. Wei Xianqi said. Let the others raise their bids. I shall simply buy the tavern at a high price and then sell it to her. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that Wei Xianqi's intentions were evident to all. Xianqi, you have always avoided unprofitable transactions. This behavior seems unlike you. Han Quan couldn't help but interject. You are correct, Wei Xianqi set down his cup. I never engage in unprofitable dealings. The tavern successfully fell into Gu Niansheng's hands, yet she had no silver on hand, so she implored the steward for an extension of 3 days to gather the funds. To her surprise, the steward agreed rather readily, stating that even if it were delayed further, there was no rush. Wasn't he eager to sell the tavern to return home? Why was he suddenly so unconcerned? Gu Niansheng found this puzzling, but it was ultimately beneficial for her, so she did not dwell on it. 3 days later, as the auction commenced, Gu Hongzhen specifically came to invite Gu Niansheng to attend. Niansheng, shall we attend the auction together today? Gu Nianan observed the dark circles under Gu Niansheng's eyes and recalled her different appearance with the headband, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. She had not anticipated that Gu Niansheng would suddenly become clever enough to devise such a method to conceal her flaws, and she begrudgingly had to admit that Gu Niansheng looked quite beautiful like that, which unsettled her status. Ming Lang's change in attitude that day was the clearest proof. It was utterly infuriating that Ming Lang would even allow her to invite Gu Niansheng along today. Elder brother, you all go ahead. I am not feeling well today, and shall not attend. Ji Niansheng concocted a casual excuse to decline, and once Gu Hongzhen and the others departed, she donned a cloak and made her way to the auction house. Timing her arrival, most attendees had already entered, so she blended into the crowd. However, she was directed to the VIP box, as the appraiser recognized the uniqueness of the tea leaves and arranged this special accommodation for her, ensuring she would not have to sit in the main hall and risk revealing her identity. Welcome, everyone, to the Mo auction house. We shall now commence the auction. The first item up for bid was a finely crafted sword. Known as the Ling Shui sword, Gu Niansheng sat within the box, enjoying refreshments while observing the lively bidding below. She was not entirely disinterested in the proceedings, however. She intended to use all her savings to bid on a rare Qing Dugua. The Qing Dugua was extremely scarce and capable of eliminating most toxins, making it highly valuable. There were plenty of wealthy individuals in the imperial city, and securing the Qing Dugua would likely prove challenging. During this time, She noticed Qin Minglang successfully bid on a sword intended for women, clearly a gift for Gu Nian, who had also placed 2 bids before evidently running out of money. Prompting Qin Minglang to assist her in acquiring it. Yu Hongzhen observed Gu Nian and Qin Minglang, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he thought of Niansheng. During the last polo match, he sensed something amiss with Nianin, and it appears that she might also harbor feelings for the third prince. Gu Niansheng suddenly recalled the folding fan she had previously acquired from Qin Minglang, which concealed a formidable martial technique. It was time to bring it forth. Chapter 19. Competitive bidding. The next item up for auction was one of the most anticipated treasures of the event, a piece not previously listed in the promotional materials. A mysterious smile graced the auctioneer's face, piquing the curiosity of those present. It was evident that a treasure of this caliber, added last minute, was anything but ordinary. Not a whisper had been heard prior about this item. What could it be? Qin Minglang's interest was piqued as well. Ji Yunyan smiled faintly. It must surely be a rare treasure. As the attendant gracefully approached with the item, the auctioneer wasted no time in unveiling the red silk cloth draped over it. The much-anticipated auction item was revealed to be tea, as the auctioneer's words echoed through the hall. The atmosphere erupted into chaos. Tea. Was this some kind of jest? Even if it were tribute tea, it hardly seemed fit to be a grand finale item. What was the Mu auction house thinking? Disappointment was palpable among many attendees. Tribute tea was indeed fine, but in such a setting, it was rather disheartening. However, the auctioneer remained unflustered in the face of the crowd's skepticism. Dear guests, please remain calm. The Mu auction house has never disappointed you. This tea is not ordinary. It is crafted by a spirit master, imbued with spiritual energy. Consuming this tea not only strengthens the body but, over time, can also unlock one's spiritual roots and enhance one's abilities. It holds great benefits for both ordinary individuals and cultivators alike. This proclamation. A momentary silence enveloped the hall, swiftly followed by an even louder uproar. I have heard of spirit masters, but never have I encountered treasures crafted by one. Qin Minglang's eyes sparkled with awe. This was indeed a remarkable item, and given its rarity, presenting it to the emperor would surely delight him. The crown prince, Qin Xiuyu, also brightened at the prospect. Rarity equates to value, and such a novel item that promotes health would undoubtedly please the emperor. Gu Hongzhen too became intrigued. Ever since Niansheng's return, she had seldom ventured out, her health was not optimal, and her cultivation had stagnated for quite some time. Perhaps this tea could enhance her innate abilities. In no time, the thoughts of the attendees stirred. Acquiring such a rare treasure would not only be valuable but would also bring immense prestige. The price for this item would surely be steep. One must not come with insufficient funds. Qin Minglang signaled to a companion nearby, instructing him to inform the auction house that he would bid on it with a promise to settle the payment later. Understood. Ji Yunyan observed as several attendants discreetly departed. A subtle smile gracing her lips, it seemed the tea would fetch a handsome price. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that this tea must be the very same that Xian Qi had consumed. The auction for the tea commenced, with 3 jars to be sold in succession, and since it had never appeared before, there was no starting bid. Auction begins. 100 taels. Almost instantaneously, someone called out a bid as soon as the auctioneer finished speaking. The audacity of the opening bid prompted exclamations from many. Such a figure suggested the final price would be anything but modest. Those of lesser means quickly withdrew, realizing this treasure was beyond their reach. And even if they succeeded in bidding, it might not truly end up in their possession. 300 taels. Gu Hongzhen declared 500 taels. The crown prince Qin Xiuyu added 700 taels. Qin Minglang, hesitating at Gu Hongzhen's bid, nevertheless called out without reservation upon hearing the familiar voice of Qin Xiuyu. 800 taels. Qin Xiuyu cast a glance in Qin Minglang's direction and declared 1,000 taels. 1,200 taels. Witnessing the crown prince and the third prince engage in a bidding war, others refrained from calling out, uncertain who would eventually prevail. Ji Yunyan lazily propped her chin on her hand, watching the price escalate. Her smile growing. It seemed her tavern would not suffer financially. 1,500 taels. Qin Xiuyu called again. Seeing that Qin Xiuyu showed no signs of relenting, Qin Minglang recognized that while the tea was indeed precious, the current price was already substantial. Continuing to bid would be futile, so he decided to withdraw. 1,500 taels. Sold. Congratulations. The auctioneer's gavel struck decisively. Will your auction house have this tea available again in the future? Someone inquired eagerly. This tea was consigned by a mysterious individual, of whom we have no knowledge and cannot ascertain if there will be more in the future, so we encourage all guests to cherish this opportunity." The auctioneer replied. The crowd exchanged glances. Spirit masters were figures of legend in the entire Great Xia dynasty, making the likelihood of the original spirit master appearing here quite slim. The only plausible scenario was that someone had brought this tea from elsewhere for consignment. In other words, it might be a rare opportunity indeed. The auctioneer, with a faint smile, proclaimed the start of the bidding for the second jar. 1,000 taels. Just as many were preparing to bid, Qin Minglang abruptly raised the price to 800 taels, leaving the auction hall in stunned silence. However, this silence was short-lived as higher bids quickly overshadowed it. 1,200 taels. 1,500 taels. Gu Yan'an watched with satisfaction as Qin Minglang appeared rather foolish. Typically, the price for the second jar tends to exceed that of the first. He had been unable to outbid the crown prince earlier, and now he was fated to pay an even steeper price. 2,000 taels. A sudden voice drew attention, announcing a bid of 2,000 taels for a single jar of tea, an extraordinary sum not typical of an ordinary person. Gu Yan'an recognized the voice as Jiang Qing's. Realizing he was in the adjacent box, it seemed all the items she had consigned were being contested by acquaintances. Qin Minglang turned his head. 2,100 taels. 2,500 taels. Jiang Qing countered without hesitation. 2,600 taels. 3,000 taels. Jiang Qing declared again. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 3,000 taels for a jar of tea. Such extravagance could only indicate either immense wealth or sheer madness. Qin Minglang felt vexed, but the price had far exceeded his budget and was not justified. He still needed funds for the final item, the cleansing fruit. 3,000 taels. Sold. Congratulations. As the final jar of tea was brought forth for auction, the bidding commenced. 5,000 taels. A cold voice resonated from the adjacent box, leaving everyone stunned. Qin Minglang hadn't even had the chance to make a counteroffer before being effectively eliminated from the bidding, his expression turning ashen. Were these individuals mad? He had initially thought the crown prince's bid of 1,500 taels was high, but he had not anticipated such outrageous subsequent bids. Chapter 20. Long line fishing for big fish. Gu Yan'an looked on in astonishment. She would never forget that voice. It belonged to Wei Xianqi. Han Quan had initially hoped to secure the third jar, but this familiar voice struck him like a bolt from the blue. "Xianqi, don't you already have some? Why are you competing with me?" Han Quan's face was a picture of frustration. Wei Xianqi remained unfazed, stating, "Your bids are simply too low." Han Quan retorted incredulously, 3,000 taels for a small jar of tea. How is that low? Is this tea made of gold? You're willing to bid 5,000 taels for a jar of tea and feel no remorse? Wei Xianqi cast a disdainful glance at him. Jiang Qing realized he had spoken foolishly. Indeed, those who possessed great wealth viewed 5,000 taels as mere pocket change. That money will quickly find its way back to me, Wei Xianqi said with a wicked smile, his gaze subtly sweeping over the adjacent box. Next was the final highlight of the auction, the cleansing fruit. Many had come specifically for this rare item, known for its exceptional detoxifying properties, making it a valuable asset for future needs. The starting bid for the cleansing fruit was set at 1,000 taels. The auction began. 1,100 taels. Gu Yan'an immediately raised the bid, recognizing that Wei Xianqi's strategy was proving effective. Sure enough, many attendees were left in doubt. The individuals in this box were evidently affluent, and their bidding momentum was unmatched. 3,000 taels. Qin Minglang declared. 5,000 taels. Gu Yan'an countered. Qin Minglang's expression darkened significantly. The only funds he could muster amounted to 7,000 taels. He had anticipated that the cleansing fruit would be within reach. Yet this individual seemed determined to secure it at any cost. 5,500 taels, 6,000 taels, 6,500 taels, 7,000 taels. Damn it! Qin Minglang cursed under his breath. He needed this cleansing fruit for a critical purpose. Yet it seemed it would be snatched from him today. Find out who the individuals in that box are. I must ensure they are identified. Understood. With the auctioneer's gavel striking decisively, the cleansing fruit was sold to Gu Yan'an for 7,000 taels. Concluding the auction, the profit from selling the spirit tea amounted to 9,500 taels, and after deducting a 5% auction fee, around 9,000 taels remained. After subtracting 7,000 taels, 2,000 taels were left, just enough to purchase the tavern and have a bit left over for hiring attendants. Ji Sheng exited the private room with a sense of satisfaction. Not in haste to depart. She was acutely aware of Qin Minglang's reason for seeking the clear poison fruit. His mother had fallen victim to a peculiar poison, leaving numerous physicians at a loss. With only this fruit capable of providing an antidote, the failure to acquire it would likely prompt him to seek her directly. Naturally, she had no intention of parting with the clear poison fruit. As anticipated, upon her emergence, she noticed figures advancing along the corridor ahead. Swiftly, she altered her course. Just as Gu Nianshang departed, a group of individuals gathered outside her room. When Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exited their own chamber, they were struck by the commotion outside, eliciting a mocking smile as the third prince intending to resort to outright theft for something he failed to obtain. Qin Minglang, upon realizing that the room was empty, felt a shadow of fury cross his visage. Spotting Jiang Cheng emerging from a neighboring room, he understood that this peculiar tea had been appropriated by him. Mr. Jiang, your interest in my affairs is unwarranted. With that, Qin Minglang glanced back inside and commanded, search for them. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan stepped forward, effectively barring the way for the crowd. Third prince, I'm doing this for your own good. You must be aware of the rules of the MO auction house. Disturbances are strictly prohibited. If discovered, you would be banned from participating in future auctions, so I implore you to reconsider. Qin Minglang regarded the two before him, fully cognizant of the MO auction house's regulations. As the most reputable and well-funded auction house in the imperial city, even those of royal lineage were obliged to adhere to its rules. If they acted swiftly enough to locate the individual and depart unnoticed, all would be well. However, with these two obstructing him, time was evidently not on his side. Much obliged for the reminder. How courteous. Jiang Cheng and his companion smiled and bowed. May the third prince walk slowly. Once Gu Nianshang confirmed that Qin Minglang had departed, she lingered a moment longer before preparing to leave. Yet, just as she was about to exit, a hand seized her wrist, forcefully pulling her back. Gu Nianshang's inner power surged, and she brandished a dagger with a glint of coldness in her eyes. It is I. The man's deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, causing her ears to flush crimson as she instinctively lowered her guard. Qin Minglang has sent someone to keep watch outside. It is unsafe for you to leave this way. Jiu Nianshang was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on the striking face before her. Eye in the darkness, his eyes gleamed like obsidian, bright and captivating. Follow me. The warmth of his palm enveloped her as Wei Xianqi gently guided her toward the exit. As she followed his silhouette, she felt an unexpected sense of security in his imposing presence. Each time he had aided her, she had been misled by slander and had avoided him like a venomous snake. Upon stepping out of the auction house, Gu Nianshang's attention remained on their joined hands until the sound of the man's light laughter broke her reverie. Miss Gu, should you wish to remain in my grasp, I would not mind. Only then did Gu Nianshang regain her composure, glancing at the smiling eyes before her, and hastily released her grip. Noticing her discomfort, Wei Xianqi refrained from mentioning it further and pointed ahead. If you exit through this alley, they will not discover you. Following his gaze, Gu Nianshang indeed spotted a small alley and inquired, what brings you to the auction house today? She recalled that during the previous auction, Wei Xianqi had shown no interest. This time, however, it appeared different. To fish? Fish? Gu Nianshang questioned, puzzled by the connection to the auction house. To use a long line to catch a big fish. Wei Xianqi chuckled lightly, causing Gu Nianshang to ponder, could it be that the fish he referred to was herself? Upon her return to the Gu residence, Qin Minglang was frantically searching for the individual who had acquired the clear poison fruit, but to no avail. Observing Qin Minglang's gaze linger on him, Qin Xiu you couldn't help but smirk. Your Highness, it seems the third prince suspects us of being involved in this matter. If it has nothing to do with us, why should we be concerned? Qin Xiu you laughed lightly, knowing that Qin Minglang was fated for misfortune. His people had yet to act, and the clear poison fruit had already been snatched away. This was truly a case of self-inflicted suffering. Chapter 21. Future sister-in-law. The following day, news of the auctioning of the spirit tea swept through the entirety of the imperial city. The profession of the spirit master, rarely seen, had only been heard of in tales. Now, the sale of spirit tea crafted by such a master ignited fervor among the populace. Have you heard? Only 3 jars of tea were sold, claimed by His Highness the Crown Prince, the Northern King, and the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Cheng. I've heard that items crafted by spirit masters are imbued with spiritual energy. Drinking this spirit tea can enhance one's physique, aid in cultivation, and even help awaken spiritual roots. Now, everyone desired a taste of this spirit tea. It was said that the Crown Prince had already presented his tea to the Emperor, while the Northern King was left undisturbed. However, it seemed that Jiang Cheng's door was being besieged today. As Gu Nianshang paid for her meal at the tavern, she overheard the chatter of the streets and was taken aback by the magnitude of the uproar. It appeared that Jiang Cheng was likely overwhelmed. Why? Yi queried. Perplexed, Gunyan Sheng chuckled lightly, her enchanting eyes shimmering with life. With the spirit tea now available, those noble patrons who missed yesterday's auction are sure to be intrigued. Naturally, no one dares approach the emperor, and the northern king is similarly untouchable, leaving only Jiang Cheng as the last hope. Does that mean Jiang Cheng cannot retain the spirit tea? To keep it would inevitably offend others. And as for gifting it, the question of to whom becomes another dilemma. Gift it to the wrong person, and he would offend someone regardless. This moment, Jiang Cheng was indeed at a loss. Having become infatuated with the spirit tea after tasting Wei Xianqi's brew, the auction, he had been determined to reclaim it, dreaming of savoring it at leisure. Yet, it seemed that mere moments after his return, requests for the spirit tea began flooding in, each more imposing than the last. Initially, he could refuse, but the subsequent requests were too significant to dismiss. Reluctantly, he sought refuge at the northern king's estate. Xianqi, please save me, Jiang Cheng lamented, his face contorted in despair. Why not say that my spirit tea has already been given to you? That way, they surely won't come asking me anymore. Wei Xianqi cast him a sidelong glance. That would not do. Why not? I pride myself on my honesty. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. The man was clearly jesting. Was Wei Xianqi truly honest? On the battlefield, deception was key, and he wielded his strategies with finesse. Now he claimed honesty? What a farce! Wei Xianqi, I beseech you to be reasonable, Jiang Cheng exclaimed in exasperation. Do you know the person who auctioned the spirit tea? How else would you have acquired it? I certainly do. Wei Xianqi nonchalantly sipped his tea, then offered a cup to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's eyes brightened as he took a sip, feeling invigorated. Who is it, then? My future wife. Splutter. Jiang Cheng coughed and sputtered, nearly choking. What did you say? Future sister-in-law? Han Quan's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined such words would escape Wei Xianqi's lips. The northern king was known for his disinterest in women, a fact well established. Many families had sought to present their daughters to him, yet none succeeded. Even imperial matchmaking proved futile. Speculation abounded regarding his preferences, and many regarded him and Jiang Cheng with differing glances. Yet today, Wei Xianqi had voluntarily mentioned a wife. How extraordinary! Is that true? Jiang Cheng was too astounded to concern himself with the spirit tea. This revelation was more shocking than anything he had heard in his life. Wei Xianqi surveyed the two with exaggerated expressions. Do I seem to be jesting? The two fell silent, unable to articulate their astonishment. They were to have a sister-in-law? If this spirit tea belonged to her, then wouldn't it mean that they could simply petition her for more in the future? Jiang Cheng's gloom lifted as he pondered. What have I to worry about? I'll just return and sell this spirit tea at a premium. Han Quan, too, felt elated. Having missed out on the auction, he awaited the day Wei Xianqi would bring his sister-in-law home. The two completely overlooked the fact that she was to be his future wife. As they believed no one could resist Wei Xianqi's charm, this sister-in-law was destined to join them eventually in the tavern. Gunyan Shang completed her payment and received the deed to the establishment. It was now hers. She intended to hire someone to renovate the tavern and recruit staff before opening for business. Miss, how about I take you to purchase some household servants, rather than hiring servers? It would be more reassuring to acquire some loyal retainers, Yi suggested. Having been purchased by the master and mistress herself, she had grown up alongside Gunyan Shang, aware of the many unfortunate souls who would consider themselves fortunate to serve someone like her. Very well, Gunyan Sheng agreed. Since she was determined to carve out her own path, it was essential to have trusted allies by her side. Under Yi's guidance, Gunyan Sheng arrived at a place where household servants were sold, a vast underground warehouse filled with dimly lit rooms. Upon their arrival, the seller greeted them warmly. Miss, may I inquire what type of servant you wish to purchase? Intelligent and nimble, apart from the ordinary, it would be best to find someone adept in business. Gun Yinqing remarked, as she opened this tavern, she could not remain here often, hence the necessity for a clever and trustworthy individual. A manager she hires would not compare to one she purchases. Yet acquiring such a domestic servant in this place proves to be quite a challenge, my lady. Most of our domestic servants come from less favorable circumstances, and finding one skilled in business is indeed rare. The seller confessed. However, he quickly added, that said, I do recall someone. I have a male servant who was originally engaged in trade, but due to a downfall in his family's fortunes, he has ended up here. This lad is rather difficult. He possesses skills, yet he has a sickly younger sister. Unless someone is willing to purchase them both and care for her properly, he will not agree. Upon hearing this, Gun Yinqing perceived him as a responsible individual. Given his sister's frail condition, should he leave, her fate would be sealed. leaving him with no choice. Take me to meet him. Before long, Gun Yinxing found herself face to face with the person described by the seller. The young man appeared disheveled and in a state of distress, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern his handsome features. His sister, in stark contrast, looked emaciated, exhibiting signs of malnourishment and illness. I have sold numerous domestic servants. Yet this one remains unsold even now. Chapter 22. The steward, Shi Yongin, you have a potential buyer, the seller announced. This. The young man lifted his gaze towards the woman outside. She was clad in a cloak, concealing her visage, and his expression shifted to one of concern. Such attire suggested she wished to remain incognito, perhaps intending to involve them in unsavory dealings. Behave yourself, or else you will eat and drink for free here without purpose. And if I cannot sell you, I shall have you dealt with. The seller, aware of Shi Yong'in's attitude, noted that he had been living off free meals for several days now, even if it was just one meal a day. It still cost money. Gun Yinxing surveyed the fierce seller and the pitiful Shi Yong'in, sighing inwardly at the sight of two unfortunate souls. Are you called Shi Yong'in? Indeed. There is no need for such wariness towards me. My attire is merely to avoid recognition. I have no intention of involving you in any wrongdoing. Shi Yong'in was taken aback, surprised that she had dispelled his concerns before he even spoke. To be direct, I plan to open a tavern and require a steward. Gun Yinxing confessed. Thus, I need someone clever and adept at accounting. You need not adopt a defensive stance. I have my standards for selection. And if you do not meet them, you are of no use to me. His expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated such frankness from her. His instinct told him she was no ordinary person, as she seemed to be wary of being recognized. Moreover, her demeanor, exuding a hint of pride, indicated that she was the one doing the choosing, not him, further confirming his suspicions. I can handle accounts. My family was once involved in trade. Shi Yong'in quickly asserted. If what you say is true, I require no monthly wages, merely enough to eat. My only condition is for you to purchase my sister and ensure her medical care. Gun Yinxing arched an eyebrow, glancing at the frail girl. You are aware of your situation. I need not elaborate. If you can meet my requirements, these matters will not pose an issue. However, should you fail to meet them, all words would be in vain. You can cure my sister? Shi Yong'in exclaimed, astonished. His sister had been afflicted since birth, showing no signs of improvement over the years. He only hoped for some alleviation of her suffering. And here was a lady claiming she could heal her? Your sister is inherently weak, suffering from this ailment since birth, with chronic coughing, particularly severe at night and during winter, correct? Shi Yong'in gazed at Gun Yinxing in disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could discern her condition without even checking her pulse. Is it truly treatable? It is difficult, but not impossible. Hope flickered in Shi Yong'in's eyes, his demeanor turning urgent. Please, test my knowledge. During this time, others had expressed interest in purchasing him as an accountant, but his true expertise lay in trade. He had been willing to comply for his sister's sake. Yet those who heard his conditions had flatly rejected him. Only this lady had not dismissed him outright. Gun Yinxing signaled to Yi, who promptly handed over the prepared ledger. Calculate the remaining silver. Shi Yong'in took the ledger and began to tally. After a moment, he confidently declared, there remains 300 taels and 50 coins. Yi glanced at her mistress, confirming the sum. Correct. But merely being good with numbers is insufficient for a steward. Please elaborate. After serving dishes, if a customer claims there are worms in the food, how should it be handled? Apologize, have someone prepare a new dish, and offer an additional dish as compensation. And if a customer again claims there are worms in the food, if it is a deliberate complaint, explain the reason in front of others, identify the issue, and dismiss them. What if a customer does not voice their complaint directly but damages the establishment's reputation outside? Investigate the matter thoroughly and counteract the spread of rumors, Shi Yong'in explained. Such incidents are usually instigated by competing taverns, and once weaknesses are identified, they can be exploited to deliver a significant blow during moments of heightened scrutiny. Gun Yinxing's lips curled into a slight smile. Shi Yong'in appeared refined, not the type to be naturally cunning, yet shrewdness was a vital attribute for a steward. She had not expected him to be so astute. My family has been in business for generations. I have studied commerce since childhood. However, my mother faced difficulties during my sister's birth, and my father passed away early, leaving our family fortune entirely seized by my uncle and aunt, resulting in our current plight. If you can save my sister, I am willing to dedicate myself entirely to you. Shi Yong'in knelt heavily, pleading earnestly for the lady to save his sister. Beside them, Yi watched in astonishment, witnessing the transformation of the previously rebellious young man into one begging for her mistress's assistance. She instinctively felt her mistress was truly remarkable. How had she managed to discern the girl's condition with just a glance? Noticing the bloodshot eyes of Shi Yong'an, Gu Nianqing remarked, "Rise and accompany me." Joy illuminated Shi Yong'an's face as he eagerly took his sister's hand and followed her out. The seller, astonished at Shi Yong'an's willingness to leave, wore a broad smile. For an ordinary servant, the price is around 50 taels, but for Shi Yong'an, given his skills, he is worth 100 taels. His sister is a bonus. What do you think? Gu Nianqing readily paid 100 taels and led the pair out of the underground storeroom. As they stepped into the long mist sunlight, Shi Yong'an instinctively shielded his eyes, and a semblance of life returned to his previously despondent countenance. "I will arrange a residence for you. For the time being, you may stay at the tavern." Ji Nianqing gestured towards the establishment behind her. "Thank you, my lady." Ji Nianqing also dispatched someone to find lodging, ultimately purchasing a courtyard. Not only would Shi Yong'an reside there, but any other domestic servants she acquired would also require accommodations. After spending several hundred taels of silver, she couldn't help but lament, "I am impoverished once more." Watched her mistress spend money as if it were water. Incredulous that so much silver had vanished in an instant, if it were given to her, she could likely spend a lifetime without exhausting it. The tavern must open soon. Being empty-handed is truly uncomfortable. "Miss, when do you plan to open?" inquired. "Will you not inform anyone of this matter?" "I shall not," Gu Nianqing replied decisively, reflecting on her unexpected fortune at the underground market. Shi Yong'an was indeed a talent. The tavern would prosper under his management. Chapter 23. First entrance to the palace. Upon returning home, Gu Nianqing instructed everyone not to disturb her before seeking out the little fox. She had realized that the world behind the imprint was not merely a spiritual field. It also housed a school. In her previous life, she had followed Wei Xianqi to learn medicine, initially avoiding him by studying under a renowned physician who accompanied him, achieving some modest success. To her surprise, a master at the school within the spiritual field taught medicine, and she had been studying diligently there for the past few days. This master was an exceptional healer, guiding her through the material step by step, making it considerably easier for her given her prior knowledge. Moreover, she discovered that time flowed much slower while studying there compared to the outside world, truly a windfall. She understood the formidable power of medicine well, and her ability to perceive Shi Yong'an's sister's condition at a glance was a result of her recent studies. However, the master in the courtyard was not a real person, but merely an illusion. The little fox, observing its master's earnest dedication to learning, smiled with delight, knowing that with such diligence, its master would surely succeed in the future. The next day, as Gu Nianqing prepared to head to the tavern, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Nianin, who had come looking for her. "Sister, where are you planning to go?" Gu Nianin inquired. Noticing the headband on the woman's forehead, Gu Nianin's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Ever since their return from the tavern, she had heard many speak of Gu Nianqing, the daughter of the renowned First Beauty, declaring her to be the true First Beauty of the present day. After all these years, the title of First Beauty had belonged to her. How could she now be in competition with the unattractive Gu Nianqing? "I plan to seek out my elder brother," Gu Nianqing casually remarked. "Do you have business with me?" "Nianqing, brother Minglang has been fretting over the health of imperial concubine Lu, neglecting food and drink. Shouldn't we pay her a visit?" Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqing recalled a similar incident from the past. In her previous life, the auction house had never auctioned the detox fruit. When Qin Minglang's birth mother, imperial concubine Lu, was poisoned and the imperial physicians were at their wits' end, Gu Nianin had urged her to visit Qin Minglang, dressing her in a resplendent gown, which not only displeased him but also earned her a reputation for being unfilial. "Brother Minglang is busy right now. It might not be appropriate to disturb him." Gu Nianqing feigned hesitation. "Sister, brother Minglang needs your support now more than ever. He is concerned for you. Once you arrive, he is sure to regain his spirits." Gu Nianin implored earnestly. "Given the current situation with the concubine, your visit would also express filial piety. Then why not accompany me?" "Very well." Gu Nianin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Sister, as it is your first time entering the palace, you must don formal attire. Allow me to assist you in your preparations, so that brother Minglang may be captivated. I have felt remorse over the incident at the tavern, and I only wish for you to harbor no ill will towards me." "What reason have I to be angry?" Gu Nianqing chuckled lightly. "Then please help me select an outfit, of course." Ji Nianin's heart leaped with joy as she promptly chose a striking red gown. "Sister, for your initial entrance to the palace, this will surely make you stand out. Why not change into it now so we can depart together?" "You go ahead first. I still need to prepare myself. Inform Yunlang that I shall arrive shortly." "Very well." With a cheerful smile, Gu Yan'an left without a trace of suspicion. Once she departed, Yi could no longer contain herself. Miss, given that imperial concubine Lu is gravely ill, do you not think this attire is rather inappropriate? Naturally, Gu Yanqing barely glanced at the dress, opting instead for a subdued yet elegant pale green gown. Seeing that her mistress had disregarded Gu Yan'an's advice, Yi exhaled in relief, though she could not suppress her worry. Miss, imperial concubine Lu has always favored the second miss and has never wished to see you. Might this visit incite trouble? Rest assured, I am fully aware. Gu Yanqing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Since Gu Yan'an had chosen to go, to abstain would be seen as unfilial and subject her to criticism, which was exactly what Gu Yan'an intended. Thus, she had no choice but to comply. In the palace, Qin Minglang searched in vain for the detox fruit, while the imperial physicians were powerless, watching his mother's health deteriorate further, and he himself grew increasingly haggard. Brother Minglang, we will surely find a solution. Do not be overly anxious, Gu Yan'an said compassionately, handing him nourishing supplements. Take care of yourself, as he gazed upon the gentle and charming woman before him. Qin Minglang's heart softened. Yan'an, you are truly the kindest to me. Gu Yan'an smiled tenderly. My heart belongs only to you. Why not visit the concubine? Agreed. Imperial concubine Lu had become increasingly emaciated due to her ailment. Although her life was not yet in peril, the physicians had diagnosed that she could not endure much longer in her current state. Mother, Yan'an has come to see you. Upon observing his mother's worsening condition, Qin Minglang could not suppress his anxiety, suspecting that the crown prince was behind this. Among the many princes, he was the most competitive, as his mother was favored more than the empress and was the only imperial concubine in the palace. Should anything happen to his mother, his support would significantly diminish. Yan'an has come? A smile appeared on imperial concubine Lu's face as she beheld the obedient Gu Yan'an, her gaze filled with affection. Yan'an has always been well behaved. If only you could marry her, I would be at ease. Yet, Gu Yanqing has returned, she sighed helplessly. The Duke of Jinghua was a prominent minister, loyal and esteemed by the emperor. Originally, Gu Yan'an was the duke's only daughter, and Minglang's marriage to her would secure the duke's support. This union had been meticulously arranged by her. However, Gu Yanqing's sudden return posed an unexpected complication. After all, a foster daughter cannot compare to a biological one. Not only is Gu Yanqing unattractive, but she also lacks intelligence. If Minglang were to marry her as his principal wife, it would be a true jest. In truth, my sister is quite good, Gu Yan'an quickly replied. She is concerned for your health, so she intends to visit you shortly. Upon hearing this, imperial concubine Lu was somewhat taken aback. Since Gu Yanqing's return, she had not heard any favorable rumors about her and had naturally wished to avoid her. Surely you must have prompted her to come? Gu Yan'an's face briefly flickered with panic. In truth, my sister wishes to come of her own accord. Imperial concubine Lu sighed once more, feeling uneasy about such a marriage. Your Highness, Gu Yanqing requests an audience. Just then, a servant arrived to convey the message. I do not wish to meet her. Imperial concubine Lu waved her hand dismissively. The girl had caused a multitude of scandals over the past year. She had no desire to witness another display of her foolishness. Your Highness, it is rare for my sister to come. Please grant her an audience, or she may be quite heartbroken. Gu Yan'an feigned concern for her sister, appearing to be understanding. Seeing her expression, imperial concubine Lu's heart softened. Let her in. A glimmer of triumph danced in Gu Yan'an's eyes as she anticipated the ensuing spectacle. Brother Minglang was most concerned for his mother, and today, Gu Yanqing's ostentatious attire would serve to slap them in the face. Even if he had previously wavered, after this encounter, he would surely be resolute. Gu Yanqing slowly entered the chamber, gracefully bowing to the beautiful woman on the sickbed. I have come to pay my respects to imperial concubine Lu. Imperial concubine Lu, having been cherished by the emperor for many years, was indeed a beauty. However, accustomed to her own mother's appearance, Gu Yanqing found her less than stunning. Rise. Gu Yan'an, bowing her head, awaited imperial concubine Lu's impending fury, but was instead met with a calm voice that piqued her curiosity. Upon glancing up, she was taken aback to find that Gu Yanqing had not donned the gown she had prepared, but instead wore a simple yet elegant green dress. Upon seeing Gu Yanqing arrive, Qin Minglang, who had not seen her for days, reflected on why he had previously found her appealing. However, upon this new encounter, she appeared gentle and poised, a stark contrast to her former brash demeanor. She was indeed a lady of refinement. Imperial concubine Lu scrutinized the young woman before her. The rumors had painted her as lacking taste and decorum. entirely unaware of elegance, merely a crude girl unfit for the spotlight. Yet this girl seemed poised and graceful, with delicate features and a humble demeanor, a far cry from the tales she had heard. "Is this young lady truly Gu Nianqing?" Imperial concubine Lu inquired. "Mother, this is Nianqing." Gu Nianqing noted the astonishment in Gu Nianen's eyes, her heart coldly mocking. Now, any attempts to ensnare her with such tactics would be nothing short of absurd. A gentle smile adorned her face as she approached Imperial concubine Lu. "Hearing that your highness is unwell, I have long wished to pay a visit but feared to disturb your rest. Today, upon learning that my sister had come, I followed suit. I heard from Minglang that you have been suffering from digestive issues and lack of appetite. I prepared a lotus seed porridge, mild and palatable, with just a hint of sweetness. If your highness does not mind, perhaps you could give it a taste. I have also added some nourishing herbs, and I consulted the imperial physician about its benefits for your current condition." Gu Nianqing spoke with a flawless eloquence, gesturing for Yi to present the lotus seed porridge. Imperial concubine Lu, observing the graceful and poised Gu Nianqing, began to doubt the veracity of the previous rumors. "Sister, did you make this?" Gu Nianen exclaimed in surprise. "You never cook." Gu Nianqing smiled slightly. "Sister, you have been raised in luxury and privilege, so it is natural that you would not possess such skills. I have experienced hardship in the past. These tasks are but trifles to me." Ji Nianen was momentarily taken aback by the retort to tea. That moment, the imperial physician entered. "Miss Gu, the ingredients you added to this lotus seed porridge will indeed benefit the concubine's health. I presume you must have consulted medical texts beforehand. The concubine should certainly give it a try." Imperial concubine Lu had already caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma and felt her appetite stirring. Upon hearing the physician's endorsement, she replied, "I did not expect you to be so considerate. I shall give it a taste." Gu Nianqing smiled as she brought the lotus seed porridge to Imperial concubine Lu. "Please, do try." Imperial concubine Lu took a sip and was instantly captivated. The delicate fragrance and velvety texture were a delightful indulgence. She had never tasted such exquisite lotus seed porridge before. Not only did her previously languid spirit begin to revitalize, but she also felt a refreshing clarity that had eluded her throughout her prolonged ailment. Unbeknownst to her, the entire bowl of lotus seed porridge disappeared before she realized it. Qin Minglang had always harbored concerns for the health of Imperial concubine Lu. In recent days, he had exhausted every possible means to encourage her to eat more, yet to no avail. Now, witnessing her devour an entire bowl of lotus seed soup brought him a sense of joy. "Mother, it appears you have taken quite a liking to this lotus seed soup." Imperial concubine Lu, momentarily lost in the pleasure of her meal, returned to herself only upon hearing Qin Minglang's voice. Feeling a touch embarrassed, "Nianqing's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. I am relieved to hear that you enjoy it," Gu Nianqing replied gently, maintaining her composure. Observing the diminishing disdain in Imperial concubine Lu's gaze towards her, Gu Nianen's hands, concealed within her sleeves, had long since formed tight fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped imprints. This woman had secretly exerted so much effort, unbeknownst to her, yet had allowed her to bask in the limelight today. "Nianqing, you have worked hard," Qin Minglang remarked, his eyes bright and his tone even gentler than usual. "I believe the concubine is blessed and will surely remain safe and sound." Ji Nianqing's gaze was resolute. "You must take care of yourself as well." "I will." Noticing the warm atmosphere between the two, Gu Nianen could not resist interjecting, "Sister, I often accompany the concubine in the palace. Why not teach me how to prepare this lotus seed soup? I could make it for her regularly. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Nianen is truly filial. Imperial concubine Lu's eyes softened as she regarded Gu Nianen, whom she had watched grow up, always holding a fondness for her. However, today Gu Nianqing had genuinely surprised her. Ji Nianqing instantly discerned her younger sister's ulterior motive, fearing that her own brilliance would overshadow Nianen's efforts to curry favor with the concubine. Why making such a request in front of the concubine? It left her with no reason to refuse. To decline would cast her in a petty light. Yet, she had no intention of refusing. "Certainly, no problem at all." Ji Nianqing's expression remained gracious. "Sister, you are always so adept. I am certain you will learn quickly." Ji Nianen, taken aback by her sister's agreeable demeanor, smiled brightly. "I will certainly strive to do my best." It was only after departing from the Lu Yun Hall that Gu Nianqing rubbed her face, weary from feigning a smile, and walked ahead with an indifferent air. "Miss, I truly believe that Imperial concubine Lu adores your lotus seed soup. Why teaching the second miss? Are we not allowing her to win the concubine's favor for free?" Yi's face was etched with concern. The concubine had always favored the second miss, never once summoning you to her side. If this continued, the third prince might well be snatched away. She could not fathom why her mistress would forfeit such a splendid opportunity to shine. If she takes him, so be it. He is hardly a prize worth cherishing, Gu Nianqing replied dismissively. Chapter 25. A gentleman completes another's beauty. Gu Nianqing chuckled softly at Qin Minglang's character, thinking that she would refuse him even if he begged. Yi was momentarily stunned, instinctively slapping her face. Miss, what did you just say? A gentleman completes another's beauty. Since they are mutually infatuated, why must we intervene? Gu Nianqing raised her delicate brows. Wouldn't you agree? Yi, miss, you cannot possibly have lost interest in the third prince? Yi regained her composure, fully aware of her mistress's affections for him. How could she suddenly change her mind? There are plenty of good men in the world. Why should I confine myself to him? Gu Nianqing replied nonchalantly. I was just contemplating how to annul the engagement. The more they are enamored, the better it is, isn't it? Yi's eyes widened, rendered speechless by her mistress's sentiments. After a moment, she managed to say, Miss, your lotus seed soup looks truly delectable. I shall make some to send to father, mother, and my elder brother, and I'll save a bowl for you to taste. How does that sound? Gu Nianqing smiled lightly. Thank you, miss. To her surprise, Gu Nianqing could also prepare lotus seed soup. A familiar, cool voice interrupted her thoughts. Gu Nianqing instinctively glanced around, finally turning toward the cluster of rockeries nearby, where a pavilion was clearly visible, occupied by the North Town King and the Crown Prince. What a coincidence! Gu Nianqing marveled at the sight of the two figures above. The distance from here to Lu Yun Hall was not far. One could even see the courtyard of Lu Yun Hall from this vantage point. Were these two here to eavesdrop, with the Crown Prince perhaps harboring ulterior motives? Having encountered the Crown Prince and the North Town King before, Gu Nianqing maintained her decorum and offered a respectful bow. Miss Gu, have you come to visit Imperial concubine Lu today? Qin Xiaoyu greeted her with a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. The Crown Prince's reputation was generally favorable. He was known for his humility and vast knowledge. Qin Minglang had resorted to many underhanded tactics to undermine his position as Crown Prince. In truth, Gu Nianqing believed that Qin Xiaoyu would make a wise ruler. However, given the royal family's high status, even a gentle demeanor could mask peril. Treating him as an ordinary neighbor could prove fatal. Today, my sister invited me to accompany her to visit Imperial concubine Lu, and I was just about to return, Gu Nianqing replied. Qin Xiaoyu felt a twinge of confusion. Today, the North Town King had invited him to admire the flowers. Yet here they were, seated in the rockery pavilion. Nevertheless, he had always admired the North Town King and relished the opportunity to be near him. I heard that Imperial concubine Lu has not been well lately. The lotus seed soup made by Miss Gu is surely intended for her, Qin Xiaoyu remarked. Gu Nianqing nodded. Indeed. As it happens, I too have been craving lotus seed soup, Wei Xianqi added. Qin Xiaoyu cast a surprised glance at Wei Xianqi, pondering what had prompted the North Town King to express interest today. Normally, he would show little enthusiasm for lavish delicacies, yet today, he could not help but glance at Gu Nianqing, recalling their previous encounter at the polo field. Could it be? In that case, I am somewhat hungry as well, Gu Nianqing observed, looking at the two men, who could easily summon lotus seed soup with a mere word upon returning home. How about I showcase my skills and prepare some for you both to taste? Sounds wonderful, Wei Xianqi replied. In the imperial kitchen, Gu Nianqing surveyed the already prepared lotus seeds and rice, while a circle of chefs observed her with keen interest. Miss, do you have a secret recipe for the lotus seed soup? Might we learn from you? The head chef in the imperial kitchen regarded Gu Nianqing with utmost respect, fully aware that the Crown Prince had specifically invited her to prepare the soup. Indicating that she possessed unique skills, I am merely being teased by the North Town King. My culinary skills pale in comparison to yours. If you wish to watch, you may do so. She doubted Wei Xianqi genuinely desired lotus seed soup and wondered what had prompted his sudden interest. Inside, Qin Xiaoyu thoughtfully regarded Gu Nianqing's proud figure. The North Town King was known for his cold demeanor and rarely engaged with others, especially women. Yet, he was treating this young lady from the Gu family with such distinct warmth, which was truly unexpected. Considering the rumors she had heard throughout the year, portraying Gu Nianqing as foolish and reckless, having met her twice now led him to believe those rumors were unfounded. Additionally, since the third prince had previously shown interest in the second daughter of the Gu family, if the North Town King genuinely favored Gu Nianqing, it could be a fortuitous turn of events. Does the Crown Prince have something to say? Wei Xianqi inquired, sensing the gaze upon him. Qin Xiaoyu smiled gently. I was merely pondering the quality of Miss Gu's culinary skills. Has the North Town King had the pleasure of tasting them? You shall find out shortly. Once Gu Nianqing had prepared the lotus seed soup, she sent someone to serve it. She first placed a bowl before Qin Xiuyu, then presented another to Wei Xianqi. Please, do sample it. Though it was a minor detail, Qin Xiuyu noticed that Gu Nianqing seemed entirely unperturbed by the North Town King. While she appeared somewhat reserved in his presence, she exuded a natural ease around the North Town King. It was well known that the North Town King was a figure of stern resolve, whereas Qin Xiuyu was relatively more affable. Gu Nianqing's instinctive demeanor was certainly worthy of scrutiny. Wei Xianqi took a sip of the lotus seed soup, and his calm demeanor immediately shifted. His brows furrowed involuntarily as his gaze shifted to Qin Xiuyu. Crown Prince, what do you make of this lotus seed soup? The aroma is delightful, and the texture is rich without being cloying. It is quite excellent, Qin Xiuyu replied with a smile, pleasantly surprised by Gu Nianqing's culinary talent. Your Highness, you flatter me. My skills are hardly worthy of such praise. Wei Xianqi observed Qin Xiuyu's composed expression, noting that he did not display any signs of astonishment, which prompted him to regard Gu Nianqing more closely. This bowl of soup contained a profound essence, concealed within its depths, appearing no different on the surface. With just a single taste, Wei Xianqi discerned the soup's unique qualities, reminiscent of the spirit-infused tea he had encountered earlier. The energy within was even more potent. Faced with Wei Xianqi's furrowed brow, Gu Nianqing could not help but raise an eyebrow, her lips curling into a smile. This man had previously done so much for her, yet she had never expressed her gratitude. Often placing blame upon him, now, she genuinely wished to reciprocate his kindness, aware that the debt she owed him could never truly be repaid. I have heard that the prince sustained some injuries on the battlefield. Proper recuperation will hasten your recovery, Gu Nianqing remarked. Wei Xianqi teased her. I have been experiencing some digestive issues lately, and since I greatly enjoy your culinary skills, how about you assist me in preparing my meals daily? Chapter 26. A generous offer. Cough. Qin Xiuyu nearly choked, his astonishment evident as he stared at the North Town King. What kind of brazen proposal was this, preparing his meals daily? Was she to be his cook or his bride? Was this not an attempt to woo his sister right before his eyes? Gu Nianqing pondered for a moment, a glimmer of excitement lighting up her eyes. Will you pay me? Ahem. Qin Xiuyu's face flushed crimson as he covered his mouth, striving to refrain from being impolite, yet unable to suppress his cough. What on earth are these two thinking? Observing the woman's avaricious expression, Wei Xianqi nodded slightly, offering a great deal. Gu Nianqing smiled joyfully. No problem. At that moment, Qin Xiuyu felt somewhat out of place. Upon returning home, Gu Nianqing did not head straight to her residence, but instead visited her parents' abode. Miss, it's getting late. Aren't you going back? He couldn't help but inquire. Since someone is waiting for me, let her wait a little longer. Why the rush? Gu Nianqing chuckled lightly, having not seen her parents for several days. Previously, they had mentioned being in seclusion, and it would have been inappropriate for them to disturb her. So she ought to express her filial piety herself. Sheng'er, you've come. Luo Yi approached her warmly upon seeing her. Let me take a look. You've been in seclusion lately, and I didn't dare to intrude. Noticing the hairband on her forehead, Luo Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. My daughter is truly clever. This attire looks splendid. Of course, Gu Nianqing winked. I am the daughter of the most beautiful woman. You busy girl. Your mother has been lamenting daily. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. The Duke of Zhanghua exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Gu Nianqing couldn't help but chuckle. Her father, a man of integrity in public, was utterly helpless against her mother at home, and it seemed he had been struggling these past few days. Father, mother, I have a gift for you today. Upon hearing this, both parents were taken aback. Their eyes wide with surprise. Sheng'er has grown up and is giving us gifts now. Father, mother, have you heard of spirit tea recently? Of course, the Duke of Zhanghua set down his teacup. However, there are only 3 portions of spirit tea, one with His Majesty, one with the King of the North, and another with the Prime Minister. With the Prime Minister? Gu Nianqing's brows slightly furrowed. You mean Jiang Cheng's portion? You know about it? Gu Huanchuan was astonished. Sheng'er had always been oblivious to outside matters. Yet she was aware of Jiang Cheng this time. I heard that the spirit tea is made by a spirit master, with an aroma that surpasses ordinary tea. It's a pity we can't taste it. Hearing Gu Huanchuan sigh, Luo Yi chuckled. Your father is just a step behind the Prime Minister. He's been brooding over it for several days. It's fortunate he is just a step behind, Gu Nianqing thought quietly. She had sold the spirit tea at a high price. If her father were to buy it back at an even higher price, it would be quite unwise. Father, the gift I bring you is this spirit tea. Gu Nianqing produced several jars of tea and placed them on the table, her delicate face radiating joy and excitement. Is this spirit tea? Gu Huanchuan gazed at Gu Nianqing in disbelief, picking up a jar and opening it. Instantly recognizing the potent spiritual energy within Da Sheng'er. Where did you acquire this spirit tea? I met a spirit master by chance during my recent outings, and she gifted this to me. A spirit master? Gu Huanchuan instinctively raised his voice. A spirit master has truly come to the imperial city. Although there had been spirit tea auctions, everyone assumed it was merely items sold by a spirit master. And the thought of an actual spirit master coming here was unimaginable. Indeed, Gu Nianqing nodded, producing several jars of rose tea for Luo Yi. Mother, this rose spirit tea is beneficial for beauty and is especially prepared for you. Luo Yi joyfully grasped Gu Nianqing's hand. My Sheng'er is so thoughtful. Thank you, my dear. Over the past year, despite Nianqing returning home, there remained a hint of estrangement between them. However, since she had fallen into the water, things seem to have improved. As long as you like it. Like it? We love it. Ha ha, Gu Huanchuan laughed heartily. That old fellow, the Prime Minister, brags in front of me every day, claiming he has invited me to taste it tomorrow. Now I have it too. Let us see how he shows off tomorrow. Observing the normally wise and formidable Duke of Zhanghua now gleeful as a child, Gu Nianqing's smile deepened. She vowed to protect her parents for life. After leaving, Gu Nianqing made another visit to Gu Hongzhen's residence to deliver the spirit tea, even sharing dinner with them, only returning to her own place once night had fallen. Miss, why hasn't T, the eldest young lady, returned yet? We've been waiting for several hours. Who knows where she has gone? In Nianqing's courtyard, Gu Nianin's face was already flushed with irritation. Today, Gu Nianqing had gone to see Lu Guifei. Nianin had intended to showcase Nianqing's lack of decorum. Yet, unexpectedly, a bowl of lotus seed soup had completely altered the Empress's demeanor, leading her to inquire about Nianqing after her departure. Now, she was even expected to learn how to make lotus seed soup. Having never lifted a finger in the kitchen, she detested such tasks, and now she was being forced to do so. Waiting for several hours without a sign of her sister was infuriating. Oh, my sister is waiting for me? Gu Nianqing returned to find Gu Nianin stationed outside, her expression one of surprise. Sister, why is the door to your room locked? Gu Nianin replied sweetly, though her eyes betrayed her annoyance. Had the door not been locked, she wouldn't have had to wait outside. Hearing that there are thieves in the imperial city recently, I locked the door for safety. I didn't expect you to come. What brings you here? I came to ask about the recipe for lotus seed soup. Is that all? Gu Nianqing replied, somewhat astonished. I already had someone deliver the recipe to your courtyard. It seems we missed each other. Gu Nianin? Had she waited in vain? Wasn't this person supposed to be unwilling to share the recipe? Sister, the recipe for lotus seed soup is actually quite simple. I merely added a couple of extra ingredients. You always so clever. You should be able to grasp it at a glance. After dismissing Gu Nianin, Gu Nianqing dove back into her studies with the little fox, leaving Yi fretting over how to appease Lu Guifei on Gu Nianin's behalf. The next day, Gu Nianqing rose early. Miss, are you going to the Prince of the North's residence? Yi's eyes widened. Yesterday, the miss had merely agreed to send someone. Now she was preparing to go in person? Yes, didn't we agree on that yesterday? But if you go like this, won't there be rumors? Chapter 27. What is mine is yours. At the Prince of the North's residence. When Gu Nianqing arrived at the familiar entrance of the Prince of the North's residence, memories of the past flooded her mind. She had once been forcibly brought here by Wei Xianqi, yet this time she came of her own volition. This place, which she had once yearned to escape, now appeared so beautiful, entirely unlike the prison she had once perceived it to be, and no sooner had she arrived than Wei Xianqi appeared, leaving the steward completely dumbfounded. Normally, no matter who came, the prince never personally welcomed anyone. What was so special about this girl today? Dressed in a flowing black silk robe with a red phoenix pattern belt, Wei Xianqi's dark hair loosely bound only heightened his unruly charm. His deep, night-like eyes brimmed with wisdom. Although clad in black, he exuded an air of nobility, appearing anything but somber. Undoubtedly, he was a renowned beauty, instantly distinguishable from ordinary individuals. In the future, when this young lady arrives, there will be no need for announcements. Wei Xianqi turned to the steward, who promptly bowed in agreement. Gu Nianqing followed Wei Xianqi through the familiar corridors to his residence. Your Highness, I must clarify that I will only stay for 7 days. Thereafter, I have my own matters to attend to. Wei Xianqi had sustained injuries a few days prior, which were not immediately apparent, but she was well aware. Initially, it was due to his existing injuries combined with her own meddling that had exacerbated his condition. leaving lingering effects that caused him pain whenever it rained. Although she was merely a first-class spirit master, with a little extra care in his meals and proper recuperation, she hoped he would not suffer any lasting issues. Coincidentally, she could earn some extra money during these 7 days, as she needed to hire several attendants, and the initial investment for opening a restaurant was considerable. After all, Wei Xianqi was wealthy and powerful. This amount of money was insignificant to him. All right, shall I prepare your breakfast first? Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow, heading toward the kitchen. Miss Gu seems quite familiar with my residence. Wei Xianqi's deep voice resonated. Gu Nianqing paused, suddenly recalling that this was her first visit to the Prince of the North's residence. Her expression stiffened slightly as she replied, I guessed. Most courtyards are designed similarly, so it should be over there. Right? Indeed, Miss Gu is quite astute. Seeing Wei Xianqi did not press further, Gu Nianqing breathed a sigh of relief. She would have to be more cautious in the future. Upon entering the kitchen, she found only one maid present, Yao Xian, who had cared for her in her previous life. Yao Xian had always treated her well, tending to her daily needs, but things had ended poorly later on. Seeing her again now stirred a pang of nostalgia within Gu Nianqing. Greetings, Mississippi. Yao Xian respectfully bowed. Please feel free to instruct me with anything you need. The ingredients have already been prepared by the prince's staff. Gu Nianqing glanced around and noted that not only were the ingredients cleaned, but they had also been neatly chopped. Then I'll trouble you. You're too kind. Yao Xian responded, flustered. Soon, Wei Xianqi observed the breakfast laid out on the table, vibrant and aromatic. Sensing the spiritual energy within, his gaze shifted to Gu Nianqing's slightly pale complexion, causing him to furrow his brow. He took her hand, startling her. What are you doing? Upon examining the pulse of the young woman and realizing that her vitality had merely been depleted, Wei Xianqi finally felt a sense of relief. However, noticing Gu Nianqing's alarmed expression, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. Since you, Miss Gu, have dared to come here alone, did you not consider the possibility of encountering danger? Gu Nianqing widened her eyes as the man drew ever closer to her. Why, you are being too excessive. Suddenly, she swallowed a pill he had placed in her mouth. He gently lifted her chin to ensure she swallowed it. The entire motion executed seamlessly. What did you feed me? She inquired. Having trouble sleeping lately? Wei Xianqi asked. Gu Nianqing was momentarily taken aback, then noticed his hand resting on her wrist. She quickly understood. Fortunately, her recent dedication to studying medicine had left her with little time to rest. She had been so eager to make progress that she neglected her sleep. Seemingly aware of her plight, Wei Xianqi advised, you must take care to rest. This pill will be beneficial for you. Gu Nianqing knew that Wei Xianqi was accompanied by a divine doctor who was also an alchemist, so she presumed the pill had been crafted by him, and its efficacy was undoubtedly assured. Thank you, Your Highness, no need for thanks. Consider this pill as payment for today's expenses. Gu Nianqing was taken aback. Your Highness, with such wealth, must you tally these trivial accounts with me? As she pouted in indignation. Wei Xianqi gazed at her with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Leaning against the table behind her, he chuckled softly, should you marry me, all that I possess would become yours. Though his tone bore a jesting quality, Gu Nianqing perceived a seriousness in his gaze. This was not the first time he had made such a declaration. Whether in this life or the previous one, he had resolved to marry her from the moment they first met. Even though her actions this time differed from before, his intentions remained unchanged. I will consider it, Gu Nianqing replied, raising an eyebrow. How much silver do you intend to provide me daily for the next 6 days? How does 10,000 taels sound? Gu Nianqing stared in astonishment at the man before her. Was this the allure of his immense wealth? She had struggled to earn just a few thousand taels at the auction. Yet here she could earn 10,000 merely for cooking for a day. Why would she even bother running a shop? Perhaps she should simply marry Wei Xianqi. All that wealth would then belong to her. Upon further reflection, it didn't seem like such a bad idea. Are you satisfied, Miss Gu? Absolutely. During her moments of rest, Wei Xianqi had thoughtfully arranged a room for her. Gu Nianqing prepared to take a brief respite within. She noticed a considerable number of books upon the shelves. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were martial arts manuals. After several days of training, her abilities had surged from the 2nd tier of the Qi refinement stage to the 6th. It seemed her previous efforts had not been in vain. Rather, they had accumulated within her, allowing for swift breakthroughs now that she was practicing the correct techniques. She had extracted the martial arts technique from her folding fan, intending to present it to her elder brother in a few days. However, as she was still in the Qi refinement stage, that particular technique was unsuitable for her at the moment. She would only be able to practice it upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. The martial arts manuals in this room, however, Were within her current capabilities, I should be able to take a look at these, right? Gu Yinqing picked up the nearest manual, titled Crimson Lotus Sword Technique. This was an advanced martial arts technique, but it possessed a unique characteristic. The deeper the practitioner's understanding, the higher the grade it could attain, potentially reaching the mid-tier of the earth level. In everyday practice, many encountered only the yellow-level techniques, while those from affluent backgrounds might practice the Xin level, with earth-level techniques being quite rare and often regarded as family heirlooms. And yet, here she was, casually discovering one. "Your Highness, I have placed all the martial arts manuals you requested in the room," reported An Ing respectfully. "Very well, you may leave." An Ing hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Your Highness, those manuals are exceedingly precious. Miss Gu is the fiancé of the third prince." Wei Xianqi cast a sidelong glance at him. "When has my decision required your input? Your subordinate dares not." An Ing quickly knelt in apology. "Leave." After perusing the introduction of the Crimson Lotus Sword technique, Gu Yinqing returned it to its place. Such a technique was far more valuable than other earth-level techniques, and she certainly could not afford to peruse it carelessly. It was not until after dinner that Gu Yinqing finally exited the royal residence. However, just as she was about to leave, she discovered Wei Xianqi behind her. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? It is unsafe for a young lady to be out at night. I shall escort you home." Gu Yinqing looked at him in astonishment, yet he appeared entirely unfazed, as if there was nothing amiss with the Northern King accompanying her home. Noticing that she remained stationary, Wei Xianqi fixed his gaze upon her. "Do you not wish for my company, Miss Gu?" "Not at all." A smile flickered in Gu Yinqing's eyes. It seemed she had never truly understood Wei Xianqi. Beneath his cold exterior lay a gentler side. Seated in the carriage, the atmosphere between them was tinged with awkwardness. Gu Yinqing glanced out the window before her gaze settled on the man's mask. She pondered why Wei Xianqi felt the need to wear a mask in such a situation. "Are you spying on me?" he asked, turning to meet her gaze. Caught off guard, Gu Yinqing shrugged. "What do you mean spying? I am merely observing openly. That is good enough for me." The carriage came to a halt not far from the Duke of State's residence. Gu Yinqing stepped down, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the escort, Your Highness." However, just as she was about to depart, Wei Xianqi once again detained her. Without waiting for her to speak, he placed something cool into her hand. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a token from the Northern King's residence. "Should you encounter any obstruction in the future, simply present this token." After leaving her with those words, he departed. Gu Yinqing stared at the token in her hand, fully aware of its immense value. Holding this token was akin to wielding the authority of the Northern King. Had he lost his mind, bestowing such a priceless token upon her so casually? The following morning, Gu Yinqing handed over 10,000 taels to Shi Yong'an, instructing him to procure several clever and diligent individuals. The latter was taken aback by her trust and promptly agreed. "Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. I believe in you." 6 days later, with the remaining 50,000 taels in hand, Gu Yinqing delightfully began lavish renovations for the tavern, the opulence of which left Shi Yong'an and the others utterly astounded. "My lady, such a luxurious tavern has never been seen in the imperial city." They had never encountered such grandeur. Even in affluent households, it seemed excessive. "We are not merely opening any tavern. We are establishing the most splendid tavern in the imperial city," Gu Yinqing declared proudly. "What makes it so splendid?" "One word: expensive." With that, accidentally spat out her tea in surprise. It was already quite unconventional for her to open a tavern without informing her family, and now she intended to open the most expensive one. As Gu Yinqing unveiled her proposed pricing for the dishes, everyone was left speechless. "Why, lady, typically a dish costs only a few dozen coins. None of your offerings are priced below a tael. Our tavern is not intended for the common folk. The imperial city is home to many noble sons and daughters, as well as wealthy merchants. Catering to their business is sufficient." Gu Yinqing blinked. "These people are foolishly wealthy. Silver is the easiest to earn." Shi Yong'an's expression grew complex, realizing his lady's ideas were truly extraordinary. The imperial city, beneath the emperor's feet, was a gathering place for officials, and the wealthy were plentiful. What did these young lords and ladies enjoy most? It was showcasing their uniqueness. Ordinary taverns lacked the capacity to fulfill such desires, nor did they reflect their distinctiveness. However, Lingsheng Tavern could satisfy their need for ostentation, clearly distinguishing itself from the mundane. Once the first customer arrived, the competitive spirit would ignite, and she need not worry about the influx of patrons thereafter. Shi Yong'an's eyes sparkled with understanding. His lady's analysis was indeed sound. Having grown up in the imperial city, He was well aware of the proclivities of those pampered youths. Even those who typically shunned comparison would inevitably join in such an environment. Moreover, the tavern's decor would emanate an air of affluence, perfectly aligned with the tastes of the noble class. This approach might genuinely prove successful, and why, lady, we must put extra effort into the quality of our dishes. Shi Yong'an advised, these patrons are accustomed to being spoiled and are quite discerning. If they are unsatisfied with the fare, they may not return. Having pinpointed the crux of the issue, Gu Nianxing exhibited a satisfied expression. I have already considered this, which is why the kitchen will focus on the signature dishes I will teach you, such as the dishes on the table before us. How do they taste? The group, half convinced, picked up their chopsticks. They had faith in their lady's financial acumen, yet the notion that such a stunning beauty could cook was hard to believe. However, after tasting, their eyes widened in astonishment. This dish is fragrant and delectable, completely unlike anything I've ever had. Shi Yong'an could hardly contain his excitement. If we serve dishes of such quality to our guests, we shall have no worries about business. In addition to that, our establishment has certain rules. 3 days later, the Lingshang Tower commenced its grand opening. The moment it opened its doors, it instantly captivated the attention of many. From its exterior alone, this restaurant dazzled the eye, exuding an air of opulence. The dark hues were punctuated by splashes of red that caught the gaze, while the golden embellishments radiated splendor. Lingshang Tower? This establishment certainly appeared to be extraordinary. Truly eye-catching. Look at the menu and the prices displayed outside. It's simply outrageous. Which restaurant in the imperial city charges such exorbitant rates? Is the owner out of their mind? Free tea? Isn't that a given? In no time, a crowd gathered outside Lingshang Tower, each person convinced that the owner must be somewhat deranged to set such unreasonable prices. Shi Yong'an and his companions observed the murmurs and curses from within. Their expressions remarkably calm, for they had anticipated this scenario. Just as their master had advised, patience would yield rewards. Chapter 29. Gu Nianshang is sister-in-law? As the crowd continued to swell, the reputation of Lingshang Tower began to spread, fueled by a mix of curiosity and scorn. Miss, it has been quite some time. Yet not a single patron has entered, he remarked. Ji Nianshang stood atop the opposite building, taking in the scene. Do not fret, there will be a first customer soon, she replied. However, Gu Nianshang never expected that the first table of guests would be Jiangqing and Han Quan. With such steep prices for food and drink, the offerings must surely be exceptional. I shall be the first to sample them, Jiang Cheng declared with a smile as he strode boldly inside, where Shi Yong'an and the others greeted him with utmost respect. The onlookers, now even more curious, wondered what these two would say upon their return. Welcome, esteemed guests. Our establishment has a minimum consumption of 5 taels of silver, Shi Yong'an announced. Despite the prices already displayed outside, he felt compelled to remind them, aware that doing so carried its own risks. I am aware. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Bring us your signature dishes. We wish to sample them. Certainly, honored guest. Jiang Cheng surveyed the restaurant's decor, his eyes widening in astonishment. The style was indeed unique and unexpectedly appealing, justifying their journey to support it. Indeed, Han Quan nodded. Miss Gu is truly extraordinary. Both the decor and the prices of this establishment set it apart. Given the exorbitant prices, do you think it will last long? Jiang Cheng mused, sipping his tea. While appearance is undoubtedly important in running a restaurant, such steep prices without corresponding quality may spell trouble. However, upon tasting the tea, his expression froze. What is the matter? Han Quan asked, waving a hand before Jiang Cheng's face, bewildered. You must try this tea. After Han Quan took a sip, the two exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily at a loss for words. This seems to be spirit tea, Jiang Cheng remarked. It contains far less spirit energy than what we had at Xianqi, yet it does possess a faint essence. And this tea is free. Wait, didn't Xianqi mention that the spirit tea belonged to the sister-in-law? The owner of this restaurant is Gu Nianshang. Han Quan exclaimed, So our future sister-in-law is Gu Nianshang? Jiang Cheng pondered. Is she a spirit master? The two stared at each other, unable to provide a definitive answer, overwhelmed by the revelation. When the signature dishes arrived, they discovered that the flavors, colors, and aromas were indeed exquisite, showcasing a preparation method unlike anything they had encountered before, far surpassing the renowned establishments in the imperial city. Truly astonishing. No wonder she is our future sister-in-law. The restaurant she runs is exceptional, Han Quan remarked. After witnessing the two enter the restaurant, Gu Nianshang felt reassured and returned to the Duke of State's residence. He could not help but ask, Miss, are you leaving so soon? Aren't you curious about what happens next? No need to watch. Business will undoubtedly pick up soon, Gu Niansheng replied. In the following days, the reputation of Lingsheng Tower spread throughout the imperial city, becoming a topic of conversation. Let me tell you, the newly opened Lingsheng Tower is remarkable. Even the free tea contains spirit energy, a skill only spirit masters possess. The owner behind this establishment is no ordinary person. The dishes served were utterly exceptional. No other restaurant could replicate such flavors, making the higher prices worthwhile. It's not easy to secure a table now. The business is booming and reservations are booked days in advance. A month later, Gu Niansheng immersed herself in her training and studies, leaving the management of Lingsheng Tower to Shi Yong'an, only requiring Yi to check in every half-month to report back on the situation. She had promised to help Shi Yong'an's sister with her illness, but given her current medical skills, she still needed more time to prepare. Niansheng, she heard a voice and turned to see Qin Minglang approaching, instinctively furrowing her brow. Why haven't you come to see me lately? He inquired, puzzled, as Gu Niansheng had frequently sought him out in the past. The Lu concubine has yet to recover, and I thought you might be busy. So I refrained from disturbing you, she explained. Qin Minglang's expression darkened momentarily before he continued. Princess Nanling has invited us to dine at the recently popular Lingsheng Tower. Princess Nanling? Gu Niansheng frowned. This woman was never one to be underestimated, especially with Gu Nianan possibly scheming against her. Nanling claims she was at fault last time and wishes to apologize over a meal. You should grant her this favor, Qin Minglang suggested. Ji Niansheng scoffed inwardly. If she truly wanted to apologize, she would have done so long ago, not waited until now. All right, I shall see what tricks this woman has up her sleeve. Meanwhile, Nanling was boasting to Gu Nianan, securing a reservation at Lingsheng Tower is no easy feat. Had it not been for my efforts, we would have had to wait until next month to experience it. I've heard the dishes there are extraordinary, and the tea is infused with spirit energy. I've always wanted to see it for myself, Gu Nianan replied excitedly. Ji Niansheng has never encountered such grandeur. Today, I shall find an opportunity to make her look foolish. You see, only the affluent or influential can dine at Lingsheng Tower, be they noble families or renowned merchants. If she embarrasses herself there, she will be utterly humiliated. I've also heard rumors in the imperial city that she is the most beautiful woman of her generation. How can we allow her to steal that title? Why not publicly remove her hairpin before everyone? Nanling suggested eagerly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Ji Nianan's expression flickered with delight, though she feigned hesitation. But she is my sister. What sister does she represent? She returned only to vie for my third brother's affection. If you do not assert yourself, he will truly be taken from you, Nanling retorted, observing Gu Nianan's lack of resolve. I have already made arrangements for this matter. You need not worry, just watch. And do not mention this to Gu Niansheng, or I shall turn against you. Sighing, Gu Nianan appeared troubled. At Lingsheng Tower, Shi Yong'an was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gu Niansheng arrive. But with just a glance from her, he quickly regained his composure. Their master had instructed them not to reveal her identity, and the other attendants understood as well, maintaining their usual demeanor. This restaurant truly is extraordinary. Unlike any I have encountered before, Gu Nianan marveled. Chapter 30. Princess with Crooked Teeth? This establishment is indeed distinct, Qin Minglang agreed, preoccupied with concerns about his mother's health, having been unaware of such a restaurant opening in the imperial city. You all seem a bit out of touch with current events, Nanling boasted. Lingsheng Tower has become immensely popular, favored by the nobility, with reservations fully booked daily. It took considerable effort for me to secure a table for you today. Both the tea and the dishes here will surely impress you. Listening to her rival lavish praise upon her establishment brought a smile to Gu Niansheng's face. Ji Niansheng, I imagine you have never been to such a place before? Today, I shall broaden your horizons, Nanling declared. Lingsheng Tower truly is an eye-opening experience, Gu Niansheng marveled sincerely. You are wise to recognize that. The owner of this restaurant must be quite remarkable. Nanling boasted. Had it not been for me, you would have no idea when you could secure a reservation. Indeed, it is a privilege to dine here, a place that even Princess Nanling had to exert effort to visit. Gu Niansheng noted, her compliance surprising Nanling. Why is she so agreeable today? Nanling pondered, perplexed. Shi Yong'an and the others stifled their amusement, knowing that if Princess Nanling discovered that Gu Niansheng was the owner, her reaction would be quite entertaining. Princess Nanling reserved a private room on the third floor, providing a scenic view of the shimmering lake below. Everyone took a sip of tea. Their expressions shifted to one of complexity. This tea contains spirit energy? Gu Nianan exclaimed in astonishment. Nanling smiled mysteriously. This is the unique charm of Ling Shang Tower. The tea is infused with spirit energy, even if the dishes were mediocre. Simply tasting this spirit tea would make the visit worthwhile. Qin Minglang swiftly downed his cup of tea, reflecting on his missed opportunity to taste the spiritual tea at the auction. Oh, his surprise. He was able to sample it here. I heard from my brother, the crown prince, that the spiritual tea here pales in comparison to the one from our father, yet it is still quite commendable. Nanling Dao. Ji Yunyanqing took a sip of her tea. The leaves used for serving guests contained minimal spiritual energy. Due to frequent usage, an excess of spiritual energy would be too conspicuous. This subtle infusion of energy invoked curiosity while simultaneously deterring any ill intentions. As everyone around her finished their cups, Gu Nianxing casually took a sip, showing no signs of amazement. Nanling couldn't help but remark, Gu Nianxing, could it be that your spiritual root is so poor that you fail to perceive the spiritual energy in this tea? Her words drew the attention of both Qin Minglang and Gu Nianin. Ever since Gu Nianxing returned, the Duke and Duchess of the state had invested considerable effort to enhance her abilities. Yet she seemed entirely devoid of talent in this regard, showing no progress over the year. If it weren't for the paternity test, one might find it hard to believe she is indeed the Duke's daughter. Given her appearance, suffice it to say, her lack of aptitude and cultivation is well known. Nanling shook her head in disbelief, feeling increasingly certain that her worries were unfounded. How could this woman possibly compete for Wei Gige's affection? Her mocking tone was not subtle. Their gathering had already attracted attention, and her remarks prompted curious glances from other tables. Before Gu Nianxing could respond, Gu Nianin interjected, Nanling, my sister does not mean any harm. Your words may hurt her feelings. I merely speak the truth. If I remain silent, will that spare her feelings? One must possess self-awareness, Nanling retorted. Qin Minglang recognized Nanling's dissatisfaction with Gu Nianxing but refrained from intervening. As the truth was indeed evident. By the way, Gu Nianxing, you constantly hide behind that hairband on your forehead, thinking it can mask your unattractiveness. Do you truly believe that covering this flaw grants you beauty? Is that not a jest? Gu Nianxing cast a languid glance at Nanling. Every time you smile, you cover your face. Is that not due to your uneven teeth? Why not unveil your smile and allow everyone to see? The words struck Nanling like a blow, her expression frozen in disbelief. How could you? Although the princess was indeed beautiful, her crooked teeth were her greatest source of vexation. Fortunately, she had always concealed them well. And few were aware of this flaw, until now. Nanling's teeth are crooked? I have never heard of that before, murmured those at the neighboring table, exchanging glances. The consensus was clear. Gu Nianxing was known for her lack of beauty and talent. Yet Nanling's imperfection was a revelation. Seeing the attention shift toward her, Nanling's frustration boiled over. Ji Yunyanqing, you speak nonsense. What nonsense? I merely heard. Gu Nianxing's gaze instinctively fell on Gu Nianin, but she abruptly halted. Regardless, I am merely stating facts. If you wish to admonish me for self-deception, you should first confront your own reality and serve as an example. Nanling, not one to be outwitted, regarded Gu Nianin with suspicion. She recalled a moment when she had inadvertently revealed her flaw in front of her. How could Gu Nianxing know? Nanling, I did not, Gu Nianin stammered, panic evident in her voice. Who else could it be but you? Nanling snapped, I have only met Gu Nianxing twice. If it were not for you, she would have no way of knowing. In that instant, even Qin Minglang found it hard to doubt her words. After all, Gu Nianxing had only encountered Nanling once at the polo field prior to today. Such subtle matters were beyond her grasp. I truly did not, Gu Nianin pleaded, glancing anxiously at Gu Nianxing. Sister, please say something, Gu Nianxing nodded repeatedly. This has nothing to do with Nianin. I am aware of it myself. However, her insistence only solidified Nanling's conviction that Gu Nianxing was mocking her in secret. How detestable, Nanling, Qin Minglang said in a low voice. Enough. With a cold huff, Nanling shot daggers at Gu Nianxing and Gu Nianin, her eyes filled with resentment. Ji Yunyanqing found herself at a loss for words. Genuinely clueless as to how Gu Nianxing had come to know this. Could it be that her maid overheard her? The atmosphere turned tense, with only Gu Nianxing remaining composed, appreciating the quality of the dishes at her establishment. Look, the Prince of the Northern Territory has arrived. Clearly, this Ling Shang Tower was no ordinary establishment. Not only had the princess and prince come today, but even the Prince of the Northern Territory had made an appearance. It seemed this restaurant boasted the most distinguished guests of all. Today marked the monthly competition for Ling cuisine, and everyone eagerly anticipated the event. What is Ling cuisine? Qin Minglang asked, puzzled. Third brother, this is something you are unaware of. A young man clad in a blue robe cheerfully announced as he approached, taking a seat beside Qin Minglang. You've already tasted the Ling tea at Lingshang Tower. Everyone says there is a gifted spirit chef in the back, with quite the reputation. Each month, they present a dish imbued with spiritual energy, Ling cuisine, which is entirely distinct from ordinary dishes. Many have come specifically for this competition today. Sixth brother? Qin Minglang exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? I simply wish to witness this Ling cuisine. Alas, all appointments were fully booked, and I had no opportunity, Qin Yunjing replied, looking exasperated. Fortunately, I ran into you all, third brother. You wouldn't mind if I tagged along? Would you? Of course not, Qin Minglang responded, taken aback by his sixth brother's knowledge of Lingshang Tower. Naturally, Qin Yunjing replied proudly, his gaze landing on Gu Nianin. Third brother, you are out with Nanling and your sister today. I see he was well aware that his brother's affections lay with Gu Nianin, while the engagement with Gu Nianxing was likely being dissolved. The unattractive woman had no right to compete with his brother. However, when his eyes fell upon Gu Nianxing, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Such a stunning beauty. How had he never heard of her? Third brother, who is this exquisite beauty? Qin Yunjing exclaimed. Ji Yunyanxing regarded the young man before her. Recalling her impression of the sixth prince, he was known for his playful nature and indifference to power, which allowed him to maintain good relations with both the crown prince and Qin Minglang. It seemed that, regardless of who ascended to the throne, he would remain a carefree prince. The admiration and delight in Qin Yunjing's eyes were unmistakable, while Qin Minglang, Gu Nianin, and Nanling exchanged peculiar glances. I am Gu Nianxing, a humble woman, she introduced herself gracefully. What? You are Gu Nianxing? Qin Yunjing gasped, dumbfounded. Indeed, she confirmed. Upon receiving a confirming nod from Qin Minglang, a single thought raced through his mind. Had the people of the capital lost their sight? How could such a transcendent beauty be deemed unattractive? Ah, so it is the esteemed Gu Mississippi. A pleasure to finally meet you, Qin Yunjing said with a beaming smile. Ji Yunyanxing chuckled inwardly. The sixth prince was indeed quite familiar with people, entirely forgetting that he had just referred to Gu Nianin as sister in her presence. Nevertheless, she found it amusing. Wei Gij. At that moment, Nanling's thoughts were solely focused on Wei Xianqi. Having heard discussions downstairs, she knew he had arrived, and now she spotted him seated at the adjacent table, excitement bubbling within her. Did not expect to see you all here, Wei Xianqi remarked, his demeanor as indifferent as ever. Sister, Jiang Chang and Han Quan were visibly excited to see Gu Nianxing. Wei Xianqi had always been distant from women, and now he finally had a lady he admired. Earlier, they had deemed Gu Nianxing's reputation questionable. Yet considering the Lingshang Tower and the identity of the spirit chef, she was nothing short of remarkable. The instinct to call her sister was almost reflexive, but they quickly suppressed it upon realizing the inappropriateness of the moment. Gu Nianxing looked at the two curiously, wondering if they were indeed contemplating calling her sister. In her past life, she often heard them do so, just as they had just done. Nanling also caught wind of this remark. Her expression filled with excitement. Could it be that Jiang Cheng and his companion had acknowledged her identity? Wei Gij, may I join you at your table? Perhaps it would be best for the princess to remain with her brother. Wei Xianqi suggested. Our table is quite full, Nanling insisted. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up as he added, Indeed, your table is rather crowded. Given that we will require a lady to showcase her talents during the Ling cuisine competition, why not borrow one of you? Nanling could barely contain her joy, feeling that Jiang Cheng was exceptionally considerate. Wei Xianqi cast a glance at Qin Minglang and the others. Then let us invite Miss Gu to join us. A moment of tension hung in the air as Nanling processed this. Once she did, she glared at Gu Nianxing furiously. How could this ugly creature possibly garner Wei Gij's favor? Prince of the Northern Territory. You? Qin Minglang's irritation flared. Though he held no affection for Gu Nianxing, she was still his betrothed. For Wei Xianqi to call her over was akin to slapping his face. At that moment, Han Quan chuckled. Third prince, you can no longer refer to the prince of the Northern Territory. You should call him uncle now. Coughing lightly, Gu Nianxing glanced in surprise at the neighboring table. How had Wei Xianqi suddenly become her uncle? Upon witnessing her astonishment, the sixth prince remarked, during the morning court session today, Father Emperor proclaimed that the Northern King has achieved great merit, and that a mere ordinary reward would be insufficient. Thus, he has recognized the Northern King as a royal brother, making him our uncle now. Ji Yunyanxing. So formidable? Has he directly ascended to a different generation? Qin Minglang's expression was equally grim. Although Han Quan's words appeared to be a jest, they were, in truth, a veiled pressure. Wei Xianqi was now his elder. Should he defy him, it would be an act of disrespect. Nianxing, you should go to your uncle, Qin Minglang said heavily, emphasizing the title of uncle. Very well, Gun Yinqing rose and seated herself at Wei Xinqi's table. She felt far more at ease here than enduring Nanling's antics. Sister seems to have suddenly become quite close to the Northern King? Gun Yinan expressed her confusion, recalling that the Northern King was said to rarely engage with women. Why, then, was he treating her sister differently? However, as soon as the words left her mouth, both Nanling and Qin Minglang's gazes darkened. The sixth prince shrank back, realizing he had touched a nerve. Today's competition involved the art of the zither. He wondered which young lady would dare to challenge. Shi Yong'an's smile was infectious. The competition was divided into various forms, including direct bidding and other methods, but today's focus was on zither skills. A stage had been specially erected by the riverside, distinct from a brothel, where the participants were mostly esteemed young women, presenting an opportunity for them to gain fame. Consequently, as soon as this format was proposed, several young ladies eagerly stepped forward. Miss Gu, do you possess zither skills? Jiangxing inquired, his expression troubled. Generally, esteemed young women had at least a modicum of proficiency in the arts. But Gun Yinqing had only returned for a year and could not possibly compare to those who had studied for many years. If she were to perform and embarrass herself, if it truly comes to that, why not you take the stage? Han Quan suggested, after all, aren't you adept at playing the zither? But all the participants are young ladies. It would be rather inappropriate for a man to step up. Jiang Cheng replied, visibly flustered, Chapter 32. I wish to annul the engagement. Upon noticing this, Nanling conceived a scheme. Nin, I have often heard of your exceptional zither skills, having inherited the talents of the Duchess of the State. You should take the stage. Gun Yinan observed that the young ladies who had previously performed received abundant praise. It was indeed an opportune moment to showcase her talents, and she agreed readily. Sister Yinqing, your younger sister has taken the stage. As her elder, you wouldn't refuse, would you? It's a rare opportunity for us to see the competition between sisters, and I am certain everyone is quite interested. Nanling called out deliberately. Initially, only those on the third floor were aware of the situation, but her loud proclamation drew the attention of everyone on the first and second floors as well. Gun Yinan, being the most beautiful maiden in the imperial city, was already the center of attention. Now, with Gun Yinqing entering the spotlight and the two of them competing in zither skills, it was impossible not to watch. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged glances, realizing that Princess Nanling, unable to win Wei Xinqi's affection, had begun to target her sister-in-law. I almost forgot, you grew up in a remote village. Perhaps you have never even touched a zither. Nanling mocked. Hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Gun Yinqing's eyes. Does Princess Nanling possess the ability to read my mind? Even my sister hasn't said anything, yet you already presume to know that I have never laid hands on a zither? By your implication, you must be skilled. Nanling's eyes sparkled, astonished that Gun Yinqing dared to retort at such a moment. If you are truly capable, then step onto the stage. Gun Yinqing let out a light laugh. Her breathtakingly beautiful visage now shadowed with frost, and even her previously tranquil eyes glinted like blades. You think I should step on stage simply because you say so? Who do you think you are? Gun Yinqing retorted. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Ji Yunyanin and the others were left speechless, never having anticipated Gun Yinqing would dare to utter such words. What did you say? Nanling was taken aback. Have you lost your mind to speak to me this way? Why should I not? Gun Yinqing stood, a beguiling smile gracing her lips, her deep, tranquil eyes seemingly capable of piercing the hearts of others. Yet, her gaze, as serene as drifting clouds, made Nanling inexplicably feel a sense of oppression. Officially, I am the third prince's fiancé, while you are his sister. I am ostensibly your future sister -in-law, as a princess. You should set an example for all. Yet here you are, in front of so many, repeatedly mocking and belittling me. This is not merely a disregard for my dignity, but an affront to the third prince and to his majesty. Nanling's complexion changed abruptly, and she hurriedly protested. I did not. You did, Gun Yinqing asserted firmly. This engagement was decreed by his majesty, and your words continually express skepticism and disdain. You look down upon me. Yet his majesty has arranged this marriage for me. Does that not imply your discontent with his majesty's decision? The weight of such an accusation left Nanling dumbfounded. Third brother, I did not mean it that way. Please help me, Nanling implored Qin Minglang anxiously, fearing that if this reached their father's ears, she would be in grave trouble. Qin Minglang could not help but regard Gun Yinqing with newfound respect. He had always thought her foolish and unattractive, yet now she appeared strikingly beautiful, and her supposed foolishness was nowhere to be seen. To present such rational arguments, standing tall against a princess, was something most women could scarcely achieve. However, Leveraging the situation to target Nanling was indeed excessive. Yinxing, Nanling is young and merely jesting. Why take it to heart? Qin Minglang spoke sternly. What a simple phrase, merely a jest, Ji Yunxing chuckled lightly. Her tone shifting, since entering Lingshang Tower today. Every mocking remark about my lack of worldly experience, every jab directed at me, you have heard them all clearly, I have tolerated for so long. And you have not mentioned a word. Now that I merely retort a few times, you accuse me of being petty, third prince. You truly treat me well. Qin Minglang was rendered speechless, his face flushed with anger as he noticed the crowd's scrutinizing gazes. She had humiliated him before so many people. Yinxing, do not be foolish, Gun Yinxing raised an eyebrow. I intend to be foolish. What can you do about it? You. Qin Minglang stood, striding towards Gun Yinxing, his handsome face darkened with rage. Come back with me. Just as he reached out, Wei Xianqi directly intercepted his hand. Qin Minglang's fury intensified. Uncle, are you truly going to meddle in my affairs? Third prince, you are not yet married. How can this be considered your personal matter? Wei Xianqi replied calmly, I believe Miss Gu has a point. You should return home for now. Uncle, Yinxing is my fiancé. Why do you protect her so? Qin Minglang's brow furrowed, finding Wei Xianqi's recent attitude rather strange. I am merely upholding justice. Wei Xianqi's gaze remained fixed on her. As her fiancé, if you cannot provide her with fairness, then I, being present here, shall naturally advocate for her. Realizing Wei Xianqi's firm stance, Qin Minglang understood the weight of his power in court and dared not express his anger. He could only address Gun Yinxing. Will you come back with me or not? I will not. You must think this through. Qin Minglang's tone was heavy with threats. I have thought it through. Ji Yunxing's expression was indifferent. She had grown weary of this despicable man and the pretense of civility. She had initially planned to wait for an opportune moment to accuse him and then annul the engagement, but the events of the day had driven her to a point of no longer wanting to endure. Since the third prince looks down upon me so, there is no need for me to force myself. You and my sister are well suited. I shall withdraw. Her voice was melodious, as tranquil as a gentle breeze. Yet the content left everyone astonished. Qin Yunji stared at Gun Yinxing in awe. Miss Gu is truly remarkable, beautiful, eloquent, and now displaying such courage. It is truly admirable. Gun Yinan was equally bewildered. Having heard Gun Yinxing express similar sentiments before, she noted that this time, Qin Minglang had rejected her. Now, with so many witnesses present, the news would likely spread quickly, perhaps even allowing her to rightfully pursue a relationship with Minglang. Smash! Qin Minglang flung the teacup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Very well. I shall grant your wish. You are no longer my fiancé. Gun Yinxing's lips involuntarily curled upward. She had finally rid herself of this loathsome man. Her intention had always been to dissolve the engagement. As for revenge, that would come step by step. Allow him an easy demise would be far too lenient. Chapter 33. Do you dare to gamble? Very well. Ji Yunxing leisurely seated herself, her exquisite, jade-like face adorned with a sweet, untroubled smile, as if she had not a care in the world. You? Qin Minglang was nearly beside himself with rage. Gun Yinxing had never dared to confront him in such a manner. She had always been terrified of losing this engagement, constantly seeking to please him, yet her attitude had shifted entirely. Had she taken leave of her senses? Yinan, take the stage. Qin Minglang commanded. Ji Yinan glanced at the furious Qin Minglang, then at the composed Gun Yinxing, and secretly reveled in her fortune. Ji Yunxing was indeed foolish, throwing away the engagement in a fit of rage, thus providing her with an opportunity. Nanling was also furious. How dare Gun Yinxing publicly embarrass them? Yinan, please take the stage. This country bumpkin is merely posturing with her words. If she dares to step forward, that would indeed be remarkable. Listening intently, Gun Yinxing remarked with a smile that was neither genuine nor insincere. Nanling, your provoking tactics are of no use to me, however. If you truly wish for me to take the stage, I can indulge you. Let us wager, shall we? Are you bold enough to accept? Nanling scoffed. What do I have to fear? What shall we wager on? Let us bet on who can win this Linkai. Upon hearing this, Nanling laughed heartily. Ji Yunxing, have you truly lost your senses today? Do you genuinely believe you can surpass Yinan? Unperturbed by her mockery, Gun Yinxing's exquisitely crafted visage broke into a seductive smile. 100,000 taels. What do you say? At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had all observed how Nanling had continually mocked Gun Yinxing. Yet now her opening gambit was a staggering 100,000 taels. This was indeed shocking. Even Nanling was momentarily taken aback, incredulous as she inquired, 100,000 taels? Do you possess such an amount? That is of no concern to you, Gun Yinqing replied with an air of indifference. If I dare to wager, I naturally have the means to back it up. Nanling hesitated. Although she was a princess and often showered with gifts by her royal parents, those treasures were not hers to liquidate at will, and her own monthly allowance made 100,000 taels a considerable sum. Sister, Gu Ninan cautioned, 100,000 taels is far too much. If you lose, the entire Gu family will face significant trouble. Many onlookers were also influenced by this, thinking that Gun Yinqing was indeed being reckless. They had heard tales of the Gu family's eldest daughter being unreasonable. But now it seemed her actions were truly audacious. Previously, they had doubted this reputation, but now they realized they had underestimated the situation. When Gun Yinqing made such a statement, she clearly did not consider the implications for the Gu family. Gun Yinqing quickly discerned her sister's ploy, always using her supposed understanding to highlight Gun Yinqing's lack of decorum. But, so what? I say, dear sister, when I was being bullied, you remained silent. Now that I wish to stand up for myself, you obstruct me at every turn. Since you are so concerned about the Gu family's reputation, why were you mute earlier? Gun Yinqing declared. Sister, silence. Gun Yinqing's voice was icy, her gaze shifting back to Nanling. Will you wager or not? If you lack the courage, then say so, I will wager. Nanling acquiesced. She had discreetly inquired of Ninan earlier. Gun Yinqing had never studied music since returning, and her current bravado was merely a ruse to intimidate her. It made sense now. Gun Yinqing's audacious wager of 100,000 taels was a tactic to frighten her. Should she decline, she would certainly lose face. However, if she accepted, the one to be embarrassed would be Gun Yinqing. Just as she anticipated Gun Yinqing's anxious expression, she was met with a cheerful proclamation. It is settled. Gun Yinan soon took the stage. As the acknowledged beauty of the imperial city, she was not only stunningly attractive but also skilled in the arts of music, chess, and literature, with her proficiency in music being unparalleled. As she ascended the stage, the entire Ling Sheng building fell into a hushed silence. With a graceful sweep of her delicate fingers, melodious notes cascaded from her fingertips. Flowing, elegant, and graceful, the other young women who had previously performed well now appeared lacking in comparison. Her musical talent was simply extraordinary. I have never heard such enchanting melodies. It truly feels as if I am there. As the music flowed, even those outside the Lingsheng building paused to admire, showering compliments. Han Quan and Jiang Cheng exchanged glances. Although they held no favorable opinion of the second daughter of the Gu family, they could not deny her exceptional skill. When Gun Yinan concluded her performance, applause erupted, echoing even on the streets outside. With a smile on her face, Gun Yinan gracefully descended the stage. Jiyun Yinqing, it is your turn, Nanling said with a triumphant grin. You wouldn't dare to flee, would you? The princess worries needlessly, Gun Yinqing replied as she rose and strode confidently toward the high platform. Sister, can she truly win? Jiang Cheng asked. Unable to contain himself, if it goes poorly, should we claim that an assassin has intruded and disrupt today's proceedings? I think that is a viable plan. Han Quan nodded, unwilling to sit idly by and watch their future sister-in-law humiliate herself publicly. Just as the two were preparing to act, Wei Xianqi halted them. Have you forgotten who owns this establishment? At this statement, both were momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling that this restaurant belonged to their future sister-in-law. Therefore, this Lin Kai was entirely at her discretion. How careless of us to overlook such a detail, Jiang Cheng exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. It seems that 100,000 taels will soon be in her grasp. Han Quan instinctively cast a glance at Wei Xianqi, who had proven to be quite the entrepreneur. It was surprising that their future sister-in-law was also so adept at making money. Would they leave anyone with a way out? As Gun Yinqing ascended the stage, the audience fell silent once more, their curiosity piqued regarding the rumored simpleton, who now appeared to possess an unexpected confidence to wager. Ji Yunin's eyes glimmered with cold amusement. She had previously thought Gun Yinqing had become wiser, yet it was evident that she was even more foolish than before, seeking her own demise. As everyone awaited the spectacle, harmonious notes poured forth from Gun Yinqing's hands. Clad in a simple yet elegant white dress, the silver threads woven into a crescent moon reflected a soft glow under the sunlight. The red ribbon adorning her forehead harmonized beautifully with the red sash at her waist, and her exquisite features were breathtaking. Merely gazing upon her was akin to admiring a masterpiece. The enchanting music, unlike Gun Yinin's delicate elegance, was filled with stirring passion that resonated deeply within the heart. How is this possible? Nanling was dumbfounded. staring at the masterful performance of Gu Yinxing, incredulously questioning. Did you not say she had never learned music? I did not deceive you. Gu Yinan hastily shook her head, genuinely believing Gu Yinxing had never studied. Then what am I witnessing now? Do not tell me this is all self-taught. Gu Yinan found herself at a loss for words. She could hardly believe that such exquisite melodies could emerge from Gu Yinxing, who had not practiced music since joining the family. As the performance concluded, the Ling Sheng building fell into a profound silence, the audience momentarily lost in reverie. After a prolonged pause, thunderous applause erupted. Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Gu family was so remarkably talented? To claim she knew nothing was utter nonsense. Compared to the second daughter's sentimental melodies, this stirring battle song truly showcased the grandeur of a true aristocrat. Listening to what some had previously said, branding the eldest daughter as wasteful, it was clear she was brimming with talent. In my opinion, someone had deliberately tarnished her reputation. Otherwise, how could she be labeled as utterly worthless? The crowd expressed their astonishment. Previously, Gu Yinxing had been perceived as an unlearned and unattractive individual, yet her beauty and musical prowess had completely transformed their views. Many began to ponder who stood to gain the most from maliciously tarnishing Gu Yinxing's reputation. Gu Yinan keenly sensed the suspicious glances directed at her. It seemed everyone was beginning to suspect she was the one behind all the rumors. When Gu Yinxing returned to her seat, Shi Yong'an approached with the Linkai in hand. The lady's musical talent is unparalleled, and you have won this Linkai. Please enjoy it at your leisure. Although Shi Yong'an's expression remained calm, his heart was filled with awe. He had previously been unaware of his master's true identity until today. Who would have guessed that she was the infamous eldest daughter of the Gu family? Were the people of the imperial city truly so blind? She was clearly a woman of remarkable intelligence and capability, yet they had labeled her with such a notorious title. Thank you. Ji Yinxing smiled slightly, her already exquisite features becoming even more captivating, causing onlookers to momentarily lose their senses. Miss Gu truly is enchanting. Her smile is captivating. Qin Yunqing couldn't help but exclaim. If Gu Yinan's beauty was gentle and refined, then Gu Yinxing's beauty was akin to that of a mesmerizing enchantress. Even without realizing it, her smile was utterly bewitching. Upon hearing Qin Yunqing's remark, he noticed his third brother's cold gaze and immediately shrugged, reining in his enthusiasm, secretly thinking, my brother is truly blind. Gu Yinxing is clearly more stunning. Gu Yinxing glanced at the now darkened expression of Nanling. Princess Nanling, within 3 days, I shall await your 100,000 taels. Humph. Nanling huffed, unable to suppress her anxiety. If she had to part with 100,000 taels, her spending money would be entirely depleted. Gu Yinxing, you wait. Very well, Gu Yinxing replied with a charming smile. Let us depart. Qin Minglang's expression had darkened significantly as he strode away, followed closely by Gu Yinan and Nanling. Qin Yunqing, however, hesitated to leave, glancing back at Gu Yinxing with a wink. Miss Gu, until next time. Gu Yinxing, surprised by the warmth of their first encounter, felt a tinge of confusion. In her previous life, she had hardly interacted with this sixth prince. They have already left, Wei Xianqi remarked. Ji Yunqing returned to her senses, noticing that Jiang Cheng and Han Quan were staring at her. What are you looking at? Miss Gu, you are truly a hidden gem. It is but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. Ji Yunqing waved her hand dismissively, her smile radiant. The two could not help but burst into laughter. And a hint of amusement also flickered in Wei Xianqi's eyes. Upon returning to the Gu residence, Gu Yinxing encountered the anxious Yi. Miss, you have finally returned. The master is calling for you. Is Gu Yinan causing trouble again? Gu Yinxing raised an eyebrow. Yi nodded. The second young lady returned in tears, seeking the master's presence. He said you should come to him immediately. What on earth has happened? It is nothing. Ji Yinxing waved her hand. Let me go. Her weeping has nothing to do with me. Upon entering the main house, Gu Yinxing discovered that, aside from her parents and Gu Yinan, her elder brother was also present. Father, I hear you are looking for me? Gu Yinxing stepped in gracefully, her delicate features adorned with a faint smile, as if she were entirely unaware of the unfolding events. Ji Huanchuan, who had been in a foul mood, felt a portion of his displeasure dissipate upon seeing his daughter. Though he maintained a stern expression, I heard you publicly wagered with Princess Nanling today and won a fortune of 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels? Gu Hongzhen exclaimed in disbelief. He had just arrived and was still unclear about the situation, astonished that his sister had gambled such a substantial sum. Indeed, Gu Yinxing nodded, countering, is that not a good thing? Quite good indeed, Gu Hongzhen replied instinctively. Who could ever complain about an excess of silver? Hongjin, the Duke of Jiang, was scolded sharply. Only then did Gu Hongjin close his mouth, glancing at Gu Nianqing with a helpless expression, as if to say she would need to fend for herself. Sister, 100,000 taels is no trivial amount. You may offend the princess with such actions, and what of it? Gu Nianqing retorted. This wager was mutually agreed upon. I did not coerce her into placing a bet. Since she accepted, she must abide by the rules of gambling. Even if I were to shout it from the rooftops, the rationale remains firmly on my side. Luoyi added, while today's events may sound absurd, it is undeniable that Princess Nanling herself consented to the wager. It cannot be held against Nianqing. I concur. Gu Hongjin nodded. It is not uncommon for royal heirs to engage in such contests. It would be truly disgraceful if she were to renege. Seeing the family seemingly absolve Gu Nianqing of blame, Gu Nianning grew anxious. She had promised Princess Nanling that she would return to persuade her. As subjects, they were expected to yield somewhat in such matters, yet Gu Nianqing showed no signs of remorse. Princess Nanling is the daughter of imperial concubine Lu. If she were to report this, it could spell trouble for us. Perhaps it would be best to retract the wager. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqing chuckled lightly. Sister, are you truly so naive? The news of my wager with Princess Nanling has spread far and wide. Do you think that if I renounce the silver, she will not be incensed? Since she is already angry, I might as well claim the winnings. Moreover, I conducted this wager openly. Should I now withdraw? She might even think I look down upon her, would she not, brother? Chapter 35. The Duke of Zhenbei is truly a kind man. Gu Nianqing turned to Gu Hongjin, who nodded in agreement. What Nianqing says is quite reasonable. Royal children need not expect our deference. To do so would only diminish their dignity. Indeed, Gu Huanchuan understood this point as well as I in the imperial family. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot's reins. Since this matter has transpired, it would be inappropriate to act otherwise. However, Nianqing, you must exercise caution in the future. Though it was a warning, his tone had softened. I understand, father, Gu Nianqing replied with a gentle smile. I know that brother is on the verge of a breakthrough and requires resources for his cultivation. Silver is needed everywhere. I plan to allocate 50,000 taels to our parents and 50,000 to brother. Upon hearing this, Gu Huanchuan and the others were taken aback, utterly unprepared for her generous intentions. Nianqing, Gu Hongjin's expression grew complex. This is your prize money. How could you give it to me, brother? You are in need at this moment. I have no worries about my daily needs at home. Why would I require so much silver? Gu Nianqing smiled lightly. She was aware that her parents were troubled about Gu Hongjin's struggle to enhance his strength. Though her father, as the Duke of Jinghua, earned a decent salary as an upright official, his income was not extravagant. She had planned to honor her parents with the profits from her future restaurant ventures. But with Princess Nanling presenting such a lucrative opportunity, she took full advantage. Observing Gu Nianqing's thoughtful demeanor, the family's expression softened, yet only Gu Nianning felt discomfort amidst their warmth. Nianqing, are you truly not afraid of incurring the princess's wrath? Gu Nianning could not help but speak up. After all, she was the sister of Minglang. Mentioning Qin Minglang reminded Gu Huanchuan of the day's most pressing issue. Nianqing, I heard from Nianning that you publicly proposed to annul your engagement with the third prince today? I did, Gu Nianqing replied calmly. Moreover, he consented. Preposterous, Gu Huanchuan slammed the table. This engagement was arranged by the emperor himself. How can it be casually dismissed by the two of you? Gu Hongjin's expression darkened as well. While gambling with Princess Nanling might be one thing, proposing to dissolve an engagement was entirely another matter. Disobeying the emperor's edict is a capital offense. Nianqing, did you not have a fondness for the third prince? Why, today, would you wish to annul the engagement? Indeed, what is the rationale behind this? Luoyi inquired with concern. Mother knows you have always held affection for him. You would not withdraw from the engagement without cause. Today, at Lingxing Tower, Princess Nanling humiliated me time and again, while Minglang offered me no support. Were it not for the princess's repeated insults, I would not have proposed a wager. Ji Nianqing's gaze was earnest. Father, mother, deep down, you both understand that Minglang does not harbor feelings for me. Though I am your biological daughter, I have been estranged for years and do not embody the true qualities of a noble lady. I do not meet the standards to become a royal spouse. Who says you do not meet the standards? Gu Huanchuan's anger flared. They have insulted you repeatedly. It is utterly intolerable. I shall petition the emperor tomorrow. The marriage was arranged by the emperor himself. How could my daughter be unworthy? Father, please calm yourself, Gu Nianqing urged quickly. I know you have been comforting me out of concern for my feelings. But consider, if the other party looks down upon me, Should I still force myself upon them? There are plenty of good men in this world. I desire to marry someone who will cherish me wholeheartedly. A hint of pride gleamed in Gu Nianqing's eyes. In her previous life, she had been too blind to see. She would have kicked such a scoundrel aside without a second thought, but before her parents, she must maintain a reasonable demeanor. Nianqing is correct, Luoyi nodded. My daughter is unmatched by anyone. If she were to marry and be scorned, I would rather she remain unmarried, my lord. You must consider Nianqing's lifelong happiness. I care not for power or status. I only wish for her joy. Gu Huanchuan sighed, looking at his wife. While he understood her sentiments, the engagement had already been established, and rejecting it was a grave offense. Gu Nianqing cast a sidelong glance at Gu Nianin. Since this girl was so enamored with that dangerous pit, as an elder sister, should she not lend a hand and help her jump in? Father, the truth is, Minglang fancies Nianin. 4 years he has believed her to be his fiancé. Had I not returned suddenly, they might have already du Nianin, taken aback by Gu Nianqing's unexpected mention of her, found it hard to believe that her sister was genuinely preparing to facilitate this union. In my opinion, it would be best to report this to the emperor and secure the marriage. Such an arrangement would satisfy everyone. Upon hearing this, Gu Huanchuan and the others exchanged glances. They were aware of the situation but had refrained from mentioning it, knowing Nianqing also had feelings for the third prince. Nianqing, are you truly willing? Of course, Gu Nianqing smiled lightly. I have only just returned. I wish to spend more time with father, mother, and brother. Why the rush to marry? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Huanchuan said, Wife, you should sleep with Nianqing tonight. Very well. That night, Luoyi confirmed Gu Nianqing's intentions multiple times, feeling no sadness at the prospect of helping her sister. However, as she sought to fulfill her sister's desires, she could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. For her daughter was not only clever and understanding but also possessed a kind heart. Only Gu Nianqing understood that Gu Nianin was indeed a hot potato. Remaining at home, she could not act too excessively. It would be best to wait until she was married, becoming the third prince's wife, before any mischief could arise, thus minimizing the impact on their family. The next day, after the Duke of Zhongguo returned from court, Gu Nianqing and Gu Hongzhen awaited him eagerly. As soon as Gu Huanchuan entered, Luoyi hurriedly asked, My lord, what news? Gu Huanchuan's expression was grave. After today's court session, before I could petition, the emperor summoned me directly. The events of yesterday have reached the palace, and the emperor is furious. Upon hearing this, the three felt a weight settle in their hearts. The emperor had personally arranged the marriage, and Gu Nianqing and the third prince had dared to annul their engagement without permission. This was indeed a serious matter. Strangely enough, the Duke of Jinbei happened to be present at that time. The emperor did not dismiss him and allowed him to hear the matter. I usually have no dealings with the Duke of Jinbei. Yet today he spoke on my behalf. Initially, the emperor was enraged, but the duke's intervention mitigated the situation. Really? Luoyi was astonished, not expecting the Duke of Jinbei to be such a good man. Under the persuasion of the northern king, His Majesty acquiesced to the matter, Jiyu Hanxian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the three of them finally exhaled in relief, revealing expressions of ease. His Majesty decreed that on the 10th of next month, Nianin and the third prince would be wed. Chapter 36. How dare this woman be so swift? Luoyi exclaimed in astonishment. His Majesty originally intended to delay the marriage, but the northern king asserted that the union had long been arranged. And now that the suitable age for marriage had arrived, it was indeed beneficial to marry sooner. The Duke of the State recalled the peculiar situation of the day, finding it truly remarkable. The northern king had always been indifferent to other matters. Many sought to ally with him in the court, yet he remained unresponsive. Despite lacking other factions, his status in the court remained unassailable. He greatly admired the northern king, who, at such a young age, had achieved remarkable accomplishments and possessed formidable strength. While others might deem his actions unwise, he believed this was precisely the king's greatest wisdom. Having already amassed significant military merit and wielding considerable influence in the Daxia dynasty, if he were to cultivate friendships with the officials, it would undoubtedly incite concern from His Majesty. Now, with His Majesty's heavy reliance on him, bestowing upon him the title of imperial brother, their fates were inextricably linked. The northern king has been so helpful. Gu Hongzhen instinctively glanced at Gu Nianqing. On that day at the polo field, the northern king had similarly assisted Nianqing. Could this be mere coincidence? Faced with her elder brother's gaze, Gu Nianqing averted her eyes in guilt. If the northern king were indeed a warm-hearted individual, it would be one thing, but given his personality, it was unlikely he would help without reason. However, she had not anticipated such fortuitous timing, and it was fortunate that the Northern King was present. Otherwise, matters would not have proceeded so smoothly. This is good. Nianin actually harbors feelings for the third prince. Luoyi looked at Gu Nianqing. She and the elder had discussed this matter. They owed Nianqing too much and could only put Nianin in a difficult position. Unexpectedly, Nianqing had come to terms with it, and they would find a suitable match for her in due time. It was a win-win situation. Gu Nianqing smiled faintly. This calamity could finally be sent away. At that moment, Gu Hanxian could not help but sigh. A few days ago, the Prime Minister bragged about his spiritual tea, and I later informed him that I possessed 3 jars, which only served to incite his jealousy. Today, to make amends, I specifically took 2 jars of spiritual tea to present to His Majesty. Now, only the jar I have consumed remains. Such anguish, that old fellow, upon hearing this news today, will surely come to find me again tomorrow. How unfortunate! Observing Gu Hanxuan's petulant posture with his hands clasped behind his back, the 3 exchanged helpless smiles. Both their father and the Prime Minister were esteemed officials in the court, admired by many. Yet when these 2 were together, they behaved like children, perpetually engaged in a rivalry for years. Father, the next time I encounter that spiritual master, I will ask her for 2 more jars, Ji Yunyanqing stated. Really? Gu Hanxian exclaimed joyfully. Certainly. In the palace. Crash! Qin Minglang swept a hand, sending the teacup crashing to the ground, tea splattering everywhere. What did you say? Gu Nianqing has truly called off the engagement. Your Highness, it is said that today the Duke of the State reported to His Majesty, allowing Gu Nianin to replace Gu Nianqing, and His Majesty has agreed, setting the wedding for the 10th of next month. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lu Guifei emerged, somewhat astonished but ultimately finding it agreeable. Minglang, how fortuitous that your affections lie with Nianin. Were you not racking your brains over this matter previously? Now that your wishes have been fulfilled, why are you still angry? I truly hold Gu Nianqing in low regard. Yet she had the audacity to announce the cancellation of the engagement in front of so many people yesterday. Today, the Duke of the State sought an audience with father regarding this matter. How can I possibly face anyone? As the favored third prince, one of the 4 talents of the imperial city, how many young ladies aspire to marry him? Yet now, a plain woman has the audacity to call off the engagement. What a farce. Lu Guifei's expression shifted slightly. Why would Gu Nianqing propose such a thing? Qin Minglang fell silent. He truly did not anticipate Gu Nianqing would possess such audacity. In the past, no matter how unreasonable he had been, Gu Nianqing had never uttered a word of complaint, instead behaving cautiously to please him. Recently, her courage had grown so bold. Could it be due to the Northern King? Noticing this, Lu Guifei began to suspect. Gu Nianqing's temperament was not one to act outlandishly, but desperate rabbits do bite. Since His Majesty has already settled this matter, do not dwell on it. I also have a fondness for Nianin. It is merely that I shall no longer enjoy Gu Nianqing's culinary talents. Lu Guifei sighed. She had not anticipated that the girl would possess such remarkable skills. Nianin had prepared lotus seed soup several times recently. Yet its taste was simply incomparable. Mother, the new Ling Shang Lu's dishes are exquisite. I will send someone to procure some for you to taste, and it will surely surpass what she makes. Very well. Lu Guifei nodded, urging him not to dwell on this matter, as Gu Nianqing initiated the cancellation, thus sparing him from punishment. Should you express dissatisfaction at this juncture, His Majesty will not let you off lightly. If you were truly made to marry Gu Nianqing, you would not be content, indeed. Qin Minglang replied, yet the ire in his eyes could not be concealed. He had never suffered such humiliation. How could a woman devoid of talent and virtue dare to withdraw from their engagement? He would ensure that Gu Nianqing regretted it in due course. Miss, do you truly intend to sit for the Lingyin Academy examination? Observed Gu Nianqing, who had been training diligently throughout the day. Only emerging at mealtime, unable to suppress her concern. Of course, Gu Nianqing replied matter-of-factly. What practitioner does not aspire to gain admission to the Lingyin Academy? The examination is but a month away, and I must seize the moment. However, miss, the assessments at Lingyin Academy are notoriously difficult. Your training period has been so brief. Previously, the elder had remarked that your aptitude for cultivation is not remarkable. Over the past year, considerable resources have been expended on your training without significant progress. It may be wise to abandon this path altogether. While this may be somewhat shameful, the word has already spread, and if you participate in the assessment only to be rejected, I fear you may not be able to bear it. I am well aware of my own capabilities. You need not worry for me. Ji Yunyanqing raised an eyebrow. By the way, how goes the inquiry I assigned you? You guessed correctly. The second miss is also preparing to sit for the Lingyin Academy examination. Gu Nianxing nodded slightly. Anyone who gains admission to the Lingyan Academy would bask in another layer of glory, and Nianen would undoubtedly participate. Elder brother is set to take the intermediate examination at Lingyan Academy in a few days. I hope he passes smoothly. Elder brother is a few years her senior and had already completed the preliminary examination at Lingyan Academy. Now he is to undertake the intermediate examination. Once he passes, his status and influence will surely rise. Miss, something terrible has happened. The eldest young master has been injured. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, breathless. What? Gu Nianxing stood up, her gaze sharpening. How could her well-being elder brother be injured? The intermediate examination at Lingyan Academy is imminent. Her elder brother is not one to seek out fights, and at such a critical juncture, he could not possibly engage in conflict. There must be something amiss. It was the young master of the Zhu family who clashed with him today over a disagreement and suddenly resorted to violence. Several of his companions aided him, and the young master was overwhelmed by four, resulting in his injury. Chapter 37. Zhu family's underhanded tactics. When Gu Nianxing arrived at Gu Hongzhen's courtyard, Luo Yi had already arrived. Gu Hongzhen's handsome face bore 2 blood streaks, and he was visibly injured. While the external wounds were one matter, the internal injuries were far more troubling. Watching her elder brother spit blood, Gu Nianxing hastily inquired of the physician, "How is my brother?" The young master's injuries are severe. While the external wounds are not grave, the internal injuries are serious. His opponent aimed directly for internal damage. The physician, being from the household, spoke without reservation. "Hongzhen, what on earth transpired?" Luo Yi asked anxiously. "Today, upon returning from the morning court session, I happened to encounter Zhu Yuxuan and his group. They spoke disrespectfully, deliberately seeking trouble with me." As he spoke, Gu Hongzhen instinctively cast a glance at Gu Nianxing before suppressing his irritation. "I momentarily lost my temper and engaged them in a scuffle." "You are usually quite intelligent. How could you possibly take on a group of them alone? That was far too impulsive," Luo Yi remarked. "He must have said something about me being unworthy of the third prince. An elder brother likely acted in my defense." Gu Nianxing quickly pieced together the events. News of the engagement cancellation had spread widely, garnering both supporters and detractors. The intermediate examination at Lingyan Academy was approaching. With fewer spots available than the preliminary, Zhu Yuxuan must have realized he could not best elder brother, hence resorting to such underhanded tactics to ensure elder brother's defeat in the competition. Gu Nianxing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Zhu Yuxuan was not a good person, so it was hardly surprising for him to resort to such treacherous deeds. "Physician, can Hongzhen's injuries be treated swiftly?" Luo Yi inquired anxiously. This opportunity was vital for Hongzhen, and if he missed it, it would mean conceding to them. The physician's expression grew troubled. These individuals had clearly plotted beforehand. Had it been a typical internal injury, recovery could have been expedited, but they had intentionally targeted only one area of the young master, compounding the injuries, and it would likely take time to heal. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned grim. "Mother, do not worry about me," Gu Hongzhen said. "Even if I am injured, Zhu Yuxuan is still no match for me. But a competition is not simply about defeating one person. Since they are targeting you, they will surely aim for your vital points in the duel." Luo Yi is not merely a decorative vase. She possesses a profound understanding of cultivation matters. The insidious nature of her opponent lies precisely in this fact. It is entirely possible that if they were to publicly expose Hongzhen's weaknesses, he might falter before even engaging them in battle. Gu Hongzhen's expression grew grave, realizing that today he had allowed his emotions to get the better of him. Despite knowing it was a trap, he still fell into it. After Luo Yi departed, Gu Niansheng took his hand and said, "Brother, let me examine your condition." Observing Gu Niansheng's earnest demeanor, Gu Hongzhen chuckled lightly. "What? Do you possess medical skills as well?" "I do," Gu Niansheng replied. In recent times, she had completely forgotten about Zhu Jinyao, only to find her reckless elder brother stirring up trouble again, courting danger. After assessing Gu Hongzhen's injuries, Gu Niansheng devised a plan. "Brother, with only a few days left until the competition, I will perform acupuncture on you. Coupled with some medicinal soup, your injuries should recover significantly. Do you trust me?" Seeing the serious expression on the young girl's face, Gu Hongzhen was taken aback. "Are you serious?" "Of course that I believe in you," he declared without hesitation. "The martial arts technique you gifted me last time has proven to be exceptionally powerful." When Niansheng visited him previously, she not only brought him spirit tea but also a tome of martial arts. Initially skeptical, he was left in awe after perusing its contents, recognizing its high quality and formidable power. Had it not been for the need to keep it as a trump card, I could have easily incapacitated Zhu Yuxuan with that move today. Gu Niansheng smiled slightly. recalling how this martial arts technique had previously brought Qin Minglang remarkable success, earning him the emperor's favor and a chance to vie for the throne against the crown prince. Now, with this technique in her brother's hands, it could very well garner him similar recognition. But sister, how did you acquire medical skills? Gu Hongjian inquired with curiosity. During this time, Nian Shang had undergone notable changes. While others in the imperial city struggled to obtain spirit tea, she had amassed several jars. Now, she even dabbled in medicine. Truly astonishing. I learned from a remarkable master, Gu Nianshang replied, blinking her eyes. The master said I possess exceptional aptitude and is quite fond of me, thus took the time to teach me. Initially, Gu Hongjian found it hard to believe, but acknowledging the existence of various fortuitous encounters in the world, he recognized his sister's excellence and deemed her fortunate to be appreciated by such a master. You must study diligently. Not many are fortunate enough to experience such good fortune, I understand, Gu Nianshang said, preparing to begin acupuncture on Gu Hongjian. Her medical skills had improved significantly, especially with her recent studies focused on treating internal injuries. Gu Hongjian's injuries were not overly severe. With ample care, they would gradually heal. However, should a confrontation arise, the issues would become apparent. Zhu Yuxuan and his associates were counting on this. Her acupuncture, combined with medicinal concoctions, would expedite recovery, and with the addition of some spirit cuisine, she believed her brother would be nearly restored by the day of the assessment. Jiu Hongjian held unwavering trust in his sister. Even if he were unable to participate in the assessment, it would matter little, for her intentions far outweighed the significance of the evaluation. Jiu Nianshang felt touched. Whether it was their parents or her elder brother, they treated her with great kindness. She would not allow anyone to bring harm to her loved ones. Before long, the day of the intermediate assessment at Lingyan Academy arrived. Jiu Nianshang and Gu Nianen accompanied Gu Hongjian to the assessment. Today's event was a grand affair in the imperial city. Each enrollment day at Lingyan Academy attracted numerous spectators. Achieving fame during this evaluation ensured a bright future. Jiu Hongjian's complexion still bore traces of pallor, indicating his injuries had not completely healed, yet he appeared spirited, clearly determined to excel in today's assessment. Brother, your injuries have yet to mend. Isn't it too much to participate in the assessment today? Gu Nianen expressed her concern. It's nothing. Jiu Hongjian waved his hand dismissively. This enrollment occurs once every 3 years. If I miss it, I must wait another 3 years, and I cannot afford that. I've heard that some have even lost their lives during this assessment. Nianen, aren't you also set to participate in the preliminary assessment in a few days? Gu Niansheng asked. Indeed, Gu Nianen sighed. Unlike sister, I cannot skip the assessment. Minglang hopes for my participation as well. Chapter 38. Who was the useless one? Lingyan Academy. The vast martial arts arena was already filled to capacity with spectators, gathering the talented cultivators from the entire Daxia dynasty today. Whether royal descendants or talented commoners, any who could pass the assessment would have limitless prospects ahead. Upon her arrival, Gu Nianshang quickly recognized several familiar faces. Having heard that even the emperor himself would be present to witness the event, prompting every cultivator to exert their utmost effort in hopes of showcasing their talents before him. Minglang, Gu Nianen eagerly waved upon spotting Qin Minglang. He approached leisurely, casting a glance over Gu Nianshang but deliberately overlooking her. Nianen, you've come. Jiu Nianen smiled sweetly. Now truly Minglang's fiancé, all thanks to Gu Nianshang. She had originally anticipated Minglang would initiate the dissolution of their engagement, only for Gu Nianshang to preempt her. Now, in everyone's eyes, the third prince was given to her by Gu Nianshang, a notion that felt rather awkward. Minglang, you've been diligently training. Today finally presents an opportunity for you to shine. You must give it your all. I shall. Qin Minglang replied with a faint smile. Observing Qin Minglang's deliberate disregard for Gu Nianshang, Gu Hongjian felt a twinge of concern. Yet he saw his sister scanning the surroundings with keen interest, occasionally inquiring about the identities of various young nobles, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Having spent a year in the imperial city, besides those she had met at last year's polo match, she remained unfamiliar with many of the attendees. Brother, can you introduce me to some of them? Gu Niansheng requested. Certainly, Gu Hongjian replied. Meanwhile, Qin Minglang noticed Gu Niansheng's composed demeanor, entirely unconcerned with him, causing his expression to darken. This wretched woman, is she seeking out the prince of the northern town again? He scoffed. Only then did Gu Niansheng turn her head. Puzzled, future brother-in-law, what are you saying? The simplicity of her 4 words sent Qin Minglang into fits of rage, his amusement at her nonchalance clashing with the irritation brewing within him. Why had this woman suddenly become so indifferent to him? With a flick of his sleeve, Qin Minglang departed, and Gu Nian hurried after him. At that moment, Zhu Yuxuan approached with a smile. Ji Yu Hongzhan, you truly have no fear of death, daring to participate in the assessment today. Do you think everyone is as cowardly as you are? Gu Hongzhan retorted mockingly. Spare us your bravado. Zhu Yuxuan remained unfazed, urging him to hold on. Soon he would be the one unable to persist. You received the title of one of the 4 talents of the imperial city. Have you lost sight of who you truly are? Just look at yourself. Do you even deserve to be mentioned alongside the crown prince and others? My brother is unworthy, yet you think yourself deserving? Gu Nianshang glared coldly at Zhu Yuxuan, having witnessed his duplicitous nature at the polo match. She had not expected him to emerge again to annoy her. You are older than my brother, yet you participated in the same examination. My brother emerged as the top scholar, while you failed to even make the top 3 in terms of strength. You lack the courage to confront my brother and can only rely on numbers to bully the few. As for appearances, that is even more unnecessary to discuss. Any discerning eye can tell. If you believe my brother unworthy of the title of the 4 talents of the imperial city, then what do you amount to? Being inferior in every aspect? Each word from her was articulated with clarity and precision, her disdain unmistakable, as if she were confronting a repugnant insect in a ditch. Utterly revolting. Ji Nianshang, what did you say? Zhu Yuxuan roared in fury, having never been spoken to in such a manner before. What? Is your hearing impaired? Gu Nianshang exclaimed, feigning surprise. You seek death? Zhu Yuxuan raised his hand, intending to slap Gu Nianshang, only to be intercepted by Gu Hongzhan. Grasping Zhu Yuxuan's wrist, he tightened his grip, his expression icy. What are you trying to do? Let go. Let go. Zhu Yuxuan's face twisted in agony. Release me. After a brief moment, Gu Hongzhan flung Zhu Yuxuan away, his voice cold. If you dare to bully my sister, I will not spare you. At that moment, an announcement was made for all participants in the assessment to line up for the draw, prompting Gu Hongzhan to offer a few final words before departing. Noticing Gu Nianshang alone, Zhu Jingyao approached her. Ji Nianshang, have you truly given up on yourself? You at least showed some restraint before the 3rd prince. Yet now you seem to have lost all sense of dignity. If I were to disregard my dignity, wouldn't your brother be even more shameless? Zhu Jingyao faltered momentarily, taken aback by Gu Nianshang's boldness. Didn't you claim the 3rd prince was yours? Yet, after just a month apart, how is it that you are no longer his fiancé? I always advised you to have some self-awareness. Yet you refused to heed my counsel. Have you finally come to recognize your own shortcomings? Zhu Jingyao mocked without hesitation. In the past, the mere thought of Gu Nianshang becoming the 3rd prince's fiancé made her feel as though a beautiful flower had been placed in a pile of dung. Now, she felt a sense of relief at the loss of that title. I call this supporting my sister. An act of magnanimity. Gu Nianshang dismissed. What does this matter to you? Are you here to perform a monkey show? Who are you calling a monkey? You, of course. No need for theatrics. You are the monkey. Ji Nianshang languidly cast a sidelong glance at her, carelessly remarking, I did not grow up in the imperial city, so I cannot be considered a refined young lady. Weren't you raised in luxury since childhood? Why, then, does even a prince overlook you? I may have never made an effort, yet that is still preferable to those who toil tirelessly only to remain the subject of ridicule. It is pitiful that some still fail to comprehend this. Each word was a pointed jab at Zhu Jingyao, who, upon regaining her composure, grasped the implication of her words. Over the years, as Nian's friend, she had encountered the 3rd prince on numerous occasions, yet he had never taken notice of her. Ji Nianshang's words struck her like a resounding slap, a sharp sting that lingered. And so what? Despite your shortcomings, I am still better than you, a useless individual who has practiced for a year yet remains at the 2nd tier of qi cultivation, unworthy even to participate in the Lingyin Academy's assessment. Zhu Jingyao raised her voice, drawing the attention of those nearby. Ji Nianshang was indeed a failure, a fact she had heard from Nian long ago. After a year of training, aided by the abundant resources of the Duke's residence, she was still merely a 2nd-tier cultivator, a veritable joke. It is important to note that the minimum requirement for the Lingyin Academy assessment is the 5th tier of qi cultivation. Who, then, is the true failure? Gu Nianshang's exquisitely delicate face was shrouded in an icy demeanor, her enchanting features now emanating an aura that repelled approach. Her deep, unfathomable eyes radiated a chilling essence that sent shivers down one's spine. For reasons unknown, Zhu Jingyao felt a coldness creep along her spine. Chapter 39. Does it resemble a big fool? The failure is undoubtedly you. Realizing that she had been momentarily intimidated by Gu Nianshang's imposing presence, Zhu Jinyao's irritation flared. You lack even the courage to participate in the Academy's evaluation, yet refuse to acknowledge it? Who says I won't go? Gu Nianqing countered. Zhu Jinyao regarded her with pity. Do not feign grandeur. Who does not know your true worth? It is only fitting that you abandon the third prince, for in every conceivable aspect, you are unworthy. With a light laugh, Gu Nianqing's jet-black eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance. Let me make this clear. Just as your brother cannot compete with mine, neither can you stand against me. Oh, what have I just heard? Zhu Jinyao laughed heartily, causing the young women around her to erupt in giggles. You truly have a penchant for boasting. Do you not fear straining your back with such grand claims? Gu Hongjin was known as a genius, a fact well recognized by all. While Gu Nianqing was deemed a failure, many were aware of this as well. However, this information was obscured beneath her unremarkable appearance, garnering little attention. Since you doubt me, why don't we place a bet? 10,000 taels on the outcome of today's match between your brother and mine. How does that sound? A slight arch of her brow signaled Gu Nianqing's disinterest in further banter with Zhu Jinyao, who seemed incapable of uttering anything of substance beyond her sharp-tongued remarks. Zhu Jinyao, momentarily taken aback, recalled hearing that Gu Nianqing had won 10,000 taels from Princess Nanling recently, and she was astonished to find herself in a similar position. This was a significant sum. One she did not possess. Gu Nianqing saw through her hesitation immediately. If you lack the guts, cease your empty rhetoric. Anyone can speak such nonsense. With that, she disdainfully shot Zhu Jinyao a glance before sauntering over to a nearby viewing platform to take a seat. Zhu Jinyao's visage soured as she felt the gazes of those around her, pointing and whispering, seemingly mocking her lack of courage, as Gu Nianqing had effortlessly revealed her vulnerabilities. She recalled her elder brother's mention of Gu Hongjin's recent injury. Surely, Gu Hongjin was destined to lose this time. Just as she pondered this, Zhu Yuxuan dispatched someone to convey a message. Miss, the eldest master says you should accept the wager. Today, Gu Hongjin is bound to lose. Zhu Jinyao's eyes brightened. Really? The eldest master further mentioned that Gu Nianqing had won 10,000 taels from Princess Nanling, who had yet to vent her frustration. If the miss could reclaim the sum, it would surely earn her the princess's favor. The smile in Zhu Jinyao's eyes deepened. She was quite eager to agree to the wager, especially now that her elder brother had assured her of victory. Gu Nianqing, I bet 10,000 taels on the outcome of my brother's match today. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement danced in Gu Nianqing's eyes. Yet another fool had taken the bait. The speed at which she could earn money surpassed even running a tavern. Are you certain? Gu Nianqing asked, casting a dubious glance her way. There will be many witnesses. You cannot deny it later. Encouraged by Gu Nianqing's attitude, Zhu Jinyao felt more resolute. I will not renege on my word. I am committed to this wager. Very well, Gu Nianqing agreed. It is settled. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged glances as they observed their future sister-in-law placing bets once more. Do you not find it amusing how similar this sister-in-law is to someone else? When Xianqi schemes, she bears a striking resemblance to her, Han Quan remarked. Does Zhu Jinyao not look like a big fool? Counting money for Xianqi every time she is deceived? Indeed. It is remarkably similar. Jiang Cheng nodded, reflecting on his own empty pockets. Why am I never fortunate enough to encounter such a big fool? Xianqi and our sister-in-law seem to ensnare one with every attempt. That is true. Han Quan mused, stroking his chin, pondering where the discrepancy lay. On the elevated platform, the emperor had arrived, accompanied by the prince of Zhenbei and the dean of Lingyin Academy. The three took their seats at the front of the platform, offering a clear view of the combat arena. Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow, having anticipated that the prince of Zhenbei would not attend today. She was pleasantly surprised to see him in attendance. As the competition was about to commence, the participants began drawing lots. Gu Nianqing observed that a considerable number of cultivators were present. This was already a reduced figure following the initial rounds, which had employed team battles. After a stick of incense had burned, those who remained on the stage would be allowed to continue, while those who fell would be eliminated. She was confident in her brother's abilities. Barring any injuries, he would undoubtedly pass the assessment without issue. Even in his current state, he would manage the earlier rounds without difficulty. As expected, her brother advanced to the final stages with ease. As one of the four prodigies of the imperial city, Gu Hongjin possessed considerable strength. Moreover, both the crown prince and the third prince displayed exceptional prowess, distinguishing themselves during this selection process. After several rounds of combat, it finally came time for Gu Hongjin and Zhu Yuxuan to face off. Gu Hongjin, I advise you against overexerting yourself. Your sister has wagered 10,000 taels with my sister. If you concede now, you will only lose 10,000 taels. Otherwise, not only will you lose that amount, but you will also incur medical expenses for your injuries. which is hardly advantageous. Zhu Yuxuan's expression was one of derision, though inwardly he was puzzled. They had severely injured Gu Hongzhen's vital points days prior. Even with a skilled healer, it was improbable that he would recover so swiftly. Why, then, was he still holding on? That remark is better suited for you, Gu Hongzhen replied calmly. 10,000 taels. Should you lose, I fear you will have to forfeit your reputation as a dashing young lord, and may even find yourself barred from the pleasure houses. Zhu Yuxuan's expression shifted slightly. He did indeed enjoy frequenting such establishments, but to have this brought up in front of the emperor could tarnish his reputation. Do not dream. Prepare for your tears later. I await that moment. At that instant, the referee's voice rang out, signaling the commencement of the match. In that fleeting moment, both combatants swiftly launched their attacks. As members of the younger generation, they were well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses, and neither held back. The crowd below was intensely focused on this duel, as it not only pertained to their fates but also involved the stakes of 10,000 taels, making it far more thrilling than other contests. Zhu Jinyao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The outcome of this wager rested solely on her brother's shoulders. She had already envisioned how she would spend the 10,000 taels, and with that sum, she would ensure Gu Nianxing could never hold her head high in her presence. Bang! Zhu Yuxuan's punch struck Gu Hongzhen's vital point, and the pallor of his face deepened to a ghostly white, revealing just how unbearable the blow was. The amusement in Zhu Yuxuan's eyes grew. Victory today was assured. Chapter 40. A second bet. The emperor furrowed his brow as he observed Gu Hongzhen's performance. As the son of the Duke of the State and the top scholar in this assessment, he had always held him in high regard. He had heard of Zhu Yuxuan's name, but it was evident that there was a considerable gap between him and Gu Hongzhen. To his surprise, Zhu Yuxuan seemed to have the upper hand today. Gu Hongzhen's performance was indeed lacking. I have heard that Gu Gongzi was injured a few days ago. It appears he has yet to recover fully. The Prince of Zhenbei remarked. Injured? The emperor was taken aback. What happened? It seems it was related to this Zhu Gongzi, as Gu Hongzhen was assaulted. The Prince of Zhenbei replied with an air of indifference, as if merely stating a fact. The emperor's gaze shifted to the two on the high platform, and he began to piece together the situation. It seemed the young scholar he favored was destined for an unfortunate defeat today. The Prince of Zhenbei shook his head. It is a shame. The emperor has high hopes for Gu Hongzhen. Gu Hongzhen, you are certain to lose. Zhu Yuxuan's expression grew increasingly smug as a fierce attack hurtled towards Gu Hongzhen's vital point. Should this strike land, Gu Hongzhen would undoubtedly be defeated, and his injuries would leave him bedridden for quite some time. At that point, Zhu Yuxuan would use him as a stepping stone to greater heights. Gu Hongzhen, however, remained composed, not exhibiting the slightest hint of panic within him. A powerful surge of primordial energy surged forth as he deftly formed seals with his hands, skillfully evading the determined attack of Zhu Yuxuan. Simultaneously, a fierce and domineering aura suddenly erupted. This formidable force was so fierce that those in close proximity could distinctly feel its overwhelming presence, while the nearby Zhu Yuxuan's expression changed instantaneously. In that split second, as he attempted to evade, Gu Hongzhen had already seized his left hand, leaving him no opportunity to escape, and the terrifying blow landed squarely on his back. Bang! The astonishing force struck, causing Zhu Yuxuan's face to turn pale as he was hurled away, crashing down from the platform of the competition. The abrupt turn of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, and the outcome that everyone had confidently anticipated was dramatically reversed in that moment. Gu Hongzhen, the victor. The judge's voice resonated, followed by a fervent cheer from the audience. Young Master Gu is truly formidable. I told you, as one of the 4 talents of the imperial city, how could he possibly lose to the son of the Zhu family? Many young ladies in the stands displayed expressions of joy. There were numerous admirers of the Gu family's top scholar in the imperial city, for unlike the other 3, the Gu family's scholar was the most approachable. Earlier, seeing him being suppressed caused great concern among many ladies, and now their joy was palpable. Gu Nianxing's lips curled into a slight smile. This move was indeed powerful, proving that seizing an opportunity could lead to directly subduing the opponent. Zhu Jinyao, deliver 100,000 taels to my residence by tomorrow. Do not forget. At this moment, Zhu Jinyao was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how they, who had seemed assured of victory, had suddenly lost 100,000 taels. Where would she procure such an amount? If it were not delivered by tomorrow, she need not blame me for making this matter known to all, and when it escalates, not only would the silver be unpayable, but her reputation would also be ruined. Gu Nianxing's smile was sweet. and her already radiant face became even more enchanting, exuding a beguiling beauty laced with danger. Zhu Jinyao's complexion gradually turned ashen. The consequences of this defeat were unbearable for her. How could this happen? This is impossible, miss. You should quickly check on the young master. Hearing this reminder, Zhu Jinyao hurriedly ran toward where Zhu Yuxuan was. Upon witnessing Gu Hongzhen's last-minute victory, the emperor's face lit up with delight as he smiled at Wei Xianqi and remarked, "Prince of the North, it seems you have misjudged this time. The scholar I hold in high regard is indeed capable." Wei Xianqi replied with a faint smile, "Your Majesty has a keen eye." The emperor's smile deepened, and his satisfaction with Gu Hongzhen grew. The son of the Duke of State was indeed exceptional. Even severely injured, he managed to turn the tables. If he had not been injured, there would be no need for further discussion. That final move was truly remarkable. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on gaining another talented individual," Wei Xianqi commented. "Haha." Although Gu Hongzhen could not hear the conversation between the Prince of the North and the Emperor, he was secretly astonished by the Emperor's praise. The Prince of the North had previously assisted Nianqing on the polo field and also aided his father. Today, receiving such commendation from the Emperor was likely related to the Prince's influence. He could not fathom why the Prince, whom everyone wished to befriend yet had no opportunity to do so, would treat their Duke of State's household differently. With a heart full of questions, Gu Hongzhen descended from the high platform, having successfully passed today's assessment. "Elder brother, how are you?" Zhu Jinyao anxiously inquired as she watched Zhu Yuxuan spit out blood. "I'm fine." Zhu Yuxuan's face was pale as he glared at the highly praised Gu Hongzhen on the platform. His eyes filled with resentment. That last blow had nearly incapacitated him. It seemed he would need to lie in bed for a while after returning home. "Elder brother, we lost 100,000 taels. What shall we do? Father will surely beat us when we return." Zhu Jinyao was already in a state of panic. If their father discovered this matter, she would be finished. Zhu Yuxuan also recalled the gravity of the situation and nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. "After all, it was 100,000 taels. You can continue to gamble with her," Zhu Yuxuan said in a low voice. "Gu Hongzhen is a genius, but Gu Nianqing is a waste. Do not bet on whether she dares to participate in the assessment. Instead, wager on whether she can win against you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinyao's eyes brightened. "Indeed. As long as I win back the 100,000 taels, it will suffice. Let us wager 200,000 taels." Zhu Yuxuan's eyes gleamed with determination. They must not let them benefit. You must bring it up in front of everyone, leaving her no chance to refuse. "Very well." Zhu Yuxuan could no longer endure the pain and was swiftly carried away. At this moment, Zhu Jinyao calmed down. She still had a chance to win back. After witnessing her elder brother's victory and the conclusion of the assessment, Gu Nianqing descended from the stands and walked over, only to be intercepted midway by Zhu Jinyao. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow, playfully looking at the woman before her. "Do you, Nianqing? I lost this round, and I shall deliver 100,000 taels to your residence tomorrow. However, I would like to wager again." "Wager on what?" Gu Nianqing replied lazily, though her clear eyes sparkled with confidence. This foolish girl had fallen for a trick once and was now preparing to dig a deeper pit for herself. "Let us bet on the entrance examination of Lingyin Academy." Zhu Jinyao's expression turned serious. "Let us wager on who among us can outperform the other." As these words left her lips, the crowd, which had been preparing to disperse, suddenly halted, their gazes fixated on the two. This was bound to be a spectacle. Chapter 41. "Did I spend your money? I heard that the eldest daughter of the Duke of State is a cultivation waste. How could she possibly participate in the Lingyin Academy examination?" "I've heard this news as well. Initially, it was precisely because of this that everyone felt she was unworthy of the third prince. Not to mention defeating Miss Xu, she might not even meet the standards of the Lingyin Academy examination." Zhu Jinyao was clearly attempting to win back the 100,000 taels she had lost. Yet in front of so many witnesses, the eldest daughter of the Gu family was indeed in a precarious position. Many present had heard of Gu Nianqing's reputation. If their strengths were on par, it would be one thing, but knowing she was a cultivation waste, how could they gamble? "Gu Nianqing, did you not just claim you are not a waste? If you do not dare to accept this challenge, then what does that make you?" Zhu Jinyao taunted, relishing in the sight of this woman, who was clearly devoid of merit, still acting arrogant before her. Now, she was eager to see how she would maintain her bravado. Qin Minglang and Gu Nianan approached, and upon hearing Zhu Jinyao's remarks, Gu Nianan grew anxious. "Sister, you are not skilled in cultivation. This is a certain loss. Then let her lose," Qin Minglang scoffed. "She just won 100,000 taels from Zhu Jinyao. Zhu Jinyao merely wishes to reclaim her losses. Your sister may lack other talents, but she is adept at deception, so one cannot blame others for that. Previously, Gu Nianqing had used this very trick to swindle Nanling out of 100,000 taels, and now she was employing the same tactic again. Truly shameless. Fortunately, my engagement with her has been annulled. Otherwise, I would be unable to bear the shame. Qin Minglang's eyes were filled with disdain. Gu Nianqing had dared to bring up the annulment of their engagement, and he intended to make her realize what she was without the halo of being his fiancé. Yu Nianin felt a sense of satisfaction. Jinyao was indeed a good friend, inadvertently doing her a great favor. Ever since Gu Nianqing had switched to a more conventional appearance, Minglang's attitude had shifted. Today, witnessing his disdain for Gu Nianqing once more brought her a sense of relief. But if sister does this, she will become a laughingstock. Ji Yu Nianin feigned concern. She has always been a joke. Qin Minglang replied coldly, if you go now, it will only implicate you as well. Zhu Jinyao noticed the growing crowd and her expression of triumph deepened. Gu Nianqing, if you have the guts, accept. This time, let us wager 200,000 taels. When the figure of 200,000 taels was uttered, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This was indeed a bold demand. Gu Nianqing observed the woman's triumphant demeanor, and a hint of derision flickered in her eyes. This fool, 300,000 taels. She would soon bring the Zhu family to ruin. Before she could speak, Gu Hongzhen quickly interjected, Nianqing, do not agree. Zhu Jinyao's expression shifted slightly, then she taunted, if you do not agree, then just admit you are a waste. Who do you think you are to label me as a waste? Gu Nianqing feigned displeasure. Very well, I accept your wager. 200,000 taels is nothing. I shall wager 300,000 taels with you. Nianqing, Gu Hongzhen exclaimed, unable to contain himself. The onlookers were equally taken aback. 300,000 taels? This is an astronomical sum. Were these two young ladies out of their minds? Each one was making increasingly astonishing claims. If either were to lose, they would surely deplete their family's resources. The eldest daughter of the Gu family seemed to have lost her senses in her fury. Was she truly in her right mind to make such a wager? The crowd regarded Gu Nianqing with disbelief. Convinced that she had lost her rationality, leading her to utter such words, Ji Hongzhen attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Zhu Jinyao immediately agreed. Very well, let us wager 300,000 taels. No one is allowed to go back on their word, naturally, Gu Nianqing replied. Nearby, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged glances. Their future sister-in-law was far too bold, casually speaking of 300,000 taels. If she were to lose, it would surely leave the Duke of State's household in shock. Previously, those wagers could be overlooked, but I have heard that your sister-in-law is indeed not adept at cultivation. Jiang Cheng glanced at Wei Xianqi beside him and remarked, Xianqi, should the Duke of the State sell his daughter to settle debts, you could step forward, him. Han Quan was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's peculiar thought process. It was remarkable that he could conceive such notions. How do you know she won't win? Wei Xianqi cast a calm glance into the distance and replied. Jiang Cheng was momentarily stunned. You have heard the rumors. Besides, she awakened her spiritual root later than others and has only been cultivating for about a year, which seems like a disadvantage. Just wait and see. Wei Xianqi left those words and walked ahead. Jiang Cheng looked at Han Quan in confusion. Did he mean to imply that his sister-in-law could actually win? That is precisely what he means. Han Quan affirmed, is it truly that miraculous? That seems rather implausible. Jiang Cheng expressed his skepticism. If that were the case, then that sister-in-law must be concealing her talents quite deeply. Zhu Jinyao departed with satisfaction, initially thinking that Gu Nianqing might hesitate at the 20,000 taels. But unexpectedly, this fool mentioned 30,000 taels. Since someone was willing to offer money, she naturally would not refuse, and she would return to share this good news with her elder brother to lift his spirits. As the crowd dispersed, Gu Nianqing finally followed Gu Hongzhen out. Nianqing, you are far too impulsive, Gu Hongzhen said with concern. I am well aware of your capabilities, and if you participate in the Academy's assessment, I worry for you. You are concerned that I might not even qualify to participate, correct? Gu Nianqing directly pointed out Gu Hongzhen's hesitation. Since you were aware, why did you still agree? Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow. Gazing at Gu Nianqing in the distance, falling into silence, Ji Hongzhen thought Gu Nianqing might be regretting her decision and was reluctant to speak against her. Since this matter has already been agreed upon, do not dwell on it too much. You still have a considerable sum left from the previous earnings of 100,000 taels, and with today's winnings of another 100,000 taels, we can certainly gather the amount from within the residence, so, do not worry, Ji Nianqing, your boldness is truly remarkable. You audaciously proposed 30,000 taels. Qin Ming Lang looked at her coldly, disdain evident in his expression. If you continue down this path, the Duke of the State will inevitably be ruined by your hands. Gu Niansheng lazily raised her brow, casting him a glance. Am I spending your money? Qin Ming Lang was momentarily taken aback. What? Since I have not spent your money, why do you trouble yourself? Gu Niansheng coldly laughed. You should focus on your fiancé, and my affairs need not concern the third prince. Utterly unreasonable. Qin Ming Lang waved his sleeve in dismissal. Sister, how can you speak to brother Ming Lang in such a manner? Gu Nianan exclaimed anxiously, and upon seeing Qin Ming Lang stride away, she hurriedly chased after him. Yu Hongjin contemplated. Niansheng, it seems you harbor a bias against the third prince? Not only do I hold a bias against him, but I also possess one against Gu Nianan. Gu Niansheng replied candidly. Chapter 42. All have been corrupted the following day. At the Duke of the State's residence, Gu Hanxian regarded the 100,000 taels of silver sent by the Zhu family with mixed emotions. Zhu Jinyao had first caused Niansheng to fall into the water, and the eldest son of the Zhu family had severely injured Hongzhan. Had it not been a conflict among the younger generation, where the elders should not intervene, he would have sought an explanation. The grievance was simply too hard to swallow. Now that Hongzhan had emerged victorious and gained the emperor's favor, while Niansheng had caused the other party to lose 100,000 taels, it was indeed a great delight. However, the moment he thought of Niansheng placing a wager of 30,000 taels with Zhu Jinyao on the outcome of the Lingyin Academy assessment, he could not help but feel anxious. The 30,000 taels were a trivial matter, but if they lost, the Zhu family would undoubtedly spread rumors and stir trouble. Jiu Hanxian furrowed his brow. Anxiously watching Niansheng, he could clearly sense that she had grown more confident than before. Yet, he worried that if she were to lose in front of everyone, she might not be able to bear it. Hongzhen, you should not let your sister go unchecked. Luoyi also wore a worried expression. Zhu Jinyao is simply too much. Gu Hongzhen felt somewhat helpless. He had been unable to stop her at that time. This situation was not solely due to Niansheng's impulsiveness. Zhu Jinyao had repeatedly called her a waste, and it was only natural for Niansheng to feel aggrieved. However, if they lost, the Zhu family would certainly escalate their actions. Clenching his fists, Gu Hongzhen's eyes flashed with determination. When that time comes, I will make Zhu Jinyao keep her mouth shut. Otherwise, I will strike Zhu Yuxuan every time I see him, and we shall see who the real waste is. Well said, Gu Hanxian nodded. Dare to bully my daughter, and you will see his son unable to lift his head. Gu Niansheng watched her usually gentle and refined elder brother prepare to confront others. And even her father agreed, causing her to chuckle inwardly. Father, perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems, Luoyi suggested. What if we find someone to teach Zhu Jinyao a lesson before the assessment begins? That is indeed a good idea. Gu Hongzhen's eyes brightened. If she cannot participate, my sister will naturally not lose. Theo use their own methods against them. Splendid. Gu Hanxian approved. Just ensure it is done discreetly. Gu Niansheng. Is this truly the upright Duke of the State and the gentle elder brother she has always known? Now even their kind-hearted mother has been led astray. No, no. I do not wish for the Duke of the State's reputation to be tarnished because of me. Gu Niansheng waved her hand. You need not worry. I am not foolish. You silly girl, agreeing to this wager is not foolish. Gu Hanxian sighed at his Navi daughter. Jiu Niansheng. It was hard to articulate. Slowly, she reached out and grasped her elder brother's hand. Niansheng, what are you doing? Before Gu Hongzhen could finish his question, he felt the surge of spiritual energy within Gu Niansheng, causing his expression to change abruptly. How is this possible? Shadak Gu Niansheng placed her finger over her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Jiu Hanxian and Luoyi wore expressions of confusion. But upon realizing Gu Niansheng's cultivation level, astonishment filled their eyes. Jiu Niansheng winked with a smile. If I win this 30,000 taels, the Zhu family shall soon be on the brink of ruin. Once they exited their parents' courtyard, Gu Hongzhen looked at her in confusion. Why must we keep this a secret? To avoid alerting the other party, Gu Niansheng replied coldly. Do you believe Nian would inform them? Gu Hongzhen frowned. Sister, ever since you woke up after your fall, it seems there has been some tension between you and Nian. Gu Niansheng glanced around, confirming that there were no others nearby before speaking. Elder brother, what I am about to say, whether you believe it or not, I hope you will not disclose it. All right, I promise. Before my return, Nian may have genuinely cared for you, but after my return, certain relationships will inevitably change. Just as with the engagement to the third prince, it was originally mine. But over the years, Nian has come to believe it belongs to her. With my return, what was hers will be lost. Would she not harbor resentment? Gu Hongzhen furrowed his brow. We have already spoken to Nian about this matter. She understands that, of course, she would say so in front of you. Gu Nianshang's expression grew serious. Elder brother, I am not targeting Nian. I am merely stating the nature of human emotions. Therefore, I wish to remind you, as for whether my concerns are excessive, we will know soon enough. Hearing this, Gu Hongjin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said with a hint of relief, Nianshang, knowing you have such foresight brings me comfort. The fact that his sister, whom he had rescued, seemed to have forgotten the hardships of those past years, indicated that she had endured much. Upon her return, she was unfamiliar with the surroundings, and he felt pained yet dared not draw too close for fear of her discomfort. In recent times, it was evident that Nianshang had matured significantly, even considering these matters, which reassured him greatly. Jiyu Nianshang smiled gently. Do not worry, elder brother. I will take care of myself, and you all as well. At the Zhu family, Zhu Yuxuan lay in bed, the pain in his body making him quite irritable. However, thinking that he would soon win back the 100,000 taels and possibly earn an additional 200,000 taels, he felt exhilarated. Gu Nianshang was indeed a woman lacking in intellect. Merely provoking her a few times had already caused her to lose her reason. When the time came, the Duke of the State would not only lose wealth, but Gu Nianshang's reputation as a waste would also become widely known. This was a most satisfying revenge. At that moment, someone whispered a few words into Zhu Jinyao's ear, causing the smile on her face to instantly freeze. I did not expect to underestimate Gu Nianshang. I wondered how she dared to take this gamble, but it turns out she devised such a malicious scheme. Zhu Jinyao seethed. Zhu Yuxuan furrowed his brow. What happened? Gu Nianshang intends to injure me before the assessment begins, so I naturally cannot participate, and she will win by default. Zhu Jinyao huffed coldly. I said this girl lacks any real ability? Yet her underhanded tactics are numerous. Then you must be careful not to go out these days. Be wary of falling into her trap. Understood. This Duke of the State, who was always upright, had a sister who was completely different. Did you not always find her displeasing? Take this opportunity to severely injure her. It would also serve as revenge for me. Zhu Yuxuan's eyes glinted with malice. Since Gu Hongjin prevented him from getting out of bed, he would ensure that her sister was also gravely injured. Zhu Jinyao's face broke into a cruel smile. Elder brother, rest assured, I will avenge you. In the following days, Gu Nianshang remained in seclusion, diligently cultivating. Her cultivation time is ultimately shorter than that of others. Fortunately, she possesses a small world of her own, where time flows more slowly, granting her ample opportunity for improvement. Meanwhile, she continues to indulge in medicinal baths, steadily enhancing her strength. Chapter 43. The conspiracy of Gunin in the business of Ling Shenglu has been thriving, and with Shi Yong'an as the steward, she feels quite at ease. The establishment has already made a name for itself, attracting a considerable clientele daily, and the patrons are of respectable status, which has led to a decrease in rowdy behavior. After all, a careless offense could easily provoke someone beyond their means to offend. While her cultivation has indeed progressed, mere power without martial skills is insufficient when it comes to combat. As Gu Niansheng dines, she contemplates her forthcoming plans. She does not underestimate Zhu Jinyao. The reason she could become friends with Gu Nianin is her outstanding prowess among the younger generation of women. To catch up to Zhu Jinyao in such a short time, she must prepare diligently. She pulls out the martial techniques given to her by Gu Hongjin. Many of these techniques require one to reach the foundation establishment stage before they can be practiced, and there are not many suitable for those at the qi refining stage. The martial technique in her hands is also for foundation establishment cultivation. Unless she can break through to that stage, mastering this technique within the limited time available poses a significant challenge. Miss, doesn't the second miss possess the martial technique gifted by the late concubine Liu? I have heard that it can be learned from the qi refining stage. Why not borrow it from her to study? Gu Niansheng waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. That girl is no good. Recently, she has been drawing attention and must have already harbored resentment towards me. If I were to ask her for the technique now, she might not lend it truthfully. A careless mistake in practice could lead to dire consequences. Reflecting on Gu Niansheng's recent behavior, Gu Nianin couldn't help but furrow her brow. She has been uncharacteristically strange lately, entirely different from her previous self, leaving Gu Nianin with an unsettling feeling. Second miss, hasn't the eldest miss gotten into trouble? 300,000 taels. If she loses, her reputation will be tarnished, Xiao Chui remarked. Gu Nianin propped her chin on her hand. Do you think there might be some trickery involved? How could there be? Xiao Chui replied, puzzled. I have heard that the master purchased numerous precious herbs to create medicinal liquids for the eldest miss to help her enhance her cultivation. The master is quite biased. He hasn't provided anything for you. Second miss, despite others participating in the assessment. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan'an's expression darkened. Are you certain of what you say? The maidservant heard the steward instruct Yi to fetch the medicinal liquid from the storeroom, but did not inform me. Infuriating, Gu Yan'an clenched her fists, her typically gentle smile now marred by jealousy and fury, rendering her visage grotesque. Since they treat me this way, I shall not be blamed for my actions. Seeing her agitation, Xiao Chui added, Second miss, it's quite generous of the eldest miss to relinquish the marriage to you. Dio, I need her to do that. Gu Yan'an slammed her palm on the table. Brother Minglang's heart has always belonged to me. This marriage will certainly be annulled. Now that she has suddenly taken the initiative to withdraw, I have found an unexpected advantage. I detest Gu Yansheng. That woman should perish outside and never return. Ever since her arrival, she has seized everything that belonged to me, and now it seems she is the one benefiting, even claiming Brother Minglang's affections as her own. It is utterly laughable that she would dare to think she could attain what she cannot. Miss, what are your plans then? Xiao Chui inquired. That medicinal liquid rightfully belongs to me. What use is that useless person's cultivation? All it does is bring shame and financial loss to the family. Once she loses face during the assessment, I shall restore the family's honor, and everyone will understand the vast chasm between her and me. A mocking smile crept into Gu Yan'an's eyes as she whispered a few words into Xiao Chui's ear, her lips curling into a broader grin. Yu Yansheng is but a mere clown, unworthy of anything more than being my stepping stone. Miss, the medicinal liquid prepared by the master has arrived today. I will fetch it now. Yi chimed cheerfully. Ji Yansheng nodded lightly. She has been soaking in medicinal baths herself, and this liquid, made from Wei Xianqi's formula, is superior to purchased concoctions. However, it is her father's thoughtful gesture, and she treasures it dearly. Half an hour later, as Yi had yet to return, Gu Yansheng was about to step out in search of her when she saw a pale-faced Yi return, weeping. Miss, the medicinal liquid is gone. What happened? I went to retrieve the medicinal liquid, and while I was walking fine, I was suddenly struck from behind and lost consciousness. When I awoke, the liquid was nowhere to be found. Yi sobbed, kneeling down. Miss, it is my incompetence that has caused such valuable liquid to be lost. Please punish me. As long as you do not cast me out of the estate, I will accept any punishment. Rise. This is not your fault. Gu Yansheng helped her up. If someone was attacked in the house, it must be an inside job. When the steward informed you, were there others present to hear it? Yi pondered for a moment before replying. The steward spoke to me alone, but I did see the second Mrs. Maidservant, Xiao Chui. Before I left, however, when the steward spoke to me, she had already departed. Ji Yansheng raised an eyebrow slightly. There were not many in the estate bold enough to commit such an act. Aside from her, it seemed unlikely anyone else would dare. Miss, what should we do now? Do not fret. Gu Yansheng waved her hand. Since a thief has appeared, we need only to capture the culprit. Gu Yansheng went directly to find Luo, while dispatching guards to lock the estate's gates, prohibiting anyone from leaving. Upon hearing that someone had stolen the medicinal liquid, Luo recognized the gravity of the situation. There was indeed a thief within the estate. Who dares to be so audacious? The Duke of Zhenghua fumed, determined to capture the thief and punish them severely. Father, mother, the medicinal liquid is of great value, and someone within the estate has dared to covet it. I believe we must conduct a thorough search, Gu Yansheng suggested. Ji Hongjin nodded. Indeed, this person is exceedingly bold. If they remain in the estate, we cannot predict what else may occur. Ji Yan'an also arrived upon hearing the news. Accompanied by Qin Minglang, greetings, third prince, Gu Hanxian performed a respectful bow. Duke of Zhenghua, I happened to visit Yan'an today and heard that a thief has invaded the estate. Qin Minglang was equally astonished. The Duke of Zhenghua was renowned as a great general, and the people within the estate should be loyal. It was indeed unfathomable that a thief could infiltrate so easily. The estate's security is lacking. Causing the third prince to witness such a spectacle, the Duke of Zhenghua remarked, that is too harsh a judgment, Prince Qin. He waved dismissively. Such occurrences can happen anywhere, but we must find the thief swiftly to ensure the estate's safety. Father, all exits within the estate have been secured. No one can escape. What shall we do next? Gu Hongjin inquired. Ji Hanxian replied solemnly. Search. Chapter 44. Capturing the thief in the dead of night. Father, with so many people in the estate and such a vast space, it won't be easy to locate the thief, Gu Yan'an said, her expression filled with concern. I was unaware of the situation regarding the medicinal liquid. The thief must have had knowledge of it. I suspect it could be someone close to my sister. If such a person is by her side, She may be in danger. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxian and Luo Yi's expressions changed slightly. Nianen's words held merit, and the culprit must be apprehended. I too have felt as if someone has been watching me recently, Gu Nianshang revealed. Fear evident in her expression. In fact, several items of mine have gone missing, and I initially thought I had misplaced them. I never anticipated that today would unfold in such a manner. Is this truly happening? Gu Hongzhen's face turned ashen. Even if I must scour the entire estate today, I will find this individual. The Duke of Zhengguo's residence had commenced an extensive search, with guards turning every nook and cranny upside down, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. Seeing the commotion, Gu Nianen felt a twinge of anxiety. Given Gu Nianshang's character, she would typically avoid making a fuss over such matters, preferring to keep them under wraps. She never expected her sister to undergo such a drastic change and opt for a complete search of the estate. Even though Gu Nianshang had hidden her belongings well, the overwhelming atmosphere still left her feeling flustered. However, amidst the anxiety of those around her, Gu Nianshang remained utterly composed. There is no need for such a large-scale search. Once night falls, we will naturally uncover the medicinal liquid and the thief. What do you mean, sister? Gu Nianen asked. Perplexed, Gu Nianshang smiled slightly. After noticing my items disappearing over the past few days, I sensed something amiss. Thus, when Yi went to fetch the medicinal liquid today, I took some precautions to prevent theft. I simply did not expect this thief to be so bold as to knock Yi out. What measures did you employ? Gu Nianen pressed urgently. She had been entirely unaware of her sister's missing items. Surely this incident will not be uncovered, will it? Indeed. What means did you use? Gu Hongzhen inquired with curiosity, impressed by his sister's growing cleverness. Gu Nianshang smiled mysteriously. The time is not yet ripe to reveal everything. I fear the thief may take precautions if I divulge my methods now. When the moment is right, we shall know everything. Such theatrics. Qin Minglang scoffed, unimpressed. He found it hard to believe that Gu Nianshang could devise any clever tricks. Am I being overly theatrical? The answer will become evident shortly. Luo Yi discerned the unspoken tension between Qin Minglang and Nianshang. Recognizing that the prior engagement annulment had left him displeased, so she stepped forward to mediate. Since Nianshang mentioned that they could only find the thief once darkness enveloped the sky, why not have the third prince stay and dine with them? Very well, Qin Minglang replied, expressing his curiosity about how she intended to uncover the culprit. As twilight descended, the stars adorned the heavens, and Gu Nianshang finally revealed a satisfied smile. Now, I can speak, can't I? Qin Minglang remarked impatiently. Today, when Yi fetched the medicinal liquid for me, I applied a luminescent powder to her hands. This powder is colorless and odorless, invisible during the day, yet it glows in the night. The crowd instinctively glanced at Yi, and sure enough, her hands shimmered in the darkness. Miss, this Yi stared at her hands in shock. She had been utterly oblivious to this plan and had not anticipated that her mistress had been so prepared. As Yi had touched the medicinal liquid, traces of the luminescent powder remained on her hands. Moreover, the powder I used is specially formulated. It cannot be washed off for 3 days, and wherever it goes, it leaves behind a trail of twinkling remnants. Therefore, if we extinguish the candles within the estate and follow this glow, we shall find both the medicinal liquid and the thief. Impressive, Gu Hongzhen exclaimed in admiration. Nianshang, your strategy is truly brilliant. Gu Hanxian and Luo Yi also displayed expressions of pride. Their daughter was indeed becoming increasingly astute. However, Gu Nianhan's face turned ashen, and she hastily tucked her hands into her sleeves, fearful of revealing anything. She could not fathom how Gu Nianshang had devised such a scheme. Immediately send someone to extinguish the candles in the estate. We must uncover where this substance is and identify the thief, Gu Hanxian commanded. Suddenly, the brightly lit Duke's residence was plunged into darkness, and the group arrived at the spot where Yi had been rendered unconscious. As anticipated, they discovered the ground marked with scattered traces. They followed the trail, only to find themselves behind Gu Nian'an's courtyard, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. At that moment, a guard approached Gu Hanxian, saying, "Sir, during my investigation, I found that both the steward and this girl's hands were glowing." Xiao Chui. Luo Yi immediately recognized Xiao Chui and noticed that the trail of luminescent powder led directly to Gu Nian'an's courtyard, intensifying her fury. "How dare you steal from the young lady?" Xiao Chui was rendered speechless, entirely unaware of why her hands appeared thus. Moments ago, the guards had extinguished the candles, and now her hands stood out conspicuously in the darkness. "Madam, Xiao Chui truly does not know why this has happened." Gu Nianshang cast a calm glance at Gu Nian'an, not rushing to expose her. "I did not expect Xiao Chui to be so audacious." Sister, you cannot keep her. Gunyan An was at a loss for words, until Qin Minglang interjected. This girl is undoubtedly untrustworthy and must not remain near Nianan. Let us investigate further. She must have stolen a considerable amount. We must see what else she has hidden. The group entered Gu Nianan's courtyard, where the glow was particularly pronounced, and soon they discovered that the luminescence emanated from within Gu Nianan's room. Upon spotting a locked cabinet, an uneasy silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Gu Hanxian finally spoke. Nianan, this cabinet belongs to you, does it not? Father, I am completely unaware of this, Gu Nianan exclaimed in a panic. I merely keep some unused items in there and have not opened it in days. Xiao Chui knew I wouldn't touch it. It truly has nothing to do with me. Gu Hanxian and the others felt a mix of emotions. Uncertain how to respond to her claims, they had set out to find the thief, only to uncover a connection to Gu Nianan's maid. How could they ascertain whether this implicated Gu Nianan? They hesitated to draw conclusions, but if Xiao Chui were indeed guilty, it was rather perplexing. Chapter 45. Irrefutable evidence, Brother Minglang. You must believe me, Gu Nianan pleaded anxiously, gazing imploringly at Qin Minglang. I truly know nothing of this matter, I believe you. Qin Minglang replied gently, I know you are kind-hearted and would never commit such an act. Now that they had identified Xiao Chui as the thief, Gu Hanxian decided to leave things as they were. He had grasped the situation and knew that continuing the investigation could lead to complications. Thus, it seemed best to refrain from further discussion. Gu Nianan quietly sighed in relief, though her gaze towards Gu Niansheng held a hint of irritation, pondering whether this was merely a coincidence or a trap set by her sister. But how could Niansheng have known she would act this way? It was implausible. Gu Niansheng perceived her father's unease. A seed of doubt had been sown in the hearts of all present. Everyone was aware that it was highly unlikely there was no connection to Gu Nianan. However, she was soon to become the third prince's consort, and a scandal of this magnitude would be most unseemly. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Minglang declared, this matter must be investigated further. Nianan deserves to be cleared of suspicion. His gaze fell squarely upon Gu Niansheng. In my view, this incident may very well be a deliberate frame-up. He could not accept that Gu Niansheng had fortuitously employed the luminescent powder. It was possible she had intentionally set Nianan up. Gu Niansheng chuckled lightly. There is no need for the third prince to hedge. Simply accuse me of orchestrating this ruse. It is good that you understand. Qin Minglang did not deny it. You are the only one who knows when the medicinal liquid was taken. Others might not be privy to this information. If you wish to frame someone, it would be quite simple. Otherwise, how could you be certain Xiao Chui would act? According to your logic, I intentionally placed the items in Nianan's cabinet and had someone touch Xiao Chui's hands? A slight change flickered across Qin Minglang's expression as he replied, that is not entirely impossible. I have already stated, this luminescent powder cannot fade for 3 days after contact. Have any other individuals in this residence been found with it? Gu Niansheng inquired. Qin Minglang hesitated, only to hear Gu Nianan murmur, the steward has some as well. Doesn't the steward also possess it? Qin Minglang narrowed his eyes, suggesting that perhaps she had colluded with the steward to stage this scene. Third prince, you lack evidence. You cannot slander people indiscriminately, Gu Hongzhen warned solemnly. The steward had no opportunity to carry out this act. Gu Hanxian interjected. Today I instructed the steward to deliver the medicinal liquid to Yi, after which he came to report on recent events in the estate. He had no chance to intervene. Today just happens to be the day he reports monthly, and with Niansheng's wager with Zhu Jinyao, he had to be cautious. That does not prove this matter has any connection to Nianan. Qin Minglang replied grimly. Nianan is kind and gentle. There is no way this could be linked to her. I never claimed it was linked to Nianan, Gu Niansheng countered. Xiao Chui is undoubtedly involved. We will uncover the truth once we question her. With that, she began to walk outside, but as she passed, her foot inadvertently twisted, causing her to collide with Gu Nianan. As Gu Nianan fell, her hand instinctively reached out to catch herself, revealing a pair of glowing hands in the dark, prompting Qin Minglang's instinctive reaction to freeze momentarily, his gaze falling upon the luminescent hands of the young lady. Sister, how is it that you two bear this luminescent powder? Gu Niansheng exclaimed in surprise. Gu Nianan realized her hands had been exposed. She instinctively withdrew them, but it was too late. Jiyu Hanchuan's expression sharpened. As a seasoned general, he could read her instinctive reaction and grasp the truth of the situation. All these years, he had raised Nianan as his own daughter, never expecting she would engage in such behavior. At that moment, Xiao Chui was brought in, and upon seeing her mistress with hands glowing just like hers, she quickly knelt. Sir, madam, Xiao Chui was entirely under the young lady's instructions. Please spare me. Confession without coercion. You lie, Gu Nianan shouted in indignation. This is entirely your doing and has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chui paused, realizing that her mistress had not been discovered, but her words had inadvertently confirmed the accusation. Yet, as the family maid, she dared not admit her guilt. Such a crime could lead to a death sentence. Even if she survived, no one would ever wish to purchase her again. Mistress, please save me, Xiao Chui pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she knelt before Gu Nianan. If you do not help me, I will be finished. This matter is clearly unrelated to me, and yet you dare to slander me, Gu Nianan seethed. Someone, throw Xiao Chui out of the estate. Mistress, Xiao Chui has been loyal to you. Xiao Chui protested as she was dragged away, her desperate cries reverberating in the air. I truly do not know. Gu Nianan wept, her delicate features rendered even more pitiful by her tears. Stirring sympathy in the hearts of those present. The candles had been relit, yet the room remained shrouded in silence. What was initially thought to be the audacity of a family thief had unexpectedly fallen upon Gu Nianan. Brother Minglang, Gu Nianan wept, convinced that someone had plotted against her, insisting that she would never engage in such actions. Qin Minglang, who initially harbored doubts about Gu Nianan, found his heart softening upon witnessing her distress. Perhaps it was indeed a deliberate ploy by someone, or perhaps Xiao Cui had been bribed. Noticing the man's gaze, Gu Nianqing offered a sardonic smile, stating that the third prince need not resort to veiled accusations. Xiao Cui had been chosen by Nianan herself, and she had never had any interaction with her. Moreover, as her sister had previously mentioned, she had never touched that cabinet. The source of the glow on her hands was beyond her knowledge. The woman's voice was melodious and clear, floating like a gentle breeze, yet her words were as solid as ironclad evidence. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianan trembled, her complexion paling. How could she have forgotten this detail? Qin Minglang was rendered speechless, gazing incredulously at Gu Nianan, questioning her motives. Why would she act in such a way over just a few vials of medicine? Though valuable, she was on the verge of becoming his princess. Why engage in such behavior now, Brother Minglang? I didn't mean to. Gu Nianan's tears flowed more pitifully. I didn't intend to steal the medicine. I only saw that the academy assessments were about to begin. Yet our parents only provided the medicine to my sister. I felt distressed, and in my confusion, I acted foolishly. Chapter 46. They are all implicated. Since my sister's return, our parents have favored her more. I know I am not their biological daughter. This was originally meant for my sister, and I shouldn't be so greedy. But having lived here for so many years, I have always regarded them as my true parents. Everything changed after my sister returned. I was simply unable to accept it, which led to my foolish actions. Jiu Ninan's eyes were red, large tears cascading down her face, her once fair countenance now adorned with a look of grievance that stirred compassion in the hearts of those who beheld her. I meant no harm. I was just too heartbroken. Qin Minglang, enraged, felt his annoyance dissipate as he observed her helpless demeanor, reminiscent of a frail little rabbit, which tugged at his heartstrings. Over the past year, Nianan had never expressed such sentiments, always appearing obedient and understanding, leading him to mistakenly believe she was indifferent. Only now did he comprehend how vulnerable and sensitive her kind-hearted nature truly was. She did care deeply but had kept her feelings suppressed. Gu Nianqing watched the shift in Qin Minglang's expression, inwardly scoffing at his foolishness. How naive he was, so easily manipulated by Gu Nianan's malicious schemes, devoid of any discernment. In this moment, Qin Minglang felt not anger towards Gu Nianan, but rather outrage at the Gu family's treatment of her. Lord of the state, though Nianan is not your biological child, she has always regarded you as her true parents. Is this treatment not excessive? At this moment, Gu Hanxian felt a tumult of emotions, astonished to learn that Nianan had harbored such thoughts all along. The medicine I purchased was not solely for Nianzheng. Jiu Nianan was momentarily taken aback. While Qin Minglang frowned. What do you mean? The preliminary assessments at Lingyan Academy are approaching, and many have sought medicine recently. Thus, only a portion of my order has arrived today, with the remainder to be delivered tomorrow. Nianqing is at a disadvantage and has made a bet, so I prioritized her medicine. Jiu Hanxian sighed. Over the past year, they had shown care for Nianqing, yet they had never neglected Nianan, always preparing two of everything. It was disheartening to realize that Nianan had felt this way. Madam, let us return. Jiu Hanxian departed with Luo Yi. While Qin Minglang wished to say more, Jiu Hongzhen, however, produced the receipt for the medicine, stating, "See for yourselves." Upon receiving the receipt, it indeed indicated an equal quantity of medicine, explicitly marked for the second young lady. Jiu Nianqing cast a disinterested glance at Gu Nianan, feeling no sisterly bond towards her. The so-called vulnerability and helplessness were mere faids. She had already experienced the depths of this woman's treachery. With the third prince safeguarding Nianin, they felt reassured. Ji Yunyinxing smiled faintly, confident that once married to the third prince, Nianin would no longer endure such indignities. As her words settled, she took Gu Hongzhen's hand and departed. Ji Yuhongzhen was also conflicted, having never anticipated Nianin would act in such a manner. If it were merely jealousy, it might not be a grave matter. Yet, previously, Nianin had clearly insinuated that Nianxing was framing her. Many had overlooked this point, but he had not. This alone indicated that the situation was far from simple. Nianxing, Zhu Jinyao has not left home these days, Gu Hongzhen remarked. Ji Yunyinxing was not surprised, a knowing smile gracing her lips, as expected. Nianin truly, Gu Hongzhen's emotions were complex. For years, he had regarded Nianin as a true sister. And now such events had unfolded. How could he not be pained? Elder brother, the most fickle thing in this world is the human heart. Some individuals cannot be nurtured simply by kindness. Ji Yunyinxing's expression was calm, with a hint of coldness in her gaze. We share blood ties. Yet what if Nianin's presence has always been a conspiracy? Gu Hongzhen was taken aback. Nianxing, what do you mean? Not long after I went missing, when our parents were at their most heartbroken, someone conveniently abandoned Nianin at our doorstep. Do you not find that suspicious? Gu Nianxing's brow arched slightly. Having lived again, the things she once struggled to comprehend became clear as she unraveled the threads. Perhaps her initial disappearance was intricately linked to Nianin's biological parents. Gu Hongzhen's expression grew solemn. The implications of Nianxing's words were profound. Are you suggesting this was all deliberately orchestrated? Gu Nianxing smiled faintly. Elder brother, words alone are unconvincing. You might not believe me now, but grant me some time, and I shall provide proof. However, before that, I hope you can protect our parents. They will undoubtedly soften towards their children. But we cannot. We must safeguard this family. Nianxing, what is truly going on? Gu Hongzhen grasped her hand, his face filled with concern. Whatever it is, you can confide in your elder brother. I will protect you. Not the other way around. He remained oblivious to the events that had transpired during this time, while Nianxing had undergone a tremendous transformation. Just a few words now hinted at a monumental conspiracy. His sister was secretly investigating everything, yet as her brother, he was completely unaware. Gu Nianxing pondered for a moment, gesturing to the hairpin adorning her head. Elder brother, do you truly believe I was born disfigured? I was poisoned. Ji Yuhongzhen was left speechless in astonishment. Poisoned? We consulted numerous physicians before, and none detected it. Yu Nianxing sighed. It is a highly sophisticated poison, one that not only marred my appearance but also suppressed my cultivation. Only the detoxifying fruit can cure it. The one auctioned recently? That was mine. Ji Yuhongzhen found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Nianxing had faced so much alone without their knowledge. No wonder her cultivation had suddenly surged. He quickly pieced everything together, understanding why her demeanor had changed so drastically. She had been disguising herself all along. Gu Nianxing noted her elder brother's swift comprehension of her transformation, inadvertently painting her as a wise figure, and could only nod in reluctant acknowledgement. All part of my plan. So you believe this matter is connected to Nianin? With no one else in the family? And knowing that neither he nor their parents would harm her, even the most ordinary malefactor would only resort to theft. Thus, who would go to such lengths to ruin her? Gu Hongzhen understood. Having grasped the underlying implications from Nianxing's earlier statements, I see. Chapter 47. Who dares to steal my lord's wife? On this day, as Gu Nianxing was practicing, Yi suddenly informed her that Shi Yong'an wished to see her, prompting her visit to Lingshang Tower. Master Shi, what brings me here, master? We have received a request from the North Town Prince's residence, seeking a table of spirit dishes. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianxing furrowed her brow. The North Town Prince's residence? Wei Xian must have realized that Lingshang Tower is under my ownership. Why would they suddenly request a table of spirit dishes? Are they hosting an important guest? Do they not know that our restaurant does not deliver spirit dishes? Typically, the restaurant only serves spirit tea, and while some dishes contain spiritual energy, it was merely infused in the seasoning, not truly classified as spirit dishes. Naturally, Wei Xian would not be interested in those. The spirit dishes he sought must be those auctioned once a month. But master, he mentioned he would exchange a martial technique for it, something called Red Lotus Sword technique. Gu Nianxing's expression momentarily froze as she realized that this man seemed to possess an uncanny ability to predict her thoughts. Ji Yunyinin had been granted the martial technique by concubine Lu, which could be practiced at the qi refining stage, meaning that without mastering a martial technique, it would be impossible to defeat her in the assessments. And she, indeed, wished to win. She had seen this sword technique at the North Town Prince's residence before, but she had not mentioned it or learned it. Now, as she pondered how to acquire it, the opportunity had presented itself. Agree to his request. Gu Nianqing prepared a table of spirit dishes, a smile blooming in her eyes. After sending it over, please remember to express my gratitude. Upon witnessing the expression of his master, Shi Yong'an couldn't help but feel astonished. Rumors had it that the king of the north was cold and violent, indifferent to others, let alone to women. Yet, he had observed the king of the north treating his master rather well last time, and now this martial arts technique was being delivered. Although the spiritual herb was exceedingly precious, exchanging it for a martial technique was evidently more beneficial for his master. This raised a perplexing question. Why was the king of the north, whom everyone else found unattainable, so kind to his master? I will handle it well, he assured. Ji Yunyanqing smiled gently and inquired, how is your sister's health? My sister takes her medicine daily, and her condition has improved significantly compared to before. She can now move around. In her free time these days, she even comes to the tavern to lend a hand. The moment Shi Yong'an mentioned his sister, the brightness of his smile increased noticeably. Previously, many physicians had declared his sister beyond saving. Yet now, not only was her health gradually improving, but she could also assist, a notion he had never dared to entertain before. That's good to hear. Ji Yunyanqing felt reassured. For now, we will nourish her body with soup and medicine. And in a while, I will use acupuncture to eliminate the root of her ailment, allowing for a complete recovery. Thank you, my master. Shi Yong'an exclaimed, nearly kneeling in gratitude. You are truly our savior. Without you, my sister would not have endured, and I would have had no desire to live. How could I possibly become the manager of Ling Shenglu as I am now? There's no need for such formality. Gu Nianqing waved her hand. Since you are my people, I have the obligation to care for you. You have worked hard these days, it is my duty, he replied. Ji Yunyanqing glanced at the accounts of Ling Shenglu. Shi Yong'an was a man of great integrity, lacking in ill intentions. The accounts were clear. Aside from the necessary expenses, all profits would be handed over to her by Yi. She felt entirely at ease with him managing things. That night, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan stared incredulously at the table laden with dishes, gazing at Wei Xianqi in disbelief. All of this spiritual herb? Give it a taste. Wei Xianqi replied nonchalantly. The two quickly picked up their chopsticks, and after just one bite, their eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was the spiritual herb they had tasted at Ling Shenglu. They had only sampled it once before, yet it lingered on their minds ever since. Unfortunately, it was only available once a month, and even then, it might not be secured at auction. Jiang Cheng felt tears of joy welling up. The flavor was simply exquisite, and it seemed that the essence within the spiritual herb was melding with his own energy, leaving him feeling invigorated and even enhancing his strength. You managed to procure such a feast? You are truly fortunate, Han Quan exclaimed, unable to stop eating. Wei Xianqi, when will you bring your sister-in-law home? One must seize the moment. Indeed, Jiang Cheng nodded earnestly. With such a splendid sister-in-law, if someone else were to take her away, I would have no place to weep. Who dares to snatch my lady? Wei Xianqi's gaze darkened, emanating a hint of threat. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan exchanged glances and replied in unison, whoever dares, we shall deal with him. Before they knew it, a month had passed, and the day of the Academy's assessment had finally arrived. Miss, today is the assessment day. You will surely succeed, Yi exclaimed, holding Gu Nianqing's hand, her small face radiating confidence as she cheered her on. Ji Yunyanqing glanced at her. Your legs are trembling. You certainly do not appear to have confidence in me. Ah? Yi looked at her own legs, pouting, I don't want to. They just won't listen. Gu Nianqing chuckled lightly. Don't worry. I'm not anxious, so why should you be? Gu Hongjin had specially accompanied his two younger sisters to Lingyan Academy today. Yet after the previous incident, the relationship between Gu Nianin and them had become somewhat awkward. Ji Yunyanin remained silent, for after the assessment, her grand wedding day would soon arrive. Why then, she would be the illustrious Princess Ming, the consort of the third prince. No matter how reputable Gu Nianqing was as the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence, it would never eclipse her own prominence. Although today signified the assessment of the junior academy, the turnout was even more lively than the previous intermediate assessment, with cultivators from all corners of the Great Xia dynasty present. Nianqing, that is the initial testing station. Only those who have reached the 5th level of qi refinement are qualified to participate in the assessment. Gu Nianqing gazed ahead, noticing a long queue where all registered cultivators needed to undergo the most basic grade test. "Elder brother, we shall proceed first," Gu Nianan suggested. The two walked forward, and while queuing, they unexpectedly encountered Zhu Jinyao. Upon seeing Gu Nianqing, Zhu Jinyao's animosity flared in an effort to avoid trouble. She had been cooped up at home for days, all thanks to Gu Nianqing. "I can't believe you dared to come today." Zhu Jinyao mocked. "If you dare to come, why should I not?" Gu Nianqing replied coolly, casting her a sidelong glance. Zhu Jinyao sneered. "This assessment at Lingyan Academy isn't something anyone can just join. With your qualifications, you probably won't even qualify to compete. If you fail here, you'll be thrown out. And that would be quite the joke." Chapter 48. A hidden genius? Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow. "What we are wagering is the outcome of the competition. If I cannot pass this round, then there will be no contest. Regardless, I already won 100,000 taels last time. Not competing incurs no loss." "What did you say?" "That's unacceptable." Zhu Jinyao's expression changed. Instinctively glancing at Gu Nianan, who merely shook her head, Gu Nianqing observed their interaction and waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, if you are so eager to give me silver, how could I possibly refuse? With this 300,000 taels, it will greatly assist my upcoming advancements." "What an arrogant boast!" Zhu Jinyao scoffed. "You truly lack self-awareness. Are you even aware of how you earned the title of waste?" "Miss Zhu, the assessment has yet to commence. Your remarks are rather excessive," a warm and clear voice interjected. The three turned to see the sixth prince, Qin Yunjing. "We have the honor of meeting His Royal Highness." They greeted in unison. Qin Yunjing chuckled lightly, his gaze settling on Gu Nianqing. "Miss Gu, since our last parting, I have yet to have the opportunity to see you again. Today, it is indeed a pleasant surprise." Gu Nianqing was puzzled. "Does the sixth prince have business with me?" "Nothing in particular." Qin Yunjing shook his head with a smile. "I merely wish to make your acquaintance." Gu Nianan and Zhu Jinyao exchanged glances, a thought flashing through their minds. Could the sixth prince have taken a liking to Gu Nianqing? A seemingly unattractive waste, once the fiancé of the third prince. How could the sixth prince possibly be interested in her? Ignoring the two, Qin Yunjing walked directly to stand behind Gu Nianqing, effectively isolating them. "If you can pass the assessment today, we shall be fellow disciples henceforth." Gu Nianqing nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Clearly in high spirits, Qin Yunjing remarked, "Previously, I only knew of the second Miss Gu. I had no idea the eldest Miss Gu was so extraordinarily beautiful." "Your flattery is unwarranted," Gu Nianqing replied with a light laugh. "You must have heard of my reputation in the imperial city. That is a misconception. I had believed the rumors until I met you, and realized they were all false." Gu Nianqing pointed to her hair accessory. "That may not necessarily be the case. I speak only the truth. Do take a look around. Are there not many men stealing glances at you?" Qin Yunjing winked. Gu Nianqing instinctively glanced around and indeed noticed several gazes directed their way, though they might just be admiring you instead. The sixth prince was 2 years younger than Qin Minglang, yet as the younger brother of the crown prince, born of the empress, his status within the royal family was exceedingly high. Today, he wore a long white robe adorned with auspicious patterns, a wide belt around his waist, and his long black hair tied up high, revealing a smooth forehead. His eyes, bright and piercing, radiated with brilliance. Although he was of similar age to Gu Nianqing, he towered half a head taller than her, standing out amongst the crowd of cultivators with an exceptional demeanor. "Perhaps they are observing us?" Qin Yunjing remarked with a smile. Gu Nianqing. Zhu Jinyao watched in displeasure as the handsome, sunny sixth prince actively engaged with Gu Nianqing, their words laden with affection. First, the king of the north, and now the sixth prince. Gu Nianqing was certainly no ordinary woman. How could she deserve such attention? Gu Nianan felt equally perturbed. What was happening lately? It seemed everyone was looking at Gu Nianqing with newfound respect, which was not the outcome she desired. With that thought, her signature gentle smile reappeared on her face. Today, with her hair accessory, her appearance was striking and distinct from ordinary girls, naturally capturing everyone's attention. Zhu Jinyao's gaze fell on Gu Nianqing's hair accessory, realizing it was the very thing that concealed her flaws, leading everyone to believe she was a beauty. Today, she was determined to unveil Gu Nianqing's accessory before everyone. Revealing her true appearance, before long, it was Zhu Jinyao's turn for evaluation, and she was the first to have her cultivation level assessed. 8th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing the instructor mark her name as excellent, a satisfied smile spread across Zhu Jinyao's face. Gu Nianan followed closely, 9th level of Qi refinement. Previously, many practitioners were of the 6th and 7th ranks, and reaching the 8th rank was already considered quite commendable. To everyone's astonishment, a ninth rank has emerged. Truly a sight to behold. The mentor immediately annotated the name with the designation of special grade. After passing through, the two did not hastily depart but lingered nearby, awaiting Gu Nianqing's results. In my opinion, she can at most achieve the 5th rank, or perhaps she won't even qualify for the assessment. Zhu Jinyao chuckled lightly. Qin Yunjing, 1st rank of the Foundation Establishment realm. Upon hearing this, members of other teams couldn't help but turn their gazes towards a dazzling figure clad in white within the crowd. The 6th prince's strength has already reached the 1st rank of the Foundation Establishment realm. With such prowess, he is exempt from the assessment. Lingyin Academy has a rule that anyone who reaches the Foundation Establishment realm before the age of 18 may enter the academy directly without examination. Gu Nianqing also gazed at Qin Yunjing in surprise, not expecting him to be a cultivation genius. It is known that the path of cultivation is arduous, with the qi refinement stage being the slowest in terms of progress. At that time, Qin Minglang was merely at the 9th rank of qi refinement, which illustrates that his innate talent surpasses that of Qin Minglang. Zhu Jinyao's expression subtly shifted. Her hopes for the 3rd prince had already been dashed. Yet she had not anticipated the 6th prince's remarkable prowess, despite his usual low profile. If she were to marry the 6th prince, she would be a princess, and moreover, as the 6th prince is the direct younger brother of the crown prince, her status would even surpass that of Nianin. Sister, it's your turn. Ji Yunyan looked at Gu Nianqing with a gentle smile. Sister has been cultivating so diligently lately. Her strength must have seen considerable improvement. The staggering wager of 300,000 taels had already become common knowledge over the past month, and many were keenly observing who would emerge victorious today. Most importantly, Gu Nianqing had long been labeled a waste, seemingly destined to lose, yet she had the audacity to show up. Ji Yunyan let out a cold laugh. This girl is digging a pit for her again, but today is destined to be a disappointment for her dear sister. All eyes turned to the mentor testing Gu Nianqing, curious about the outcome. Ji Yunyan, 9th rank of the qi refinement realm. As the mentor's words echoed, the entire square fell into a momentary silence. Many widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. What did I just hear? Gu Nianqing is at the 9th rank of qi refinement? I heard it too, but it seems impossible, right? Qin Yunjing gazed at the mentor as he inscribed special grade next to Gu Nianqing's name, his face displaying surprise and admiration. Miss Gu truly conceals her talents. Zhu Jinyao was left utterly dumbfounded. Gu Nianqing's cultivation level was unexpectedly even higher than hers by 1 rank. How could this be possible? Chapter 49. The 3rd brother's judgment is lacking. Nianin. How can this be? She swiftly turned to Gu Nianin. Previously, she had inquired about Nianin, who had reported that Gu Nianqing was merely at the 2nd rank. And even if she had recently improved, achieving the 5th rank was out of the question, let alone the 9th. Gu Nianin was equally astonished. Gu Nianqing had clearly been incapable. How could she have suddenly advanced so much? Unless she had been deliberately concealing her true abilities all along, which is why I failed to notice. Gu Nianqing cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Jinyao, teasingly saying, see you on the competition stage. In the stands, Gu Hongzhen observed the delightfully smug Zhu Yuxuan beside him, saying, the Zhu family is indeed affluent. Miss Zhu's initial bet of 200,000 taels left us with no choice but to agree. I dare say, a mere 400,000 taels is nothing to you. Zhu Yuxuan instinctively swallowed hard. Having lost 100,000 taels last month, his father had already been furious. It was only because they promised to win back the 300,000 taels today that they could enjoy a semblance of peace. If they were to lose another 300,000 taels today, he could hardly imagine what the aftermath would entail. Gu Hongzhen, are you using underhanded tactics? Zhu Yuxuan quickly comprehended. Gu Nianqing's cultivation level could not possibly have risen so dramatically within a month, indicating that she had been concealing her true strength all along, intending to swindle them out of a large sum. No wonder she had the audacity to wager 300,000 taels before. This bet was proposed by you. Does that mean only your cultivation can be high while ours cannot? Gu Hongzhen scoffed. Zhu Yuxuan, one should at least maintain some dignity when speaking. Zhu Yuxuan fell silent, realizing that they indeed held no ground in this matter. Sister, when did your cultivation level rise? Gu Nianqing couldn't help but inquire. Clearly, not long ago, Gu Nianqing was no match for Zhu Jinyao when she fell into the lake. She too had used the elixir, which had yielded excellent results, yet it shouldn't have enabled such a remarkable improvement. Haven't I been cultivating all along? Gu Nianqing replied with a light laugh. Beside them, Zhu Jinyao's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Gu Nianqing had previously told her that Gu Nianqing had poor roots and cultivated very slowly, having only put in serious effort when she first unlocked her spiritual roots, later giving up due to her slow progress. She had always assumed Yinan was on her side. Could it be that this was all a trap devised by Gu Nianqing and Yinan together? Yinan, I truly never expected this. Zhu Jinyao's expression was laced with sarcasm. She was completely taken aback that Gu Yinan had colluded with Gu Nianqing to deceive her. Jinyao, please let me explain. Zhu Yinan hurriedly pursued her. At this moment, she was truly at a loss for words, for this was entirely Gu Nianqing's ploy. Seeing her sister trying to placate Zhu Jinyao, Gu Nianqing withdrew her gaze, reflecting that sisterly bonds can be fragile. It appears Miss Gu and my sister do not share a close relationship. Qin Yunjing observed this scene with keen interest, inquiring. Gu Nianqing regarded him, aware that individuals from the royal family are astute enough to discern the truth of such matters with a mere glance. When it comes to rivalry, none surpasses the royal family. Their conflicts are merely trivial skirmishes. My sister has many friends, while I have a solitary nature, which inevitably leads to friction with her acquaintances. Qin Yunjing chuckled, yet I do not perceive you as being particularly solitary in nature. And what does the sixth prince think? Gu Nianqing's expression remained calm. If you are implying I am profound in thought. She was indifferent to the sixth prince's opinion, as she had already taken the initiative to terminate her engagement with Qin Minglang. Thus, the royal family would hold no sway over her, rendering their perspectives irrelevant. However, before she could finish, she heard Qin Yunjing remark, I find my third brother's judgment quite lacking. How could he forsake a gem like you for a mere counterfeit? Gu Nianqing was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the man before her in astonishment, as such a statement was truly unexpected. Qin Yunjing's smile was radiant. My third brother is my third brother, and I am I. I do not conflate Miss Gu with your sister. And I hope Miss Gu will not confuse me with my third brother. If that is agreeable. Gu Nianqing remained silent for a moment before replying agreed. On another side, Gu Ninan was exhausted from explaining to Zhu Jinyao. Jinyao, I truly had no knowledge of this matter. Had I known, I would have certainly informed you. Zhu Jinyao regarded her with skepticism. You live in the same residence. How could you possibly remain oblivious to her progress from the 2nd rank to the 9th rank? Think carefully about the incident 2 months ago when you both fell into the water. Wasn't her cultivation only at the 2nd rank then? If I were deceiving you, would she have truly advanced from the 2nd rank to the 9th rank in such a short span? Zhu Jinyao paused, realizing that at that time, Gu Nianqing had indeed been quite weak during their dispute over the third prince, to the extent that Zhu Jinyao had easily caused her to fall into the lake. Are you implying that Gu Nianqing had been deliberately concealing her abilities all along? But why would she do that? Over the past year, Gu Nianqing had been unattractive and deemed a waste. Her reputation exceedingly poor. One would expect anyone in her position to be eager to clear their name. Why would she, possessing considerable strength, choose to feign being a waste? I am unsure of the reasons. But I can affirm that she has concealed this from you and from me as well. Zhu Ninan now firmly believed that Gu Nianqing had distanced herself from her. Previously, she had trusted her without question. But since the lake incident, she had grown skeptical. Perhaps after the lake incident, Gu Nianqing had realized that she and Zhu Jinyao were allies, thus choosing to keep her actions hidden from her. Fortunately, you are about to become the princess consort. With such a favorable match, you need not remain in the Duke of Zhan's residence. Zhu Jinyao's eyes gleamed with envy. In truth, Gu Nianin was not a genuine member of the Gu family. Her status incomparable. Merely adopted by the Gu family, she was now set to become the princess consort, while Zhu Jinyao felt she could never aspire to such heights. Ultimately, I am from the Duke of Zhan's residence. With Gu Nianqing's recent showiness, even Minglang will find it hard not to notice her. Zhu Ninin's expression fell. Ever since the elixir incident, Minglang had not visited her, clearly harboring some resentment. Thankfully, this matter had not spread, and no one else was aware. And all of this was thanks to Gu Nianqing, that vixen, so unappealing in appearance, yet pretending to be a beauty. Zhu Jinyao's gaze fell upon the 6th prince, who was conversing with Gu Nianqing not far away. He was handsome as jade, radiantly charming, especially when he smiled, as if sweetness filled the air. Zhu Ninan noticed Zhu Jinyao's expression and understood. Minglang has a good relationship with the 6th prince. After I marry Minglang, if the 6th prince visits, you can come as well. How does that sound? Chapter 50. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhu Jinyao's eyes brightened instantly, joyfully exclaiming, Are you serious? Of course, Gu Nianin nodded. You are my best friend. Who else would I help? That's wonderful. Zhu Jinyao felt a secret delight in her heart. She believed that as long as there were opportunities for more interactions, chances would inevitably arise. However, Gu Nianin suddenly furrowed her brow. It seemed that today, the 6th prince took quite an interest in Nianqing. If this continued, Zhu Jinyao's expression changed. She was so unattractive that the 6th prince would surely never notice her. Though we know this, the sixth prince remains oblivious. Ji Yunyan inside, noting that, upon closer examination, Nianxing was indeed quite beautiful, and the title of the most beautiful woman in the royal city was likely to fall upon her. Did she even deserve it? Zhu Jinyao scoffed, vowing to make her understand that the higher one stands, the harder one falls. Half an hour later, the initial assessment had concluded. Only then did Gu Nianxing realize that today, not only were the president and mentors of Lingyin Academy present, but the emperor and the king of the north were also in attendance, just as they were during the intermediate assessment. Wasn't the emperor only supposed to come for the intermediate assessments? Gu Nianxing glanced at Gu Hongzhen beside her, her curiosity evident in her expression. It was indeed the case on ordinary days. But today the sixth prince was participating in the assessment, prompting the emperor's presence. Yet, the sixth prince had already reached the foundation establishment stage and had no need to partake in the assessment. Gu Nianxing pointed out. Gu Hongzhen smiled gently, explaining that it was said the sixth prince resembled the emperor the most among all the princes, being the emperor's favored son with a noble lineage. Among the princes, he was the only one to break through to the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianxing understood. The emperor must have already known that Qin Yunjing had reached the foundation establishment stage and did not require participation in the assessment. Hence his attendance was a display of favoritism. But why was the king of the north always present? Gu Nianxing raised an eyebrow. The king of the north was the emperor's younger brother? Holding an extraordinary position, he typically did not attend such occasions, yet for some unknown reason, he seemed quite interested in the Lingyin Academy's assessment, Gu Hongzhen admitted. Ji Yunyanxing instinctively cast a glance at the stage. Noticing that the man on stage was also gazing at her, and she felt a vague understanding dawning upon her. Could it truly be that? Xianqi, I didn't expect you to accompany me to watch this preliminary assessment. Usually, it is quite a task to summon you, the emperor remarked. Wei Xianqi smiled lightly, explaining that the talents participating in the assessment today were from various regions, and he was eager to see if there were suitable candidates to recruit into the military. The emperor's eyes lit up with appreciation. It was indeed admirable of the king of the north not to forget about the border during such times. That is my duty, Wei Xianqi replied. The emperor noticed that Wei Xianqi's gaze was fixed on a particular spot and followed his line of sight, landing on Gu Hongzhen and his two sisters. Are you interested in Gu Hongzhen? The son of the Duke of Zhenghua is naturally excellent and would not falter on the battlefield, though he is also quite accomplished among the civil officials. Wei Xianqi withdrew his gaze, clarifying, I merely found the 30,000 taels wager amusing. Upon hearing this, the emperor cast another glance. The Duke of Zhenghua's adopted daughter was indeed remarkable, already renowned as a genius. However, his biological daughter left much to be desired. The adopted daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua would soon become the emperor's daughter-in-law, a match that the emperor was satisfied with, Wei Xianqi noted. The emperor smiled faintly, observing that Gu Nianxing was unaware of her own strength. Having agreed to such an exorbitant wager, and it seemed the Duke of Zhenghua had indeed been troubled by this lately. Just as you mentioned, Gu Nianxing had been knowledgeable and well-behaved since childhood. And having known Minglang for many years, the two were a better match. Previously, concubine Lu had subtly suggested many times that this marriage be settled for Gu Nianxing, but he hesitated due to the Duke of Zhenghua, which is why he did not agree. Now it seemed a matter of course, perfectly aligning with the proposal. I have a favorable impression of this Miss Gu from the Gu family. Oh? The emperor expressed surprise. As it was rare to hear you praise someone. Wei Xianqi smiled quietly, and the emperor noted his expression, unable to resist stealing another glance at Gu Nianxing, who was indeed a stunning beauty. Soon, the assessment was announced to commence. The preliminary assessment, like the intermediate one, began with group battles due to the large number of participants. Ji Yunyanxing drew her number 16. This meant she would compete on the same stage as the cultivators numbered 11 to 20. Nianxing, be cautious, Gu Hongzhen warned. Ji Yunyanxing nodded. I understand. As she stepped onto the second competition stage, she surveyed the other 9 participants and was surprised to see Xia Yingxian among them. She recognized Xia Yingxian as the daughter of the Grand Tutor. She had heard of her reputation as one of the few young women comparable to Gu Nianxing. Not only that, but she had also had conflicts with Zhu Jinyao, resulting in a poor relationship. Group battles were often chaotic, and it was best to team up. Otherwise, even a strong individual could be pushed off the stage if faced with coordinated opponents. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even though Xia Yingxian did not know her, Gu Nianxing felt she would be a suitable partner. Miss Xia, Gu Nianxing approached her directly, stating, shall we join forces? Xia Yingxian did not recognize Gu Nianxing but had heard of her reputation. Furrowing her brow in suspicion. Why? With our combined strengths, staying in the competition should not be an issue. It's just that the emperor is present, and we need to perform better, Gun Yinxing replied casually. If you are unwilling, that is also fine. In the chaos of the group battle, the likelihood of them remaining was high, but unexpected circumstances could arise. If they teamed up, their combined strength would suffice. Xia Yingxian hesitated, having always viewed the eldest daughter of the Gu family as ineffectual, overshadowed by Gun Yinan, ultimately losing even the engagement that should have belonged to her. She found this girl utterly useless, unable to protect her most important marriage arrangement. Yet, upon hearing her speak, Xia Yingxian suddenly realized that Gun Yinxing seemed different from her assumptions. However, considering her current situation, having a partner would undoubtedly be advantageous, though it could potentially drag Gun Yinxing down. Just as she was hesitating, Gun Yinxing's voice reached her. If you do not find an ally, this round will not be easy for you. Upon hearing this, Xia Yingshuan's expression shifted. She had not expected Gun Yinxing to discern that and still wished to team up with her. Why help me? We'll discuss that after we win. All right, the group battle commenced. As the referee's command rang out, the atmosphere on all the competition stages grew tense. Ji Yunyanxing and Xia Yingxian stood together, and some participants had already begun to clash, but two individuals kept their gazes fixed on Xia Yingxian. In truth, from the moment she stepped onto the stage, she had sensed something amiss. It seemed they were targeting Xia Yingxian. Yunyanxing had heard that although Xia Yingxian was the Grand Tutor's daughter, her biological mother had passed away, and the Grand Tutor's second wife had borne him a son and daughter. Although she was the legitimate daughter, her life had been far from easy, leading her to work exceptionally hard in her cultivation in hopes of carving out her own path. In her previous life, Xia Yingxian had gained some renown, yet ultimately, under duress, she married a wastrel and lived a difficult life, meeting a tragic end in her prime. Ji Yunyanxing remembered Xia Yingshuan's kindness towards her during her own hardships, and she had not expected they would have the opportunity to collaborate on the stage now, serving as a form of repayment for that past favor. As anticipated, when the two attackers focused on Xia Yingxian, they charged towards her. Make your move, Gun Yinxing urged Xia Yingxian, her inner energy surging as she saw the two attempting to seize Xia Yingshuan's arms to push her off the stage. She moved forward, confronting the nearest assailant. Xia Yingxian, surprised by Gun Yinxing's initiative to help, felt a flicker of astonishment in her eyes but swiftly directed her attention towards the other attacker. The two opponents were formidable. If they targeted her alone, the others would surely not intervene, and a moment's carelessness could result in disaster. Fortunately, with Gun Yinxing's assistance, she only had to contend with one. The sounds of impact echoed as Xia Yingxian engaged her opponent fiercely, utilizing both fists and feet to drive the attacker off the stage. Meanwhile, the man facing Gun Yinxing saw her as an obstruction and unleashed a fierce strike aimed at her face. Gun Yinxing reacted with remarkable speed, expertly dodging the man's punch by bending backward, then appearing behind him in an instant to seize his other arm. The man's expression shifted as Gun Yinxing executed a swift kick to his back. Boom! The man crashed heavily off the stage. Ji Yunyanxing's movements were fluid and graceful as she effortlessly dispatched her opponent. Boom! Just then, a heavy thud resounded as Xia Yingxian succeeded in tossing her assailant off the stage as well. The two exchanged triumphant smiles. Witnessing their prowess, the remaining participants hesitated to attack, and after a brief wait, 3 more were eliminated, allowing them to pass this round. Once the group battle concluded, Gun Yinxing stepped down from the stage, and Xia Yingxian hurried to catch up. Miss Gu, why did you help me? Gun Yinxing paused, turning to the girl behind her, her face lighting up with a bright smile. I just have a good feeling about you. Xia Yingxian was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time a girl had expressed such sentiments to her. She had always focused on her cultivation, rarely having opportunities to present herself in family gatherings. And although she was the Grand Tutor's legitimate daughter, most people were more familiar with her younger sister. I empathize with your circumstances. We are both lost souls in this vast world, and I wish to offer my assistance. Which is both reasonable and heartfelt. At that moment, Xia Yingxian suddenly comprehended the situation. She was aware of Gun Yinxing's plight. Being the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, she had been abducted years ago and had endured much suffering. Upon her return, Gun Yinan usurped all that rightfully belonged to her, and throughout the past year, Gun Yinxing's reputation had been tarnished, being labeled as unattractive and a bully towards Gun Yinan, unworthy of the third prince and obsessively attached. In the eyes of the world, this woman appeared to be nothing more than a pitiful mess. However, upon seeing her today, it was evident that she was a striking beauty, full of grace and vigor. In stark contrast to Gun Yinan, the allegations of bullying were clearly unfounded. If she had truly been mistreated, would she have so readily relinquished her engagement? Being in a similar situation, Xia Yingxian grasped instantly that these were malicious rumors deliberately spread. and merely relying on her own words could not clarify the truth. The only way to prove herself and silence the naysayers was through an opportunity like today. In that instant, the skepticism in Xiao Xuan's eyes vanished, replaced by a sincere smile. Miss Gu, you have aided me today, and I shall remember this kindness in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Observing the genuine sincerity in the woman's gaze, Gu Nianqing chuckled softly, for they would soon be comrades, united as one. The phrase "we are on the same side" struck a chord in Xiao Xuan's heart. She had navigated the halls of the Grand Tutor's residence with trepidation, facing intentional scrutiny even during assessments. No one had ever referred to her as an ally before. In my friendships, I value sincerity. You are not only a friend but also a comrade, one who shall never betray. How does that sound? Gu Nianqing's clear eyes sparkled with confidence. She had yet to find a true friend in this sprawling imperial city, but she deemed Xiao Xian a trustworthy individual. Xiao Xian gazed at her, momentarily entranced. The woman's demeanor radiated confidence and elegance, and despite her notorious reputation in the capital, her allure remained undiminished, a confidence Xiao Xian herself lacked. Strangely enough, though this was their first encounter, Gu Nianqing's words resonated deeply within her. Almost instinctively, she acquiesced. All right. The two exchanged smiles, and in that instant, two spirited young women forged a bond of friendship. Nianqing, when did you and Miss Xia become acquainted? Gu Hongzhen approached, having noticed Nianqing assisting Xiao Xian during the tournament. He was aware of the dynamics within the Grand Tutor's residence, but had not anticipated that Xiao Xian would take such a bold step. Clearly, her circumstances there were quite challenging. We just met? Gu Nianqing replied with a light smile. This is my elder brother, Gu Hongzhen. I have long heard of Master Gu's illustrious reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Xiao Xian said with a courteous bow. Miss Xia is also a remarkable woman. It is a surprise to see that she and my sister have hit it off. Gu Hongzhen continued. My sister has only been in the capital for a short time and has few friends. I feel reassured that she has formed a friendship with Miss Xia. Miss Gu is wonderful. It is my honor, Xiao Xian replied. It was only after Xiao Xian departed that Gu Hongzhen, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, Nianqing, you have finally begun to make friends. Previously, Nianqing had confined herself to their residence. He had hoped she would venture out to meet others, yet she seemed to dread such gatherings, rarely stepping out. He was genuinely surprised to see her transformation today. Since I am to enter the academy, it is only natural to make a few acquaintances. Having more friends means more paths to explore. Gu Nianqing replied. Gu Hongzhen raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to imagine such words coming from her lips. Finding a sister-in-law will be easier too. I shall seek out some gentle and lovely ladies to introduce to you. No need for that. Chapter 52. All our allies after the team battles concluded. Only half of the large group remained, and the individual matches were about to commence. Gu Nianqing glanced at her badge. Each participant could fight in 5 matches, and winning 3 would suffice to pass the assessment. If one managed to win 3 consecutive matches, they would not need to compete in the remaining 2 and would receive additional rewards from the academy. The first round of team battles has already eliminated the weaker practitioners. You must not underestimate the upcoming matches, Gu Hongzhen advised. Gu Nianqing nodded lightly. I understand. Nothing is more important than your life. If the opponent proves too formidable, do not hesitate to forfeit. Do you understand? Gu Hongzhen emphasized. Gu Nianqing smiled gently. Rest assured, elder brother. I am not foolish. Gu Hongzhen's gaze fell upon Gu Nianqing, who stood not far away, beaming beside Qin Minglang, and he couldn't help but sigh. Before Nianqing had annulled her engagement, Nianqing had always lingered by the third prince's side. Now that the marriage was confirmed, Nianqing seemed utterly unrestrained, as if she had already become part of the Ming Wangfu. After the third prince marries, he will establish his own household. The emperor has already bestowed upon him the title of Ming Wang and granted him a residence. Gu Nianqing nodded slightly. I have heard. Do you truly have no regrets? Gu Hongzhen's gaze was complex. He had previously regarded both as sisters and thought that if Nianqing genuinely wished to break off the engagement, then Nianqing would be a suitable alternative. However, after their last conversation, he understood the underlying schemes. If it turned out that Nianqing had indeed poisoned Nianqing, would that not benefit them? I have no regrets. Gu Nianqing replied firmly, noticing the concern in her elder brother's eyes. She smiled. Brother, he was never meant to be my ideal partner. Should I marry him, it would be the ruin of my life. I trust you do not expect me to marry into wealth and power, do you? Naturally, we only wish for your happiness, Gu Hongzhen said earnestly, but your partner must possess the ability to care for you. They had never intended to use Nianqing's happiness as a means to climb the social ladder, yet her partner must be capable of providing for her. or they would not feel at ease. Gu Nianqing's smile was sweet, and warmth surged within her heart. She knew well how much her parents and elder brother loved her. What she must do now was to expel those harmful influences and ensure her family was not burdened by them. When Qin Minglang turned his head, he caught sight of Gu Nianqing's radiant smile. Clad in her vigorous attire, she exuded a striking presence, her hair accessories uniquely captivating yet beautifully understated. At that moment, her gentle and sweet smile was unlike anything he had ever encountered, filling his heart with a soft warmth, subtle yet profoundly delightful. She had already advanced to the 9th rank of qi cultivation, and he had been completely unaware. He had always thought of her as a cultivation failure, believing she had made no progress all this time. A woman lacking strength could only serve as a mere ornament in the royal residence. Yet even that privilege seemed beyond her. He had often wished for the engagement to shift to the gentle and lovely Nianin. Yet now that it had truly occurred, he began to feel an inexplicable sense of loss. "Third brother, please sit. I will be over shortly," Qin Yunqing said. "Where are you going?" Qin Minglang grasped his brother's arm, questioning him. "I wish to congratulate Miss Gu on passing the team battle." Qin Yunqing replied with a light smile. "Did you not see how thrilling that moment was?" Gu Nianqing had helped Xiaoying Xian, and anyone who had observed the arena could see that. "But you are not acquainted with her." Qin Minglang frowned. Yunqing had only met Nianqing for the first time at Lingshang Tower, and today he was overly enthusiastic. "What does it matter if I am not familiar with her? The more I see her, the more familiar she becomes," Qin Yunqing smiled. "Besides, I believe we may end up in the same class." Ji Yunyan watched this scene, her eyes filled with irritation. She had never seen Minglang care for Gu Nianqing in such a way. Clearly enchanted by her smile, they were soon to be wed, yet after the incident with the potion and today's display of prowess, she could sense a palpable shift in Minglang's attitude, intensifying her unease. This could not continue. She felt that if things persisted this way, Minglang might even be entranced by Gu Nianqing. She exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Jinyao, and they silently agreed that today's assessment must not allow Gu Nianqing to shine. They must publicly expose her shortcomings. "You and Yan'an will also be in the same class," Qin Yunqing remarked. "I believe the Zhu family's young lady will be there as well." He glanced over at Gu Yan'an and Zhu Jinyao, catching sight of Zhu Jinyao's eager expression directed at him, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze. Third brother's taste is truly beyond words. Qin Yunqing approached Gu Nianqing and naturally took a seat beside her. "Greetings, Your Highness, the 6th Prince," Gu Hongzhen said, surprised to see him. He quickly bowed in respect. "There's no need for such formality, for I shall soon be your brother-in-law," Qin Yunqing replied with a smile. Then turned to Gu Nianqing. "Isn't that so?" Gu Hongzhen was momentarily taken aback. Ji Nianqing glanced at him, and he continued, "Isn't the second miss soon to be wed to my third brother? Naturally, that makes me your brother-in-law." He added. Upon hearing this, Gu Hongzhen finally understood. He had noticed that the 6th prince seemed quite familiar with Nianqing and had been puzzled, as Nianqing rarely ventured outside. Today, she had made the acquaintance of both the 6th prince and Xiaoying Xian. Yet he had been completely unaware. The 6th prince is far too kind. Qin Yunqing's sunny smile radiated warmth. "In the future, we will often see each other. Simply call me Yunqing, I dare not." Gu Hongzhen replied. "What is there to fear?" Qin Yunqing said casually. "Nianqing, tell your brother that we will all be family soon." Ji Nianqing regarded Qin Yunqing with bewilderment. "Your Highness, are you not being overly familiar?" As Nianin was to marry the Ming Wang, it was only natural that the 6th prince would become family. Qin Yunjing remained unfazed and leaned closer to Gu Nianqing. The latter instinctively recoiled a few steps until she heard his words, which caused a subtle shift in her expression. 300,000 taels was a significant sum for the Zhu family, and they might not be able to produce it. Even if they somehow managed to gather that amount, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to their resources, solidifying their enmity. The rift had long been established. Even without this incident, other conflicts would have arisen. Ji Nianqing's demeanor was calm. She had made her decision since Zhu Jinyao had repeatedly sought to provoke her. Chapter 53. Attitude towards the enemy. Given that they were destined to be adversaries, her resolve was to strike decisively. She desired nothing less than to see the Zhu family in utter disarray and financial ruin. Qin Yunjing observed the fierce determination in Gu Nianqing's clear eyes, and his admiration for her only deepened. A woman with such clear-cut emotions was far more intriguing than the gentle and indifferent Gu Nianin. His elder brother had truly misjudged her. "Your thoughts are astute, but Zhu Yuxuan is also aware of the gravity of the situation and may resort to desperate measures," he warned. "Exercise caution when you encounter Zhu Jinyao later." Gu Nianqing regarded Qin Yunjing with newfound appreciation. She hadn't anticipated his sudden warning. Yet, as he said, at this stage, Zhu Yuxuan would undoubtedly employ every means at his disposal to ensure her defeat. Thank you for the caution. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan, observing the closeness between Qin Yunjing and their future sister-in-law, felt a surge of anxiety. What was with the sixth prince? Wasn't this their first meeting at Lingsheng Tower? Why were they suddenly so familiar? Jiang Cheng's face was tense. In their eyes, their sister-in-law was an absolute treasure that must not be snatched away by anyone. I suspect the sixth prince has developed feelings for her. Han Quan sighed. As fellow men, they knew there was no reason for such warmth without cause. Isn't it said that there are hidden patterns beneath her hairpin? Jiang Cheng frowned. Does the sixth prince not care? Does Xianxi care? Han Quan inquired. Not at all. Then what's the problem? Before long, the competition commenced, and Gu Nianqing's first opponent was a practitioner at the 7th level of qi refinement. The two, separated by 2 realms, easily triumphed over each other. However, upon seeing her opponent for the second round, her expression turned intriguing. To her surprise, she had drawn Zhu Jinyao, which seemed truly fated. On the other side, upon learning of her opponent, Zhu Jinyao's eyes darkened with malice. Today, she was determined to expose Gu Nianqing's true nature before everyone, revealing just how ugly this pretender truly was. On the arena, Gu Nianqing and Zhu Jinyao stood facing each other. The breeze stirring their garments, their dark hair flowing, and the confidence in the woman's gaze was striking. Gu Nianqing, even though you are a level higher, winning will not be so easy. Zhu Jinyao's eyes brimmed with hostility. Previously, she had regarded Gu Nianqing as nothing more than a pest, a joke, a mere title without substance. Yet, in just 2 short months, the woman standing before her felt entirely different. Why waste words? Remember to deliver the 300,000 taels to my residence on time tomorrow. Gu Nianqing replied coolly. You despicable creature, Zhu Jinyao retorted angrily. You set this trap for the sake of 300,000 taels. Even though several arenas were simultaneously in action, all eyes were drawn to the confrontation between Gu Nianqing and Zhu Jinyao. The exorbitant wager had already stirred excitement among the crowd. What do you mean I set a trap? Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow. You were the one who provoked me, and when I refused, you called me useless. When I agreed, you accused me of being despicable. You alone have spoken both sides of the argument. At her words, laughter rippled through the crowd, as everyone recalled how Zhu Jinyao had relentlessly pressured Gu Nianqing. To now claim it was Gu Nianqing who set a trap was indeed shameless. Rumors had long circulated that the Gu family's eldest daughter was a waste of talent, and Zhu Jinyao had clearly aimed to exploit that. But now, Gu Nianqing's emergence as a 9th-level qi refinement practitioner had left her utterly astonished. I once thought Gu Nianqing was bound to lose. I was far too impulsive then. Now I realize she was clearly prepared. That may not be the case. Zhu Jinyao's prowess is well-known. Ji Nianqing only awakened her spiritual roots a year ago, and to cultivate to the 9th level in such a short time. She might have employed some unorthodox methods to hasten her progress. Her battle capability may not match her cultivation level, some speculated. The crowd exchanged glances, recognizing the immense and terrifying leap in skill within a year. Either she had used dubious means to advance, or she was genuinely a prodigy. Hearing the murmurs, Zhu Jinyao felt reassured. Previously, Nianin and her elder brother had said the same. Perhaps Gu Nianqing had resorted to underhanded methods to win the 300,000 taels and gain attention. Such methods were not without precedent, but once employed, future advancement would be nearly impossible. She naturally could not resort to such tactics, but Gu Nianqing was already seen as a failure, so the risk might not weigh heavily on her. Gu Nianqing, your reckless ambition for fame will surely be your downfall. Observing the confidence and pride in Zhu Jinyao's eyes, Gu Nianqing felt a flicker of doubt. This woman was clearly unaware of the storm that was about to unfold. As the competition began, the referee's signal prompted both to strike almost simultaneously. Their internal energy erupted, and Gu Nianqing wielded her sword, meeting Zhu Jinyao's assault head-on. Clang. The sound of their blades clashing rang out sharply. Surprised by Gu Nianqing's strength, Zhu Jinyao found it hard to believe that her suddenly enhanced cultivation was merely for show. How could her power be so formidable? Gu Nianqing disregarded Zhu Jinyao's thoughts entirely. She was determined to emerge victorious in this contest. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal striking metal echoed as both women exchanged fierce blows, each attack aimed directly at the other's vital points. Witnessing this, the spectators below felt a chill. While other practitioners fought with a spirit of camaraderie, this confrontation was fraught with danger, where a moment's inattention could lead to injury. On the high platform, Wei Xinqi's brow furrowed. Zhu Jinyao was evidently harboring lethal intent toward Nianqing. The pressure of 300,000 taels was undoubtedly weighing heavily on her, and she was truly fighting for her life. The emperor observed the scene with keen interest. This match was evidently unlike the others. You speak the truth. The daughter of the Duke of the State does indeed possess some ability, dispelling the rumors of her incompetence. Had I known, perhaps Minglang would have wed Gu Nianqing after all. Wei Xianqi's gaze shifted, but his expression remained composed. In marriage, the most important aspect was mutual affection. The third prince's fondness for the second daughter of the Gu family, coupled with her willingness to comply, would indeed be a delightful union. Hearing this, the emperor smiled faintly. Well said. I wonder who will ultimately win the heart of the eldest daughter of the Duke of the State. Chapter 54. All is lost. Moments later, Zhu Jinyao's heart was filled with astonishment. The strength Gu Nianqing had gained through secret methods was far from superficial. In terms of power and skill, she was not lacking. This woman had cultivated for a remarkably short time, while Zhu Jinyao had an entire additional year of practice, and no matter how one looked at it, Gu Nianqing should not be her match. Yet she found herself forced to retreat step by step. Gu Nianqing noted Zhu Jinyao's shock, a smirk of derision dancing in her heart. In her past life, she had been relentlessly bullied by Zhu Jinyao, but in this life, she had completely transformed. Today was the day she would prove her metamorphosis before the world. If one wished to scheme against her, they must first assess their own capabilities. Her dark, ink-like eyes glimmered with a cold light as Gu Nianqing struck decisively. During this period, besides closing herself off to enhance her cultivation, she had not neglected practical combat. Wei Xianqi had once told her that mere cultivation did not make one strong. True strength lay in battle prowess. Otherwise, one would merely be a decorative facade. Having witnessed Wei Xianqi's dedication during training and ferocity in combat, she had engaged in numerous sparring matches with the little fox during her time in the small world. Experience in battle could not be acquired through shortcuts. Only through repeated encounters, teetering on the brink of life and death, could one swiftly grasp these skills, anticipate danger, and predict an opponent's moves. Although the little fox was charming, its displayed strength during their sparring was formidable. Through multiple encounters, Gu Nianqing had learned to minimize her own vulnerabilities. Now, facing Zhu Jinyao, she found her opponent's flaws glaringly apparent. Furthermore, with a one-realm advantage, their clash was a complete display of strength. Seizing an opportunity, she nimbly evaded Zhu Jinyao's sword strike, grasped her arm, and drove her knee forcefully into her abdomen. Bang! The impact was tremendous and unyielding. Zhu Jinyao let out a muffled groan, her delicate face contorted in pain. However, before she could evade further, Gu Nianqing's elbow struck her back with precision. The dual blows sent Zhu Jinyao crashing to the ground, her countenance paling dramatically. Observing the fallen Zhu Jinyao, who was groaning on the ground, Gu Nianqing stood with her sword held firmly, her demeanor cold as she positioned herself on the opposite side of the competition platform. She refrained from delivering a fatal blow, aware that so many eyes were upon her, including that of His Majesty. To strike down her opponent at this moment would leave her with an irrefutable burden of blame. Yet, she knew there would be ample opportunities to deal with this woman. Those who had harmed her would not be spared easily. Witnessing this scene, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Gu family was a genuine prodigy. Having attained such mastery after merely a year of cultivation, truly remarkable. Where had the previous rumors originated? They were nothing but sheer nonsense. In this moment, Gu Nianqing radiated brilliance, a paragon of youthful genius, adorned with accolades that rendered all prior disparagements mere slander. Since her return, the eldest daughter of the Gu family had seldom made public appearances, and she was likely oblivious to the external gossip. It seemed apparent that someone had orchestrated these rumors to tarnish her reputation. Had it not been for today's first-hand observation, one might never have realized how long Gu Nianqing would have to bear this stigma, possibly never clearing her name. Many present began to ponder why such a talent would be labeled as worthless. A moment's reflection would reveal who stood to gain from the dissemination of such misleading information. Seated in the stands, Gu Nianqing felt the peculiar scrutiny of those around her, tinged with subtle suspicion, causing her to fidget uneasily. She had never anticipated Gu Nianqing would perform so astonishingly today, entirely contrary to her previous impressions. Most troubling was the fact that everyone believed she had intentionally spread these rumors. When had Nianqing's strength escalated to such heights? Qin Minglang turned his gaze to Gu Nianqing, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Did you not inform me that Nianqing had made no progress in her cultivation and was still at the second tier? I truly do not know. Gu Nianqing replied, her voice instinctively softening, revealing a hint of sorrow. Perhaps there had been a rift between her and her sister, leading to this concealment, or perhaps her sister had discerned her feelings for him, prompting her to withhold the truth. Such was her fault that had driven her sister to such secrecy. However, Qin Minglang's demeanor this time was markedly different from before. Frowning, he remarked, "Nianqing has never been one to hide the truth. Even if there has been a recent rift between you, it could not account for such an astonishing leap from the 2nd tier to the 9th tier within merely 2 months. From the moment Gu Nianqing returned to the Duke's residence, he had known her well. He understood her infatuation with him, and her character was unguarded. Leaving her vulnerable, it was inconceivable that she could have maintained such a lengthy deception. He had never bothered to inquire about her, considering her unworthy of his attention. Unless compelled, he would rather avoid her altogether, gathering all his information from Nianin. Yet now, upon realizing that Nianqing was entirely different from his previous impressions, he was struck by the revelation that he knew her not at all. Everything he had heard was merely Nianin's biased perspective. "I truly do not know," Gu Nianin hurriedly clarified, perplexed about when the Navi Gu Nianqing had begun to conceal her true abilities. Yet, her explanations were met with skepticism. "Are you implying that you doubt me?" Gu Nianin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I have always been sincere with you. I have never deceived you." Qin Minglang regarded the tears in her eyes with growing annoyance. "Have you forgotten the events of the past few days?" Gu Nianin's expression faltered, even her tears momentarily halting, for the memory of the medicinal concoction incident had rooted itself deeply in Minglang's mind. Witnessing Zhu Jinyao's swift defeat at the hands of Gu Nianqing, Zhu Yuxuan's countenance darkened considerably. The thought of losing 300,000 taels drove him to the brink of madness. Their entire family would be plunged into dire straits due to this sum. His father might very well consider him a disobedient son deserving of punishment, and this incident would render him a laughingstock. As these thoughts coursed through him, a fierce glimmer flickered in Zhu Yuxuan's eyes. "Do not hesitate. Otherwise, we are all doomed." Zhu Jinyao shared the same doubts, but upon hearing her elder brother's words, she made up her mind, and no matter the cost, she could not afford to lose. To be defeated by Gu Nianqing would be an indelible shame she could never bear. In the next instant, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Zhu Jinyao swallowed a pill. Chapter 55. A stunning countenance. As the medicinal elixir coursed through her body, a surge of potent energy spread within her, alleviating her earlier pain significantly and filling her with boundless strength. Ji Nianqing awaited the referee's announcement of the result when Zhu Jinyao suddenly rose to her feet, her bloodshot gaze fixed upon Gu Nianqing, brimming with ferocity. "Did you think I would concede so easily? Dream on." Observing Zhu Jinyao before her, Gu Nianqing's brow furrowed slightly, instinctively sensing something amiss. She was acutely aware of the force behind her previous 2 strikes. Logically, Zhu Jinyao should not have been able to rise again. Yet here she was, not only upright but exuding an aura even stronger than before. Ji Nianqing could sense instability in Zhu Jinyao's energy, as if an overwhelming force was on the verge of eruption. Prepare to perish. Zhu Jinyao charged towards Gu Nianqing, her sword thrusting forward with lethal intent. Gu Nianqing swiftly dodged, but upon the instant of collision, she was compelled to step back, her clear eyes reflecting astonishment in such a brief span. Zhu Jinyao's strength had surged to such an extent. This time, Zhu Jinyao's approach was markedly different from her earlier tactics. Each strike was merciless, having transitioned from a focus on finesse to an unrestrained onslaught. Fueled by a newfound vigor, it was as if she were overflowing with energy that demanded an outlet. And Gu Nianqing was the target of her explosive release, her desire to crush her opponent palpable. Jiyu Hongjin observed the unfolding scene on the competition platform, his previously relaxed demeanor now tense. Something was amiss. Zhu Jinyao's strength was clearly no match for Nianqing. The gap between their tiers was not easily bridged. Many spectators believed Nianqing had experienced a sudden surge in cultivation, her foundation unsteady. But he knew well that his sister's power had not been swiftly acquired through illicit means. How could Zhu Jinyao, who had been at a disadvantage before, suddenly unleash such formidable strength in an instant? Clang! Gu Nianqing was forced to retreat under the relentless strikes of Zhu Jinyao, who seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Each blow was accompanied by a terrifying force that left her palms aching. Blood began to seep from her hands, yet Zhu Jinyao showed no signs of relenting, launching a full frontal assault on Gu Nianqing. She understood the price she had paid for consuming that pill, and all of it was due to this woman before her. She yearned for her demise. The observers began to sense that something was awry, and those with keen eyes quickly discerned the truth. Zhu Jinyao had violated the rules by consuming a medicinal pill. This woman truly possesses audacity, Qin Yunji exclaimed. Tio dare consume a pill in front of His Majesty. She is courting death. The emperor also recognized the situation. After Zhu Jinyao ingested the pill, she was momentarily at a loss as to how to harness the energy within her, resulting in a chaotic release during their confrontation. I never expected the Zhu family to be so bold as to attempt such tricks in my presence. They cannot afford to lose, Wei Xianqi remarked coolly, though a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his depths. The conduct of the Zhu family's offspring truly mirrored that of their father. The emperor regarded Wei Xianqi with surprise. He typically paid little heed to such matters, yet this comment directly implicated the entire Zhu family. Boom! In that moment, Zhu Jinyao's strength surged dramatically, breaking through to the 9th tier of qi refinement. Below the platform, the onlookers, bewildered by the turn of events, gazed in awe. Who would have thought that the Zhu family daughter was quite formidable, capable of reaching the 9th tier in the midst of battle? Despite the disparity in their tiers, she had managed to hold her ground and even suppress the eldest daughter of the Gu family. They had indeed underestimated the Zhu family maiden's prowess. Gun Yannin's gaze remained locked onto Zhu Jinyao, hoping she could seize this opportunity to expose Gun Yanqing's unseemly visage to all. After breaking through to the 9th tier, Zhu Jinyao's strength had increased considerably, yet her internal energy remained abundant, and her smile grew increasingly radiant. Ji Yanqing, your end is nigh. After the previous exchanges, Gun Yanqing had already expended a significant portion of her energy, while Zhu Jinyao was at her peak. How could she possibly compete? In just a few exchanges, Gun Yanqing's garments were stained crimson. Bang! With a powerful strike, Zhu Jinyao sent Gun Yanqing staggering back several steps. In a flash, she pursued, her sword deftly severing the hairpin that held Gun Yanqing's hair aloft. The red ribbon was abruptly undone, and the once tightly bound ebony tresses cascaded down like a waterfall, dancing in the breeze, revealing a visage of breathtaking beauty. Her skin, pale as snow, shimmered with a translucent glow, and beneath elegantly arched willow-like brows were captivating, luminous eyes that exuded an alluring charm. The slightly upturned corners of her eyes radiated an enchanting aura, capable of captivating hearts with a mere glance. Her delicate, petite nose and enticing red lips enhanced her allure. A crimson flower, the amaryllis, adorned her forehead, adding a touch of bewitchment to her already exquisite features, its blooming petals shrouded in mystery and splendor. With each subtle movement and smile, she emanated an intoxicating beauty. In the backdrop of those 3,000 strands of inky hair, her visage was an embodiment of breathtaking beauty, a sight so enchanting that it would forever linger in the memory of anyone who laid eyes upon it. The seductive crimson blossoms unfurled upon her garments, while the young woman's delicate face bore a hint of pallor, infusing her allure with a touch of poignant melancholy. Though she stood upon the martial arts stage, she seemed to be perched atop a lofty peak, her extraordinary aura eliciting sighs of admiration from all around. The once boisterous arena fell into a profound silence, where only the sounds of heartbeats and faint gasps could be heard. Every gaze was drawn to the stunning figure that seemed to transcend the realm of mortals, as if the moment her hairpin was removed, her sealed beauty had been entirely unleashed. Such a woman could only exist in the heavens. How often could one behold such a sight in the mortal realm? Even the most exquisite portraits could not capture her splendor. Indeed, she was the daughter of the most beautiful woman in the imperial city, and her beauty was truly astonishing. The crowd below had completely forgotten the nature of the gathering, lost in reverence for such a captivating presence. Zhu Jinyao paused in her actions, staring incredulously at the woman before her. Disbelief etched in her eyes. How could this be? She had always been regarded as a plain girl. Zhu Jinyao had witnessed her former lack of beauty. Who was this stunning woman now before her? Gun Yannin was equally taken aback, unable to fathom that the woman on the stage was Gun Yanqing. From the moment she had seen Gun Yanqing with her hair tied back, a sense of unease had settled in her heart. She knew that as the daughter of the first beauty, Gun Yanqing would possess extraordinary looks, yet she had thought the dark patterns on her face were irreparable. However, upon witnessing her true visage, shock filled her heart. Chapter 56. A stalwart spirit. Qin Minglang stared blankly at Gun Yanqing. He had never truly observed her over the past year. After her transformation, he had noticed her beauty, yet the dark patterns had always marred her features. But now, gazing at the enchanting woman, every smile and frown radiated allure, and he felt his heart uncontrollably race. His fiancé was such a great beauty, and he had remained oblivious. If such a paragon of beauty could be considered plain, then the entire imperial city must be filled with plainness. The scent of conspiracy grew stronger in the air. The rumors were utterly contrary to Miss Gu's true nature, clearly aimed at tarnishing her reputation. How despicable! The third prince had rejected the eldest daughter of the Gu family, forcing her to break off their engagement. Was this not akin to throwing away a watermelon to keep a sesame seed? Many could not stifle their laughter. Though the Gu family had initiated the marriage proposal, everyone had witnessed the third prince's indifference toward Gu Nianqing at the tavern, consistently bringing only Gu Nianqing along. From that moment, it had been apparent, yet no one had anticipated that Gu Nianqing would blossom into such a stunning beauty. Third brother, I never imagined you held such sincere feelings for the second daughter of the Gu family. I truly misjudged you, Qin Yunqing remarked, admiration evident in his gaze toward Qin Minglang. This sentiment garnered agreement from many. Everyone knew the third prince and Gu Nianqing had grown up together, yet to remain unmoved in the presence of such a breathtaking beauty was indeed remarkable. Qin Minglang felt the weight of their stares, his heart filled with discontent. He had never realized how striking Nianqing was now. Looking at Gu Nianqing, he found her presence utterly lacking in comparison, yet he could not express his frustration at this moment. Only swallowing his displeasure, Zhu Jinyao was at a loss for what to do. The situation diverged entirely from what Nianqing had described. Witnessing her rival bask in glory only intensified her inner turmoil. And in the next instant, she lunged forward. She wanted this woman dead. She could not allow her to overshadow her. Others had already perceived her intentions. She had to seize this opportunity. In the following moment, she charged at Gu Nianqing with terrifying force. Gu Nianqing had already discerned Zhu Jinyao's abnormality. She must have consumed a potion that unleashed her latent potential, granting her a power surpassing her usual cultivation. Otherwise, such strength would be impossible. Yet, she had not anticipated that this woman, in a frenzy, would launch a lethal strike while everyone else was caught off guard. It was clearly an attempt on her life. Even though she had evaded the attack at the first opportunity, it was still a second too late, and Gu Nianqing was violently hurled from the high platform. Bang! Under the weight of that dreadful force, Gu Nianqing's delicate face turned pale, and blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Wei Xianqi stood up, his voice as cold as a demon from the depths of hell. Zhu Jinyao has committed a foul. The astonished judge snapped back to reality upon this reminder and quickly declared, Zhu Jinyao has consumed a potion to cheat. This contest? At that moment, everyone realized the truth. No wonder Zhu Jinyao's power had suddenly surged. She had taken a potion. Some potions could dramatically enhance a cultivator's combat prowess, albeit often with significant side effects. No one had expected Zhu Jinyao to resort to such despicable tactics to win the contest. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction to target Gu Nianqing, just as the judge was about to announce Zhu Jinyao's disqualification, Gu Nianqing's voice rang out suddenly. Wait. The judge looked at Gu Nianqing in confusion, only to hear her say, I can continue. Slowly, she rose to her feet, her once pale and delicate face now shrouded in frost. Zhu Jinyao has committed a foul, so whatever consequences arise from this contest, she should bear the responsibility herself. Her gaze locked onto Zhu Jinyao, exuding an aura of unyielding dominance with every smile and frown. As her words fell, the crowd's expressions shifted subtly, slowly grasping her intent. To continue fighting under the circumstances where her opponent had consumed a potion could only be detrimental to her. The judge looked helplessly at the high platform. Such a situation had never occurred before. First, someone had dared to consume a potion, and now another refused to halt the contest. What was he to do? It seemed the daughter of the Duke of the State harbored quite the pride. The emperor chuckled softly. Zhu Jinyao had indeed seriously injured her using the power of the potion, and her refusal to concede was a testament to her determination. Xianqi, what do you think? Wei Xianqi cast a deep glance at Gu Nianqing, who met his gaze unflinchingly, the resolve in her clear eyes penetrating his own. The next moment, he averted his gaze. Since Miss Gu insisted on proceeding, why not let her? The emperor waved his hand. And the contest resumed. He too was eager to see what this daughter of the Gu family could truly achieve. Today's display had shattered the rumors, and if she could defeat Zhu Jinyao, who had consumed a potion, it would be nothing short of remarkable. Zhu Jinyao had already panicked upon realizing the crowd had discovered her potion use, but now, witnessing Gu Nianqing's insistence on continuing the contest, she could not help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, she was a foolish girl. Today, she would ensure Gu Nianqing lost all face. The contest continues, the judge announced, and the match resumed. However, it was not Zhu Jinyao who struck first this time, but Gu Nianqing. Like a specter, she surged toward Zhu Jinyao, her internal energy erupting in full force. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, blazed with intensity, and her momentum soared to its peak. Sensing the change in Gu Nianxing, Zhu Jinyao's expression shifted. She was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, upon realizing the rising energy within Gu Nianxing, she understood what had transpired. She too had consumed a potion. The escalating aura and unleashed power mirrored her own experience after taking a potion. Unexpectedly, Gu Nianxing had managed to overpower her. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Was this a mockery of the Lingyin Academy's assessment? One had taken a potion, and the other had done the same? This was impossible. Gu Hongjin gazed at his sister, fully aware that Nianxing would never resort to taking a potion. If she had wanted to win, she could have simply chosen not to continue the contest earlier. Why would she jeopardize her foundation by consuming a potion? Chapter 57. The true first beauty Gu Nianxing, however, paid no heed to Zhu Jinyao's shouts. The energy surging within her restored her previously depleted strength, her spirit soaring to its zenith, her reflexes sharpening. This was a brand new transformation. Zhu Jinyao, caught off guard, was sent flying, bang. She crashed heavily to the ground, a soft groan escaping her lips. Yet Gu Nianxing offered no respite. She launched another attack. Zhu Jinyao's eyes widened in terror as she realized she could not match Gu Nianxing at all. Even as she attempted to evade with utmost speed, the sharp blade still left a wound upon her. She has committed a foul, Zhu Jinyao cried out, but the spectators found her accusation laughable. The one who had first broken the rules was her, yet she now accused others? Did she really take a potion? Gu Nianxing could not help but ask, excitement dancing in her eyes. If she had truly acted impulsively, it would be perfect. Qin Yunqing shot a glance at Gu Nianxing, smiling lightly. Sister-in-law, your insight seems lacking. Nianxing has not taken a potion at all. Ji Yunyan was momentarily stunned. No, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Qin Minglang immediately discerned Gu Nianxing's condition, recognizing that she was soon to reach the foundation establishment stage. At the very moment Qin Minglang uttered these words, Gu Nianxing's internal energy peaked, and a rich surge of primordial force radiated outward, prompting those present to realize that the aura enveloping her was utterly transformed. She had broken through. The young lady of the Gu family had achieved her advancement amidst the duel. In this contest, both contenders had experienced breakthroughs. However, while Zhu Jinyao had relied on medicinal pills to ascend, Gu Nianxing had achieved her elevation through the battle itself. The worry in Wei Xianqi's eyes dissipated as he gazed upon the proud white figure standing on the martial stage, the corners of his lips subtly curving upward. With a swift pirouette, Gu Nianxing channeled all her energy into her feet and delivered a fierce kick to Zhu Jinyao's abdomen, sending her crashing off the martial platform. Zhu Jinyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed the crowd's murmurs, unable to fathom how this woman had managed to reach the foundation establishment stage. A spurt of blood erupted from her lips, the overwhelming force nearly shattering her internal organs, the excruciating pain contorting her face. This woman evidently wished for her demise. At that moment, the physical agony paled in comparison to the shock within her heart. How had this woman elevated herself to such terrifying heights in such a brief span? Zhu Jinyao fainted. Meanwhile, Gu Nianxing stood serenely on the martial platform, her white dress adorned with blooming crimson stains, her beauty captivating and her demeanor unparalleled. Simply standing there was a radiant spectacle. One person. One sword, clad in white, her flowing black hair dancing in the breeze, her exquisitely flawless visage enchanting to behold. In this instant, her silhouette quietly etched itself into the hearts of many, years later, whenever people reminisced about this day's assessment. The image of that transcendent figure remained vivid and breathtaking. Ji Yunyanxing triumphs, declared the judge. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, for this duel was undoubtedly the most thrilling they had ever witnessed. Filled with unexpected twists, Miss Gu had provided the finest answer. Henceforth, the title of the most beautiful woman was indisputable. The label of a genius cultivator was equally undeniable. All the slanderous rumors paled in comparison to her current brilliance. The more dirt that had been thrown at her previously, the more precious she appeared now. In this moment, the people of the Daxia dynasty finally realized the depth of their misunderstanding regarding the young lady of the Duke of the State. Among the young women, she was an unparalleled presence. Not only the men, but even women felt moved, gazing at the stunning figure on the high platform, unable to conceal their excitement and admiration. Many had been wronged, and she had endured in silence, never attempting to explain herself, until today when she utilized her strength, the most compelling evidence, to inform everyone that their assumptions had been erroneous. Xia Yingxian felt a tremor in her heart. At this moment, She comprehended the meaning behind Gu Nianqing's earlier words, realizing that their purposes for appearing here today were indeed identical. Tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes, as all the humiliation she had borne washed over her. And like Nianqing, she too would cleanse it all away. From now on, she would live for herself. The young lady of the Gu family had truly endured much. It was uncertain who had spread such baseless rumors, tarnishing the reputation of such an innocent girl. Henceforth, the young lady of the Gu family would be my utmost idol. Her hairband was uniquely beautiful, truly enchanting, indeed. Why should she be labeled as ugly just because of a hairband? Zhu Jinyao had even deliberately torn off her hairband, which was utterly despicable. The young women present began to voice their grievances for Gu Nianqing, their eyes brimming with admiration, for she was indeed a paragon for all women. As Gu Nianqing descended from the martial platform, Gu Hongjin rushed over, only to find the sixth prince closely following behind, which left him perplexed. However, upon noticing Nianqing's injuries, concern filled his gaze. "Come, brother, I shall take you to tend to your wounds. I have some excellent healing ointment," Qin Yunjing offered, presenting an exquisite hollow gold porcelain vial. This healing balm was remarkably effective and would not leave scars. Jiu Hongjin couldn't help but glance at Qin Yunjing. Though he was reluctant to accept, upon hearing that the balm would not leave scars, he accepted it without hesitation. "Thank you, sixth prince." Jiu Nianqing smiled gently. Observing her smile, Qin Yunjing momentarily appeared dazed, but upon regaining his composure, his smile grew even more radiant. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan, witnessing this scene, immediately concluded that Xianqi had gained another rival. Although most gazes typically converged on the crown prince and the third prince, considered the most competitive candidates for the next ruler, they perceived the sixth prince as an extraordinary figure. If he had not consistently refrained from expressing his ambition for the throne, no one would have overlooked him. In truth, the sixth prince had never revealed his intentions, likely due to the fact that the crown prince was his elder brother, thus rendering his involvement unnecessary. Nevertheless, in terms of strength, intellect, and the emperor's favor, he was undeniably exceptional. Unexpectedly, he seemed to have taken an interest in their sister-in-law, and upon turning their heads, they noticed Xianqi's cold gaze, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Xianqi was indeed astute. It was remarkable that such a stunning beauty as their sister-in-law could be overlooked until now. But today, her extraordinary beauty had been unveiled before all, and it seemed that future rivals would multiply. If blame was to be assigned, it would fall squarely on Zhu Jinyao. Chapter 58. Offering flattery one by one, Your Majesty. The Academy assessments have always prohibited the use of medicinal pills. Today, in your presence, this matter must be dealt with severely. Wei Xianqi regarded the fallen Zhu Jinyao with no hint of sympathy in his eyes. Imprison Zhu Jinyao. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, who quickly grasped the implications. If she had merely violated the rules of the Lingyin Academy assessment, she might have only lost her chance to enter the academy and could no longer participate in future evaluations. However, today was different. With the emperor in attendance, Zhu Jinyao's actions amounted to treason. It was a capital offense. Zhu Jinyao, who had been holding herself together, now found herself overwhelmed by the reality of her complete defeat, which only served to amplify Gu Nianqing's glory. The thought of losing 30,000 taels further compounded her distress as she wondered how to explain this upon returning home. Upon hearing that she would be imprisoned, she could no longer bear the blow and fainted. "Jinyao, Jinyao." Zhu Yuxuan knelt in distress, pleading, "My sister acted foolishly in this moment. I implore Your Majesty to show mercy. Your Majesty, please." Once imprisoned, the path to freedom would be arduous, especially since Jinyao was injured. Whether she would even survive the ordeal remained uncertain. In response to Zhu Yuxuan's entreaties, the emperor did not spare her a glance, and the guards promptly escorted Zhu Jinyao away. Gu Nianqing observed this scene, her gaze unconsciously drifting to Wei Xianqi on the high platform, a faint smile lingering in her eyes. At that moment, the headmaster of Lingyin Academy declared, "Gu Nianqing has broken through to the foundation establishment stage and has thereby become a student of Lingyin Academy, exempting her from further assessments." This announcement elicited yet another round of astonished gasps from the crowd. Having already triumphed in 2 out of 3 assessments, there was no longer a need for her to compete further. Gu Nianqing had reached the foundation establishment stage after merely a year of cultivation. She was a true prodigy. Lingyin Academy, known for its abundance of exceptional talents, had unexpectedly gained another. Upon hearing this outcome, Gu Hongjin sighed in relief. Since Nianqing was injured, he truly wished for her to cease competing. "Nianqing, since you need not continue, let us return." Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqing nodded slightly. "All right," as the two prepared to depart. Qin Minglang approached, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld the breathtaking beauty before him. "Allow me to escort you home." Ji Yunyan stood beside Qin Minglang, feeling a pang of discomfort. "There is no need for the third prince to be so courteous. My sister's assessment has not yet concluded. You should focus on taking care of her." Ji Yunyan smiled. "My elder brother can accompany me home." At this moment, Gu Hongjin felt a twinge of displeasure upon seeing Qin Minglang. This man had previously dismissed Nianqing, yet now, captivated by her beauty, his attitude had shifted. He was truly unreliable. "Indeed, I shall take Nianqing home." Noticing their refusals, Qin Minglang felt somewhat awkward and added, "I have some excellent healing ointment. I will send someone to deliver it shortly." "The sixth prince has already provided some," Gu Hongjin replied, displaying the porcelain vial in his hand. "Yunjing?" Qin Minglang frowned, recalling how Yunjing had shown considerable interest in Nianqing recently. And today he had been particularly warm. Could it be that he genuinely had affections for Nianqing? "Third brother, I happen to have some with me, but it may only suffice for Nianqing," he grinned. "With the blades flying on the martial platform, if sister-in-law were to sustain injuries, you might need to prepare additional supplies." Hearing the man refer to her as sister-in-law made Qin Minglang feel a twinge of irritation. And upon glancing at Gu Nianqing, he saw her gazing at him with anticipation. Ji Yunyanqing had no desire to exchange further words with Qin Minglang and proceeded alongside Gu Hongjin toward the exit. Just as they were about to board the carriage, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan hurried over. "Sister-in-law, Miss Gu, please wait." Gu Nianqing turned to see them, not particularly surprised. Ji Hongjin regarded the wave of suitors approaching his sister with curiosity. Apart from the third prince, she had not previously attracted such attention. Yet today, following her injury, the sixth prince had come first, then the third prince, and now these two. "Miss Gu, this elixir possesses remarkable healing properties, expediting wound recovery and alleviating pain upon ingestion." Jiang Cheng presented the elixir to Gu Nianqing, as Xian Qi was unable to personally attend due to accompanying the emperor. Thus, this matter was entrusted to them for the time being. Furthermore, this elixir also boasts beautifying effects, ensuring no scars will remain. Han Quan similarly proffered a delicate porcelain vial. Ji Hongjin's expression was complex. The royal prince's precious healing ointment was already a significant gift. Yet these two had gone so far as to present an elixir. Moreover, were they not good brothers? To simultaneously offer elixirs, was that not inappropriate? He wondered if Nianqing would accept, and whose subordinate she would choose. However, in the next moment, Gu Hongjin witnessed Gu Nianqing graciously accepting both elixirs, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. What was he to do now? Gu Nianqing remained blissfully unaware of how astonishing this scene appeared to her elder brother. She recognized that the elixir was sent by Wei Xianqi and recalled the moment he stood up to defend her. She was already indebted to him, so accruing a bit more debt was hardly significant. "Please thank him for me," Gu Nianqing whispered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng and Han Quan were momentarily stunned, but smiles soon graced their faces. Their sister-in-law was indeed astute. Without uttering a word, she had already discerned Xianqi's intentions. Gu Hongjin observed his sister's soft-spoken words, and the two men grinned like fools, unable to suppress their sighs. This was truly a sight to behold. He felt compelled to caution his sister. Otherwise, if these two brothers were to fall out in the future, what would become of the situation? In the carriage, Gu Nianqing noticed her elder brother regarding her with an oddly intense gaze, prompting her to inquire, "Elder brother, do you have something to say?" Gu Hongjin pondered for a moment, uncertain how to broach the subject, finally asking Nianqing, "Do you have someone you admire?" Gu Nianqing was taken aback. "Elder brother, why do you suddenly ask this? I merely think you are no longer young. It is time for you to consider marriage." Gu Hongjin replied that I am in no rush. Gu Nianqing smiled lightly. "Did I not say I want to spend more time with our parents?" "That is well," Gu Hongjin nodded. "If you happen to find someone you fancy in the future, remember to inform your elder brother the Duke of the State's residence." After tending to her injuries, Gu Nianqing faced the curious gazes of her parents. Jiu Hanxian and Luo Yi exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with astonishment. "Nianqing, your face? Is it healed?" Gu Hanxian exclaimed, barely concealing his excitement. Jiu Nianqing smiled gently. "It has already been cured." Luo Yi's eyes grew misty as she grasped her daughter's hand, exclaiming, "How wonderful! Mother is so delighted." As the chapter unfolds, the trials of being a daughter, with the burden of a ruined appearance, weigh heavily on Luo Yi. Although she never voiced her worries, tears would often stain her cheeks at night. The thought of Nianqing's suffering filled her with heartache, and now, unexpectedly, this grave dilemma had been resolved. Today, Nianqing was hailed as the most beautiful maiden. Gu Hongjin beamed with pride. Not only had she emerged victorious, but she had also broken through to the foundation establishment stage on the competition platform, truly remarkable. Listening to Gu Hongjin vividly recount the events of the day, particularly how Nianqing had completely redeemed her tarnished reputation, both parents displayed expressions of joy. Upon learning that Zhu Jinyao had resorted to using elixirs to secure victory, Gu Hanxian rose in fury. That old scoundrel Zhu, how shameless! I cannot believe his daughter is equally devoid of shame. Luoyi looked at Nianqing with concern. Does your wound still hurt? Gu Nianqing shook her head. It is merely a surface injury, nothing to worry about. You foolish girl, what hardships have you endured in the past? To have so many injuries and yet remain unfazed. Luoyi silently wiped her tears. It was a great grievance for a young lady to suffer such injuries, yet Nianqing seemed entirely unconcerned. As if it were of little consequence. Father, Zhu Jinyao has already been imprisoned, but the Zhu family will surely seek to plead for her release, especially since the General Zhu's sister is a consort of the emperor. Tomorrow, it is bound to be another spectacle. Gu Hongjin, having regained his composure, began to analyze the current situation. Zhu Jinyao clearly harbored malicious intent towards Nianqing today. If she is released, Nianqing may be in danger. I understand, Gu Hanxian nodded. The Zhu family has many unsavory dealings. I only need to expose one of their secrets. However, there is an even more troublesome matter at hand. Nianqing, you will likely need to accompany me to the palace tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqing hesitated for a moment before grasping the reason. Is it because of my appearance? The world believes you to be disfigured. It was the same at the polo field last time. Furthermore, after your recent broken engagement, many presume it was due to your own inadequacies that led you to withdraw. Today, in the public eye, you revealed your true beauty, and while people were momentarily taken aback, it must be said that this could be construed as a crime of deceiving the emperor. Gu Hanxian resumed his wise demeanor from court, stating, Zhu General will undoubtedly seek to exploit this to his advantage. If I am not mistaken, he will attempt to implicate me as well. My lord, will you be in danger over this matter? Luoyi asked anxiously. My sister did not intentionally conceal it. It was merely that the poison was only just resolved. Gu Hongjin quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxian and Luoyi's expressions shifted. Poisoned? Initially, they had thought Nianqing's frail condition was due to her physical state upon her return, noting her weakness and the dark markings on her face. But they had been unaware it was due to poison. Father and mother, it is all resolved now. You need not worry, Gu Nianqing reassured them, her plans just beginning. She would unearth each and every individual behind Gu Nianqing. All of this was a conspiracy. In her past life, her family had perished beneath a similar plot, and in this life, she would ensure these scoundrels paid the price they deserved. Gu Nianqing had passed the assessment. Yet throughout the process, she felt no joy. Rather, she sensed that everyone's gaze upon her was imbued with ulterior motives. Even Ming Liang, who had previously focused solely on her, seemed distracted today. I underestimated Gu Nianqing. Gu Nianqing's eyes turned icy. Having failed to extinguish Gu Nianqing directly, she had resorted to poisoning her appearance, rendering her incapable of cultivation. The intent was to use her as a stepping stone. Yet the more useless Gu Nianqing appeared, the more extraordinary Gu Nianqing seemed in comparison. To her astonishment, Gu Nianqing had deviated from her anticipated path of control. It appeared that she would need to employ more drastic measures. Gu Nianqing penned a letter, recognizing that the situation necessitated a strategy to eliminate Gu Nianqing. Otherwise, she might steal Ming Liang's heart. The following day, Gu Nianqing accompanied her father to the palace. This matter, though seemingly trivial, could lead to dire consequences if not resolved appropriately. In the imperial garden, a beauty clad in green knelt before the emperor, pleading, Your Majesty, Jinyao is young and naive. She was merely frightened by the 30,000 wager. Leading her to act thoughtlessly, please, for the sake of this humble servant, forgive her this once. The maiden, Zhu Qingwan, was the younger sister of Zhu General, her demeanor gentle and calming, evoking tranquility in those who beheld her. Wang Fei, please rise. Your Majesty, Jinyao is my niece. Her mistakes are mine as well that I seek to atone for her transgressions. Zhu Qingwan maintained her usual grace, her soft voice rendering anger impossible. Jinyao has already sustained significant injuries from her imprisonment, and if she remains in that dark, damp place, her life may be in peril. Zhu General also knelt, declaring, Your Majesty, I recognize my daughter's grave error, and I am willing to bear her punishment. I implore you to grant her a chance at life. I pledge my loyalty until death. The emperor regarded the two kneeling figures with a hint of hesitation. The assessments at Lingyin Academy strictly prohibited the use of elixirs, and Zhu Jinyao's blatant transgression warranted punishment. Even if he chose not to pursue the matter, the Duke of the State deserved an explanation. Just then, the Grand Minister announced, "Your Majesty, the Duke of the State requests an audience." Let them enter. When Gu Nianqing arrived in the imperial garden, she found Zhu General and Wang Fei present, causing her to inwardly exhale. Her suspicions had proven correct. "We pay our respects to your Majesty. Be at ease." The Emperor said with a faint smile, "Duke, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Zhu General has been discussing Zhu Jinyao's affair. What is your perspective?" "All depends on your Majesty's decision," Gu Hanxian replied with a respectful gesture. Gu Nianqing stood quietly to the side, her gaze sweeping over Zhu General and Wang Fei. The reason Zhu Jinyao, despite her lesser status, dared to treat her with such disdain was due to this very Wang Fei. The Emperor's favored consort and Zhu General's sister had not been in the palace long, yet becoming one of the 4 consorts indicated she possessed considerable cunning. "Duke, my daughter acted thoughtlessly yesterday, and I offer my apologies on her behalf. Upon our return, I will ensure she receives a proper reprimand. She will never dare to err in such a manner again." However, her injuries from the competition were severe, and she has lost considerable vitality. Should she remain imprisoned, her life may be in jeopardy. Chapter 60. Slander? Not a chance. Wang Fei's eyes glistened with tears. After all, Jinyao is a young lady. She has never endured such grave injuries. I am truly fearful that she may not survive. Ji Nianqing is indeed a clever individual. Although it may appear that General Zhu is offering an apology, he is subtly insinuating that her methods are excessively harsh. Together with Consort Wan, they only serve to highlight her ruthless nature. She is not one to suffer in silence. It is impossible for others to unjustly tarnish her reputation. The Duke of the State also recognized this, hastily declaring, "My daughter did not act with malice yesterday. She is by no means cruel." Just as General Zhu was about to expose the Duke's words, he turned to find the previously composed Gu Nianqing now visibly wounded. Blood seeping through her white dress, creating a stark contrast. Her once rosy complexion had turned pale, and she appeared utterly drained, as if on the brink of fainting, yet she stubbornly clung to a semblance of strength, struggling to endure. Such a sight made even him feel that enduring this audience with the Emperor was indeed a formidable challenge. "Your Majesty, please pardon Jinyao this once. It was merely a youthful squabble, not deserving of such grave consequences." Consort Wan, weeping sorrowfully, suddenly turned to find the frail Gu Nianqing, her words caught in her throat. What had transpired? Why had Gu Nianqing's injuries worsened so dramatically upon her glance? The Emperor, who had initially shown signs of softening, now fixed his gaze upon Gu Nianqing, his expression hardening. "Duke of the State, how severe are Miss Gu's injuries?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty," the Duke replied, cupping his hands. "My daughter's injuries have been treated. The imperial physician has indicated that, although her constitution is weak and she has sustained serious wounds, with proper care, she should recover without lasting effects." He had anticipated that General Zhu would resort to a pity ploy, and coupled with Consort Wan's tearful display, it would be easy for Zhu Jinyao to be exonerated. However, the fact remained that Zhu Jinyao was at fault for repeatedly scheming against Nianqing. He felt a surge of indignation at the thought of these individuals attempting to shift the blame onto her. While he refrained from voicing too much, given that Nianqing's wounds had been bandaged and were not overtly visible, he awaited General Zhu and Consort Wan's rebuttals. To his surprise, both remained silent, leaving him perplexed as he instinctively glanced at his daughter. Upon seeing her condition, he was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was happening? Fortunately, after years of navigating the political arena, the Duke quickly grasped the situation, his face a mask of concern as he pressed, "Nianqing, how are you? Can you hold on?" "Father, I am fine," Gu Nianqing replied, her pale face shaking slightly as she managed a faint smile, though blood could be seen at the corners of her lips. Witnessing this, the Emperor felt a pang of compassion. He had witnessed the ferocity of Zhu Jinyao's attack firsthand. Yet, upon the Duke's arrival, he had said nothing of it, and comparing it to General Zhu's words only heightened his appreciation for the Duke's conduct. General Zhu cast a fierce glare at the Duke, recognizing his cunning nature. Gu's daughter was indeed a sight to behold today, truly worthy of being called the most beautiful maiden. Consort Wan abruptly shifted the topic, commenting on Gu Nianqing's beauty. Inside, Gu Nianqing scoffed. This Consort Wan, while appearing aloof, was far from an innocent party. Why did she always carry such a notorious reputation? Even her engagement to the third prince had gone awry, causing delays. The Emperor's gaze fell upon Gu Nianqing's face. Recalling the previous engagement debacle, and his brow furrowed unconsciously at that moment. A commotion of footsteps approached, prompting everyone to turn and discover the queen and the sixth prince arriving. "Your Majesty, are you also in the imperial garden?" the queen inquired, surprised, as she smiled and walked over with Qin Yunjinji. Ji Yunyinqing scrutinized the queen before her. The queen exuded regal elegance, age seemingly having left little mark on her, instead adding an allure often absent in younger women. Her noble grace was evident in every gesture, even a simple smile radiating poise. While Consort Wan was gentle and tender, she appeared somewhat lacking in comparison to the queen. "The queen is here to admire the flowers?" The emperor's face brightened at the sight of the queen. "Father," Qin Yunjing greeted respectfully before shifting his gaze to Gun Yinqing, who regarded him with equal curiosity, astonished by the serendipitous encounter with the sixth prince and the queen. Just as this thought crossed her mind, two more figures approached. "Lady Lu, third prince, you have also arrived." The queen greeted them with a warm smile, her calm gaze suggesting she had anticipated their appearance. Upon seeing the queen present, Lady Lu's expression subtly shifted as she cast a knowing glance at Qin Minglang, her demeanor remaining composed and serene. "Your Majesty, Queen, the weather is delightful today. Minglang accompanied me for a stroll, and I did not expect to encounter you here." Qin Minglang also bowed respectfully, though his brow furrowed slightly upon seeing Qin Yunjing. Following the events of the previous day, he had anticipated the current situation and had sought his mother's assistance to determine where the emperor was. Arriving here only to find the queen and his sixth brother, Yunjing had previously shown great enthusiasm toward Yinqing, and now coincidentally being present here struck him as far too convenient. Consort Wan and General Zhu exchanged glances, both puzzled by the sudden influx of people, uncertain whether this development would be advantageous or detrimental to them. The Duke of the State was equally bewildered. After all, this was merely a dispute between two young individuals, not a matter requiring such a large gathering. "Miss Gu's injuries are still quite serious," he noted. Qin Yunjing noticed the bloodstains on Gun Yinqing's dress and her pale complexion, an involuntary worry crossing his features. The queen glanced at her son. Although Yunjing was often playful and not as burdened with responsibilities as his elder brother, he would never go so far as to intervene for a mere girl. However, seeing Gun Yinqing's delicate state, it was evident she was extraordinarily beautiful, yet her frailty made her appear on the verge of collapse. "Your Majesty, Miss Gu's injuries are so severe. How could she have entered the palace? She should focus on her recovery," she urged. "Mother, yesterday Miss Gu and Miss Zhu engaged in a remarkable duel during the Academy's assessment. It was perilously thrilling," Qin Yunjing lamented. The queen's expression shifted as she realized the severity of the situation. "My injuries are a result of my own inadequacies. I am grateful for your Majesty's concern," Gun Yinqing expressed with gratitude. Chapter 61. Caught in the act? Meanwhile, General Zhu's eyes darkened as he realized he had underestimated the seemingly ineffectual daughter of the Gu family. Her every word seemed to be a direct counter to his previous remarks. This implied that Zhu Jinyao's injuries were merely a consequence of her own weakness, leaving him to bear the blame for the situation. A comparison of both parties painted him as petty, while the Duke of the State appeared magnanimous. Consort Wan's gaze flitted between the third prince and the queen, then settled on the striking Gun Yinqing, leading her to an unexpected realization. This captivating girl had rejected the third prince's engagement and had now caught the sixth prince's attention. What a coincidence. Clearly, the sixth prince had come to assist the queen. Fortunately, the third prince and Lady Lu had also arrived, and given Lady Lu's previously disdainful attitude toward Gun Yinqing, it was unlikely she would be here to offer help. Lady Lu was taken aback upon seeing Gun Yinqing. During their last encounter, she had noted that the girl was not as lacking as she had assumed, and today only confirmed that she truly was the daughter of the most beautiful maiden, surpassing even her mother's beauty. Minglang had previously displayed his distaste for Yinqing, yet he had come rushing here upon hearing of her presence in the palace. Consort Wan noticed Lady Lu's peculiar expression, further solidifying her suspicions. Miss Gu is indeed a beauty, and seeing her in such a weakened state is truly pitiful. Perhaps it would be best for her to retire and rest. Consort Wan feigned concern. Lady Lu furrowed her brow. If Gun Yinqing's appearance had not been marred, why had she still chosen to break off the engagement? Even Qin Minglang could not comprehend this. At that moment, Gun Yinqing suddenly knelt. "Your Majesty, my father and I have come to the palace to offer our apologies." General Zhu and Consort Wan would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. It was better for her to confess than for them to have leverage against her. "Oh," the emperor replied calmly, "what offense have you committed? I concealed the truth of my disfigurement. It was not intentional. Only recently did I discover that my appearance was not naturally marred but a result of poisoning." The revelation elicited gasps of surprise from those present. Since the Duke had found his daughter, her peculiar attire and behavior had often drawn ridicule, and it was only after Zhu Jinyao's outburst that everyone realized her oddities were meant to conceal her flaws. Now, however, the narrative of poisoning changed everything. The poison I was afflicted with is exceedingly rare. My parents could not ascertain its nature until I encountered the Prince of the Northern Border, who revealed the truth. She continued. The Prince of the Northern Border? The Emperor inquired, surprised. He is truly a good man. He discerned my affliction and lent his assistance, allowing me to recover, Gu Nianqing expressed with heartfelt gratitude towards the prince. However, the expressions of the others present were somewhat peculiar. They were all well aware of the temperament of the Northern King, who was known for his indifference and detached nature. The likelihood of him offering assistance to anyone was exceedingly slim. To label him as a god of death would not be an exaggeration. As for being a benevolent soul, that was a relationship that could hardly be fathomed. Qin Minglang could not help but recall the sight of the Northern King in the tavern. Accompanied by Nian Shang, when Nian Shang merely mentioned having matters to discuss at that time, he had dismissed it as mere nonsense, but now, the connection became clear that it must have been regarding the matter of the antidote. Otherwise, these two seemingly unrelated individuals would never have crossed paths. He was astonished to discover this side of the Northern King. The Emperor's displeasure began to dissipate somewhat upon the mention of the Northern King. Gu Nianqing's remarkable performance yesterday was indeed striking, yet as the Emperor, he could easily discern the underlying issues. If there were intentions to conceal and withdraw from the engagement, how audacious it would be for a mere subject's daughter. The Northern King truly possessed a compassionate heart. The young lady was immensely grateful. Gu Nianqing lowered her head, appearing to be overcome with joy and emotion in the eyes of the onlookers. While in reality, her mind was racing with thoughts of shifting the blame onto Wei Xianqi. Surely, he would not expose her, would he? Given the current circumstances, he was the most suitable scapegoat, if she continued to use her master. The spirit master as a shield, it would hardly convince anyone. And should she be inadvertently exposed, it would likely be they who found themselves imprisoned. After all, the poison she dealt with was no ordinary toxin. The matter of the antidote could hardly remain concealed. Little did she expect that in the eyes of the young lady from the Gu family, the image of the Northern King was so grand. A familiar, cool voice emerged from behind, and the crowd turned to see a tall, dark figure striding forth. Even obscured by a mask, his presence radiated an unparalleled elegance and charm. Gu Nianqing thought, why is Wei Xianqi here as well? The Emperor calmly remarked, I had summoned the Northern King for a game of chess today. I did not anticipate such a lively gathering. Northern King, it seems you have aided Gu Nianqing. Gu Nianqing could only cast a desperate glance toward Wei Xianqi, silently pleading, do not expose me. Yet, faced with the young lady's urgent gaze, Wei Xianqi appeared oblivious, responding, I am unaware. Gu Nianqing's heart sank in despair. This was a considerable predicament. Gu young lady is truly appreciative. It seems this assistance was well worth it. Gu Nianqing was momentarily taken aback, nearly frightened by Wei Xianqi's pause. Was it indeed the Northern King who extended help? Qin Minglang exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of poison could be so difficult to resolve that so many physicians failed to recognize it? Qin Minglang expressed his doubts. This poison is peculiar and rare. Had it not been for the Northern King possessing a detoxifying fruit, Gu young lady's affliction would indeed be insurmountable. As the words detoxifying fruit were uttered, all present grasped the implications. The detoxifying fruit was a treasure capable of neutralizing any poison, and the fact that Gu Nianqing's toxin required this fruit to be cured highlighted its severity. Detoxifying fruit? Qin Minglang's expression shifted slightly. The favored concubine Lu was also poisoned, and the physician stated that only the detoxifying fruit could cure her completely. Despite searching for numerous physicians, they could only provide temporary relief, unable to effect a permanent cure. Yet, the Northern King surprisingly possessed one. The Duke of the State was inwardly astonished as well. The Northern King's aloof nature seemed to have allowed him to assist Nianqing time and time again. It appeared that the two shared a unique bond. Indeed, the Northern King replied. Although it felt somewhat uncomfortable to lie in the presence of the Northern King, Gu Nianqing continued, the poison afflicting me has only just been resolved. I am not deliberately concealing anything, and I hope your majesty can discern the truth. At this moment, the emperor dismissed his doubts. With the Northern King vouching for her, what issue could remain? He had not anticipated that the Northern King's single detoxifying fruit would result in another beauty gracing the imperial city. The emperor chuckled lightly. General Zhu and concubine Wan exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected turn of events, realizing the reason behind Gu Nianqing's recent transformation. You young lady has been remarkably low-key. I have known you for quite some time. Yet only yesterday did I discover your true genius, General Zhu remarked. It seems this young lady's beauty has only recently been restored, but her cultivation level could not have improved so swiftly. General Zhu's words were misguided. Yu Nianqing clarified. What you have met is my younger sister. My interactions with General Zhu have been minimal, so it is only natural she is unaware. Yu Huanchuan sighed, saying, since her return, my daughter has seldom ventured outside due to her disfigured appearance, only recently regaining her confidence. This statement rang true. Gu Nianqing's limited outings had led many to be unfamiliar with her. Strangely, however, the rumors regarding her had proliferated. General Zhu snorted in disbelief, suspecting that this young lady was far from simple. Given the exorbitant betting agreement, he was convinced she had intentionally set a trap. Yet her pleas of innocence frustrated him, as he could find no evidence to support his suspicions. Now, as the most beautiful lady in the imperial city and having gained admission to the spirit-hidden academy, she indeed seemed well matched with the third prince. He pondered the prospects of their impending marriage. General Zhu's gaze fell upon the third prince, and as a fellow man, he could glean the young man's thoughts merely from the way he looked at her. Who among the youth would not be captivated by such a beauty? Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Qin Minglang's eyes revealed a flicker of anticipation. Meanwhile, Qin Yunqing's expression subtly shifted, instinctively glancing at the empress. Before the empress could speak, Wei Xianqi's voice resonated with authority. The marriage between the third prince and the Duke of the State's daughter is set to take place in 3 days. This matter is already widely known, and everyone is offering their congratulations. General Zhu, what is the intent behind your remarks at this moment? The emperor's gaze grew cold. The hour is late. General Zhu, concubine 1, you both may take your leave. General Zhu hastily knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I misspoke. I implore you to leave. Witnessing the emperor's fury, concubine Lu glanced at Qin Minglang, urging him to abandon any further thoughts. Duke of the State, Gu young lady's injuries are still severe. You should return to recuperate. With that, the emperor turned to the empress, who promptly stated, I will send someone to prepare some restorative items to deliver to the Duke of the State's residence. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Empress. Only after boarding the carriage did the Duke of the State anxiously inquire, Nianqing, what is the condition of your injuries? Father, it is nothing serious, Gu Nianqing replied with a gentle smile. Her complexion already regaining its rosy hue. She had deliberately used her energy to shake off the injury. Seeing this, the Duke couldn't help but chuckle, surprised by his daughter's cleverness. General Zhu was attempting to shift all the responsibility onto us. Had I not acted, concubine Wan's pity act would have succeeded. Yu Nianqing raised an eyebrow. If it were a pity act, then it would require a comparison of misfortunes, as long as she presented her own hardships. The emperor would not easily forgive her. Yu Huanchuan gazed at his daughter, realizing that he had previously underestimated her intelligence, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. My daughter is indeed wise, far surpassing that old fool Zhu's daughter. She truly deserves to have dug a pit for herself. Gu Nianqing chuckled. Zhu Jinyao's crimes do not warrant death. She will eventually be released, but by then, she will have suffered greatly. She ought to learn a lesson. Gu Huanchuan declared with conviction. Upon returning to the Duke of the State's residence, Luo Yi and Gu Hongjin greeted them, relieved to see that the crisis had been averted. However, Gu Nianqing was taken aback when, after their return, Qin Minglang made a special visit to see her. Having just finished rewrapping her wounds, Gu Nianqing looked at the suddenly appearing Qin Minglang, her eyes filled with confusion. Third Prince, what brings you here? I was concerned after witnessing your serious injuries in the palace, so I came to check on you. Qin Minglang replied, his face adorned with a warm, gentle smile, his brow furrowed with concern. Upon closer inspection, one could even detect a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Third Prince, you are being overly courteous and my injuries are not severe. With some time for recuperation, I will recover. Yu Nianqing waved her hand dismissively, her mind already contemplating how to send him away. At this moment, she found him utterly distasteful, wishing he and Gu Nianin would fly off together, never to harm anyone else. Yet, at that moment, Qin Minglang suddenly grasped her hand, saying, Nianqing, why have you become so estranged from me? Third Prince, you are my brother-in-law, and given our prior engagement, it is only natural to maintain some distance, Gu Nianqing said coldly, withdrawing her hand. I hope you will conduct yourself appropriately. I know you are still upset about my previous actions, Qin Minglang replied, seemingly unfazed by her demeanor. The reason I behaved that way was due to my displeasure at seeing you close to the Northern King. If I had known your connection with him was for the detoxifying fruit, I would never have acted in such an unreasonable manner. Ji Yunyanqing's brows knitted together. Had this man lost his mind? Third prince, none of this is of consequence anymore. Nianqing, it should be you who marries me. Qin Minglang insisted, his gaze fixed on her captivating visage, more resolute than ever in his affections. If you are willing, I could go and speak to my father right now. What do you say? As Qin Minglang's hand reached for her once more, Gu Nianqing firmly swatted it away, her exquisite face clouded with frost. Qin Minglang, you previously treated me like refuse, and while you publicly professed our engagement, you were already entangled with Nianin. Now you come to me with such words. Do you not find it laughable? Qin Minglang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her words. What did you say? Nianqing, I previously held a profound misunderstanding of you, but now I understand, brother Minglang's sister. What are you two doing? Upon hearing the news of Qin Minglang's arrival, Gu Nianin promptly exited the house to greet him, yet she found herself searching in vain for his figure. Only later did she learn that he had indeed come to Nianqing courtyard. She hurried over, but was unprepared for the scene that unfolded before her. Sister, I have treated you sincerely, yet you dare to seduce my fiancé? Observing the tears welling in Gu Nianin's eyes, Qin Minglang, for the first time, chose to disregard her. Instead, Gu Nianqing raised her hand and said, Sister, your timing is impeccable. Would you kindly escort your fiancé back home? Sister, you have enticed brother Minglang, and now you dare to utter such words? You are truly excessive. Gu Nianin's face flushed crimson as she pointed a trembling finger at her, evidently infuriated. Hearing this, Gu Nianqing chuckled lightly, a hint of impatience flickering in her eyes. Ji Yunyanin, there are only the three of us here. Why do you insist on putting on an act? What do you mean? Gu Nianin was momentarily taken aback. Over the past year, what have you secretly done behind my back? Do you truly believe I am unaware? Do you think others are fools? The woman's obsidian eyes, as cold and unyielding as a glacier from the far north, bore no warmth. Ji Yunyanqing, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu Nianin retorted, her anger flaring. Nonsense? Gu Nianqing approached her step by step, a cold smile playing on her lips. All these years, you have occupied my rightful place, reveling in what belongs to me, and upon my return, you cling to the engagement. Unwilling to relinquish it, you feign a delicate demeanor, performing a charade of tears, while simultaneously spreading rumors about me to tarnish my reputation, all to cast yourself as the paragon of gentility and grace. I have not. You have not? Gu Nianqing countered, since my return, I have remained confined within these walls, obediently listening to you. One must ponder where these rumors originated. If not from your deliberate machinations, could it be from my brother or my parents? Gu Nianin found herself retreating step by step, her expression betraying a hint of panic. Of course, in order to preserve your image, you specifically recruited that foolish Zhu Jinyao to assist you in targeting me with slander, ensuring that any fallout could be conveniently attributed to her, thereby safeguarding your reputation. But, Gu Nianin, Gu Nianqing's voice grew more intense, do you truly believe others are simpletons? My attire was selected by you. My makeup was applied by you. Surely, you cannot shift the blame onto Zhu Jinyao for those matters as well? Or is it that your taste is genuinely so lamentable? Why do you never adorn yourself in such a manner? Her deep, dark eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, yet the piercing light within them suggested that she could see through everything. Faced with Gu Nianqing's unwavering gaze, Gu Nianin instinctively felt a surge of guilt and fear. The intensity of that gaze was suffocating, robbing her of the courage to defend herself. Meanwhile, Qin Minglang stood dumbfounded, having never been privy to these revelations. He had assumed Gu Nianqing simply lacked refinement. Now, as he looked at the once gentle Nianin, she was rendered speechless under the pressure. In that instant, Qin Minglang seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. All his knowledge of Gu Nianqing had come from Nianin's words. He had only glanced at Gu Nianqing when utterly unavoidable. The depth of the circumstances had escaped him until now. Brother Minglang, do not heed her fabrications, Gu Nianin, recognizing the gravity of the situation in Qin Minglang's expression. Resolved to hold on to him tightly, determined not to let Gu Nianqing lure him away. She is slandering me. I have done nothing. Tears streamed down Gu Nianin's pale face, rendering her utterly helpless. Sister, even if you disapprove of my engagement to brother Minglang, you need not speak in such a manner. There is no need for you to feign vulnerability before me. I am thoroughly weary of your tears. Ji Yunyanqing scoffed. I am indeed my parents' biological daughter. Is there a problem with that? Am I to bully you simply because of it? Who in the entire imperial city does not know that you, the second Miss Gu, is a prodigy in cultivation? Who does not know that your brother Minglang guards you day and night? Pray tell, how could I possibly bully you with my cultivation? Or are you truly so inept that you cannot even fight back? With your incessant weeping, how many times has the third prince sought trouble with me? Gu Nianqing's eyes blazed with fury. In both this life and the last, it was Gu Niannin's incessant sobbing that had led to the demise of countless lives within the duke's household. Now, witnessing those detestable tears, she found herself wishing to tear the woman before her into pieces. Time and again, Gu Niannin had cast dirt upon her, and she dared to think herself worthy at that moment. Outside, the Duke of the State, Luo Yi, and Gu Hongjin stood frozen in place. Upon hearing the commotion, they had rushed over, only to be met with Gu Nianqing's fervent words. To them, Gu Nianqing had always been reclusive. Though they cared for her, she rarely expressed her thoughts. It was only today that they witnessed her assertiveness, and it dawned on them that much had transpired unbeknownst to them. Gu Hongjin, fully aware of the recent conversation with Gu Nianqing, was struck with astonishment. It had become clear to him why she had remained silent for so long. They had always assumed Niannin to be kind and gentle, yet had no inkling of the turmoil that lay beneath. Had Gu Nianqing spoken of this previously, they might not have believed her, hence her enduring silence. Understanding the connection between Niannin and the third prince had prompted her to take the initiative in calling off the engagement, choosing to spare herself further indignity rather than suffer in silence. Just as Gu Niannin was about to explain herself to Qin Minglang, she suddenly noticed that her parents had arrived, their eyes fixed upon her. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment, her countenance stiffening. It appeared that Qin Minglang had grasped everything in an instant. He had not anticipated the extent of Niannin's schemes and was shocked to learn that Gu Nianqing had endured such injustices. No wonder she had insisted on breaking the engagement upon regaining her beauty. Nianqing, it was my fault for allowing you to suffer, I promise you. I shall never let you endure such grievances again. How does that sound? At that moment, a deep, solemn voice suddenly resonated. The third prince. Qin Minglang was taken aback, finally noticing the Duke of the State entering from outside. You are to wed Niannin in a couple of days. What does it signify for you to be found here in Gu Nianqing's quarters, saying such things? Though I may not possess your esteemed status, I will not allow you to treat my daughters as objects to be bartered with. You cannot simply take whom you desire, Duke of the State. That is not my intention. Qin Minglang's face flashed with panic. Gu Nianqing requires rest. I shall not see you out. Yu Huanchuan's face was cold, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Qin Minglang dared not say more. Casting a glance at Gu Nianqing, he had no choice but to depart. Father, mother, what my sister just said is not true. I have not, Gu Niannin hurriedly explained. Niannin, it is getting late. You should return to your rest. Yu Huanchuan interrupted her words. In the following 2 days, the household remained remarkably tranquil. Neither Gu Niannin nor Qin Minglang made an appearance. However, Gu Nianqing could clearly sense her parents' heightened concern for her. The warmth spread through her heart. In truth, her family had never wronged her. It was she who felt remorse towards them. Tomorrow marked Gu Niannin's wedding day, and once this troublesome matter was resolved, the family would find peace once more. As she lifted the lunch prepared by Yi, Gu Nianqing was about to take a bite when the aroma caused her to pause. Miss, why aren't you eating? Is today's dish not to your liking? Gu Nianqing regarded the food thoughtfully and inquired, Did you take this meal directly from the small kitchen? Indeed. Yi nodded. Was there anything amiss during the process? Yi shook her head. No. I took it and returned straight away. Everything seemed fine. A gentle smile graced Gu Nianqing's lips. It appeared Gu Niannin's hatred for her had reached a boiling point. Previously, she had merely resorted to minor tricks. Now, she had resorted to outright poisoning. With the changes that had accompanied her rebirth, many circumstances had also shifted. For instance, this poisoning was something that had not occurred before. Miss, could there be poison in this dish? Yi, now more astute, had grown wary ever since discovering that the second miss was not as amiable as she appeared. Gu Nianqing did not respond. She scrutinized the food closely, a cold smile creeping into her eyes. This poison would not be lethal. It would merely mar one's appearance. Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow. It seemed Gu Niannin truly held a fixation on ruining her visage. Thankfully, her medical skills had significantly improved. Otherwise, she would never have detected such an odorless, tasteless toxin. Fortunately, this dish was one of her favorites, and she could discern even the slightest alteration. Marred appearance? Yi's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, Miss, I am extremely cautious about what I bring now. I know, Gu Nianqing smiled slightly. Since the previous incident involving the drug, Yi had indeed become much more careful. If one wishes to poison, there are myriad methods. With so many people in the small kitchen, it suffices to bribe just one. Previously, I had been poisoned without any awareness. Now, to use the same ploy again would be a mere fantasy. Miss, should we inform the master? No need. Ji Yunyinxing's eyes were veiled with a hint of coldness. Only a defeated child would seek out their parents, while I prefer to return the favor in kind. The following day, the Duke of Zhang Kingdom's residence, adorned with red silk, radiated an atmosphere of joy. The maids and servants were busily attending to the numerous guests who had come to celebrate the Duke's family. As the elder sister, Gu Nianxing donned an exquisite purple dress today, her attire more splendid than usual. Yet her face was shrouded in a thin veil. She stood in the inner courtyard, observing the incessant flow of guests, her clear eyes reflecting a touch of amusement. After the previous events, both Gu Hanxian and Luo Yi held slightly different sentiments as they sent Gu Nianan off to marry. Gu Nianan, however, paid little heed to these matters. Her status as the future Princess Ming was now a certainty, and she would no longer set foot in the Duke's residence. It was only upon seeing Gu Nianxing wearing a veil today that she joyfully entered the bridal sedan chair. Gu Hongzhen looked at his sister in confusion. Nianxing, why are you wearing a veil today? Afraid that my beauty will overshadow the bride. Gu Nianxing replied. Not at all, Jiu Hongzhen remarked, not humble in the least. Yet there is some truth to it. The Ming Palace. Gu Nianxing accompanied Gu Hongzhen to the residence of the beloved third prince, a grand and luxurious estate bestowed by the emperor. Now bustling with festive cheer, officials from various households had come to offer their congratulations, and several esteemed figures had gathered, making it a gathering of the most prominent individuals in the imperial city. As Gu Nianxing and Gu Hongzhen arrived, many gazes fell upon them. As one of the four talents of the imperial city, Gu Hongzhen's presence naturally drew attention, but today, all eyes were particularly focused on Gu Nianxing. Recently, she had shed the title of waste by defeating the pill-using Zhu Jinyao and had gained admission to Lingyin Academy with her foundation-building prowess. Furthermore, she had inadvertently revealed her true beauty, catapulting her to the status of the unrivaled first beauty of the imperial city. Most importantly, she had graciously relinquished the position of Princess Ming, and although she was the first beauty, marrying the Prince Ming was an admirable match. Finding another suitor of his caliber would not be easy. As Gu Nianxing descended from the carriage, she felt the collective gaze of the crowd fixated upon her, many eager to seize the opportunity to witness the first beauty's charm. However, the veil obscured her features, adding an air of mysterious allure. Today, Qin Minglang donned a bright red wedding robe, his face adorned with a smile in response to the congratulatory remarks, though a closer inspection would reveal that the joy did not reach his eyes. In the past few days, he had come to realize many things. Nianan was not as kind-hearted and guileless as he had imagined, and Nianxing was not as incompetent as he had believed. This stark contrast left him feeling as if he had been toyed with by Gu Nianan, which was quite displeasing. Congratulations, Prince Ming, Gu Hongzhen said with a smile, his feelings towards his brother-in-law a complex mix of emotions. Nianxing, Qin Minglang observed Gu Nianxing, who appeared even more elegant and noble in her splendid attire, stirring a deeper fascination within him. Congratulations, Gu Nianxing replied coolly before walking inside. This fellow, she found even a single glance at him distasteful. Do you think the eldest daughter of the Gu family will regret it? In truth, Prince Ming truly favors the second daughter of the Gu family. Her ability to choose to fulfill others' wishes is truly commendable. I don't quite understand Prince Ming. Isn't the eldest daughter of the Gu family superior to the second in every way? Why would he choose an adopted daughter? Although the marriage was initiated by Gu Nianxing, everyone understood that she would not have withdrawn her engagement unless compelled, making Prince Ming's choice appear rather unique. If it were them, they would undoubtedly choose Gu Nianxing. Nianxing, you've arrived. Qin Yunjing approached Gu Nianxing with a smile, curiosity evident in his eyes. My third brother is getting married today. Will you be disappointed? What have I to be disappointed about? Gu Nianxing chuckled lightly. I only wish for their happiness. Indeed, a straightforward person. Qin Yunjing praised. Come, let me show you around this estate. The father's gift to my third brother is truly remarkable. Observing Qin Yunjing treating the place as his own home, casually pulling her along to explore, Gu Nianxing initially intended to refuse, but seeing the multitude of people eager to engage in conversation, she chose to accompany him instead. Remaining here would only lead to boredom. Her elder brother was more suited to such occasions. The Ming Palace, with its pavilions and towers, intricate carvings, and painted beams, showcased exquisite craftsmanship. Streams meandered through the estate, adorned with verdant vines and ancient trees, creating a serene and elegant ambience, truly unique. I had my eye on this estate previously, but my third brother married before me. What a pity, Qin Yunjing sighed. Chapter 65. A grand gift for my sister. Gun Yinqing chuckled. The sixth prince should have wed first. My third brother has long since had a fiancé. I cannot compete with him. Qin Yunjing spread his arms, feigning helplessness yet playful. Why are you wearing a veil today? Afraid of overshadowing the bride. Why is the sixth prince showing me such enthusiasm? Are we to be in the same class? Gun Yinqing raised an eyebrow, having inquired about the sixth prince's background recently, discovering that he, despite being restrained, was indeed a clever prince. Is it not good to have more friends and opportunities? Especially since we will frequently meet at Lingyin Academy? If anyone else had said this, she would have believed it, but he was the sixth prince, while she was merely the daughter of the Duke of Zhan Kingdom. How could she aid him? Gun Yinqing maintained a calm demeanor. Observing this, Qin Yunjing smiled helplessly. Why does my brother think you are foolish? You are clearly quite intelligent. Ji Yunjing remained silent, simply watching him. You have some connection to Ling Shenglu, do you not? Though posed as a question, Qin Yunjing's tone was assured in that moment. Gun Yinqing understood that there was indeed another layer to this. Yinqing, Ling Shenglu may have been a coincidence, but I happen to know you were quite familiar with the establishment's proprietor. Connecting the dots with the name indicates a relationship. Qin Yunjing's playful demeanor faded, replaced by earnestness. Oh, what? Gun Yinqing maintained her composure, having not disclosed to others that Ling Shenglu was her establishment, yet she would not mind if the news spread. After all, this matter would eventually come to light. Nothing. Qin Yunjing raised his hands. Yinqing, who in the entire imperial city does not wish to know you? Is it not normal for me to want to get acquainted? I merely happen to know a bit more about your connection to Ling Shenglu than others. I have a keen interest in intriguing individuals. As long as you trust that I mean no harm, I will prove it. His demeanor was earnest, and Gun Yinqing observed the sincerity in his expression. Concluding he was not lying, this feeling was akin to her unexpected friendship with Xia Yingxian. There was no malice in their intentions, merely a desire for companionship. Sixth prince, you are here. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached. The third prince is looking for you urgently. Understood, Qin Yunjing replied, then turned to Gun Yinqing. Shall we go together? Since it's an urgent matter, you should hurry. I will return on my own. Gun Yinqing said, strolling towards the banquet area. Along the way, she heard a woman weeping. Please, let me in. I am the Prince Ming's concubine. Why must you drive me away? The Princess Ming has ordered that today is the joyous day for the prince and the princess. What right do you, a mere concubine, have to enter? Begone. The palace guards were utterly unmoved by the woman's pleas, ruthlessly casting her out. This woman seemed somewhat familiar. Ji Yunjing scrutinized her closely and realized she was indeed Qin Minglang's concubine, one of the maids from his quarters. Although he had not married a legitimate wife, the presence of these maidservants was well understood. It was only later that she learned this woman's name was Qinglian. At that time, she had already married Qin Minglang, and it was said that Gun Yinan had expended considerable effort to deal with her. However, this maid was no easy opponent, as she had conceived Qin Minglang's child, eventually becoming his consort. Indeed, many things had changed. Ji Yunjing sighed inwardly. In her past life, had she not withdrawn her engagement, even after marrying Wei Xianqi, Qin Minglang would have still married Gun Yinan 2 years later. Now, everything had been expedited, and perhaps Qinglian's fate would also shift. With that thought, Gun Yinqing directly approached and incapacitated 2 guards. Seeing the 2 guards fall unconscious, Qinglian's expression turned one of panic. What are you doing? Gun Yinqing crossed her arms and smiled lightly. Did you not wish to enter? I am merely assisting you. Qinglian was momentarily taken aback. But why would you help me? I cannot bear to see 2 burly men bully a defenseless woman. Gun Yinqing replied. To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tiered pagoda. How could I stand idly by and watch such a fragile girl be cast out? Qinglian's gratitude was evident. Thank you, young lady. Should the opportunity arise in the future, Qinglian will undoubtedly repay your kindness. As she was about to enter, Gun Yinqing called out to her, cautioning, if you proceed in this manner, you may be recognized. Perhaps it would be better to. Moments later, Gun Yinqing gazed upon Qinglian, now garbed in her attire, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. Now you can enter with peace of mind. Thank you. Miss, Qinglian expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. A guest is always welcome, Gun Yinqing replied nonchalantly. Master, aren't you concerned that others will discover your involvement in this? The little fox inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. What is there to worry about? Gun Yinqing retorted dismissively. I have already severed ties with Gun Yinan, and besides, I am not allowing an assassin entry. Qinglian is already affiliated with Qin Minglang. I am merely lending a helping hand. The little fox chuckled lightly, sensing that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. As her elder sister, I have little to offer her. Sending a person to bring some cheer to my sister is certain to leave a lasting impression. With a hint of cold amusement at the corners of her lips, Gu Nianqing trailed behind Qing Lian, ready to enjoy the unfolding drama. Just then, a maid approached Qing Lian. Miss Gu, why are you still here? The banquet is about to commence. Allow me to escort you. Qing Lian was momentarily taken aback, but upon remembering her obligation to attend the banquet, she nodded and followed. Ji Yunyanqing observed the maid with a furrowed brow. This girl was not from the Duke's residence, and since Qin Yunqing had departed only briefly, it was unlikely he had sent someone. Who, then, had dispatched this maid? A sense of unease washed over her. Realizing that there was trickery afoot, she resolved to follow and see for herself. Master, did you not administer the drug to Gu Nianin? Why has she not reacted yet? The little fox queried with intrigue. The effects of the drug are delayed. If her visage were marred before her marriage, it would implicate the Duke's residence. However, should something go awry after she is wed into the Mingwang residence, it would be beyond our concern. Ji Yunyanqing's eyes gleamed with a hint of frost. Ji Yunyanin had taken great pleasure in concocting poisons to ruin her appearance. It was only fair that she too would taste the bitterness of disfigurement. As for any consequences that might befall the Duke's residence, that was utterly impossible. The little fox finally grasped the brilliance of the scheme, her face alight with admiration. Clever, truly clever. Chapter 66. An affair exposed meanwhile. Within the bridal chamber, Gu Nianin's eyes glinted with malice. From the moment Gu Nianqing donned a veil, it was evident that her beauty had been ruined. The Qing Du Gua was exceedingly rare. With the Duke of Baining possessing but a single dose, having saved her once, he could not save her a second time. The most beautiful woman in the imperial city could only be her. Clenching her fists tightly, Gu Nianin vowed to allow no one to eclipse her brilliance. Miss, I have followed your instructions and summoned Gu Nianqing to the back courtyard, Cui Shan said, a smile illuminating her face. This time, she would ensure that Gu Nianqing's reputation was utterly destroyed, leaving her with no opportunity for redemption. Hearing this, Gu Nianin smiled with satisfaction. In just a few short months, both of her maids had been lost to Gu Nianqing. Cui Shan, being a trusted confidant arranged by her family, was invaluable. It was unfortunate that she had been summoned away by the sixth prince. Otherwise, had the drug been successful, a scandalous scene would have unfolded in the Wang residence. Gu Nianin's brow furrowed slightly. The sixth prince had inexplicably grown close to her, while Jin Yao remained imprisoned and had yet to be released. Miss, even without Zhu Gu, today is sufficient. Yu Nianin nodded. Has Minglang already departed? Rest assured. I have informed the prince that Gu Nianqing wishes to meet him in the back courtyard, and he has indeed gone. A cold expression settled in Gu Nianin's eyes. Despite orchestrating this scheme, knowing that Minglang had gone without hesitation filled her with discontent. Cui Shan discerned her thoughts and offered reassurance. Miss, the prince is merely momentarily enchanted by that vixen's beauty. Now that her visage is ruined, he will surely avoid her. You are the most beautiful woman in the imperial city. From henceforth, she will have no qualification to be compared to you, T last. Gu Nianin smiled. You are quite right. From today onward, she is utterly finished. Following closely behind Qing Lian, Gu Nianqing confirmed her suspicions when she realized that the maid had led her to the back courtyard instead of the banquet area. Little did she expect that having just facilitated Qing Lian's entry, she was now to become her scapegoat. Please wait here for a moment, the maid instructed before departing. Qing Lian, bewildered, pondered how to reach the banquet when she heard a familiar voice. I heard you were looking for me? Qin Minglang rushed over upon hearing that Gu Nianqing had summoned him. During the past few days, the Duke's residence had rejected visitors, and he had been unable to see Nianqing, let alone anticipate that she would seek him out. Could it be that she had finally come to a realization? Qing Lian gazed at the familiar figure, a joyful expression blooming on her face as she threw herself into Qin Minglang's embrace. Observing this scene, the little fox couldn't help but comment, Master, this Qin Minglang is truly smitten, with misplaced confidence. Meanwhile, Wei Xianqi and Gu Hongzhen, accompanied by Qin Yunqing, were touring the Mingwang residence. Wei Xianqi walked at the forefront, and the entire group remained quiet under the natural authority that emanated from him. Coincidentally passing by, they caught sight of two figures embracing, prompting the group to halt instinctively and gaze ahead in confusion. On such a day, how could there be a clandestine meeting? That bright red wedding robe, could it possibly belong to the Ming Wang? Jiang Cheng observed with puzzlement. The attire was exceedingly conspicuous, easily identifiable. Today marked the wedding day of the Ming Wang. How could there be such a private rendezvous in the back courtyard? Han Quan, relishing the spectacle, deemed the third prince unworthy of their sister-in-law. And naturally, they were eager to see him in discomfort. To have such a scandal unfold on his wedding day would surely become a laughingstock. Upon seeing the familiar attire, Gu Hongjin was immediately gripped by a sense of foreboding. His mind swirling with questions, hadn't Yinxing forsaken her ties to the Ming Wang? What was transpiring now? Qin Yunqing recognized the garment as well and silently cursed his misfortune, just as he contemplated leaving. The voice of the second prince rang out, "I never expected my third brother to indulge in such a secret meeting on his wedding day. What a delightful surprise!" The second prince, Qin Juanhao, strode forward with a playful smile. Everyone present understood the long-standing enmity between the second and third princes. Today, seeing such a grand opportunity, they would not let it slip away. Qin Minglang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this voice. Caught off guard by the sudden arrival of so many people, Qing Lian, in a panic, hid behind him, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. At that moment, someone recognized Gu Yinxing's attire and exclaimed, "Isn't the veiled lady the eldest daughter of the Gu family? Who would have thought she would be secretly meeting the Ming Wang today?" With those words, the crowd erupted in a flurry of shock and speculation. Gu Yinxing had clearly withdrawn from her engagement, yet on the day of the wedding, she was found in a close embrace with Qin Minglang. Jiang Qing and Han Quan, who had been enjoying the spectacle, now stood frozen in disbelief, realizing that the woman in Qin Minglang's arms was their sister-in-law. Had they unwittingly stumbled into a private affair? Jiang Qing's expression stiffened as he exchanged glances with Gu Hongjin, who appeared equally alarmed. Their hearts sank, realizing the implications of this revelation. They instinctively swallowed hard, casting sympathetic glances toward Wei Xianqi, who had never shown interest in any woman, save for Gu Yinxing, who was now entangled in this scandal. However, contrary to their expectations, Wei Xianqi observed the scene with a cold, detached gaze, devoid of the fury they anticipated. Instead, he felt a creeping confusion. This should not be happening. Miss Cui Shan appeared, having arrived at the scene, her disbelief evident as she beheld the unfolding drama. "Miss, today is the day of the second Mrs. Grand celebration. Even if you harbor feelings for the Wang, you cannot do this today." The second Miss had always been unassuming and non-competitive. Had the eldest wished to marry the Wang, she would surely have remained silent, yet this behavior left the second Miss in a precarious position. Having already drawn suspicion regarding Gu Yinxing's identity, the crowd quickly confirmed their assumptions upon hearing Cui Shan's words. This eldest daughter of the Gu family had gone too far, rejecting her engagement yet unwilling to let go. The third prince was indeed formidable. Could it be that he intended to marry both daughters of the Gu family? I had once thought this first beauty possessed integrity, yet I never imagined she would engage in such scandalous behavior. It was truly... The crowd collectively shook their heads, their admiration for Gu Yinxing evaporating in an instant, pitying the second Miss, who appeared to be nothing more than a pawn in this game. Behind the rockery, Gu Yinxing began to comprehend the nature of this trap, her clear eyes gradually turning frigid. Ji Yunyan had indeed shown herself to be ruthless. This was a scheme aimed at her utter disgrace. Chapter 67. A grand conspiracy. Just as Gu Yinxing prepared to step forward, a cold, authoritative voice echoed through the air. "This woman is not the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Do not tarnish her reputation with unfounded slanders." The man's voice, laced with a chilling intensity, cut through the murmurs, compelling the crowd to silence as they instinctively closed their mouths. It was the Duke of Bainang. The mere mention of the Duke's name instilled a sense of reverence among all present. Even the princes treated him with utmost respect, and with his declaration, no one dared to utter another word. Jiang Cheng and Han Quan were filled with astonishment, never expecting that Xian Qi would go to such lengths for the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Such is the greatness of love. Gu Yinxing gazed in disbelief at the tall, slender figure clad in black before her. He was an undeniable presence wherever he went. The gentle breeze tousled his hair, and the silver mask he wore gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling light, while his black eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. Any moment, he possessed a compelling authority that silenced all around him. How could it be? She was unaware that Wei Xianqi had recognized at a glance that it was not her, or perhaps he knew it was her but still wished to protect her reputation. Just as in her previous life, she had been a woman of ill repute, yet he had always unconditionally defended and safeguarded her. It felt as if her heart had been struck fiercely, a complex emotion of both touch and turmoil spreading within her. realizing that there existed such a man in this world who, regardless of her actions, steadfastly stood by her side, even to the extent of dying for her. The onlookers shared a complex array of emotions. The third prince had said nothing thus far, clearly feeling guilty, while Gun Yinan's maid had directly revealed Gun Yinshang's identity. An evident truth, yet the Northern Duke insisted otherwise. If the Northern Duke said it was not so, none dared to contradict him. The price of offending the Northern Duke was one that none could afford. Such a commotion even startled Gun Yinan. A throng of guests arrived, surrounding Qin Minglang and Qing Lian. "Your Highness, sister?" Gun Yinan looked at the two before her delicate face paling instantly, her mouth opening and closing, hands trembling slightly, her entire being exuding helplessness. "You? How could you do this to me?" It seemed as though she might faint from the shock of the scene before her. "Princess, are you all right?" Cui Shan quickly supported Gun Yinan, preventing her from collapsing. The crowd watched, their hearts aching. It seemed they had all misunderstood Gun Yinan during the assessment at Lingyan Academy. On the day of her wedding, betrayed by her own sister and husband, who could endure such humiliation in front of so many? "I am not Gun Yinshan." At that moment, Qing Lian also realized who had saved her earlier. It was indeed the eldest daughter of the Gu family. As for the scene unfolding before her, as a concubine of the third prince, how could a palace maid not recognize this as a trap? Her heart swelled with disbelief. She had not anticipated that Gun Yinan would not only drive her out, but also set a trap to ruin her sister's reputation. Truly malicious. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Minglang's expression shifted slightly. He could naturally discern it was Qing Lian. Meanwhile, Gu Hongzhen quietly exhaled in relief. This voice did not belong to Nian Shang. He instinctively glanced at Wei Xianqi, astonished that the Northern Duke would go to such lengths to protect Nian Shang, even standing up for her reputation in such a public setting. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Gun Yinan had already arranged for her people. And as Qing Lian denied it, they interjected, "Then why don't you remove your veil?" "What a commotion this is!" Gun Yinshang emerged from behind the rockery, her expression one of confusion and curiosity, seemingly drawn by the noise without knowing what had transpired ahead. Upon seeing her ethereal figure, the crowd was momentarily stunned, then turned to the woman beside the prince, utterly dumbfounded. Point 2 Gun Yinshang's? Qin Minglang's expression mirrored astonishment as he witnessed Gun Yinshang approaching from behind, realizing there was clearly an issue at hand. Why was Qing Lian wearing Yinshang's clothes? Could it be that this was all her scheme? With Gun Yinshang present, who then was this other young lady? The crowd was collectively taken aback. They had previously deemed Gun Yinshang excessively unreasonable, but now witnessing her emerge obliviously from another direction, it was undeniably a colossal misunderstanding. Those who had been so vocal moments ago suddenly felt their faces stung with embarrassment. Hadn't Gun Yinan's maid insisted she was Gun Yinshang? Such utter nonsense. At this juncture, Qing Lian had already removed her veil, revealing a delicate visage. Upon seeing her, several servants recognized her. "It is Qing Lian, the one who has always served the prince. How did she come to be here?" Qin Yunjing and Qin Junjia both recognized her. After all, they had resided in the palace where she often accompanied Minglang. "Princess, you truly have a heart of stone." Qing Lian had long been suppressing her anger. As the prince's concubine, she was entitled to move into the bestowed residence, as a maid. "I am aware of your esteemed status and have never sought to compete, for I am unworthy at you. Knowing I carry the prince's child, coldly dispatched me without a single coin for sustenance, leaving me to starve on the streets." As these words fell, the crowd erupted in a clamor, all eyes turning towards Gun Yinan. It was commonplace for a legitimate wife to resent a concubine, but to cast her out while pregnant was simply excessive. Qin Minglang gazed at Qing Lian in astonishment, clearly unaware of the situation. "When I was cast out, I encountered the solitary Gun Yinshang and fainted her, donning her attire, intending to seek the prince, only to be brought here by a maid. I was puzzled until I saw the prince arrive." Realizing this was an elaborate trap, Qing Lian looked at Gun Yinan in disbelief, her words laced with fury and accusations. "Are you truly willing to betray even your own sister? How cold-hearted you are." Gun Yinshang's heart raced in shock. Qing Lian was truly resourceful. Not only had she helped her navigate this trap, but she had also inadvertently cleared her name. As the saying goes, one must commit fully to a performance. Qing Lian had already acted out half of it, and Yinshang was determined to see it through. Touching the back of her head, Gun Yinshang feigned realization. "So it was you who knocked me out earlier?" Chapter 68. A confrontation with Gun Yinan. In that moment, the crowd finally grasped why Gun Yinshang had changed her attire, but Qing Lian's revelations were utterly shocking. If she were merely an ordinary concubine, her dismissal might have been tolerable, but to expel someone pregnant was undeniably excessive. I had always believed that the second daughter of the Gu family possessed a compassionate heart capable of embracing others. Yet I never imagined her to be so malicious. The eldest daughter of the Gu family had already relinquished her engagement to her. How could she still wish to ruin her reputation? Since returning, the eldest daughter of the Gu family had endured much disgrace, but it seemed her brilliance during the recent assessment had angered Gu Nian'an, prompting her to devise such a scheme. Gu Nianshang, too, looked at Gu Nian'an in disbelief, her exquisite features marred by sorrow. Sister, I understand my abrupt return to the Duke's manor must have struck you hard. I have been yielding at every turn. I know your feelings are intertwined with mine. Thus, even regarding my engagement, I willingly proposed an annulment, for if blame is to be placed, it can only be on my late return. I never anticipated that you would lay such a grand scheme to harm me. Disappointment and sorrow shone in Gu Nianshang's eyes, igniting a simmering anger that had transformed from a plea for understanding to an eruption of indignation. Gu Nian'an had been dumbstruck the moment she saw Gu Nianshang appear unscathed, her face intact. Impossible! She had clearly poisoned her. The effect should have manifested that very day, and Gu Nianshang's face would surely have been ruined. Realizing she still wore a veil today, it dawned on her that Gu Nianshang had seen through her plan, deliberately wearing the veil to mislead her. You are slandering me, Gu Nian'an retorted. Growing frantic, it is evident that the prince does not favor you, and you were left with no choice but to break the engagement. How could this possibly be for my sake, if not for you? Then for whom? Gu Nianshang countered. Over the past year, you have constantly belittled me to win the prince's favor, tarnishing my reputation to showcase your superiority. I have spent years growing up in the countryside, lacking the refinement of a true young lady. You are my sister, and I do not care for such superficial distinctions. I had hoped my sincerity would resonate with you, yet you have relentlessly pressured me, even going so far as to poison me yesterday. As Gu Nianshang's words fell, the crowd gasped in shock. No one had expected such explosive revelations, had it not been for the timely intervention of a physician. My face would have been ruined today. Gu Nianshang chuckled bitterly, her expression devoid of righteous indignation, as if she had long since grown accustomed to such schemes. The crowd, witnessing her expression of disappointment and self-mockery, became increasingly convinced that indeed everything was as they had surmised. The eldest daughter of the Gu family had endured countless grievances over the past year. Though she was biologically related, her return did not erase the estrangement, and Gu Nian'an's relentless pursuit had only exacerbated the situation, employing all manner of despicable tactics. Gu Nian'an was truly heartless. Yesterday, she attempted to ruin Gu Nianshang's appearance, and today she sought to obliterate her reputation. Could she be any more malicious? Beneath an exterior of gentleness lay a heart of a wolf. If the Duke were to learn of all this, he would surely be heartbroken. A heartless wolf in sheep's clothing. How utterly revolting! Disdainful glares fell upon Gu Nian'an. Her former beauty paled in comparison to the ugliness of her soul, rendering her utterly repugnant. No, I did not. You are lying. Gu Nian'an's complexion was pallid, and she had previously wondered why Gu Nianshang had never disclosed these matters to their family. Little did she expect that today, on the very occasion of her grand wedding, when she was to become the object of envy for all women, such slander would be hurled at her, rendering her unable to lift her head. I did not do these things. Did you not? Gu Nianshang retorted coldly. When I first returned, all my outfits were coordinated by you. Each time I appeared, it was inappropriately timed. Was that not your doing? It is rumored that I, relying on my birthright, bully you at every turn, yet everyone in the household can vouch for my innocence. So who, pray tell, has been spreading these rumors? I scarcely leave my home. Who has made my flaws notorious? Gu Nianshang gazed at her with a frigid expression, as if her heart had been shattered, leaving behind a steely resolve filled with resentment. I considered you a sister, yet you have endeavored to bring about my ruin. Had I not been incapacitated by Qinglian's charms today, and she had not taken my place here, how would I have silenced the whispers that ensnared me? Gu Nian'an, your heart is as ruthless as it is unyielding. Each word struck the hearts of the onlookers like a mournful lament, resonating with profound weight. They could not help but empathize with the fragile figure amidst the crowd, a true ingrate whose actions were utterly intolerable. Gu Nian'an found herself at a loss for words. Her face drained of color as all gazes pierced her like daggers. This occasion had always been a clear refuge, shielding her from scrutiny, yet now she was utterly unprepared to confront the onslaught. As she turned to Qin Minglang for assistance, his cold voice reached her ears. Yan, did you send someone to expel Qinglian? Qin Minglang's countenance darkened as he regarded Gu Yan'an. The weight of Gu Yanqing's words had left him deeply shaken, revealing the facade of virtue that Yan'an had maintained, which had previously obscured the truth from him. Initially, he suspected that this was Gu Yanqing's scheme, yet how could she orchestrate such a plan without prior knowledge of Qinglian's existence? Furthermore, with no ties to Gu Yanqing, it was inconceivable that Qinglian would advocate for her. The truth of today's events was becoming increasingly apparent. Why, Lord, I did not, Gu Yan'an quickly protested. She has slandered me. Faced with the collective disdain of the crowd, she realized that if this matter was not resolved today, her downfall would be assured. I have never committed such acts. My lord, you must believe me. Her delicate gaze was laced with sincerity, her bright eyes glistening with innocent tears, exuding an air of unjust suffering. You know my character. I am not one to engage in such vile deeds. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, as if she had endured a tremendous grievance. Renowned as the fairest maiden in the imperial city, her display of tears could not help but soften the hearts of those present, leading them to wonder how such a beautiful girl could engage in treachery. However, after hearing Gu Yanqing's every word, the crowd's hearts turned cold. His Highness, this matter is clearly a trap and must be thoroughly investigated. Wei Xianqi suddenly interjected, his icy gaze fixed upon Gu Yan'an. No matter how convincingly she cried, his eyes remained devoid of compassion. This concerns the reputation of the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Unless someone clarifies, it will be impossible to cleanse her name. Regardless, I trust that the Ming Wangfu will provide an explanation. With the words of the Prince of Zhenbei, a wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers, their gazes shifting between Gu Yanqing and Wei Xianqi. The fact that the Prince of Zhenbei would advocate for her was astounding, as he had never shown concern for anyone else. Though the rationale was sound, it was unprecedented for him to protect a maiden in such a manner. Qin Minglang's expression grew complex. Having witnessed the prince's repeated interventions on Yanqing's behalf, he sensed something amiss. The implications of today's statement were clear. The Prince of Zhenbei had no desire to involve himself in family matters unless it pertained to Yanqing. My lord, Qinglian would never dare to slander the princess. Qinglian gazed earnestly at Qin Minglang, her gentle eyes revealing a hint of resolve. I know that the princess cannot tolerate my presence. Even if I remained in the Wangfu, I could not survive. I only felt sorrow for the child and wished to see you one last time before my demise. Yet I inadvertently stumbled into this trap, discovering that the princess would even scheme against her own sister. As she spoke, Qinglian directed her gaze towards Gu Yan'an, her eyes filled with hatred and obsession. Princess, your reputation for elegance and kindness is well known. Yet who would have thought your heart to be so utterly malevolent? Your actions will inevitably bring about your own retribution. I lack the means to contend with you and cannot bear the thought of dying unjustly. I refuse to be a victim of this fate. The crowd was taken aback by Qinglian's declarations, the audacity of her words severing all pretense of civility. In the next moment, Qinglian rushed towards a nearby pillar. I am willing to die to affirm my words. Everything I have said is the truth. With a resounding crash, she collided with the pillar, blood streaming from her forehead as she collapsed. Yet even as she lay on the ground, her gaze remained fixed on Gu Yan'an. You will receive your reckoning, Qinglian. Qin Minglang was equally stunned by the scene, shouting for a physician. The unexpected turn of events left the onlookers in shock. They had never anticipated witnessing such bloodshed on a day meant for celebration. If doubts had lingered regarding the veracity of Qinglian's claims, they vanished upon witnessing this act. She was with child. Had she not been driven to desperation, she would not have taken such a drastic step. Reflecting on her previous words, the crowd's gaze towards Gu Yan'an turned. It was shocking to realize that Gu Yan'an, with her seemingly gentle and kind demeanor, could harbor such a cruel disposition. Unwilling to spare even a pregnant woman, Ji Yanqing had already relinquished her engagement, yet Gu Yan'an continued to press forward, intent on her destruction. How wicked her heart must be! I dare say the Duke of the State could not have anticipated that this foster daughter would be so malicious. Surely, the eldest daughter of the Gu family has endured considerable grievances this past year. Ji Yan'an's complexion drained of color as she confronted Qinglian's determination to die for her cause. All her words seemed pale and laughable in comparison. She could not fathom that her wedding day would devolve into such chaos. Gu Yanqing hastened to Qinglian's side, realizing that the girl was genuinely resolved to end her life. However, she understood why Qinglian felt compelled to act thus. With Gu Yan'an present, she had no hope for survival. This was her only means of retaliation. The physician arrived promptly, shaking his head in despair as he assessed Qinglian's injuries. "My lord, the young lady's wounds are too grave. I can only attempt to save her." As the physician's words echoed, a tremor of disbelief coursed through the crowd, confirming that Qinglian might indeed be beyond salvation. At that moment, who could still question her words? She had wagered her life and that of her child to expose Gu Nianin. Just as Gu Nianxing prepared to retrieve her own medicine, Wei Xianqi produced a porcelain vial. "This elixir can save Qinglian." As Gu Nianxing beheld the familiar vial before her, she recognized its contents. Any medicinal formulation presented by Wei Xianqi was bound to be precious. Yet, given his nature, he had never before offered aid to a stranger. And now he was doing so. "Why? Use mine," Wei Xianqi declared firmly. The physician, upon seeing the Prince of Zhenbei produce the elixir, hastily accepted it with gratitude and administered it to Qinglian. Yu Nianxing's words went unspoken. Her medicine could also heal Qinglian, albeit at a lower cost than Wei Xianqi's elixir. Yet, she understood that his actions were meant to distance her from Qinglian. In light of Qinglian's statements, the crowd was inclined to believe her. However, had Gu Nianxing been the one to save Qinglian, suspicions would arise regarding her prior preparations, allowing Gu Nianin to exploit that for refutation. He wished to leave no room for her to seize upon any evidence that could be used against him. Thus he acted. Jiang Cheng watched in astonishment as the elixir he had long sought from Wei Xianqi was now bestowed upon the Ming Wangfu's concubine, and his heart ached in that moment. Gu Nianin was all but forgotten. She watched helplessly as Wei Xianqi provided aid to Qinglian, absorbing the interactions between him and Gu Nianxing, and suddenly comprehended why Gu Nianxing had chosen to break off her engagement with Ming Lang. This woman had clearly sought to align herself with the Prince of Zhenbei in her decision to withdraw from the engagement, now audaciously framing her actions as a deliberate concession, leaving no room for contradiction. Ruined. What was meant to be her most radiant day had been trampled underfoot by all. Qinglian's gambit had nailed her to the pillar of shame, and she could offer no equally compelling evidence to counter these accusations. "Princess, princess, what ails you?" Suishan cried urgently, as Gu Nianin, unable to bear the unfolding scene, fainted. However, in response to her cries, not a single person present paid her any heed. With the aid of this elixir, Qinglian's life was preserved. Yet she remained unconscious and was taken to a guest room. A wave of sighs swept through the crowd as Gu Nianxing and her companions departed from the Ming Wangfu. This wedding was indeed a remarkable spectacle. Undoubtedly the most memorable event in the history of the entire imperial city, marking the day the Ming prince wed his princess. Chapter 70. Do I appear foolish? It was utterly unexpected that such a significant uproar would erupt on the day of the Ming prince's wedding. The Ming princess had never seemed like such a person. In truth, the eldest daughter of the Gu family had been poisoned yesterday, and her silence was likely to protect her family's reputation. Little did she know she would fall into such a trap today. If she had been ensnared, her fate would have been sealed. For a woman, beauty and virtue are undoubtedly paramount, and the two traps set by Gu Nianin had ensnared her perfectly. Had it not been for Qinglian's timely intervention, Gu Nianxing would have had no defense. The mere thought sent chills down everyone's spines. It was truly a situation beyond redemption, a name forever tarnished. Gu Hongjin walked beside Gu Nianxing, reflecting on the news he had just heard, feeling a chill run down his spine. He could hardly believe that his gentle and kind sister, with whom he had lived for over a decade, could be such a person. If not for Qinglian inadvertently stumbling into the trap, Nianxing's life would have been irrevocably ruined. Nianxing, was everything that just transpired real? Did Nianin truly poison you yesterday? Gu Hongjin was at a loss for words to express his shock. He believed in Nianxing but found it hard to fathom that Nianin harbored such a venomous heart. Jiyu Nianxing understood her elder brother's feelings and nodded. "Brother, do you now comprehend why I wore a veil today? I had intended to confront Nianin about this matter, yet I unexpectedly encountered Qinglian." At that moment, Gu Hongjin grasped everything. No wonder he had seen her in a veil today. It all made sense. As they walked, many sympathetic glances fell upon Gu Nianxing. Those who had previously looked down upon her now felt a pang of guilt towards the young woman. After enduring humiliation and misunderstanding for an entire year, it was evident how difficult her life had been. Can you believe the Ming princess is such a person? Will she be sent back to her family? Surely not. The marriage has been formalized. She is now the Ming princess. If the Ming prince learns of her true nature, perhaps this marriage would never have occurred. Sighs of resignation echoed. Previously, many believed the true Gu Nianxing, with her remarkable beauty, should have been wed to the Ming prince instead of Gu Nianin. What a pity. Yet now it seemed. It was a pity beyond measure. Listening to the chatter, Gu Nianqing knew that Gu Nianin would not be sent back to her family. For Qin Minglang still had a semblance of pride. This incident had already become embarrassingly public. To send Gu Nianin back would be unprecedented in the Daxia dynasty. Besides, she knew Gu Nianin was not an orphan. This had all been an elaborate trap, ensnaring the entire Duke of the State's household. A revelation she only came to understand just before her previous life ended. Fortunately, she now possessed this knowledge. She would gradually unearth the truth until all was laid bare before everyone. Upon exiting the Ming Wangfu, Gu Nianqing said, "Brother, please wait for me in the carriage." Jiu Hongjin glanced at the Prince of Jinbei beside him and replied, "All right, thank you for earlier." Jiu Nianqing looked at the tall, upright figure before her. This was not the first time he had aided her, yet he had never asked for anything in return. For what? Wei Xianqi inquired. Jiu Nianqing fell into silence, sunlight cascading over her, the fan-like lashes casting shadows over her eyelids, obscuring her emotions. Just as Wei Xianqi was about to change the subject, she lifted her head, her exquisite face etched with sincerity. "Thank you for the elixir, for seeking justice for me, and for believing in me." As she spoke, Gu Nianqing's voice trembled slightly. For so many years, she had misinterpreted the sincerity of the man before her. This affection had come upon her so suddenly, tinged with a strong possessiveness, that it instilled a sense of panic within her. She had never considered that he might genuinely care for her. In fact, even now, she could not comprehend why he, a paragon among men, would be interested in her, especially given her disfigurement in her previous life. She had neither beauty nor talent. Yet, it shook her to the core to learn that he had protected the entire Duke of the State's household in her absence. Even willing to sacrifice himself for her safety, no one could fathom the depth of her astonishment. The man she had always despised was fiercely protecting her, while the one she had devoted herself to had slaughtered her entire family. The course of events had taken a different turn than before, yet he remained unwavering in his faith in her, assisting her. It was only natural that she would give her life for him. The seriousness with which she conveyed her gratitude exceeded his expectations. The light in her eyes held emotions beyond mere gratitude, elusive and profound. Why did Gu Nianqing's earnest demeanor evoke a sense of tragic heroism? Suddenly, her previously heavy emotions shattered at his remark, and she gazed at Wei Xianqi in exasperation. She had not anticipated the prince would jest, "Because of you." The young woman momentarily paused, and the nonchalant tone of his voice did not feel frivolous. She recognized he was not that kind of person. Today's events have stirred quite a commotion. The Ming prince is a favored royal, and Lu Guifei will not remain indifferent. You should exercise caution. Wei Xianqi warned, Qinglian's situation is precarious. Jiu Nianqing remained silent for a moment before replying, "I understand." Once they returned to the carriage, Gu Hongjin could hardly contain his curiosity. "Nianqing, when did your relationship with the Prince of Jinbei become so close?" He had been astonished to see the prince defend Nianqing earlier. It was unfathomable that someone who had only met her a few times would care for her so deeply. "I don't know." Gu Nianqing shook her head. "Perhaps there was just an affinity. He saw how difficult my life was and felt compassion." "Compassion?" Gu Hongjin's lips twitched slightly. While he wouldn't find it odd if someone else had said it, to apply such a term to the Prince of Jinbei felt utterly incongruous. "Nianqing, do you think your brother is a fool?" Coughing, Gu Nianqing inadvertently spat out her tea, and upon seeing her brother's exasperated expression, she replied, "Brother, I have indeed only met the Prince of Jinbei a few times. You should ask him that question." Gu Hongjin pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing the validity of her words. Upon returning to the Duke of the State's residence, Gu Hongjin promptly took Gu Nianqing to meet their parents. The events of the day had caused quite a stir, and it would soon spread throughout the imperial city. Nianin's actions had exceeded their expectations. But regardless, she was a member of their family by marriage. Should the emperor lay blame, they would likely be held accountable. Chapter 71. Unmasking the truth upon hearing the events of the day? The Duke and Duchess of the State were filled with astonishment. "Ned, actually did these things?" Luo Yi anxiously pulled Gu Nianqing close and scrutinized her. "Did the poison affect you in any way?" "Mother, I am fine." Jiu Nianqing waved her hand. "I have learned from my mistakes and have become wiser. I won't be easily ensnared again." Luo Yi, however, felt no relief upon hearing this. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "Why didn't you tell us about such a significant matter? It is us, your parents, who have wronged you. We thought we had taken good care of you this past year, yet we had no idea you were facing such threats." This regret mirrored the years of anguish Gu Nianqing had endured after being taken by her enemies. For over a decade, she had lamented her fate. Upon her return, she had only wished to make amends. Yet she had been living under such constant fear. The heart of this mother was shattered. I feared it would cause you distress. Ji Yunyinxing's eyes reflected her compassion. You have nurtured Nianin for so long. She is your other daughter. I never expected Nianin to repay your kindness with malice, to raise a wolf in sheep's clothing. The Duke of the State was equally heartbroken. They had never wronged Nianin throughout the years, believing she would be grateful. Yet she had not only shown ingratitude but had also schemed against them. Such a heart of a viper had left them utterly disheartened. Father, mother, just a few days ago, Nianin stole my spirit medicine and feigned innocence before the Ming prince. With each incident, she has shown she does not consider us family. I believe we must never regard her as one of our own again. Otherwise, we will only bring harm upon ourselves. Gu Hongzhen spoke earnestly. The people they had lived alongside for so many years had never seen her true nature. How arduous had Nianxing's year been? If they continued to be lenient towards Nianin, it would only be cruel to Nianxing. Gu Hanxian nodded, slamming her palm on the table. What she has done is utterly inhumane. If she can treat her own siblings with such cruelty, she is no longer a member of the Duke of the State's household. Previously, Luoyi had felt a twinge of sympathy for Nianin due to her actions, but at this moment, all affection had evaporated. They had been mistaken from the very beginning. Father, the commotion caused today is so great that tomorrow in the court, Gu Hongzhen sighed. Even if Gu Nianin is not our biological daughter, she has always been married off as the second daughter of the Duke of the State. In light of recent events, it is difficult for my parents to absolve themselves of blame. They are bound to bear the reputation of having been lax in their discipline. Moreover, this incident has dealt a significant blow to the royal family's dignity. Qin Minglang is not just any ordinary prince. He is one who enjoys considerable favor. Today, his wedding has unfortunately become a source of ridicule throughout the city. Those who are already adversaries of my father will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to exploit it against him. Gu Hanxian is acutely aware of this reality. I indeed bear an undeniable responsibility for this matter, and I shall seek to make amends tomorrow, my lord. Luoyi interjected with concern. The royal family places great importance on its reputation. Although today's events have caused quite a stir, if the matter is brought to light, it will also reveal that we were deceived, ultimately making Prince Ming appear equally flawed in his judgment. Perhaps the emperor will choose not to address this issue. That would be of little consequence. Gu Hanxian waved dismissively. Having navigated the intricacies of the court for many years, he understood that some matters are inescapable. That Qinglian is unlikely to survive this. Yu Hongzhen spoke solemnly. In such royal scandals, it is always those without connections who pay the price. Compared to the Princess Ming, a mere concubine holds little weight. Even if she is with child, her plight pales in comparison to the reputation of Prince Ming. Ji Yunyinxing sighed inwardly, recalling that Wei Xianqi had shared similar sentiments with her. She understood that. In order to suppress this incident, the royal family might very well resort to silencing Qinglian. She felt a pang of sympathy for the girl, wishing to do everything in her power to save her life. Should Qin Minglang feel a flicker of compassion and secretly assist her in escaping, there might still be hope. However, the outcome of this situation hinges solely on Qin Minglang, rather than anyone else. Father, I shall accompany you tomorrow, Gu Hongzhen declared. This matter does not concern you. Why would you involve yourself? Gu Hanxian replied, waving his sleeve. How can it not concern me? We are family, and as your elder brother, I too share in the sin of negligence, Gu Hongzhen asserted with conviction. Rest assured, while this situation is indeed serious, His Majesty, in light of my years of service, is unlikely to imprison me. It will merely result in verbal reproach and a reduction in salary. My old bones will not suffer any lasting harm. A hint of tenderness softened Gu Hanxuan's typically stern visage. His father had fought valiantly throughout his life to protect the homeland, yet now he was unable to muster the same vigor. Burdened by numerous ailments, as long as he did not lose his life, it was not insurmountable. The future of the Duke of Jinggua's residence would ultimately rest on Gu Hongzhen's shoulders. Father, I shall not bring disgrace upon our family. Gu Nianxing observed this exchange, her mind drifting back to the past, a time of clashing swords and the melancholic figure of her father, who had fought valiantly yet faced his demise with such desolation. Now, she exerted herself to sever ties between Gu Nianin and their family, yet inevitably, she found herself entangled in the consequences. She did not wish her parents to suffer from her actions, thus she must uncover the individuals behind Gu Nianin. This matter cannot wait. Father, mother, why was I cast out into the world? Gu Nianxing inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxian and Luoyi exchanged glances. This was a chapter of their past they were reluctant to revisit, and it represented their greatest regret. After your mother became pregnant, your father went off to war in the northwest. I did not wish for him to leave. but he was the only one capable of undertaking such a heavy responsibility. He was away for nearly a year, and by the time I gave birth to you, he had yet to return. After your father achieved victory and was on his way home, his enemies, seeking vengeance for their defeat, infiltrated our home with the intent to assassinate me. Fortunately, I was rescued by the guards, but by then, you had already vanished. Luo Yi could not help but shed tears. That night had been the most agonizing of her life. Nianxing was merely a month old, having never even laid eyes on her father before being taken by their adversaries. She had been so small and fragile. How could she possibly have survived in the hands of such foes? Gu Nianxing finally grasped the situation. Her father had indeed not been home, and the assailants had stormed in to abduct her. It was a miracle she had lived to tell the tale. Regrettably, she possessed no memory of the year prior, entirely unaware of how she had spent her formative years. She always felt that those memories held great significance. Yet no matter how many times she attempted to recall them, they remained elusive. How was I discovered? Gu Nianxing asked with curiosity. You were found fainted at the gate of our residence, Gu Hongjin replied. Your mother felt an instant connection upon seeing you, remarking how much you resembled her. It was only after noticing the birthmark on your body that she was certain. Chapter 72. A web of suspicion. Gu Nianxing finally understood. In her previous life, she had never paid much attention to these details, having assumed her parents were negligent in their care, leading to her abduction. She had spent merely a year in the Duke of Jingguo's residence before moving to the Duke of Jinbei's. At that time, she had never questioned any of it, until just before her death when Gu Nianxing had disclosed that everything had merely been part of a long-conceived plan, a trap set in motion many years prior. After posing several questions, Gu Nianxing continued, Mother, after my father achieved victory, his confidant returned immediately to deliver the news. Did the enemy truly move faster than my father? How could they have struck before his return? Luo Yi paused, momentarily bewildered by her line of questioning. How do you know they were enemies? Gu Nianxing pressed further. The assailant bore the enemy's tattoo. I saw it on his arm, Luo Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxian and Gu Hongjin exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt crossing their features. They understood what Nianxing was implying. Nianxing, are you suggesting that there may be more to this than meets the eye? Gu Hongjin inquired. Jiyu Nianxing gazed out the window, observing the guards still patrolling diligently. Our residence has always been heavily guarded. When father was away, the defenses should have been even more stringent, correct? Indeed, Gu Hanxian affirmed. The layout of our estate is quite intricate. I have heard that your father deliberately designed it that way due to the numerous enemies he feared might arise. The guards have always been vigilant. And the terrain is complex. Even if the enemy sought to gather intelligence, it would be difficult for them to do so thoroughly. How did he manage to evade all scrutiny and accurately appear in your mother's chamber? Gu Nianxing's expression turned serious. She had never contemplated this aspect before, believing everything to be straightforward, but upon careful reflection, she recognized there were indeed many discrepancies. Jiyu Hanxian and Gu Hongjin's expressions grew increasingly grave. Upon further consideration, it seemed there were indeed aspects they had overlooked. Tattoos can be forged. Perhaps someone, upon hearing of my father's triumphant return, harbored malicious intentions and sought to eliminate us. Gu Hongjin felt a chill run down his spine. The enemy aimed to strike at his father, hoping to extinguish his fighting spirit. When Nianxing had been abducted, the entire Duke of Zhengguo's residence had languished in despair for a long time. If they were all to perish upon returning, his father would surely be utterly disheartened. That is not an impossibility, Gu Nianxing replied, turning her gaze to Gu Hanxian. Father, what do you think? If this is indeed the case, then it could only have been orchestrated by my political adversaries in the court. He had devoted his life to safeguarding the nation, instilling fear in his enemies upon the battlefield. Yet, in the realm of political machinations, he was indeed outmatched. The emergence of Gu Nianxing was also suspicious. It was entirely plausible that someone, knowing of my parents' grievous loss, sought to secure a future for their own daughter. But what if it had all been premeditated? Upon hearing this, Gu Hanxian's pupils constricted, his heart racing. If all of this were true, then the trap was indeed terrifying. Gu Hongjin also grasped the implication, an icy dread sweeping over him. If this were all factual, what kind of nefarious scheme had been laid out? After a brief pause, Gu Hanxian regained his composure. For now, this was mere speculation, with no evidence to substantiate it. If this were indeed a scheme, then the enemy was undoubtedly treacherous, willing to invest over a decade to ensnare the entire Duke of Zhengguo's household in their web of deceit. Elder brother, do you know a maid named Cui Shan? Gu Nianxing inquired. Jiyu Hongjin frowned. "Who is that?" "The maid who appeared beside Nyenin today," she replied. Her clear, intelligent eyes suggest she is not one of our household staff. Her previous maid has already been dismissed. However, from the way she has defended Nyenin today, it is evident that she is well acquainted with our circumstances. Then, from where did this girl emerge? Gu Hongzhen's expression shifted. Today, that maid had appeared to be Nyenin's confidant. Such acts of framing and deception are typically entrusted to one's most loyal subordinates. Gu Nyenin had only just wed into the Ming prince's residence, making it implausible for her to have a confidant so swiftly. The timing of this girl's appearance was indeed suspicious. "Do you recall that when I first returned, I bore no disfigurement? It was only later, upon regaining consciousness, that I inexplicably became marred." Gu Nianqing began to unravel the series of questions, peeling back the layers to expose the issues at hand. "Perhaps I was not poisoned prior, but rather fell victim to poison only upon returning home." At this moment, the others were rendered speechless by shock. They had never considered these angles before. Yet, as Nianqing articulated her thoughts, all the previously inexplicable elements began to intertwine. It seemed that every unresolved question now pointed towards a singular truth. The poison that Gu Nianin administered yesterday has not manifested. "You may summon a physician to examine it. This poison is far from ordinary," she stated. From where did she acquire such a poison? Gu Nianqing glanced at Yi beside her, who promptly rushed to Nianqing's courtyard. Yesterday, her lady had instructed her to preserve evidence for future use. Initially, she believed her mistress sought to expose the second miss, but it turned out to be to vindicate the lord and lady. The entire room was enveloped in silence. The events of the day had delivered an overwhelming shock to them. If all of this were indeed true, it would mean they had been mere pawns in the hands of their adversary all these years. Even in the absence of direct evidence, the points raised by Nianqing left them utterly confounded. A single doubt might be dismissed as coincidence, but when a series of suspicions coalesce, the underlying issues become glaringly apparent. The world does not offer such a plethora of coincidences, nor is it conceivable that every coincidence would befall a single individual. Ji Nianqing maintained a tranquil demeanor. In the past, she too had not thought deeply into matters. Yet during this time, she had reflected thoroughly in truth. Until her demise in her previous life, the individuals behind Gu Nianin remained shrouded in secrecy. It was only moments before her death that Gu Nianin had inadvertently mentioned something. But by then, she had suffered a fatal blow, her consciousness slipping away, rendering her words unclear. The one certainty she held was that Gu Nianin was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated trap devised by her adversaries. The truths that eluded discovery in her past life must be unearthed in this one. Yi soon returned, bringing with her poisoned food, and the physician was summoned as well. Upon examining the poison, the physician's expression shifted dramatically. This toxin was exceedingly rare, colorless, and tasteless. Had it not been for the lady's warning, even the most seasoned expert might have fallen victim. The faces of those present paled. For this alone was enough to illustrate the potency of the poison. "Master, this poison is extremely rare, not something that can be easily procured. Once infected, a woman's beauty would be marred, and her spiritual roots would also suffer, severely hampering her cultivation speed. Moreover, the more one cultivates, the more it will exacerbate the poison within, potentially leading to the loss of life over time." The physician's eyes were filled with concern. Who could have administered such a poison? "This matter must not be spoken of to anyone." Jiu Huanshuan waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave for now." "Understood." Silence descended upon the room, as each individual's mind raced with myriad thoughts, attempting to connect the dots of various occurrences over the years, leading them to acknowledge that there indeed seemed to be a problem. It was at this moment that Gu Hongzhen recognized his previous ignorance. He had believed himself clever, yet a shocking conspiracy had unfolded right under his nose, unnoticed. Gu Huanshuan was equally astonished, but as he regained his composure, he swiftly grasped their current predicament. This matter was not to be publicized just yet. Firstly, there was no evidence, and they could not ascertain the truth of the situation. Secondly, if it were indeed true, they must not alert the enemy. If Gu Nianin had been placed among them by their adversaries, it would imply that others within the residence might also be part of the scheme. Should they raise alarm, the enemy would surely retreat hastily. Everyone nodded in agreement. "We shall act as if we are unaware." Having confirmed this, Gu Huanshuan turned his gaze towards Gu Nianqing, curiosity evident in his expression. "Nianqing, do you possess medical knowledge?" The physician had already indicated that the poison was colorless and tasteless. Even he could fall victim to it, making it impossible for an ordinary person to detect. The fact that Nianqing had discerned the truth demonstrated her expertise in medicine. Otherwise, how could she have known? In that moment, she chose not to conceal the truth. I have been studying medicine ever since I realized I was poisoned. I heard that there is a young divine doctor beside the prince of the northern border, and when you return to the family, the prince also came to the great Xia dynasty. Could it be that your master is that divine doctor? Gu Hongzhen, having previously pondered why his sister was so close to the northern prince, suddenly grasped the key to the mystery. Actually, Gu Nianxing admired her brother's imagination, but just as she prepared to clarify that it was not the case, Gu Hongzhen spoke again. It is precisely because you were acquainted that the northern prince often assists you, even providing you with detoxification fruits. His willingness to stand up for you today makes perfect sense. I truly did not expect this, Gu Hongzhen exclaimed. Sister, you are quite impressive. You managed to keep this hidden so well. Gu Nianxing. She had yet to utter a word, yet her elder brother had already pieced together everything so seamlessly and logically, surpassing even her own ability to concoct a more perfect explanation. Faced with the eager gazes of the three before her, Gu Nianxing reflected that her own fabricated reasoning paled in comparison to her brother's, and indeed, the relationship between her and Wei Xianqi was difficult to articulate. This was a question only Wei Xianqi could answer, and she would need to inquire further when the opportunity arose that night. All four remained sleepless, with Gu Hongzhen and the others unable to find rest due to the startling news. Their minds racing with countless connections, growing increasingly fearful with each contemplation. Ji Nianxing, on the other hand, pondered how to extricate the Gu family from this predicament. Gu Nianin was a considerable burden, having no affection for the Gu family herself. Even though she had never targeted Gu Nianin in her past life, she had been systematically undermining the Gu family, leading them toward ruin. This was an inevitable malignancy, and her current objective was to sever all ties with her family. She needed to find a way to capture the mastermind. In the darkness, Gu Nianxing's eyes sparkled with determination. That Sui Shan must surely be implicated. Perhaps by following this girl, she could uncover the extent of Gu Nianin's connections. Master, but this matter has already implicated the Duke. Those hidden behind the scenes are not easily apprehended, and time may not be on our side. The little fox expressed its concerns. Ji Nianxing remained composed. As her father had said, the emperor would indeed be angered by this incident, but it should not escalate to a grave extent. The emperor was a wise ruler, and the brunt of his ire would likely fall upon Gu Nianin, as they too had been deceived, albeit with a considerable degree of culpability over the years. The following day dawned gray and dreary, with a gentle drizzle that mirrored the somber mood of the Gu family. Casting a pall over their spirits, Jiu Huanchuan ventured alone to the imperial palace, while Gu Nianxing was instructed to remain at home. The events surrounding the Ming prince's residence had spread like wildfire, with every street corner buzzing with gossip. The Ming princess, once the most beautiful woman in the imperial city, had been a discarded daughter, yet she had risen to become the daughter of the Duke of the state. Marrying the third prince, one of the four distinguished figures of the capital, such fortune was envious to many women. No one could rival the luck of the Ming princess. It was a tale of aspiration. However, after the events of the previous day, all fantasies were shattered, and the gentle, kind Ming princess was revealed to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. The Duke of the state had nearly lost his beloved daughter. And suddenly, the Duke's residence became the object of public sympathy. At the Ming prince's residence, on her wedding night, Gu Nianin sat alone in her chamber, her heart sinking deeper with each passing moment. Have you already inquired with the prince? Is he not coming? Gu Nianin gazed at Sui Shan in disbelief. Sui Shan, her face troubled, nodded. The maidservant has summoned the prince thrice, but the last time, the servants simply turned me away, and I did not even catch a glimpse of the prince. What shall we do now? Gu Nianin's complexion turned pale as she overturned the tea on the table in frustration. Today is my wedding day. How could it come to this, miss? Please lower your voice. Sui Shan anxiously urged. This is the Ming prince's residence. There may be ears on the other side of the wall. If this news reaches the prince's ears, he may become even angrier. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Nianin understood that today's events had already tarnished her reputation. If this incident were to spread further, the consequences would be dire. Miss, I have gathered information. The servants responsible for expelling Qinglian were suddenly knocked unconscious. I suspect that the one who did so is Gu Nianzeng, its all Gu Nianxing. That woman has clearly seen through everything and has deliberately set a trap for me. Gu Nianin's expression twisted with malice. She had never anticipated that Gu Nianxing could be so astute as to unravel her scheme. Chapter 74. Disfigurement? This time, it was indeed a misstep, allowing Gu Nianxing to seize the advantage. Sui Shan wore a grim expression. They had thoroughly considered the matter, yet it had culminated in such a blunder. Qinglian cannot be allowed to live. I want her dead, Gu Yan'an declared with a venomous gaze. Miss, I will send someone to handle it. She shall not survive, Suishan replied. What is most important now is for you to think of a way to win back the prince's heart. How can I possibly win it back now? Gu Yan'an scoffed bitterly. Everyone believes I am as treacherous as a snake, and even Minglang looks at me differently now. Miss, you are being foolish, Suishan hastily countered. Recall how you once made the prince devoted to you. You can still do the same now. Today's events were unforeseen, and you merely need a moment to figure out how to explain. With Gu Yanqing gone and Qinglian dead, you can easily shift the blame onto them for harboring resentment against you. If Qinglian dared to take her own life to prove her innocence, would you not be able to do the same? Gu Yan'an's dim gaze began to brighten with newfound resolve. The next day, Qin Minglang had initially planned to escort Gu Yan'an to the palace to meet the emperor. However, after yesterday's incident, he lacked the face to bring her along. To his astonishment, Gu Yan'an fell ill and refused to rise from her bed. When he sent someone to check on her, he was met with a polite refusal, prompting him to lose interest entirely. He entered the palace alone, feeling that the marriage he had long anticipated had turned into a source of shame. Upon awakening in the morning, Gu Yan'an was filled with joy at the news that the prince would take her to the palace. However, that joy quickly dissipated in the face of Cui Shan's incredulous gaze. Cui Shan, why are you looking at me like that? Gu Yan'an inquired, puzzled, as her hand instinctively brushed against her face. Is there something wrong with my face? The moment she touched it, she realized something was amiss. The uneven texture was a stark contrast to her usual smooth skin. Quick, bring me a mirror, Cui Shan, wearing an expression akin to having seen a ghost, hurriedly fetched one. Gu Yan'an gazed into the mirror. Her heart sank. Her face was marred by numerous red spots, grotesque and terrifying, resembling festering sores that throbbed painfully upon contact. How could this happen? Gu Yan'an stared in disbelief at her reflection, unable to fathom why her face had transformed so drastically. Miss, I shall summon a physician at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Shan dispatched someone to fetch a doctor. Upon witnessing Gu Yan'an's disfigurement, the physician's face mirrored her shock. Your Highness, it seems you have a common skin ailment. But I have never encountered anyone afflicted with such severe lesions across the entire face. It is indeed curious. Might you have been poisoned? Cui Shan could not help but inquire, bewildered by the bizarre situation that had led to such an outbreak of red sores. The physician scrutinized her condition and shook his head. It does not appear so. Perhaps my medical skills are lacking, but this looks like a typical case of skin rash. Then please, help me heal it. Gu Yan'an implored anxiously, for her appearance was of utmost importance to her. If her beauty were destroyed, her life would be irrevocably altered. Yes, and this matter must remain a secret. If you dare utter a word, I will not let you off lightly. I understand, the physician replied. Gu Yan'an then instructed Cui Shan. Inform others that I am feeling unwell due to yesterday's events and shall not receive visitors for the next few days. Rest assured, Your Highness. At the Duke of the State's residence, Gu Yanqing and Luo Yi anxiously awaited news until dusk, when they finally saw the Duke being brought back in a carriage. Upon witnessing this scene, they exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous foreboding. As a military general, the Duke typically rode on horseback to court. Thus, the carriage was unusual, as they feared. Upon seeing the Duke, they noted his pallor, clearly indicating he had been injured. My lord, what has happened to you? Luo Yi rushed forward, her eyes already glistening with unshed tears. Jiu Hanxian, looking at his wife and daughter, waved his hand with a smile. It is nothing serious, my lord. You have been lashed 20 times, a nearby servant cried out. Did His Majesty punish you? Luo Yi cautiously supported Gu Hanxian, her eyes filled with concern. It is merely a minor injury. I have endured far worse on the battlefield. This is nothing to fret over. Why are you crying? Don't alarm Shunga. Gu Hanxian gently patted Luo Yi. His Majesty did not punish me. This matter is related to my own request, my lord. Why would you put yourself through this? All right. If this minor injury can appease His Majesty's anger, it is worth it. Gu Hanxuan's once stern visage softened as he affectionately regarded Gu Yanqing. Shunga, your mother is simply worrying needlessly. Your father is merely a bit older now. Had it been in the past, such an injury would not have caused me to bat an eye. Of course, even now, I would not flinch, observing her father's tender demeanor. Gu Yanqing felt an indescribable swell of emotions, gratitude, warmth, and guilt. This predicament was, in fact, tied to her, and yet her father was still comforting her. Stop boasting, Luo Yi interjected with a frown. Haven't you accumulated enough ailments over the years? You should be under the physician's care, exercising caution, and now look at you, injured again, madam. Do I not deserve some dignity? What dignity? If you value it, then refrain from getting hurt. Turning her head, Gu Nianqing noticed her elder brother's worried expression and asked, Brother, what is wrong? Father was injured in battle against a formidable foe years ago, and his foundation was compromised, rendering him unable to improve his strength. Thus, he has been resting at home. I overheard the physician say that father's condition is dire, and he must not sustain further injuries. Those 20 lashes are no trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqing's expression shifted. Since her return, she had relied on her father as a pillar of support, indulging in frivolities without realizing the severity of his condition. So, father has been enduring all this time? Indeed, Gu Hongjin confirmed. Our family has been searching for rare herbs and treasures, hoping to restore father's health. Regrettably, the accumulation of years of ailments has taken its toll, damaging his meridians. Inside the room, Gu Honxian coughed, staining his handkerchief with blood. Luo Yi's face paled instantly, and Gu Nianqing rushed forward, grasping her father's hand. Father! Gu Honxian looked at her in surprise. Daughter, let me check your pulse to assess your condition. Gu Nianqing, disregarding his protests, examined him, her heart sinking further. Though her father appeared robust and spirited, it was a fade. His ailment was far more serious than she had anticipated. The damage to his meridians and the accumulation of blood clots made his situation precarious, and the recent lashes were a cruel addition to his suffering. Father, you must be careful. Gu Honxian noticed the change in her expression and reassured her, Do not worry, I will not falter before seeing you married. Gu Nianqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Her father had always indulged her, cleaning up her messes without complaint, enduring hardships for her sake, never considering his own needs. Looking at the blood seeping from his injuries, she realized he had suffered for her. Father, let me help you dress your wounds. Gu Nianqing suppressed her tears. Rest assured, I will ensure your recovery. Gu Honxian smiled. My daughter is the most capable. Gu Nianqing meticulously dressed her father's wounds, retrieving a specially formulated healing ointment, which was notably more effective than ordinary remedies. The superficial injuries were manageable, but addressing the underlying ailments would require more effort. Father, I will prepare a concoction to nourish you internally. And once your external wounds have healed in a few days, I will administer acupuncture to gradually treat the ailments you have harbored over the years. Upon hearing this, Gu Honxian was taken aback. Treating old ailments? Sheng'er, the physician said your father's condition is challenging to remedy. Even rare herbs can only provide temporary relief. Luo Yi, unable to hide her sorrow, revealed the harsh truth. She had wept for days upon hearing this news. Father, mother, I will find a solution. Gu Nianqing vowed earnestly. I will definitely cure father's old ailments. We believe in you. After tending to Gu Honxuan's wounds, Gu Nianqing set about preparing the medicinal concoction. The Duke, who had always despised the taste of medicine, found it surprisingly palatable this time. Once back in her room, Gu Nianqing began to ponder her finances. Understanding her father's condition, she realized that ordinary remedies would only alleviate his symptoms. To genuinely heal him and restore his strength, she would need rare herbs. Such treasures were notoriously expensive. Currently, Lingshang Tower was undoubtedly lucrative. Despite having opened only recently, its clientele consisted of nobility, and the prices were steep. They had already amassed several thousand taels of silver. This rapid accumulation of wealth was commendable, yet it still fell short of what was necessary to cure her father's ailments. Fortunately, she knew how to treat him. As for the financial aspect, with a little ingenuity, she could surely earn it. At that moment, she turned to Yi and inquired, Has there been any news from the Mingwang residence today? Which news do you refer to, miss? Yi asked curiously. I heard that the prince entered the palace today without the princess, going alone. I asked, there nothing else? None. Yi shook her head. It is said that the princess has been bedridden since yesterday due to the shock, and the Mingwang has not visited her in his anger. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqing's lips curled into a faint smile. Even if Qin Minglang wished to see her, Gu Nianan would undoubtedly avoid him. The poison she had administered had already begun to take effect. Gu Nianan was likely hiding away, too ashamed to face anyone. After all, to go from beauty to beast on the very day of her marriage, compounded by this debacle, would surely jeopardize her position as the Mingwang Fei. In the following days, Gu Nianqing remained in the residence, caring for Gu Honxian. My lord, you seem to have more energy than usual, Luo Yi observed, her gaze scrutinizing Gu Honxian. Although his injuries had not yet healed, the physician had warned that illness could strike swiftly, and the lashes were akin to the final straw for a camel. However, she noticed that her husband's condition seemed significantly better than expected. Despite the ongoing injuries, he appeared more spirited than before. "Madam, I believe Shunger's medical skills are truly commendable." Gu Hanchuan's face was awash with astonishment. "Recently, I have consumed the medicinal concoctions prepared by Shunger, and my body feels considerably more invigorated." "You do realize that it is your daughter who has brewed these remedies. Perhaps it is merely a psychological effect?" "No," Gu Hanxian shook his head. "I am not so muddled as to be unable to discern such matters. The medicinal meals that Shunger prepares daily are imbued with spiritual energy. It is no wonder your health has improved so rapidly. You are truly fortunate to benefit from your daughter's care," Luoi remarked joyfully. Jiu Hanxian pondered for a moment, saying, "I have heard that a spirit master has opened an establishment in the royal city called Ling Shenglu. Could it possibly be related to our Shunger?" The two exchanged glances, recalling how delectable the meals Shunger had prepared for them in recent days were. The spiritual essence embedded within them invigorated anyone who partook. Although Luoi had not been injured, she felt revitalized after consuming the dishes. Her health markedly improved. "Since Shunger has not mentioned it, let us refrain from inquiring further," Gu Hanxian suggested. They were both astute individuals. How could Shunger produce such exquisite meals without assistance? Surely, it must be connected to that spirit master, and Shunger had previously alluded to having a mysterious mentor. It seemed Shunger had exhausted all means for their well-being. They need not pry any further, for their daughter was indeed far more exceptional than they had ever imagined. At Ling Shenglu, Gu Nianqing dutifully delivered the seasonings imbued with spiritual energy, only to find Shi Yong'an gazing at her with an expression of hesitation. At that moment, his sister, Shi Wanwan, was also present. Her health had greatly improved thanks to Gu Nianqing's treatment, and she was no longer the frail figure she once was. Now a lively and adorable girl, she was also helping out at Ling Shenglu, and her genuine gratitude towards Gu Nianqing was evident in her cheerful demeanor. "Shi Zhangguei, do you have something to say to me?" Gu Nianqing inquired. "Master, Shi Yong'an stammered, appearing quite troubled, unsure of how to begin. Ji Nianqing furrowed her brows slightly. "If you have any difficulties, speak plainly. I will assist in any way I can. However, if you wish to leave Ling Shenglu, you must present me with a compelling reason, or I cannot acquiesce." "No. Shi Yong'an hastily waved his hands. "I have no intention of leaving Ling Shenglu. I have a favor to ask. I hope the master can save someone." "Save someone?" Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over Shi Yong'an and Shi Wanwan. "Is it a friend of yours?" "It is a friend I have known since childhood. Her ailment is similar to Wanwan's." A few days ago, her family visited Ling Shenglu and, upon seeing Wanwan's recovery, inquired about the healer. I informed them it was a divine physician. They have requested my assistance in making an introduction, and I assure you, the reward will be substantial. Shi Yong'an's expression was conflicted. "If the master is unwilling, I will understand." "The one who is ill is your childhood sweetheart?" Chapter 76. Is Gu Shao returning home every day? Gu Nianqing rarely witnessed such an expression on Shi Yong'an's face, and the concern he could not conceal was palpable. Shi Yong'an was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Shi Wanwan interjected. "Xiangling Jie is a friend my brother has known since childhood. Our families were once closely connected, and my brother and Xiangling Jie were even betrothed. However, after our family fell from grace, we lost everything, and both my brother and I were sold into the underground market." "Did this betrothal become void?" Gu Nianqing inquired. "The Su family abandoned the engagement when they saw our misfortune," Shi Wanwan replied, her expression tinged with sadness. "Yet Xiangling Jie has always treated us well. It's just that her family, truthfully, the Su family's actions are not entirely unjustified. I am unworthy of Xiangling and cannot provide her with a bright future. The annulment of the betrothal is only fitting. I never anticipated that she would fall gravely ill, despite consulting numerous physicians without success." Shi Yong'an's gaze was complex. "Master, could you possibly save her? If you can, I would be willing to offer anything." He felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing he had made such a promise when the master had already assisted Wanwan, and he felt he had no right to demand more. "I have agreed." Gu Nianqing replied. Shi Yong'an was momentarily stunned, unable to process the response, and then, in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Master, you truly agreed?" Thank you, he stammered, overwhelmed with gratitude. He felt that the master was his savior. Without her, his life would have been devoid of light. Gu Nianqing noticed his inclination to kneel and promptly supported him. "If I save her, the Su family will provide compensation. You need not express gratitude on their behalf, as this is not a debt you owe." A smile broke across Shi Yong'an's face. He had once promised Xiangling a future, yet now he could barely protect himself. As long as she could live well, he would wish her well. Ji Yunyinching sighed. From Wanwan's earlier demeanor, it was evident that after the Shi family's downfall, the Su family not only failed to extend a helping hand, but perhaps even exacerbated their plight. Otherwise, it would not have been an issue for the Su family to purchase their contracts and grant them freedom. Coincidentally, she needed to earn money to buy medicinal materials for her father. It would not be excessive to extract a hefty sum from these heartless individuals. Inform them that I will visit in 3 days. Understood. After departing Ling Shanglu, Gu Nianqing procured several precious medicinal materials from the apothecary before returning home to prepare medicinal meals for her father. Under her care these past few days, her father's condition had noticeably improved, but as this chronic ailment had lingered within him for far too long, even if a cure were found, his body could not endure it all at once. Thus, gradual recuperation was essential. In this moment, she felt immensely grateful for her rebirth and her newfound abilities as a spirit master, who could rival her in terms of nurturing health. Upon her return home, Yi joyfully welcomed her. Miss, you have finally returned. Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow. What is it? Father has sent inquiries several times to see if you have returned. Yi chuckled. He must be eager for your presence. Gu Nianqing smiled slightly. Come, let us head to the kitchen. Elsewhere, Gu Hongzhen was preoccupied with thoughts of returning home after a long day's work. Just as he prepared to depart, he was intercepted by his friend, Meng Zhonglan. Hongzhen, something seems amiss. Confused, Gu Hongzhen replied. What do you mean? Why have you been rushing home immediately after finishing your tasks these past few days? You never used to be so homebound. Could it be that you are hiding a romantic interest? Meng Zhonglan gazed at Gu Hongzhen with eager anticipation. This fellow, with such a handsome face, undoubtedly had many admirers, perhaps even a princess among them. Previously, he had been carefree and unrestrained, but lately, he seemed to yearn only for home. Declining invitations to go out for drinks, it was all too strange. No really? Meng Zhonglan looked skeptical. Absolutely not. Since that's the case, how about I treat you to drinks today? Not a chance. Ji Hongzhen shot him a disdainful glance. There is no comparison between dining out and the meals at home. I suggest you return home more often and show some filial piety to your parents. Meng Zhonglan was taken aback. Are you speaking sensibly? Do not impede my filial duty. After asserting this, Gu Hongzhen turned to leave, leaving Meng Zhonglan baffled, wondering if he had lost his mind. The evening breeze carried a gentle chill, and Gu Nianqing, in high spirits, decided to move dinner outdoors. Ji Yuhanqian and Luo Yi were equally cheerful, especially as they beheld the sumptuous and fragrant dishes before them, leaving them utterly content. Shunger, I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional. Luo Yi praised. Whoever marries you in the future will be truly fortunate. My Shunger is so remarkable. In the future, you must carefully choose a husband. There is no rush to marry, Gu Hanqian added. At that moment, Gu Hongzhen returned home, echoing his father's sentiments. Father is right. Nianqing should spend more time at home. There is no need for a young lady to rush into marriage. Are you all worried that once I marry, no one will cook for you? Gu Nianqing chuckled. Absolutely not. Gu Hongzhen took a seat, and upon seeing his sister had prepared his favorite 8 treasure duck, his smile grew even brighter. Nianqing was truly the best sister in the world. Observing her handsome elder brother's radiant smile, which outshone even the moonlight, Gu Nianqing remarked, You ought to use that smile to charm a sister-in-law home. Ji Hongzhen, I have finally caught you. Meng Zhonglan's voice rang out from behind. Having known Gu Hongzhen for many years, he understood him well. If there was no reason, he would never be so eager to return home. Yes, he confidently stepped into the courtyard. He was taken aback to see Gu Hanqian and the others present. Could it be true? Gu Hongzhen was rushing home solely to honor his parents and share a meal with the family? Was he dreaming? Having met the Duke of the State and the Duchess? He now found himself stammering as he greeted them, until his gaze landed on Gu Nianqing, leaving him momentarily dazed. Over the years, he had frequently visited the Duke's residence and was acquainted with Gu Nianqing. Yet he did not recognize the young lady before him. However, he had heard the rumors circulating in the royal city and could surmise a few things. Have we met, Gu Mei? Gu Nianqing offered a slight smile. Gracefully returning the greeting, I have met Brother Meng. After receiving confirmation, Meng Zhonglan's face broke into a grin. Gu Mei actually knows me. Seeing Meng Zhonglan's unwavering gaze fixed on his sister, Gu Hongzhen stepped forward to block his view. What brings you to my home? Chapter 77. Behold, the goddess, however, Meng Zhonglan appeared to be utterly oblivious to his words, merely stretching his neck to gaze at the stunningly beautiful Gu family sister ahead. Truly, she was indeed worthy of being Gu Hongzhen's sister. Her beauty was otherworldly, a true paragon of grace. Gu Hongzhen shifted slightly, obstructing Meng Zhonglan's line of sight. What are you looking at? Only then did Ming Zhonglan come to his senses. An ingratiating smile gracing his face, and nothing. Luoyi observed this scene with quiet amusement, shaking her head gently. She was no stranger to such scenarios, having encountered them frequently in her youth. Now, she found herself thinking, how true it is that our family has a blossoming daughter. Zhonglan, since you are here, why not join us for a meal? Ming Zhonglan's eyes sparkled with delight. Sure. What had originally been a table for 4 had now transformed into a table for 5. In stark contrast to Ming Zhonglan's beaming smile, Gu Hongjin was preoccupied with thoughts of how he had befriended such a person. Ji Yunyinxing's lovely face bore a gentle smile. She remembered Ming Zhonglan as her elder brother's childhood companion. He had often visited their family, though she rarely made an appearance, leaving her with little impression of him. She recalled how, when their family was imprisoned, while everyone else kept their distance, Ming Zhonglan tirelessly advocated for them. Zhonglan, it's been a while since you last visited. How about tasting this dish? Luoyi said with a warm smile. Thank you, Aunt, Ming Zhonglan replied, his face lighting up. I could already smell the aroma. It seems this dish is different from what the chef usually prepares. After taking a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. The food was simply exquisite. Gu Hongjin shot a glare at him, typically indifferent to such matters. He now felt a surge of annoyance seeing this gluttonous friend. His sister's cooking was something he could never get enough of, and here was someone else relishing it. Ming Zhonglan devoured the meal with gusto, praising the culinary skills. This is incredible. I have never tasted such delightful dishes. Seeing Ming Zhonglan's unabashed enjoyment, Gu Hongjin could no longer concern himself with etiquette and swiftly joined in, the two of them surprisingly competing for the food. Brother, a guest is a guest, Gu Nianxing remarked with exasperation. Ji Hongjin dismissed her concern with a glance, prompting her to follow his gaze toward their father, who was also eating with remarkable speed. Zhonglan, please have some rice, Luoyi said, noticing the boy's ravenous demeanor and serving him a bowl. Aware that his manner of eating was less than graceful, Ming Zhonglan bashfully accepted the bowl, and upon tasting the rice, his eyes widened again in disbelief. It was delicious. The meal at the Gu residence proceeded at an unusually swift pace. Gu Nianxing initially thought she had prepared enough, but gazing at the nearly empty plates, she felt something was amiss. Who is this extraordinary chef? May I borrow them for a few days? Ming Zhonglan looked at everyone with eager anticipation. This is a culinary genius. You wish, Gu Hongjin retorted without hesitation. This is my sister's handiwork. Do you think she's a chef? Taken aback, Ming Zhonglan stared incredulously at the breathtaking beauty before him, struggling to fathom that she could produce such delectable dishes. Is this truly made by Sister Gu? Indeed, no wonder. Only a beauty like Sister Gu could create such exquisite cuisine. She is truly talented, Ming Zhonglan exclaimed, feeling that the beautiful girls he had previously encountered paled in comparison. Sister Gu was the true goddess. Noticing the familiar gleam in his friend's eyes, Gu Hongjin urged, You've finished eating. It's time to head back. Isn't it? Why rush? Let us chat a bit longer. The following day, Gu Nianxing tidied herself before heading to Lingyin Academy. For today marked the beginning of the school year. Nianxing. Upon seeing Gu Nianxing, Xiang Xian greeted her enthusiastically. I haven't seen you since the last competition. How have you been? Spotting a familiar face, Gu Nianxing smiled warmly. Xiang Xian looked radiant, appearing much more vibrant than the last time they met. Surely, her success in passing the academy's assessment had improved her circumstances. I'm doing well. Xiang Xian expressed concern. I've heard about your troubles. I didn't expect Gu Nianxing to be so insidious. Did it have any repercussions for you? Ever since the incident at the Ming Wangfu, rumors had spread like wildfire, claiming that Qing Lian was mad and had died the following day. Though that was the narrative, everyone was well aware of the reality. Now that the royal family had silenced the discourse, no one dared to speak further unless they wished to endanger their lives. Ji Yunyinxing waved her hand. This matter has nothing to do with me, so it won't implicate me. However, her father had been punished as a result, and she held Gu Nianxing and Qin Mingling accountable for that grievance. That's good to hear, Xiang Xian said, somewhat relieved. Ji Yunyinxing has also passed the academy assessment and should be here today. Should you encounter her, Gu Nianxing's lips curled into a slight smirk. That may not be the case. Xiang Xian was taken aback, questioning. Though she is now the esteemed Ming Wangfei, attending Lingyin Academy is a significant honor for anyone. How could she possibly not come? Perhaps she is entangled in some troubles, Gu Nianxing replied, raising an eyebrow. She was confident in the poison she had concocted, akin to what Gu Nianxing had administered to her. Ordinary physicians would be unable to discern it as poison. Similarly, this poison would leave no clear signs, merely causing red sores that many doctors would dismiss as trivial ailments. Over time, these sores would become increasingly itchy, prompting one to scratch them incessantly. By the time the poison failed to mar Gu Nianen's beauty, she would likely mar her own visage in the process. Today was merely a few days post-poisoning. Her face was certainly not healed, and even if she wished to attend the academy, it would not be easy. Xia Yingxian had initially harbored concerns for Gu Nianxing, but seeing her composed demeanor, she felt reassured. Reflecting on Gu Nianxing's words during their earlier confrontation on the martial arts stage, she had not fully grasped their meaning until recently. They were both rightful daughters of their families, yet they navigated their lives with trepidation. Fortunately, they were both striving to change that. The Ming Wangfu. Qin Minglang frowned as he stared at the firmly shut door. Today is the opening day of Lingyin Academy. She has feigned illness for several days. Does she intend to skip today as well? Your Highness, the Wang Fei is unwell and requires further rest. Cui Shan interjected with a beaming smile, blocking his path. Has someone harmed her, or what? Does she truly need this many days to recuperate? Qin Minglang scoffed. She is a cultivator. If she is pretending, she ought to do it within reason. Chapter 78. Is this even a thing to say? In the following days, he meticulously pondered the events that had transpired, realizing he had been blinded by Nianen's tears. Upon reflection, her strength was considerable. How could she have been so weak? Now, hearing Cui Shan's words, he felt a surge of irritation. Cui Shan's expression flickered with alarm. Your Highness, the Wang Fei is genuinely unwell. Step aside. I shall see for myself how she is truly faring. With a forceful push, Qin Minglang burst through the door. Gu Nianen was taken aback by his sudden intrusion, instinctively gasping and hastily covering her face with a handkerchief. Noticing her anxious attempt to shield her visage, Qin Minglang furrowed his brow. What has happened to your face? It is nothing, Gu Nianen replied, her voice trembling. Your Highness, I am unwell. Enough. He interrupted her before she could finish, striding forward to snatch the handkerchief from her grasp. What he beheld next was a visage that turned his stomach. The once lovely face of the woman was now marred by red sores, speckled with white pus. The uneven surface of her skin sent shivers down his spine. For a fleeting moment, he thought the woman before him was not Nianen. Yet the familiar voice confirmed it was indeed her. Jiyu Nianen, noticing the flicker of revulsion in Qin Minglang's eyes, felt tears well up, hastily covering her face once more with the handkerchief. What happened to your face? Qin Minglang asked, his brow furrowed. I don't know, Gu Nianen sobbed. Have you summoned a physician? Qin Minglang inquired, turning to Cui Shan. What did they say? The physician suggested that the Wang Fei may have suffered a significant emotional blow, leading to an internal surge of heat and thus causing this condition. She is currently being treated with medication. Days have passed, and there has been no improvement. Qin Minglang's brows knitted tightly. Her face showed no signs of recovery. Only worsening. None, Cui Shan replied. Her head bowed. At this moment, Gu Nianen regained her composure. With no means to conceal her condition any longer, she resorted to her last hope. Your Highness, the household physician claims he is not adept at treating this ailment. Could you possibly summon more physicians? Desperation clung to her words. If her face remained untreated, she could not face anyone. Very well. Qin Minglang hesitated for a moment, acknowledging the implications for the Ming Wangfu's reputation, and ultimately agreed. As Gu Nianxing and Xia Yingxian walked together, they had already received word from the academy that they were in the same class. However, just as they were about to step into the house, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Nianshang, we meet again. Gu Nianshang turned around and, as expected, saw the sixth prince, Qin Yunjing. After several days apart, he remained as handsome as ever. Xia Yingxian glanced at the two and murmured, I'll go in first. No need. Gu Nianshang waved her hand. Since we are all colleagues now, wouldn't it be better to get acquainted? Qin Yunjing also noticed Xia Yingxian and smiled. Miss Xia, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, I have heard much about you. Although we haven't had the chance to socialize before, it appears we finally have the opportunity now. Xia Yingxian felt a bit flattered. Clearly, her status paled in comparison to that of the sixth prince, and she was taken aback by his unexpected courtesy. Your Highness is too polite. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation and am finally fortunate to meet you. Seeing their polite exchanges, Gu Nianshang couldn't help but chuckle. Was she too casual in her demeanor towards Qin Yunjing? Miss Xia, you need not stand on ceremony. Just take a leaf out of Nianshang's book. See how she treats me without regard for my princely status. Qin Yunjing shrugged. If I say a few more words, she might even find me bothersome. Xia Yingxian instinctively glanced at Gu Nianshang, recalling the scene she had witnessed at the martial arts arena, and it did seem plausible. Nianshang, May I have a word? Qin Yunjing inquired. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian had already stepped into the house, leaving Gu Nianshang to look curiously at Qin Yunjing, unsure of his intentions. Zhu Jinyao had fainted in the prison due to exhaustion, but after Wan Fei's desperate pleas, coupled with recent events, she was eventually released. Qin Yunjing raised his eyebrows slightly, however, as she consumed elixirs during the assessment. Even if Xu Duzong sought leniency from the academy, she still cannot enter. Thus, a rift has been thoroughly established. Thank you for the information, Gu Nianshang smiled lightly, as this was somewhat anticipated. Zhu Jinyao undoubtedly suffered greatly during her time in prison, yet it was impossible for her to lose her life over this incident. The emperor would not turn a blind eye to her plight, especially since this incident did not result in her demise. At worst, it would merely entail a punishment. I must remind you that Zhu Jinyao's elder sister is also in this academy, a senior student with greater strength than ours. With Zhu Jinyao still bedridden, she is likely to seek trouble with you, so do be cautious. Only then did Gu Nianshang understand that Qin Yunjing's warning pertained to this matter. It seemed Zhu Jinyao's sister was quite a formidable adversary. Of course, as long as you are by my side, she would certainly hesitate to confront you. Just answer me one question, and I will protect you. What do you say? Qin Yunjing winked, a hint of pride evident in his expression. Thank you, but no need, Gu Nianshang declined without hesitation. Members of the royal family are all filled with schemes. Upon seeing the woman turn to leave, Qin Yunjing was taken aback. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. You don't even know what the question is yet. Certainly, it cannot be anything good. Qin Yunjing sighed. Please don't conflate me with my third brother. While we share the same father, we were born of different mothers, and thus, we are not the same, Ji Yunyansheng. You dare utter such words? What do you wish to ask? I wish to know what your relationship with the Northern King truly is. Why does he care for you so? Farewell, Gu Niansheng replied helplessly. Everyone seemed to be asking her this question. A question she herself wished to pose to Wei Xianqi. Inside the house, the group engaged in lively conversation halted upon noticing Xia Yingxian's arrival. Miao Fu, isn't that your sister? I didn't expect she actually got into the academy. She is arrogant, and I cannot stand her haughty demeanor, thinking herself so remarkable just because she is the eldest daughter of the Xia family. Does she not realize that the true Madame Xia is my mother now? Xia Miao Fu regarded Xia Yingxian with disdain, realizing that this woman was also a legitimate daughter of the Xia family. Despite having remained within the family all these years and never attending significant events, everyone insisted that Xia Miao Fu was the true daughter, yet this woman dared to come to Lingyan Academy to flaunt herself. Chapter 79. A resounding slap. Xia Yingxian cast a glance at Xia Miao Fu, who typically treated her with the same condescension within their family. However, she understood that her mother had passed away, and Xia Miao Fu's mother had become the new wife. Now, the entire family belonged to their second branch, and she had long been overlooked. If it weren't for the unbearable marriage arranged by Madame Xia, she would not have sought an alternative path. Look, my sister is once again casting that lofty gaze upon us. Xia Miao Fu sneered. Indeed, after all, she is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Xia family. No wonder she feels so superior. The others readily echoed her sentiments, their words and glances filled with disdain. As the eyes of those around her fell upon her, Xia Yingxian could not suppress her frustration. Xia Miao Fu, do not go too far. How am I going too far? Xia Miao Fu raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I cannot speak? What a grand display of authority you have. I think it's you, second Miss Xia, who possesses such grand authority. When Gu Niansheng entered the room, she quickly grasped the situation from their brief exchange. She approached Xia Yingxian, recalling from her previous life how difficult it had been for Xia Yingxian in the Xia family. Her talent was not particularly remarkable, yet she had forged her own path through sheer determination. Now, seeing Xia Miao Fu's blatant arrogance, Gu Niansheng realized she was far from ordinary. Oh, is there someone here to defend Xia Yingxian? Xia Miao Fu observed the sudden appearance of a girl clad in a white dress. Her features exquisitely beautiful. Although it was a simple white gown, it radiated an innate allure when worn by her. Every smile and frown exuded breathtaking beauty. Even her cold demeanor could not diminish her charm. After a moment of contemplation, she deduced the girl's identity. You are Gu Niansheng. Indeed, I am, Gu Niansheng replied. Upon hearing this, Xia Miao Fu's smile grew even more radiant. I wondered who could possibly befriend Xia Yingxian. It turns out to be the pitiful eldest daughter of the Gu family, a kindred spirit in misfortune, two unfortunate souls, seeking warmth in each other. Dressed in a vibrant red gown, Xia Miao Fu appeared flamboyant and spirited. Her fair, slightly rounded face exuded a delicate charm, and her haughty gaze suggested she had been spoiled. She looked at Xia Yingxian with an underlying contempt, clearly feeling superior despite the familial connection. Miss Gu, having wandered alone for years and returning only to find everything taken from you, you finally muster the courage to speak out on the day of the Ming Wangfei's wedding. It must have been unbearable all this time. Xia Miaofu's smile was triumphant, viewing Gu Niansheng as a mere joke. Whether I feel stifled or not is no concern of yours. However, should you utter another word, I assure you that you will regret it. Gu Niansheng's expression darkened gradually. Her once enchanting visage now bore a frosty demeanor, her elegantly arched brows resembling sharp blades. Exuding an icy chill, her voice, though soft, was laced with a deadly undertone. In that instant, Xia Miaofu felt as though she had been ensnared by a demon. Her previously brazen smile froze in shock. Noticing the puzzled looks from those around her, Xia Miaofu, furious, retorted, Gu Niansheng, you are nothing but a waste. Slap! Gu Niansheng's palm struck Xia Miaofu's face, interrupting her words. The sudden slap took everyone by surprise. The earlier verbal conflict was already shocking, but no one expected Gu Niansheng to deliver such a resounding blow. This was too exhilarating. Xia Yingxian gazed at Gu Niansheng in astonishment. Having often endured Xia Miaofu's verbal jabs due to her father's indifference and his excessive affection for Xia Miaofu, she had been forced to swallow her pride. But witnessing Gu Niansheng's bold slap now filled her with an unprecedented sense of relief. Xia Miaofu, clutching her stinging face, momentarily dazed, raised her head again, her eyes now ablaze with rage. You dare hit me? Why wouldn't I? Gu Niansheng countered. Upon our first meeting, you insult me. Do you think I am someone you can belittle at will? Is the Duke of the State of Jin someone you can slander so casually? As her firm words resonated, those beside Xia Miaofu began to react. The Duke of the State of Jin held significant influence in the court. His title had been won through bloodshed. If this matter escalated, it would be clear that Miaofu was in the wrong. Miaofu, do not act impulsively, Yin Ruili quickly intervened. Xia Yingxian had no support within the Xia family, and although Miaofu often mocked her with impunity, Gu Niansheng was the daughter of the Duke of the State of Jin. Given the Duke's reputation, they could not afford to disregard it. However, Xia Miaofu was already furious from the slap. She had never been struck in her life, especially not in front of such a crowd. If this incident were to pass without consequence, how could she ever hold her head high in the academy again? Do not concern yourself with me. I will not let this go. Xia Miaofu pushed past Yin Ruili, her face flushed with anger. Charging towards Gu Niansheng, at this moment, Xia Yingxian could no longer stand by and said, Miaofu, cease your foolishness at once, or I shall not remain indifferent. This matter had originated from her, and while she could tolerate the family's ridicule towards her on ordinary days, today, even Nianqing had joined in the insults, which was simply intolerable. Xia Miaofu was somewhat taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. If you have the capability, then make your move. At that instant, as she prepared to strike, Xia Yingxian stepped protectively in front of Gu Niansheng. Gu Nianqing noticed Xia Yingshuan's actions with surprise. How could she remain silent when Xia Miaofu had spoken so outrageously before? Yet now, she was willing to stand up for her. A gentle smile spread across the woman's eyes. It seemed that her friendship was well worth it. Xia Miaofu lunged forward with one hand, but Gu Nianqing quietly pushed Xia Yingxian aside and met the attack head-on with a palm strike. She was not one to seek trouble, yet if trouble had already come knocking at her door, she would retaliate fiercely, making it clear that offending her would come at a cost. She recalled that this year's Lingyin Academy had a few exceptional students exempt from assessments, possessing extraordinary strength, but it was evident that Xia Miaofu was not among them. In other words, Xia Miaofu, who had not yet broken through to the foundation establishment stage, was courting death by challenging her. Chapter 80. Not allowing her to have a good day. Xia Yingxian had not anticipated Gu Nianqing's response, and it was too late for her to strike again. Bang! The two forces collided, and a tremendous backlash struck Xia Miaofu's hand, causing her complexion to pale instantly. Stumbling back several steps, she felt a searing pain in her right hand, gazing incredulously at Gu Nianqing, astonished at the woman's formidable strength. Miaofu, are you all right? Yin Ruili hurriedly supported her and said solemnly, Gu Nianqing has just broken through to the foundation establishment stage on the sparring platform. Ordinary students are not her match at present. Why must you confront her head-on? At this moment, Xia Miaofu regained some semblance of rationality, pondering how someone like Xia Yingxian could associate with such friends, especially considering Gu Nianqing's notorious reputation as a waste. It only dawned on her now that this woman was no longer a waste. You miss, Miaofu spoke out of turn earlier. I apologize on her behalf and hope you will not take offense. Yin Ruili said. Hearing this, Gu Nianqing regarded Yin Ruili before her. This woman was evidently much more sensible than Xia Miaofu. Rueli, why should we apologize to her? Xia Miaofu protested defiantly. Miaofu, enough of this, Yin Rueli interjected. Today is the day of enrollment. Do you wish the entire school to know of this incident by the end of the day? Only then did Xia Miaofu fall silent, though her face still bore an expression of defiance. Gun Yinxing cast a faint glance at Xia Miaofu before turning and walking inside, taking a seat. Xia Yingxian sat beside Gun Yinxing, her brow furrowed with a hint of remorse. I apologize for dragging you into this matter. No need to worry, Gun Yinxing replied with a gentle smile, waving her hand as friends. We share both fortune and misfortune. If I were in trouble, you would not abandon me, would you? Xia Yingxian gazed at the charmingly smiling woman before her. Her eyes brimming with determination. No, absolutely not. Then that settles it, Gun Yinxing said with a light smile. While I may not be able to assist you with matters in your family in the academy, I will not stand idly by while you are bullied. In that moment, Xia Yingxian understood why Gun Yinxing had pushed her away earlier. Every family harbored long-standing issues, and she knew well that her life in the Xia family was fraught with difficulty. If she had taken action against Miaofu today, the consequences upon returning home would be dire. When you return, if Xia Miaofu makes a fuss over this, you can always shift the blame onto me. Nearby, Qin Yunjing had just taken a seat when he overheard Gun Yinxing's words and couldn't help but feel exasperated. You truly have no regard for your own reputation, after bearing so many slanders over the past year. I've grown accustomed to it. What is there to be concerned about? Gun Yinxing shrugged, reflecting on how this notoriety had actually allowed her to see the true nature of those around her. In the end, it was all superficial. As long as she could protect those she cared about, that was sufficient. Continuing, she turned to Xia Yingxian. Since she insulted me first, my actions are entirely justified. Even if this matter escalates, the Xia family has no standing to seek trouble with me. The Xia family, after all, was a prominent clan. Pursuing a baseless grievance would only serve to make them a laughingstock. Qin Yunjing watched the woman, carefree and unconcerned, and teased. At this rate, you might find it difficult to marry in the future. Rest assured, there is no need for your concern. Gun Yinxing shot him a glance. If the man I marry is so superficial, I would rather remain single. Many onlookers observed the lively conversation between Gun Yinxing and Qin Yunjing, envy flickering in their eyes. Their entry into this class was driven not only by the desire to enhance their abilities, but also by the thrill of associating with the sixth prince. If one were to win his affection and become his princess, it would indeed be a meteoric rise. Had the sixth prince not been a tad too young during the evaluation of the 4 talents of the imperial city, he would surely have been among them. Gun Yinxing and the sixth prince appear quite familiar. They show no signs of restraint. The sixth prince, after all, was the younger brother of the Ming prince, and Gun Yinxing was once the betrothed of the Ming prince, so their familiarity was to be expected. With such a connection, it was unlikely that anything untoward would transpire between them. Otherwise, encountering the Ming prince in the future would be exceedingly awkward. Upon reflection, the crowd deemed this possibility slim, and their anxiety eased. Just then, a commotion arose outside as a woman in her 30s appeared before them. I am your instructor, Lu Rushue. The crowd's eyes brightened upon recognizing their instructor. Welcome to Lingyan Academy. From now on, should you have any matters within the academy, feel free to approach me. Today, there are 20 of you reported. Everyone should be present by now, correct? Lu Rushue smiled, counting heads, and realized that only 19 had arrived, with one still absent. Instructor, the Ming princess has yet to arrive. Xia Miaofu chimed in. Lu Rushue glanced at the list in her hand and confirmed the absence, stating, in the academy, regardless of background or status, everyone is simply a student. Just call each other by name. At that moment, someone outside came to relay a message. After a brief discussion, Lu Rushue returned and announced, Gun Yinxing is unwell and will not be attending for the time being. Today marks your first day at the academy. There are no tasks, primarily for you to familiarize yourselves with your peers and the campus. When the crowd learned of Gun Yinxing's absence, many instinctively looked toward Gun Yinxing, as this matter was closely related to her. I told you, Gun Yinxing is far from a good person. On the day of Gun Yinxing's wedding, such an incident occurred that rendered her ill. She seems unfazed by it all. Xia Miaofu scoffed, feeling the lingering pain in her hand from earlier. Having lost face in front of so many people that morning, she could hardly swallow her indignation. This Gun Yinxing is no simple character. You should tread carefully, Yin Rueli warned. Having been bullied for so long without retaliation, she was seen as a pushover, but now she had struck back with such finesse. In just 1 month, she had completely transformed her image, from a despised waste to a celebrated beauty. Could this all be mere coincidence? Xia Miaofu was taken aback. Are you implying that everything was premeditated? Naturally, Yin Rueli replied seriously. Then that suggests she is equally ruthless, having plotted behind the scenes for who knows how long. Xia Miaofu said disdainfully, I will not allow her to have an easy life. Chapter 81. Infuriating the Nanling princess Xia Yingxian was also taken aback upon learning that Gun Yinan would not be attending to Gun Yinan injured, now that she is part of the Ming prince's household. The specifics are beyond our knowledge, Gun Yinxing replied nonchalantly. Xia Yingxian nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Ji Yun Yinxing then turned to Qin Yunjing. I heard there are several prodigies at the academy who did not participate in the assessments. Why haven't I seen them today? They are exempt from the evaluations and had already reported to the academy earlier. They will only appear during training sessions, at which point I will introduce you. He explained. You, too, are exempt from assessments. Why did you come today? I came to see you. Qin Yunjing declared matter-of-factly. Xia Yingxian gasped, her eyes wide with shock as if she had stumbled upon a forbidden secret. His words are merely casual banter. If you take them to heart, you have already lost, Gun Yinxing warned, not missing the look of astonishment on Xia Yingshuan's face. Still in disbelief, she nodded obediently, convinced that Yinxing would not deceive her. You believe her over me? Qin Yunjing asked incredulously. Naturally, I find her more trustworthy. As each student introduced themselves, they began to explore the academy, familiarizing themselves with the place they would frequently inhabit. That moment, Gun Yinxing understood why Lingyin Academy was the dream institution for all cultivators. It was tailor-made for those devoted to cultivation. As Master Lu walked ahead, having provided a brief introduction, he encouraged everyone to explore the surroundings, promising that formal studies would commence the following day. At that moment, a few individuals unexpectedly approached. Yunjing, why are you with Gun Yinsheng? A young woman's petulant voice was laden with discontent, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation before her. Ji Yun Yinsheng, noticing Nanling, was instantly reminded of past events. Years ago, when she was brought back to the estate by Wei Xianqi, Nanling had relentlessly pursued her, attempting to undermine her at every turn. She recalled that Nanling had indeed claimed to be a student of Lingyin Academy. However, at that time, her only desire was to escape Wei Xianqi, and she regarded Nanling's incessant meddling as a sign of her own insanity. Little did she expect to encounter her here at Lingyin Academy. Ji Yun Yinsheng, I never realized you possessed such cunning. Nanling sneered, aware that the third prince had no interest in her, and seeing her hopes of marrying into the royal family dashed, she had turned her ambitions towards my sixth brother instead. I have no idea what you are talking about, Gun Yinsheng replied. You don't know? I see that everything is already part of your scheme. Disgust filled Nanling's eyes. On the day of the grand wedding, you humiliated Gun Yinan, and my father even plans for the third prince to marry a concubine in the future. Do you really believe that after all this, you can elevate your own status to become my sixth brother's princess? Dream on. Qin Yunjing had not anticipated Nanling's fierce words and frowned. Nanling, your remarks are excessively harsh. Whose side are you truly on? Nanling, clearly displeased, shifted all the blame onto Gun Yinsheng. You certainly possess some talent. I truly underestimated you. The other attendees were taken aback by Nanling's direct confrontation of Gun Yinsheng. Xia Miaofu perked up, finally seeing someone capable of venting her frustrations. She had not expected Gun Yinsheng to genuinely harbor feelings for the sixth prince, daring to aspire to become his princess. What could she possibly not dare to dream of? The most beautiful woman in the imperial city. The legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, and a student of Lingyin Academy, who in the imperial city could rival her. There were a few individuals present who understood the situation. The previous mistakes did not lie with Gun Yinsheng. Now that the sixth prince had a good relationship with her, if they were truly together, it would only be natural, Xia Miaofu remarked. Perhaps she genuinely fell for the sixth prince, which is why she intentionally broke off her engagement, claiming to support her sister, but it was merely a ruse. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Gun Yinsheng cast a faint glance at Xia Miaofu, who instinctively quieted down, though her unwillingness was evident. Disregarding her, Gun Yinsheng turned her gaze back to Nanling. Didn't you previously accuse me of seducing the king of the north? How is it that now it seems I wish to marry the sixth prince? The crowd gasped, suddenly realizing that this matter was somehow connected to the king of the north. Nanling faltered momentarily. That's because you know there's no hope with the king of the north, so you altered your plans. How do you know I have no hope? Gun Yinsheng smirked, stepping closer to Nanling. I hadn't considered this before, but since the princess has repeatedly tried to label me with this unfounded title, it would be too unfair to let it go unchallenged. Therefore, I might as well embrace this title. And that wouldn't be a loss. She lowered her voice, ensuring only Nan Ling could hear. Nan Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the woman before her. You dare? What is there that I would not dare? Gu Nianshang smiled, her exquisite features becoming even more enchanting with that smile, leaving many of the men present utterly captivated. Such a breathtaking beauty, a single smile could be utterly bewitching. Nan Ling felt a surge of crisis as she gazed upon the otherworldly visage before her. In the past, when Gu Nianshang's beauty had yet to be restored, Wei Gu had treated her exceptionally well. Now, combined with this alluring appearance, who knows what might transpire, Gu Nianshang, if you truly dare to do so. I will not let you off lightly. Nan Ling, enough? Qin Yunjing frowned. You are still a princess. Making such a scene in front of so many onlookers is utterly unbecoming. He was unaware of the specifics of Gu Nianshang's conversation with Nan Ling, but from her response, he could surmise a portion of it. Sixth brother, you dare to speak up for her? Nan Ling was nearly beside herself with rage. I am doing this for your sake. Qin Yunjing replied sternly. Before so many people, you show no regard for your image. I will report this to mother when we return, and she will ensure you learn some proper decorum. Nan Ling, infuriated, retorted, then I shall inform the empress about this matter upon my return. Suit yourself, Qin Yunjing responded nonchalantly. You? Nan Ling fumed. Gu Nianshang looked at Qin Yunjing in surprise. This fellow? Who often appeared carefree, surprisingly had moments of authority. Xiao Fu observed this exchange in disbelief. In front of Princess Nan Ling, the sixth prince actually defended Gu Nianshang. It seemed that the conflict between Princess Nan Ling and Gu Nianshang was not a new occurrence. Yan Ruili remarked solemnly, but what exactly did Gu Nianshang say to provoke such fury in Princess Nan Ling? Chapter 82. Sisters married to one man? Upon exiting the academy, Gu Nianshang suddenly noticed a carriage from the palace. Initially believing it was meant to escort Qin Yunjing and Princess Nan Ling, she was taken aback when it approached her instead. Miss Gu, our noble concubine wishes to invite you to the palace for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianshang quickly understood. Having caused a scene at the Mingwang residence earlier, Wei Xianqi had already warned her that concubine Lu would not let her off easily. After several days of silence, she had not expected this sudden summons. Xiaoying Xian, standing beside Gu Nianshang, instantly deduced who it was upon hearing the title of noble concubine. Very well, Gu Nianshang replied. Casting a knowing glance at Xiaoying Xian, who understood and began walking in the direction of the Duke of the State's residence. The sudden recall of Gu Nianshang by concubine Lu, without notifying the Gu family, was clearly a trap. Nan Ling also noticed this scene and chuckled softly. Does Gu Nianshang truly believe that no one in the imperial city can manage her? After causing so much trouble, she will undoubtedly have to pay the price. Qin Yunjing furrowed his brow. It must be said that Gu Nianshang's comeback was indeed impressive. However, a detailed analysis reveals that her rise was built upon the downfall of the Mingwang and his consort. Concubine Lu had placed all her hopes on the Mingwang, and naturally, she would not allow anyone to interfere with him. Today's situation would likely be difficult to navigate. In the palace. This was Gu Nianshang's second visit to concubine Lu's quarters. The first was when Gu Nian had set a trap for her, and the second was another trap laid by concubine Lu, ensuring that each visit required utmost caution. Inside the room, concubine Lu lounged languidly on a soft couch, her beautiful eyes gently closed, clearly still resting. The palace maid had withdrawn, leaving only the two of them in an oppressive silence. Gu Nianshang, observing the scene, quickly discerned the situation. Concubine Lu was intentionally ignoring her, having summoned her only to feign sleep. She could not dare to disturb her, for that would mean interrupting the noble concubine's sweet dreams. A fault she would not take lightly, therefore, she remained quietly by the side. What was it but standing? She refused to believe that the noble concubine could be more comfortable pretending to sleep than she was. As time ticked by, Gu Nianshang stood in respectful silence, not uttering a single sound, her mind analyzing the unfolding dynamics. Finally, concubine Lu opened her eyes, the beauty still exuding an inherent elegance upon waking. Nianshang has arrived? Concubine Lu's regal countenance displayed a hint of surprise. Have you been waiting long? I only just arrived and saw that the noble concubine was sleeping soundly, so I did not dare to disturb you. Gu Nianshang replied humbly with a smile. Please, sit that I merely summoned you for a casual chat. Concubine Lu said. I dare not. Gu Nianshang knelt, her youthful face adorned with guilt and anxiety. I recognize my fault. I should have restrained my emotions on the day of the Mingwang's wedding. Regardless of the circumstances, I should have put the Mingwang first and humbly request the noble concubine's punishment. Today, concubine Lu had summoned her for this very matter, seeking to impose blame. What better pretext could there be? Rather than allow the other party to accuse her of a greater offense, it was wise to take the initiative. At this moment, concubine Lu finally scrutinized the girl before her. Previously, she had only heard descriptions from Yearned and Junlang about this girl, who was supposedly unworthy of the spotlight. However, upon their last meeting, she realized that the girl was not as dreadful as the rumors suggested. Now, upon seeing her again, she recognized that Yearned was the truly foolish one, as she had believed this girl to be a mere empty vessel, oblivious to her depth and cunning that far surpassed Yearned. You, this girl, before I could say anything, you have already admitted your fault. It seems I have little to add. This matter is indeed my fault. Regardless of how the noble concubine chooses to punish me, I shall harbor no grievances. Gu Niansheng lowered her head, unable to suppress her thoughts. Competing with these women in the palace was indeed a troublesome affair. Every word seemed steeped in insincerity. Perhaps Nianen's duplicity was learned from them. I now ask you directly, have you ever genuinely liked the Mingwang? Concubine Lu's sharp gaze fixed upon Gu Niansheng, as if daring her to utter a falsehood, lest she be instantly exposed. This girl, it seemed, truly was the most beautiful woman. Regardless of who laid eyes upon her, they would be compelled to praise her. Given her intellect, it should be a simple matter for her to clear her name. Yet she had chosen to wait until now. Concubine Lu even suspected that this girl had never truly held feelings for Ming Lang. From beginning to end, it was merely a trap. Yet, why would she do such a thing? The lady sincerely holds affection for the Ming Wang. Jiu Niansheng raised her gaze to meet the eyes of Lu Guifei. Unflinching and undeterred, it was precisely because of her deep love for this man that she had inadvertently led her entire family to a tragic demise. Now, the mere mention of affection feels like a cruel jest. However, she understands that the most crucial element in a marriage is mutual feelings. The Ming Wang favors Nian'en, and she genuinely wishes them well. That is a falsehood, Lu Guifei retorted sharply. Jiu Niansheng's expression remained serene, displaying no sign of distress. If you truly loved the Ming Wang, how could you bear to relinquish him to another? Gu Niansheng paused for a moment before responding, Indeed, I cannot bear to part with him. Thus, over the past year, I have strived and contended for his affection, yet all my efforts have proven futile, only to incite his growing aversion towards me. Your Highness, I have lived outside the palace since childhood, lacking the refinement and decorum of the noble ladies of the imperial city. However, through this past year, I have come to realize a truth. That which is not meant to be mine cannot be seized. And it is far better to preserve some dignity. Lu Guifei discerned much from Gu Niansheng's demeanor, from her steadfastness and reluctance to her eventual resignation and heartbreak. In that moment, she found herself unable to apply her previous schemes to this girl. If even such emotions are mere facades, this girl is truly formidable. Yet, she is inclined to believe they are genuine. Since you genuinely cherish the Ming Wang, why not allow this palace to bestow upon you the title of a concubine? To stand alongside the Ming Wang Fei as equals without distinction? Gu Niansheng's heart jolted at the sudden proposition from Lu Guifei. Was she mad? Two sisters wed to the same man. Was this not enough excitement in the imperial city? Did she wish to add fuel to the fire? The mere thought of facing Qin Minglang and Gu Nianen sent a chill down her spine. If this news were to reach Gu Nianen, it would surely infuriate her. I cannot accept such an offer. Why should you hesitate at my command? Lu Guifei remarked casually, her fingers toying with her armor, yet her eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. Your Highness, my sister has only just married into the Ming Wang's residence. I truly do not wish for us to share a husband. Impudent. Lu Guifei slammed her palm on the table. I am offering you an opportunity. And you dare to refuse? Do you truly believe serving the Ming Wang would be a slight to you? Chapter 83. So many helpers. Kurenning Palace. Mother, your son has come to see you. Qin Yunjing entered with a cheerful demeanor, noticing that his brother Qin Xiuyu was also present. Eldest brother, you are here as well. It is indeed a rare occasion to see both of you brothers come to pay your respects. Today is quite lively, the Empress remarked with a smile. Mother, did you not mention that the weather has been sweltering lately, and your appetite has been poor? Not long ago, Lu Guifei said that Gu Niansheng's lotus seed porridge is exceptionally delightful. Since she is in the palace today, why not have her prepare some snacks for you? Hearing this, the Empress replied with some confusion, the daughter of the Gu family is also a noble lady. It is a rare occasion for her to enter the palace, and you would have her prepare snacks? I am now her peer. It is merely a matter of preparing a few dishes. She would certainly not decline, Qin Yunjing asserted confidently. Ji Yunyinshang's culinary skills are indeed commendable, Qin Xiaoyu added. The empress cast a surprised glance at him. You have tasted her cooking? During my outing with the Prince of Zhenbei, I happened to encounter Gu Nianshang and sampled her dishes. The flavors were truly remarkable. Qin Xiaoyu is notoriously finicky about food, having sampled delicacies from various regions, and his endorsement attests to her exceptional skill. Yet, the empress remained non-committal, her calm gaze seemingly discerning everything. Is she currently with Lu Guifei? Qin Yunjing offered an awkward smile. Indeed, nothing could escape their mother's keen observation. Qin Xiaoyu quickly grasped the situation. On the day of the Ming Wang's wedding, Gu Nianshang had garnered much attention, and now that the Ming Wang Fei was bedridden, many physicians had been summoned for her treatment. Lu Guifei's summoning of Gu Nianshang into the palace at this juncture was all too telling. Having lived in the palace for many years, they could easily deduce what Gu Nianshang would face upon her entry. In other words, Yunjing's intent was not merely to procure some snacks, but to assist Gu Nianshang in her hour of need. Yunjing, you seem quite fond of helping this Gu Nianshang. The empress observed thoughtfully, knowing her son well. During their last encounter in the royal garden, he had urged her to assist as well, which was indeed quite unexpected. I consider her a friend. Knowing full well that she is walking into a trap today, how could I stand idly by? Qin Yunjing replied matter-of-factly. Third brother has chosen Gu Nianin, and Gu Nianshang has had a difficult year. Seeing her now being harassed by Lu Guifei, I simply cannot bear it. Mind your words, the empress admonished sternly. Mother. Qin Yunjing looked at her imploringly. Qin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, Mother, why not lend a hand this once? Seeing both of her sons speak up, the empress finally relented. Very well. At the same time, Gu Hongzhan had just returned to his family, accompanied by Meng Zhonglan, who had been pestering him to introduce him to Gu Nianshang's culinary skills ever since he had sampled her cooking the previous day. To his surprise, upon his return, he learned that his sister had been summoned into the palace by Lu Guifei. The Duke of Zhenghua had originally intended to visit the palace himself, but having been recuperating at home for some time and missing court, he entrusted this task to Gu Hongzhan upon his return. Lu Guifei has always favored the Ming Wang. With his reputation tarnished, she is bound to be in a foul mood and may very well make things difficult for Nianshang. You must exercise caution, Gu Hanxian advised. Rest assured, father, I will ensure my sister's safe return, he affirmed. Wei Xianqi was engaged in a discussion with the emperor regarding the border conflicts when he suddenly received news from his subordinates, causing him to furrow his brow momentarily before regaining his composure. Your Majesty, I have heard that Lu Guifei has recently been unwell. Coincidentally, I possess a medicinal herb that may aid in her recovery. Oh? The emperor exclaimed with delight. Your brother is truly considerate. As he spoke, he summoned the chief eunuch by his side, instructing, notify Lu Guifei to come here. Your Majesty, Lu Guifei has just summoned the lady from the Gu family into the palace. They are currently in conference. The attendant informed. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened slightly. After the incident involving the Ming Wang, he had already stated that this matter should not be mentioned again. Yet Lu Guifei had summoned Gu Nianshang into the palace. The reasons were all too apparent. The Gu family lady is also in the palace. Wei Xianqi appeared somewhat surprised. Did your Majesty not wish to sample the delicacies I praised? They happen to be prepared by Gu Nianshang. Why not allow her to showcase her skills today? The emperor's interest was piqued. It is rare to hear you commend someone's culinary expertise. Even my own imperial kitchen cannot compare. I am indeed curious. He rose, declaring, I have been seated here for quite some time. Let us take a stroll over there. Yes, your Majesty. However, just as the emperor and Wei Xianqi stepped outside, they were informed of Gu Hongzhan's request for an audience. Your Majesty, Gu Hongzhan states that the Duke of Zhenghua has been unable to eat or drink since his last punishment, except for the meals prepared by Gu Nianshang. He has come to summon her back to cook. Summon her back to cook? The emperor chuckled lightly. Ji Nianshang had been summoned into the palace, and it was only natural for the duke to be concerned for her safety. However, this reason, it seems Gu Nianshang's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. Gu Hongzhan had not anticipated meeting the emperor so soon and quickly bowed. I greet your Majesty. Jiyu Shidu, what a fortuitous coincidence. The Prince of Zhenbei has spoken highly of your sister's culinary abilities, and tonight, both I and the prince would like to sample her skills. Jiyu Hongzhan was momentarily taken aback. Even your Majesty is aware of my sister's culinary skills? Yet upon noticing Wei Xianqi, he quickly understood. This was likely the prince's way of aiding his sister's predicament. Previously, he had thought the Prince of Zhenbei difficult to engage with, but now he realized he had greatly misjudged him. Beneath his cold exterior lay a considerate, attentive, and magnanimous nature. It would be a tremendous honor for my sister to have your majesty sample her cooking. The entourage made its way towards the Changqian Palace, which is adjacent to the imperial garden. Wei Xianqi and Gu Hongzhen, being officials, were naturally not permitted to enter the inner palace, and thus they waited in the imperial garden. However, just as they arrived, they noticed that the empress had also come. "I greet your majesty." The empress gracefully curtsied, her heart filled with surprise. "Empress, are you on your way to find Lu Guifei?" the emperor inquired. The empress smiled slightly. "I have been having trouble with my palate of late. Upon hearing that the Gu family lady is an excellent cook, and with her fortuitous presence in the palace today, I thought to inquire with Lu Guifei about bringing her to prepare some dishes." Upon hearing this familiar reasoning, Gu Hongzhen could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. It was only natural for him to come to fetch his sister, and the Prince of Zhenbei had helped her more than once. How was it that even the empress had become her rescuer? Oh, the empress also wishes to sample the culinary skills of the Gu family lady. Chapter 84. Will you marry or not? The emperor chuckled lightly, casting a meaningful glance over the assembled company. I had not anticipated that Gu Nianshang's culinary prowess would be so renowned. Upon her arrival in the palace, everyone seems eager to sample her dishes. I had not realized this Gu family lady possessed such remarkable talents, drawing the attention of both the empress and the Prince of Zhenbei. Though the statement pertained to her cooking skills, all present were acutely aware that the emperor was exceptionally astute, clearly understanding that they had gathered to assist Gu Nianshang in her predicament. However, they had not expected to find themselves united in purpose, all employing the same rationale. The queen, initially perplexed, suddenly grasped the situation. Had she known that the Prince of Northern Town and Gu Hongzhen were both present, she would have deemed this journey unnecessary. Since the queen has arrived, let us proceed to the Changqian Palace together. Lu Guifei observed the maid before her. The prior events had inevitably turned Ming Wang into a subject of ridicule among the onlookers. Now, to salvage his reputation, the most prudent course of action would be to arrange for Gu Nianshang to marry him. This way, the public would cease to question his judgment in discerning people, and all issues could be resolved through Gu Nianshang. A mere woman did not concern her, but Ming Wang's aspiration for the throne was paramount. Should he acquire the reputation of being unable to judge character, the repercussions would be significant. Moreover, just a few days prior, Ming Lang had exhibited a clear affection for Gu Nianshang. If this matter were resolved, it would indeed be a joyful outcome for all. Gu Nianshang was acutely aware of Lu Guifei's intentions. She would never acquiesce to such a proposal. For now, her best strategy was to bide her time, awaiting her family's intervention. "This is the last time I shall inquire. Will you marry or not?" Lu Guifei's countenance darkened. Her patience had worn thin. "Your Highness, the marriage between my sister and Ming Wang was bestowed by His Majesty. It has only been a few short days since their union, and you already wish for her to marry Ming Wang again. Such a demand is most disrespectful. I dare not comply." "You dare to invoke His Majesty's name to intimidate me?" Lu Guifei scoffed, her tone laced with scorn. "Your audacity is indeed remarkable. It seems the esteemed Guifei harbors discontent regarding my bestowal of this marriage." The emperor entered just in time to overhear this remark, his expression instantly growing cold. Lu Guifei froze, quickly bowing to acknowledge the emperor and the queen. "Your Majesty has misunderstood. I assure you, I harbor no dissatisfaction whatsoever." Lu Guifei's face was adorned with a forced smile, concealing her inner astonishment. She had anticipated that the Gu family would send someone to rescue her and had instructed them to brush off any inquiries. Yet, she could scarcely fathom that the visitors would be none other than the emperor and the queen. If there is no discontent, then why the haste to arrange another marriage for Ming Wang, who has only just wed? The emperor queried nonchalantly. Lu Guifei recognized that any attempts to disguise her intentions before the emperor were futile, and she knelt down without hesitation. "Your Majesty, I beseech your forgiveness. I merely wished to alleviate Ming Wang's recent troubles and hoped you could empathize with a mother's concern, granting me your pardon." The queen was equally taken aback by this scene. She had assumed Lu Guifei sought to punish Gu Nianshang, only to realize she intended to have her married off. It must be said that the now ascendant Gu Nianshang stood out remarkably among the noble maidens. Should she also marry Ming Wang, all prior criticisms would dissipate. Clearly, this visit had proven worthwhile. "Guifei, you were the one who sought this engagement. Now that they have just married, do you not think it hasty to wish for Ming Wang to take another bride?" The queen sighed. However, the circumstances surrounding Ming Wang's wedding day were indeed unexpected. "Your Majesty, Lu Guifei's actions stem from her concern for Ming Wang. Please extend your forgiveness to her." At this moment, Gu Nianqing was filled with confusion. Why had the emperor and the queen come, especially when her elder brother was absent? If the emperor had come purely to see Lu Guifei, surely he would not have brought the queen along. Thankfully, her immediate crisis seemed to have been averted. This matter must not be mentioned again. The emperor's voice was cold. Lest you wish to incur my wrath. Lu Guifei trembled, stammering, It is Gu family made. I have heard your culinary skills are commendable. Please prepare tonight's dinner for His Majesty and the Queen. The Queen smiled gently, relishing the opportunity to cleverly undermine Lu Guifei. Diyu Nianqing was momentarily taken aback. Was it not the duty of the imperial kitchen to prepare the evening meal? Most perplexing was the notion that the emperor and queen would request her to do so. As she stepped out of the Chengqian palace, she encountered her elder brother Gu Hongzhen and Wei Xianqi in the imperial garden, finally understanding the situation. Indeed, her brother had come. Today, it happened that the queen and the prince of northern town wished to sample Gu Nianqing's culinary talents. Hence the dinner was entrusted to her. The emperor's indifferent demeanor revealed no emotion. Gu Shidu, have the Duke of State wait a little longer this evening. If our father were to learn that my sister had the honor of preparing a meal for the emperor and the queen, he would surely feel immensely proud. With that, Gu Hongzhen exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Nianqing, emphasizing the need for her to prepare the dinner meticulously, lest they face complications. Gu Nianqing understood that she could not evade this obligation tonight. Her gaze swept over Wei Xianqi, who would not coincidentally be present unless he intended to advocate for her. As for the queen's unexpected arrival, could it be due to Qin Yunjing? Upon entering the imperial kitchen, Gu Nianqing set aside her concerns, determined to prepare the evening meal to perfection. She first inquired about the emperor's and queen's preferences and dietary restrictions before drafting a menu. The kitchen staff were astonished that the emperor had entrusted a young lady with the evening meal. Their curiosity piqued regarding the exceptional culinary skills of this Gu family maiden. Not only that, but the fact that the queen had sought her out, and the prince of northern town had come drawn by the aroma, was indeed intriguing. Gu Nianqing methodically instructed her helpers to clean and chop various ingredients before commencing the meal preparation. As a spirit conduit, she could imbue the dishes with a touch of spiritual energy, elevating their flavors to extraordinary heights. Moreover, during her time confined within the prince of northern town's residence, she had grown weary of boredom and had taken the opportunity to learn numerous recipes from the chef. It was during that time she discovered her innate culinary talent. Given her current status as a spirit conduit, the dishes she prepared would far exceed the standards of the Duke of State's kitchen. She refrained from infusing excessive spiritual energy, as that could easily raise suspicions, but even a modest enhancement would elevate the flavor significantly. The head chef of the imperial kitchen observed Gu Nianqing's deft techniques and unique marinating methods. Recognizing that this young lady indeed possessed her own culinary flair, employing distinctive methods that maximized the ingredients' freshness. Who would have guessed that this Gu family maiden was so exceptionally talented? Chapter 85. The emperor's reward. Gu Hongzhen gazed at the emperor, the queen, and the prince of northern town ahead, inwardly sighing. Had he known his sister had such ample support, he would have felt secure remaining within the residence. Now, he was obliged to dine alongside the emperor and queen. Just then, Qin Shiyue and Qin Yunjing arrived. Previously, while waiting at Kuining Palace, they had heard of the gathering and now, seeing so many present to taste Gu Nianqing's dishes, felt rather awkward. The crown prince and the sixth prince were eager to sample the culinary skills of the Gu family maiden. It appeared her reputation was well-deserved, one that the emperor had previously been unaware of. The emperor cast a contemplative glance at the two, his expression inscrutable. Father, I happened to hear about this affair and thought to join the festivities. Qin Shiyue said with a faint smile. Qin Yunjing could not suppress his concern. Having heard his elder brother mention it previously and finding no other excuse, he had merely expressed a desire to join. Little did he know that everyone else was using this as their excuse as well. If Gu Nianqing's dishes did not meet expectations, it could indeed spell trouble. He glanced at Wei Xianqi, noting the prince's calm demeanor, seemingly untroubled. Shortly thereafter, the dishes began to arrive, one after another, brought forth by the palace maids. Buddha jumps over the wall, 8 treasure duck, cherry meat, osmanthus fish fin. Each dish was tailored to suit the preferences of the diners. As the dishes were placed on the table, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing even Qin Yunjing, who had not anticipated much, to be taken aback. Was this truly all prepared by Gu Nianqing? The queen was astonished, never expecting the young lady's culinary skills to be so remarkable. Although these were familiar dishes, the flavors felt entirely distinct. Returning to the queen, the palace eunuch replied, "They are all prepared by the Gu family maiden." At that moment, A message came from outside announcing the arrival of the third prince. The emperor frowned, saying, "Let him in." Qin Minglang felt he had never been so unfortunate. Having summoned several physicians today, their opinions mirrored that of the household doctor, leaving everyone perplexed by the condition of the Ming Wang Fei, without any suspicion of poisoning. A truly unheard-of situation. Just the thought of that grotesque face filled him with revulsion. And he had not anticipated that his mother would summon Gu Nianqing to the palace, only to be encountered by his father, who was now in Chengqian Palace listening to her lamentations. As a dutiful son, he could only come forth to admit his faults, an experience that was anything but pleasant. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to find so many people present. It was one thing to see the crown prince and the sixth prince. Even the prince of northern town and Gu Hongjin were there. Son greets father and the queen. "Rise," the emperor said, casting a glance at Qin Minglang. "Other matters can wait. Let us dine first." Qin Minglang understood that this was not the time for discussions and bowed. Saying, "Yes," to Gu Nianqing, having completed the dishes, made no move to approach, instead handing the dish introductions to the eunuch. She had been summoned to the palace due to an incident, and the scene within, her elder brother truly had it tough. "Your Majesty, please try this cherry meat." The queen placed a dish into the emperor's bowl. The emperor took a bite, and his eyes instantly brightened as he praised, "Excellent, this indeed is remarkable craftsmanship." Gu Hongjin and Qin Yunjing simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, and upon realizing their mutual reaction, exchanged surprised glances. This Gu family maiden's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. No wonder they had heard so much praise. The queen's face revealed a look of surprise. The cherry meat was far more delectable than anything prepared in the imperial kitchen. "The Gu family girl?" Qin Minglang inquired, perplexed. "Third brother, these dishes were made by Gu Nianqing," Qin Yunjing replied. Qin Minglang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the splendid array of dishes that tantalized the senses. The moment he tasted the food, he was struck by its exquisite flavor, and to think that all of this was crafted by Gu Nianqing? In that instant, he suddenly comprehended why his mother had been so enamored with the lotus seed porridge made by Nianqing. It was indeed a culinary delight, and he had never had the pleasure of experiencing it. The princess consort of the Ming king is also a Gu family girl. Her culinary skills must be impressive as well, Qin Xiuyu remarked with a faint smile. Qin Minglang's expression stiffened slightly as he casually concurred, his mind drifting back to the scene not long ago when Gu Nianqing had complained to him while preparing lotus seed porridge, and he felt, in a moment of clarity, as if he had truly been blind to her talents. This meal was truly refreshing. The imperial physician once said that delicious food has restorative properties, and today, I finally believe it. Qin Yunjing's eyes sparkled brightly. Aside from the signature dish served once a month at Lingsheng Tower, he had never felt such delight before. Although others did not voice it, they shared the same sentiment. Everyone seemed to have a renewed spirit, their moods uplifted, and every dish was devoured, leaving not a morsel behind. "Your Majesty, the Gu family girl has worked hard today. These dishes are indeed imbued with heartfelt effort," the queen remarked with a smile. "Quite right," the emperor nodded in satisfaction. "Attendants, reward her." Qin Xiuyu and Qin Yunjing exchanged glances, seldom witnessing their father in such high spirits. Today, Gu Nianqing had certainly accomplished something remarkable. After bidding farewell, Gu Hongjin sought out his younger sister, only to discover her surrounded by the chefs in the imperial kitchen. Engaging in lively conversation, "Jiyu girl, you truly have a depth of culinary knowledge. I have learned much from you. Here is my recipe, a gift for my young friend. Senior, I shall gift you this rare seasoning as well. You are too courteous, young friend. I have a closely guarded secret to share with you. Senior, your generosity leaves me at a loss. Fortunately, I have some fine wine in my collection at home, and I shall send it to you tomorrow." Witnessing his sister so quickly bond with the chefs, Gu Hongjin was left speechless, especially as each chef seemed eager to divulge their culinary secrets to her. "Truly remarkable, sister. It's time to return, I'm coming." Gu Nianqing chimed cheerfully as she approached her brother. This visit to the imperial kitchen had not been in vain. She had learned from the imperial chefs, each with their own specialties, and even acquired some recipes. It seemed the time had come to expand her restaurant business. At the Duke of Zhan's residence, Gu Hanxian and Luo Yi surveyed the bounty in the courtyard, their eyes filled with confusion. "Father, what is this about?" "The Duke of Zhan has a splendid daughter. This is a reward from the emperor for Miss Gu," came the reply. Gu Hanxian was puzzled. Nianqing had been summoned by concubine Lu today, which was akin to a banquet of peril. That she could leave unscathed was remarkable enough. To receive the emperor's reward was unexpected. Could it be that she was coerced into accepting something? I hope you can clarify, Father. Miss Gu's culinary prowess delighted the Emperor, hence the generous rewards, Chapter 86. Unable to swallow this grudge, the Duke and his wife exchanged glances, initially fearing their daughter might face difficulties in the palace. They worried that Gu Hongjin would arrive too late, yet to their surprise, she had been rewarded. Shortly thereafter, Gu Nianqing and Gu Hongjin returned home. Upon seeing the rewards in the courtyard, Gu Nianqing's eyes brightened. I believe this is the first time I have received a reward from the Emperor. Previously, it was always Gu Nianqing who received accolades from the palace. She had never experienced such recognition. My sister is so outstanding. Future rewards will surely be abundant. Jiu Hanxian smiled as he beckoned to take the rewards into his daughter's quarters. Once inside, the atmosphere grew serious. Nianqing, what troubles did concubine Lu cause you? It wasn't too severe. She hopes I will marry the Ming King and serve as a concubine alongside Nianqing. Bang! Gu Hanxian slammed his hand upon the table, his voice rising in anger. What a dreamer! Does she think she can pick and choose among my daughters simply because she is a concubine? My dear, you are still recovering. Do not let your temper flare, Luoyi interjected, though her expression revealed her discontent. It was indeed outrageous. The original engagement was with Nianqing, yet they summoned Nianqing to the palace daily. Having married Nianqing, they now desired Nianqing as well. Although Nianqing withdrew from the engagement, it was clear to all that concubine Lu and the Ming King favored Nianqing. Nianqing's withdrawal was merely a means to preserve dignity for both parties. Now, in pursuit of the Ming King's reputation, they sought to marry both daughters of the Gu family, showing utter disregard for the Duke of Zhan's household. Father, mother, do not worry. The Emperor and the Queen will not agree to this. Jiu Nianqing's demeanor was relaxed. If concubine Lu were to pressure the Emperor directly, he might eventually relent, but after today's events, with the Queen intervening, that was unlikely. As Gu Nianqing departed, Luoyi pondered. Now that Nianqing bears the title of the most beautiful in the imperial city and has been admitted to Lingyin Academy, many will seek her hand in marriage. The Ming King is ultimately a liability. If we can find her a good husband soon, it would be for the best. What do you think, my lord? You speak wisely, my lady. At the Zhu residence, Zhu Jiniao lay on her bed. After several days of recuperation, her pale face had finally regained some color. Having been pampered her entire life, she had never experienced such a confinement. The esteemed young lady of the Zhu family had spent numerous days in prison, returning home in a state of disarray. Elder brother, second sister, I cannot swallow this grievance. Jiniao, please take your medicine first. Zhu Yuxuan sighed. Their losses had been considerable, both in finances and in the opportunity for her to attend Lingyin Academy, while Gu Nianqing thrived. Do not worry. I will ensure you get your revenge. Zhu Qiaoying's eyes glinted with a cold light. Qiaoying, be careful. Gu Nianqing is no pushover. She possesses many tricks. Approach her with caution, Zhu Yuxuan advised. Ever since he lost a significant sum to Gu Nianqing, he had realized she was not the simpleton the rumors suggested. She was far more cunning than she appeared. Today, Xiao Miaofu visited me and mentioned that Gu Nianqing has the 6th prince's backing in the academy. When the Southern Spirit Princess attempted to trouble her, she was met with resistance. Second sister, if you wish to create trouble for her in the academy, it may not be as easy as you think. Zhu Jiniao's expression grew complex. She had not anticipated Gu Nianqing's good fortune. The 6th prince, for reasons unknown, chose to assist that wretched girl instead of Nianqing. Zhu Qiaoying chuckled softly, her eyes darkening with malice. If her sister had endured such confinement, a simple reprimand would be too lenient. Zhu Jiniao and Zhu Yuxuan exchanged glances, then heard her say, rest assured, you shall witness a grand performance. The next day, Gu Nianqing again set off for the academy early, as the official training commenced. Xiao Miaofu sat at a distance from Gu Nianqing, her expression revealing lingering displeasure, yet she clearly dared not cause trouble as she had before. However, Gu Nianqing noticed the faint palm print on Xia Yingshuan's face and frowned. Did she trouble you again after I left yesterday? Xia Yingshuan instinctively covered her face, attempting to conceal it, yet realizing it was futile. She let her hand fall. It was expected. I am accustomed to such treatment at home. It has nothing to do with you. Here, take this. Jiu Nianqing handed her a vial of medicine. This will reduce the swelling quickly when applied to your face. She understood that Xia Yingshuan was isolated at the Xia family, not due to a lack of desire to resist, but because when one is not strong enough, resistance only exacerbates the situation. In her memory, Xia Yingshuan had rapidly improved at Lingyin Academy, eventually becoming a renowned practitioner, thus changing her fate. Now was not the time. Patience was necessary. If she urged her to stand and resist now, it would only add to her burdens. Xia Yingshuan grasped the porcelain vial tightly. Thank you. Everything will be all right. Seeing Gun Yinxing apply medicine to Xia Yingxian, Xia Miaofu sneered, sisterly affection? Indeed, I wonder how long you can keep up the pretense. Today, Instructor Liu has brought everyone to the training ground. From now on, you must learn to harness your internal energy and control its output precisely to maximize your combat effectiveness. Do you see those rows of trees in the distance? Your task is to walk vertically along the trunks using only your feet, reaching the top. This is your first lesson. The first 10 to complete it will earn academy points, redeemable for precious resources or training in the tower. The faster you are, the more points you earn. Instructor Liu succinctly explained the method and demonstrated before allowing everyone to practice on their OW end. Gun Yinxing examined the line of trees ahead. Aware that previous students had practiced their first lesson there, she attempted to channel her internal energy into her feet. Instructor Liu had mentioned that merely concentrating it at a single point was insufficient to support her weight. She had to distribute the energy across the entire foot. Although this sounded simple, without prior experience in precise control, she immediately recognized the challenge. Many others began attempting as well, but most fell within mere steps. Gun Yinxing was not in a hurry. Without fully understanding the control at hand, attempting would be futile and could potentially lead to a disastrous fall. The training grounds were bustling that morning, and it was only nearing noon that everyone began to prepare for lunch. The academy had a canteen, but Qin Yunqing mentioned that he had exerted immense effort the day before and planned to mooch a meal from Gun Yinxing today. Let us go. I'll treat you all to lunch at Lingshang Tower. Gun Yinxing smiled lightly, her arm draped over Xia Yingxian, primarily inviting Yingxian, with an additional thought to include him. However, just as they stepped out of the academy, trouble awaited them. Chapter 87. A disturbance at the Yamen. I have never seen such a beauty. A man approached Gun Yinxing, his eyes filled with admiration. Fair lady, might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Gun Yinxing frowned slightly, wondering where this audacious fellow had come from. This was the entrance of Lingyin Academy, and he had the gall to directly extend an invitation without a second thought? Not interested. Neither Qin Yunqing nor Xia Yingxian paid much mind to the incident, for Gun Yinxing, being the most beautiful woman in the imperial city, was a dazzling presence among the crowd. It was not surprising that an ordinary young master, unfamiliar with her, would display such bravado upon encountering a beauty. After Gun Yinxing spoke, she turned to leave, only to find the man stubbornly blocking her path. Why, lady, I extend my invitation with good intentions. And yet you respond with such disdain? The man reached out towards Gun Yinxing, his gaze filled with lechery. What is wrong with you? Qin Yunqing intervened, stepping in front of the man. Do you not understand human language? Since when did such a simpleton emerge in the imperial city? How dare you harass a lady at the entrance of Lingyin Academy? That is tantamount to courting death. At that moment, an elderly man approached with trembling steps. My dear lady, my grandson meant no harm. I implore you not to hold it against him. The old man reached out as well, but Gun Yinxing furrowed her brow and stepped aside. Yet the elder persisted, his sharp nails scratching her skin, prompting her to instinctively wave her hand, causing the old man to scream and collapse. The young man was still grappling with Qin Yunqing when he suddenly heard the familiar scream and realized that his grandfather had fallen to the ground. Checking for breath, he discovered that the old man had passed away. Murder has been committed. You are a beautiful girl, yet your heart is so wicked. My grandfather merely wished to speak with you. And you have killed him outright? The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Qin Yunqing had previously focused entirely on the young man, oblivious to what had just transpired. Do not speak nonsense. I merely brushed my hand aside. Gun Yinxing replied sternly. My grandfather is elderly and frail. As a cultivator, do you not realize how much force is exerted even in a gentle push? This clearly shows intent to harm. I will report this to the authorities. You have committed murder. The commotion drew the attention of many, as the vicinity of Lingyin Academy was bustling with shops and students. The unfolding drama at the entrance had turned deadly, a situation that could not be overlooked. While it was not uncommon for cultivators to lose their lives in duels, it was utterly unforgivable for one to attack an innocent civilian without reason. It was you who intentionally blocked our path. Yinxing did nothing. How can you hold her responsible for a life lost? Xia Yingxian interjected. Do not presume that your numbers grant you safety. My grandfather was killed by this girl's push, and I will report her. Summer Miaofu and others soon arrived and, upon learning that Gun Yinxing had allegedly killed an elderly man, they could not conceal their surprise. I knew that Gun Yinxing, relying on her family's status, would act recklessly. Today, she has finally stirred up trouble. Summer Miaofu smirked triumphantly. This is what one calls retribution for the wicked. The crowd regarded Gun Yinqing with disbelief, astonished that she could act so callously. Shantian Prefecture. The uproar led to a swift report to the authorities, and Gun Yinqing soon found herself at Shantian Prefecture, accompanied by Qin Yunqing and Xia Yingxian, with several students following out of curiosity. The governor, Cha Tianing, a second-rank official, was present but dared not assert his authority in the presence of the sixth prince, my lord. The young man knelt, weeping. My name is Yushan. Today, I encountered that lady and, with good intentions, invited her to dinner, only to be rejected. My grandfather attempted to persuade her on my behalf, but this vile woman forcefully pushed him away, resulting in his demise. I implore you to render justice. Cha Tianing regarded Yushan, who incessantly referred to Gun Yinqing as a vile woman. He recalled seeing her at the Lingyin Academy assessment and was astonished that he would encounter her in such a situation. Is what you say true, my lord? We were with Miss Gu today. This man approached us and began to cause trouble. Miss Gu politely declined his advances, yet he persisted. In the ensuing scuffle, the old man unfortunately fell. And we express our deep regret, Qin Yunqing explained. You lie, Yushan retorted. My grandfather was of advanced age. How could he possibly push you? The elderly man lying in the prefecture appeared frail and emaciated. And his words were indeed convincing. I understand your esteemed status. Our lives are as insignificant as grass, however. My grandfather cannot simply die without cause. That woman must be held accountable, Gun Yinqing observed Yushan with composure. Then glanced at the elderly man. The events of the day were peculiar. At the entrance of Lingyin Academy, all passers-by were cultivators, and it was uncommon for ordinary folk to provoke them. If Yushan were a wealthy young master, it would be one thing, but he was merely a commoner. How did he dare to act so brazenly? Did he not comprehend that he could not provoke those present? Moreover, Yushan did not reside nearby. And while it was understandable for him to accompany his elderly grandfather, he brazenly flirted with a lady in front of him. Not only that, the elder's approach seemed like persuasion, yet his sharp nails were clearly intended to inflict pain, forcing her to recoil. Though she had no recollection of the two, she was certain this was a trap. The entire situation appeared meticulously orchestrated, yet riddled with flaws. Gun Yinqing, speak. Cha Tianing commanded. As the sixth prince stated. I do not know why that old man insisted on approaching me. His nails scratched my hand, causing me to reflexively pull away. I did not deliberately push the elder. Gun Yinqing extended her hand, revealing several visible scratches on the back. I can attest to this, Xia Yingxian added. Cha Tianing furrowed his brow, recognizing that such a minor incident was not significant. The elderly man was of advanced age, and it was entirely plausible that he could have slipped and fallen to his death. Yet, Yushan's obstinacy had drawn a crowd, and the commotion had escalated to a point where it would be challenging to downplay the incident. My lord, may I examine the condition of this elderly man? Gun Yinqing inquired. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Yushan shouted, My grandfather is already dead. You venomous woman, what more do you intend to do? I find your grandfather's death suspicious, Gun Yinqing replied coolly, casting a discerning glance at Yushan. Having confirmed that this was a conspiracy, she was increasingly convinced that Yushan was not innocent. In recent times, she had made her share of enemies, but it was astonishing that someone would go to such lengths, even sacrificing a life to frame her. Chapter 88. The arrival of the Prince of Northern Defense, my lord. Perhaps we should summon the coroner, Qin Yunqing suggested. He understood Gun Yinqing's thoughts. The sudden death of the man was indeed suspicious. I witnessed my grandfather being pushed to his death by you. Do you intend to deny it? Yushan shouted incoherently. You and I are strangers. You suddenly approach me. How could I know you are not intentionally seeking to provoke me? Gun Yinqing's demeanor turned icy. If I were responsible for this incident, I would not shy away from admitting it. However, I will not allow you to cast such baseless accusations upon me. If you are so certain of the cause of death, why not dare to summon the coroner? Yushan, who had believed Gun Yinqing to be a soft target, was taken aback by her sudden outburst, rendered speechless by her words. Cha Tianing raised his hand. Summon the coroner. Xia Miaofu stood at the entrance of the prefecture, observing Xia Yingxian beside Gun Yinqing. Xia Yingxian, you truly are remarkable. You have caused such a ruckus at the prefecture. While you may lack in other areas, you excel at creating trouble. Xia Yingxian shot her a disdainful glance, her expression sour. Today's events had been nothing short of a calamity. The coroner arrived swiftly, and as he examined the elderly man, Gun Yinqing observed closely. As a medical practitioner, she could discern many details. The elder had collapsed and died instantly. Logically, even an elderly person, if not struck by a sharp object, would likely only suffer a broken bone. Even if he had indeed passed away, there should have been a moment of breathlessness. How could he have ceased breathing the moment he fell? The coroner inspected the deceased's exterior, noting no visible wounds. And after examining the tongue and eyes, he reported, "My lord, I found no abnormalities. It is this woman." Yushun exclaimed, "My grandfather was in good health. If not for her, how could he have died, my lord? Please uphold justice for me and restore my grandfather's honor." Yushun continued to bow repeatedly, his forehead bleeding from the impact. The onlookers were moved by his display of filial piety and looked upon Gu Nianxing with growing disdain. The daughter of the Gu family had only recently cleared her name, yet she was now embroiled in such a scandal. It seemed she was no better than the princess of Ming. The adage that beautiful women are dangerous rang true in this instance. Qin Yunjing furrowed his brow as he listened to the discourse. With his keen perception, he swiftly discerned that this was undeniably a trap meticulously set by someone. Using lives as pawns for a nefarious scheme, clearly aimed at imprisoning Gu Nianxing. The thought sent a shiver through his mind, instantly conjuring the image of a particular individual. "Nianxing, it seems this matter today is." The Zhu family d'As Gu Nianxing uttered these two words. Both exchanged a knowing glance, their hearts aligned in understanding. Though she had made numerous enemies of late, Gu Nianan was currently preoccupied with her own disgrace. Hearing that the Ming Wangfu had summoned many physicians, leaving her little mental capacity to accede as for Princess Nanling. Despite her loud and underhanded tactics, they were primarily the capricious antics of a spoiled girl. Any genuine conspiracy would likely exceed her intellectual grasp. Zhu Jinyao had recently suffered greatly in jail, and her family had incurred a loss of 400,000 taels as a consequence, which likely deepened her animosity to the core. Initially, it was thought that Zhu Jinyao's sister would come seeking trouble, yet she had not been seen in the academy these days. Instead, they found themselves embroiled in this predicament, revealing that Zhu Jinyao's sister was far more cunning than both her and Zhu Yushuan combined. "Coroner, can you ascertain the cause of death?" Cha Taining inquired. This matter involved many individuals, and failing to provide an explanation would lead to true complications. "Reporting to you, my lord, the deceased shows no external injuries or fractures. Judging by the appearance of the body, it seems to be a sudden heart attack." The coroner replied, "A sudden heart attack." Yushun seized upon this revelation. Realizing that his grandfather had perished due to this woman's abrupt actions, there was no way to evade responsibility now. Yushun's face flushed crimson, veins bulging at his temples, as he charged toward Gu Nianxing. Seemingly intent on confronting her, Tio onlookers, this scene painted Yushun as a dutiful grandson, further branding Gu Nianxing as a heartless villain, having shattered a family's bliss without a hint of remorse. Qin Yunjing intervened, blocking Yushun's path. "What are you doing? This is outrageous." Cha Taining added, "In this court, such behavior is intolerable." Yushun was taken aback by this reprimand, hastily kneeling and refraining from further comment. "Lord Cha, Nianxing has been wronged. I implore you to see the truth," Qin Yunjing asserted. Cha Taining, feeling overwhelmed, was caught in a bind. With Yushun's obstinacy and the presence of the sixth prince, whose intentions to protect Gu Nianxing were unmistakable, he found himself in a precarious position. At that moment, another figure appeared in the court. "Look, the King of the North has arrived." The King of the North was a renowned hero, and his arrival promised justice. Cha Taining felt the weight of the situation intensify. The sixth prince was already a challenge, and now even the King of the North had been stirred. Most critically, he was uncertain of the king's allegiance. Although he held a respectable position, it paled in comparison to the might of the King of the North and the sixth prince, presenting him with an insurmountable dilemma. The man strode forth with an imposing presence. His tall and upright figure exuding an aura of perfection, a silver mask adding an aura of coldness. The moment he stepped into the room, the previously raucous court fell into an immediate hush. He seemed to carry an inherent authority, and wherever he walked, silence followed, as if he were a ruler surveying his dominion, with none daring to speak out of turn. "King of the North, you too have come." Cha Taining bowed, quickly signaling for chairs to be brought forth. Wei Xianqi seated himself and remarked, "Governor Cha, handle this matter fairly. I happened to pass by and thought to observe." Yes. Cha Taining wiped the sweat from his brow. Never before had he encountered such a challenging case, invoking the attention of so many influential figures. Gu Nianxing regarded Wei Xianqi, and though he uttered not a word, a sense of calm washed over her. In both past and present lives, while she had endured much slander, this was the first instance where her life was used as a weapon against her, revealing the true malice of the Zhu family. "King of the North, I wish to examine the corpse of the deceased," Gu Nianqing reiterated her request, convinced that there was an underlying issue. If they were capable of framing her, it was likely that their designs were exceedingly cunning. This time, without waiting for Yu Shun's further protests, she boldly declared, "The King of the North is known for his fairness. No petty tricks can escape his keen eye. I seek merely the chance to prove my innocence." Chapter 89. As gentle as jade, Duan Linyu, the young woman, maintained her composure, her gaze clear. Although she had never faced a situation quite like this, she would not remain passive. She understood that failing to clear her name today would lead to grave consequences. Cha Taining instinctively looked towards the King of the North. "What do you think?" "Fine," Wei Xianqi replied. "You all aren't colluding, are you?" Yu Shun eyed everyone suspiciously. "Aren't you here to witness?" Qin Yunjing retorted, "With so many witnesses present, if Nianqing were to tamper with evidence, would everyone else be blind?" The once lopsided scene shifted with the King of the North's entrance, coupled with Gu Nianqing's assertions, prompting some to reconsider the need for an inquiry. The man was already deceased, and under the watchful eyes of all, should Gu Nianqing dare to act deceitfully? It would be audacious indeed. If it's true, there is nothing to fear, unless one is guilty. Wei Yu Shun, seeing the situation, reluctantly permitted Gu Nianqing to conduct her examination. After all, she was not a physician. What could she discern? The elder had passed away, and she could hardly take his pulse. Ji Nianqing scrutinized his face and noticed something amiss with the veins near the whites of his eyes, a detail overlooked by the coroner. Such a nuance would escape the untrained eye. The possibility that someone could orchestrate the elder's demise in such a brief time frame pointed to the use of poison. Only a potent toxin could yield such immediate fatality. From Yu Shun's reddened eyes, it was evident that this elder was indeed his grandfather. Yet who would willingly sacrifice their kin for such treachery? Gu Nianqing turned to Yu Shun. "I wish to take your pulse." Her words caused a stir among the gathered crowd. With the deceased lying before them, her sudden desire to examine Yu Shun seemed oddly suspicious. "You just caused my grandfather's death. Do you intend to end my life as well?" Yu Shun exclaimed in panic. "I have deduced that the elder did not die from a fall. He was poisoned." As Gu Nianqing's declaration echoed through the hall, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Such an assertion was utterly unexpected. "Poisoned? You speak nonsense. The coroner just stated that no abnormalities were found. Your word alone cannot carry such weight." Yu Shun's eyes betrayed a flicker of alarm, yet he shouted defiantly, "Do you think you can absolve yourself of all blame merely by making claims?" Qin Yunjing and Xia Yingxian shared a glance of concern. They had never heard of Gu Nianqing possessing any medical knowledge. How could she possibly arrive at such a conclusion? If Yu Shun's grandfather had indeed been deliberately framed, it was hardly something that could be concocted with mere words. The coroner felt a twinge of irritation. He had examined numerous corpses over the years and had developed a certain insight regarding signs of poisoning. Nearly no one in attendance believed Gu Nianqing's assertions, for how could a young lady, unversed in medicine, make such claims without evidence? "My lord, if you examine the deceased's whites closely, you will notice a faint purplish hue in the veins. While subtle, it is discernible, indicating signs of poisoning." Such a claim felt insubstantial. The coroner retorted, "The deceased was elderly. Such symptoms are not uncommon. This alone cannot serve as proof. Indeed, elderly individuals may exhibit such symptoms." He had merely noted this detail and found nothing alarming. "Perhaps we should summon a physician. With a silver needle, we could pierce several acupoints on the deceased to release any toxic blood. Then the truth will be revealed." Faced with the derision and skepticism of the crowd, Gu Nianqing remained unfazed. Having endured mockery and scorn in the past, she was now fully equipped to confront such scrutiny. The opinions of others mattered little. Her priority was to clear her name, and she would not allow her detractors to triumph. Cha Taining hesitated, recognizing that Gu Nianqing's arguments were coherent, yet this girl was not a physician. How could she assert such conclusions? If a physician were summoned and declared her words mere folly, he would be ridiculed for allowing Gu Nianqing's influence to lead him astray in the court. This was indeed a hot potato. "I am a physician. May I take a look?" At that moment, a voice as warm as jade rang out, clear and soothing, akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through the cold of winter. Illuminating all hearts present, Ji Nianqing turned to see a man clad in a white scholar's robe, his long, dark hair elegantly tied back, a full and rounded forehead, and bright, expressive eyes, truly a figure who embodied grace and poise. Duan Linyu. Ji Nianqing recognized him. He was the esteemed physician by Wei Xianqi's side, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. In her time at the King of the North's estate, she had learned much under his tutelage. Unlike Wei Xianqi, who often exuded an intimidating presence, He radiated warmth and kindness, like a piece of polished jade, forever gentle and benevolent at that time. She was still perplexed as to why so many people invited Duan Linyu. Yet he chose to remain by Wei Xianqi's side, even though they had never provided an explanation. However, she understood that Duan Linyu was a trusted brother to Wei Xianqi. Her gaze shifted to the back, and as expected, she spotted Jiang Cheng and Han Quan, leaving no doubt in her mind. Clearly, Duan Linyu was also arranged by Wei Xianqi. Duan the Divine Doctor? Look, it's Duan the Divine Doctor. Indeed, Duan the Divine Doctor exuded warmth and elegance. His gaze was intoxicating, and just a glance from him would suffice to satisfy her heart. Now she could rest easy, for with Duan the Divine Doctor's arrival, it would soon be clear whether there was poison involved. Upon seeing Duan Linyu, Cha Taining also breathed a sigh of relief, saying, with Duan the Divine Doctor's renown, I naturally trust him. At that moment, another figure entered the magistrate's office. Unexpectedly, today was so lively. Since this prince happened to pass by, he decided to take a look. It was Qin Minglang. Ji Yunyanqing noticed Qin Minglang and involuntarily frowned. In her previous life, she had been infatuated with this man, but now her disdain for him was equally profound. If she could, she would prefer never to see this fellow again, as it was evident he was here to witness her embarrassment. Seeing yet another formidable presence arrive, Cha Taining, who had finally relaxed, was now drenched in cold sweat. One case, 2 princes, a lord, and the Duke of the State. Yun Jing, I had previously warned you against mingling with those you should not associate with. I never imagined you would stand here in the Shuntian prefecture one day. Qin Minglang's nonchalant gaze swept over Gun Yinxing and the others, his light words laced with mockery. Third brother, today is clearly a case of framing. What do you mean by those you should not associate with? Qin Yunjing replied coolly. When it concerns a life, if it is indeed a frame-up, that is quite extraordinary. Qin Minglang took a seat nearby, his demeanor casual. Master Cha, you may proceed with your fair judgment. Chapter 90. The Truth Revealed. Duan the Divine Doctor, please take a look. Cha Taining turned to Duan Linyu. Ji Yunyanqing insisted that the deceased had died from poisoning. As long as they could ascertain whether the deceased had indeed been poisoned, the outcome would be revealed. Understood. Duan Linyu responded and began examining the old man's injuries. Ji Yunyanqing observed his actions and felt her urgency dissipate. She was well aware of Duan Linyu's medical skills. Despite his youth, he had already earned the reputation of a divine healer, and she believed he would certainly uncover any concealed toxins. The deceased Scara did exhibit some abnormalities. The old man's eyes indeed showed a bluish-purple hue. Yet the shade of purple seemed off, tinged with a hint of black. Duan Linyu articulated this observation, and no one dared to question him further, not even the coroner, who obediently listened. Subsequently, Duan Linyu retrieved his needle pouch and precisely pricked the acupoints within the old man's body. As these points were stimulated, a faint black line began to manifest. Qin Yunjing and Xia Yingxian exchanged glances, both astonished. Could it be that Nianqing truly possessed medical knowledge? The details she described were absolutely accurate. My lord, this person is indeed poisoned, and it is a potent toxin, declared Duan Linyu. The crowd gathered behind could not discern the situation until the black, toxic blood was revealed, leaving everyone speechless. The old man had genuinely been poisoned. Thus, it could not have merely been a case of pushing him to death. Was it possible that everything was indeed a frame-up? Did Yu Shun know about this? Could it be that he intentionally poisoned his own grandfather? Upon witnessing this, Yu Shun became flustered. He had assured that everything was meticulously arranged and that no issues would arise, yet now the poisoning had been uncovered. What was he to do? Gun Yinxing's gaze fixed upon Yu Shun as she said, Duan the Divine Doctor, could you examine Yu Shun's pulse? Hearing this, Duan Linyu turned and asked, Miss Gu, do you suspect he is also poisoned? Perhaps, Gun Yinxing replied. This matter was evidently a trap specifically set for her. If Yu Shun were a man of conscience, he would not wish for his grandfather to die in such a manner. Thus, the only possibility left was that his own life was also being manipulated by others. Yet, the nature of humanity remained unpredictable, and no one could make definitive assertions. She merely wished to test the waters. At that moment, Yu Shun suddenly exclaimed, My grandfather was an ordinary citizen. No one would use potent poison against him. Perhaps you were the one who poisoned him, you slanderous fiend. Xia Yingxian could not contain herself. Retorting, Nianqing only acted in self-defense when your grandfather harmed her. You previously claimed she pushed him to his death, and now you accuse her of poisoning him. She is not even a physician. If she did not administer the poison, how could she possibly know about the poisoning? Yu Shun sneered. It must be you all. Whom do you mean? Qin Yunjing's gaze sharpened. Why Yushun panicked? I mean her. This accusation, while not entirely unfounded, was still suspect. Gu Yinqing was not a physician, yet she had managed to discern all of this. Could it be that she had poisoned the old man to exonerate herself? Xia Miaofu contemplated, unwilling to believe the woman was innocent. As far as I know, Miss Gu does not appear to be a physician, Qin Minglang interjected. His light remark rekindled Yushun's confidence. I implore the third prince to see through this. Gu Yinqing cast a cold glance at Qin Minglang. He had clearly come to add insult to injury. So you know me well? The woman's voice, laced with mockery, shifted the gazes of the crowd. The Ming prince had once been Gu Yinqing's betrothed and had now married Gu Yinan. There were many matters that intrigued outsiders, and little did they expect Gu Yinqing to be so unyielding. What do you mean? Qin Minglang furrowed his brow. Ji Yun Yinqing chuckled lightly. The Ming prince's thoughts are clearly with the princess. My affairs are naturally unknown to you, including whether I am a physician. Qin Minglang's expression shifted. That is impossible. You are merely fabricating nonsense to absolve yourself over the past year. Although he had loathed Gu Yinqing, he had still gleaned some knowledge about her. If she were indeed a physician, he would surely have been aware. Ming Prince, I kindly remind you, your complexion is sallow, your eyelids are dark, and there are mild toxins within you. Coupled with your recent melancholy and excessive worries, if you do not seek a physician soon, you may find yourself bedridden in a few days. Upon hearing this, Qin Minglang scoffed. You are merely spouting nonsense. I am in excellent health. Believe it or not, Gu Yinqing replied with a mysterious smile. She had long harbored disdain for Qin Minglang and had paid little attention to him, but upon seeing him today, she realized something was indeed amiss. In her previous life, there had been no indication of Qin Minglang being poisoned. Now, however, many things seemed to have changed. Qin Minglang regarded her with cold eyes, fully aware that she was deliberately saying such things to provoke him. Her intentions were malicious. Miss Gu speaks wisely, Duan Linyu suddenly interjected. Ming Prince, it would be prudent for you to seek a physician. With this statement, everyone was taken aback. Did this imply that Gu Yinqing was speaking the truth? In that instant, Qin Minglang's expression turned peculiar. Duan the divine doctor, are you serious? He was skeptical, as Duan Linyu was aligned with Wei Xianqi, and their recent relationship with Gu Yinqing seemed somewhat unusual. Perhaps they were conspiring together to deceive him. Duan Linyu smiled gently. Ming Prince, you can verify the truth by consulting a reliable physician upon your return. The more nonchalant his demeanor, the more it instilled unease in Qin Minglang's heart. At this moment, Duan Linyu had already begun to take Yushun's pulse. Why Yushun was resistant, but Cha Taining had already consented, rendering his refusal futile. Miss Gu's words are indeed accurate. There is poison within Yushun's body. Duan Linyu remarked, his eyes filled with admiration, a gentle smile gracing his face. However, this revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Yushun was also poisoned, which undoubtedly confirmed Gu Yinqing's previous assertions. It was plainly a deliberate act of sabotage. Bold Yushun, how dare you slander others? Who instigated you to do this? Speak the truth. Cha Taining banged the gavel, and the entire hall fell silent. All eyes focused on Yushun. Such a conspiracy, if not uncovered, would have resulted in Gu Yinqing being imprisoned. I did not. My lord, please see through this. Yushun trembled, his voice quaking. At this juncture, you still dare to quibble. Cha Taining admonished sternly, if you confess the one who instigated you, I may consider your coercion and spare you from punishment. If you remain silent, only severe penalties await you. Chapter 91. An unordinary man civilian. Gu Yinqing gazed at the trembling and disoriented Yushun and turned to Cha Taining. My lord, might I have a word with Yushun? Cha Taining's attitude toward Gu Yinqing had improved. He had realized that Duan the Divine Doctor was an ally of the Northern Duke, and since his arrival, he had been supporting Gu Yinqing. Allowing a few words between them was not a significant issue, so he naturally agreed. With his consent, Gu Yinqing proceeded, Yushun, I know you are being threatened. Now that this conspiracy has failed, even if you do not confess, you face a dead end. If you cooperate, the Lord may absolve you, and I can ensure the safety of your family. Why Yushun's eyes were already red-rimmed. Having been wrongly entangled in this affair, he was indeed unfortunate, watching his grandfather die before his eyes, causing him immense heartache. If it were not for the threats against his wife and children, he would never have wished to partake in such deeds. The governor, Cha Taining, naturally comprehended the complexity of the situation. Ji Yun Yinqing, being the daughter of the Duke of the State, was ensnared in a trap so meticulously laid that it suggested her adversary possessed a formidable status. For only someone of considerable standing would have the audacity to orchestrate such a scheme. The originally open investigation had transformed into a clandestine one, effectively shielding all involved. Speak freely. I shall ensure the safety of your family and arrange for your relocation to the outer city, Wei Xianqi declared. Upon hearing the words of the Prince of Beijing, Yu Shun's lingering doubts dissipated entirely in the hearts of all present. The prince was akin to a deity of war. Despite his cold demeanor, he was a stalwart protector of his homeland. Countless individuals owed their safety to him, and his word was deemed as authoritative by all. Subsequently, Yu Shun recounted the entire ordeal, detailing a calamity that had befallen him. Originally an ordinary merchant striving to support his family, he was suddenly coerced into a perilous situation, with threats to his kin's lives hanging over him. His grandfather had chosen to sacrifice himself to save his wife and children. I do not know who is truly behind this, as my only contact was a man with a scraggly beard, Yu Shun divulged. The gathered assembly understood that the true orchestrator would not personally engage in such underhanded dealings, but would undoubtedly send subordinates to carry out the dirty work. As long as they proceeded cautiously, they could trace the threads back to the mastermind. The urgency of the matter was paramount. Should the culprits catch wind of their investigation, they would resort to silencing any witnesses and erasing all evidence. Qin Yunqing's expression turned grave. Such a grand conspiracy, one that disregarded human life, was utterly intolerable. The number of onlookers had been considerable, and it was likely that some among them were in league with the perpetrators. Cha Taining frowned, realizing that once the adversaries returned, they would surely relay information, and their speed would be insufficient to counteract it. They would need time to unravel this web, yet the antagonists were already aware that something had gone awry. And they would not wait for Yu Shun to divulge further details before taking action. I have dispatched individuals to secure the onlookers in one location. None shall leave until this matter reaches a resolution, he stated. Suddenly, Wei Xianqi, who had been silent, spoke up, and all present were momentarily taken aback by his response, their gazes brightening with newfound hope. The Prince of Beijing indeed handles affairs with meticulous attention. I am in admiration, Cha Taining remarked at that moment. Xia Miaofu was confined within the Shuntian prefecture. Those who had intended to disperse were now trapped in the chamber, hearing that none would be allowed to leave until the truth was uncovered. Hasn't this case been nearly resolved? Xia Miaofu exclaimed in bewilderment. Why can we not depart? She had come merely to witness the unfolding drama, only to find herself ensnared in it instead. This seems to have been ordered by the Prince of Beijing. Yin Rueli commented, at this point, reluctance is futile. We must simply await developments. Speaking of the Prince of Beijing, excitement flickered in Xia Miaofu's eyes. He was indeed as legendary as the rumors suggested, a paragon of martial prowess. Even glimpsing only half of his visage, she deemed him the most handsome man alive, eagerly anticipating what he would look like without his mask, and why father once remarked that among all men, the Prince of Beijing is unparalleled. Upon hearing this, admiration shone in Yin Rueli's eyes. The prince was indeed no ordinary man. Cha Taining acted swiftly, dispatching individuals to investigate according to Yu Shun's lead. While Yu Shun himself would be temporarily detained, Ji Yunqing, however, was free of any further concern. I express my gratitude to all of you for testifying on my behalf and clearing my name, Gun Yinqing said, bowing to the assembly, her countenance filled with appreciation. This trap had been designed specifically for her but had inadvertently ensnared Qin Yunqing and Xia Yingxian as well. Wei Xianqi's arrival had been timely. It seemed he was always present whenever she found herself in distress, even when summoned by the favored consort Lu into the palace. Reflecting on all of this, she felt a warmth blossom in her heart, dispelling her previous fears. This is my duty, Cha Taining declared. It appears that the dangers surrounding you are considerable. I must accompany you more often, Qin Yunqing remarked with a light smile. Had I not been present today, the situation could have escalated considerably. Xia Yingxian also chuckled, relieved that the day's events had concluded without further calamity. Once detained, clearing one's name would not be an easy task, especially given the hardships endured in confinement. Qin Yunqing spoke with an air of pride, yet suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he turned to find Wei Xianqi and Duan Linyu maintaining their usual calm expressions, leaving him puzzled as he touched his forehead, questioning if he were hallucinating. The smile in Duan Linyu's eyes deepened. Throughout this time, only Gun Yinqing could evoke such emotions in Wei Xianqi, a rare occurrence indeed. Zhu's family had already learned of Gun Yinqing's detention at Shuntian Prefecture. Zhu Jinyao's excitement was palpable. It seemed Gun Yinqing had indeed met her demise, embroiling herself in a murder case. Is it possible that this is your doing, second sister? Zhu Jinyao inquired, noting Zhu Qiaoying's knowing expression. Since she harmed you, it is only fair she experiences the consequences herself, Zhu Qiaoying replied. Zhu Jinyao's eyes widened in disbelief. She was astonished that her second sister was indeed behind this plot. After the initial shock, her emotions shifted to exhilaration. Second sister, you are truly remarkable. Qiaoying, have you made adequate preparations? We must leave no trace, Zhu Yuxuan said with a serious demeanor. Previously, we merely lost face and faced some financial hardship. But entanglement in a murder case changes everything. Elder brother, rest assured, I have everything arranged. This task is being handled by others, and it will not implicate us, Zhu Qiaoying assured him. That is good to hear. Zhu Jinyao had just begun to regain her strength when she received such fortuitous news. Unable to contain her excitement, she donned a beautiful outfit and made her way to the Ming Wangfu. Eager to share this delightful tidings with Nianin, Chapter 92. A bunch of good-for-nothings in the past. Watching Nianin marry into the Ming Wangfu had stirred some discomfort within her, but now, upon learning that Nianin's life there was far from the glamorous existence she had imagined, Zhu Jinyao's perspective shifted to one of equilibrium. However, as she arrived at the Ming Wangfu, she quickly noticed a steady stream of physicians entering and exiting, their whispers mentioning the Wang Fei, her visage, and the accompanying sighs. The Wang Fei had not left the residence for several days, not even to return home for the customary visit, prompting much speculation among the royal city dwellers. After all, failing to visit one's maternal family was tantamount to severing ties. Despite the unfortunate circumstances surrounding her wedding day, many believed Gu Nianin had behaved excessively in this regard, as the Duke and Duchess of the state had never mistreated her. What has happened to Nianin's face? Has it been disfigured? The thought crossed Zhu Jinyao's mind, prompting her to enter the Ming Wangfu amidst the crowd. Leave! A woman's furious roar echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of shattered teacups. All of you are useless. You claim to be renowned physicians, yet cannot remedy such a trivial ailment. What purpose do you serve? Gu Nianin, in a fit of hysteria, glared at the gathered individuals. Despite the passing days, her condition had not improved. In fact, it had worsened. She had tried countless ointments to no avail, and her face was in excruciating pain. Once enamored with beauty, she now dared not look into a mirror. Yet she could sense the disdain in the eyes of her maidservants, revealing just how ghastly her appearance had become. Wang Fei, please calm down. There will surely be a solution, Cui Shan consoled her, then turned to the others. You all may leave. Your services are not required at the moment. Yes, Wang Fei, I have already relayed the message. The master will send a miraculous physician who will surely restore your face, one of the maidservants reported. Hearing this, Gu Nianin felt a measure of relief. It was imperative that this be resolved swiftly. Despite having silenced the others, news had a way of spreading, and if this continued, it would not be long before the entire city learned of her plight. Seizing the moment as the others departed, Zhu Jinyao entered, her gaze immediately landing on the grotesque visage before her. The once beautiful face was now marred with a multitude of crimson boils, rendering her nearly unrecognizable. Had she not known Nianin for years, she would scarcely believe this was the same person. Nianin, what has happened to your face? Gu Nianin was oblivious to Zhu Jinyao's arrival, but upon hearing her voice, both she and Cui Shan turned in surprise, realizing Zhu Jinyao had appeared without prior notice. Why was I not informed? Gu Nianin fumed, hastily grabbing a handkerchief to cover her face. I was unaware. Cui Shan replied, bewildered. Zhu Jinyao approached with genuine concern. I just emerged from prison a few days ago, missed your wedding, and upon finally being able to get out of bed, I came to see you. Only to find Jinyao, I cannot receive guests at this moment. You should return, Gu Nianin insisted. We have been friends for so many years. I have already seen your face, so why hide it? Zhu Jinyao replied. I came today to discuss matters concerning Gu Nianqing. What is it? Gu Nianin asked. Zhu Jinyao exchanged a glance with Cui Shan, who promptly understood and excused herself to prepare refreshments. Gu Nianqing has landed herself in trouble. She has been implicated in a murder and is currently at Shuntian Prefecture. What? Gu Nianin's eyes widened at the news. She has killed someone? Zhu Jinyao smiled subtly. She thought that by relying on the sixth prince, she would remain unscathed. How naive. Now, it seems her luck has run out. Surely, she would not have the audacity to go that far, Gu Nianin mused. Is this related to you? She knew Zhu Jinyao well enough to understand that if she had suffered such a loss, retaliation would be expected. Zhu Jinyao replied with a soft smile. It is what she deserves. Zhu Nianin suddenly comprehended the situation. She set down the handkerchief she had been holding. At this moment, she found herself utterly isolated. For her face had been marred, and Ming Lang had not even entered her room since. The arrival of Zhu Jinyao indicated that she still had at least one ally. Ninin, how could your face have ended up like this? Zhu Jinyao inquired with curiosity. It was no wonder that she had heard that the prince had been living separately from the Ming princess. Given such a visage, it would be truly strange for them to cohabit. This matter must certainly be linked to Gu Nianqing. Gu Nianqing clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with hatred. She is envious of my marriage to Ming Lang, and thus has caused me to suffer in this manner. Zhu Jinyao was taken aback. How audacious! But did you not inform the prince? With my current appearance, how could I possibly face the prince? Gu Nianqing replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Once I recover, I shall surely take my revenge. Zhu Jinyao nodded. Today, Gu Nianqing will likely be taken to the prison. You must find a way to incriminate her further, ensuring she has no chance of redemption. The two deliberated meticulously, for Gu Nianqing was their common foe. Upon learning that Gu Nianqing had been brought to Shuntian Prefecture, the Duke of the State rushed over. Regardless of her status, once someone was reported to the authorities, the situation became troublesome. Meng Zhonglan, who had initially come along merely for a meal, hurried to Shuntian Prefecture alongside Gu Hongjin upon hearing the news. However, when they arrived, they expected to see Nianqing in a state of despair, only to find her laughing and chatting merrily, completely devoid of any seriousness. Sister, before Gu Hongjin could ask, Meng Zhonglan interjected, Gu sister, are you all right? We rushed over as soon as we heard about your predicament. Is there anything I can assist you with? Gu Hongjin cast a sidelong glance at the slothful fellow beside him, wondering where this sudden concern had come from. Elder brother, I'm fine now. Ji Nianqing smiled slightly. Today's incident was indeed perilous, but thankfully, Lord Cha was astute. Thank you very much, Lord Cha, Gu Hongjin expressed his gratitude. Yet, upon entering the inner chamber, he was astonished to find not only Cha Taining but also the Duke of the North, the third prince, and the sixth prince all present, so many prominent figures. I always said that Gu's sister is gentle and kind. How could she possibly take a life? It is shocking that someone could harbor such malicious intent to frame you. Meng Zhonglan lamented. Qin Yunjing observed the animated Meng Zhonglan with a frown. He seems quite familiar with Nianqing. Indeed, it appears so. Xiao Xian nodded. I have heard that Meng Zhonglan is a close friend of Gu Hongjin, so his familiarity with Nianqing is to be expected. Qin Yunjing turned to look at Xia Xian with a hint of skepticism before striding out. Meng Zhonglan? The latter had not anticipated encountering the sixth prince, and quickly bowed. Greetings, Your Highness, the sixth prince. What brings you here? Qin Yunjing inquired. Meng Zhonglan hesitated, wanting to ask why the sixth prince was present. I simply wish to taste Gu's sister's culinary skills. Today, I came to the Duke of the State's residence with Hongjin, and upon hearing the news, we rushed over. Ji Nianqing's culinary skills? Qin Yunjing's brows furrowed. Why did this woman cook for everyone? Chapter 93. You wish to pledge yourself? Ming Lang observed this scene closely. It was only during their last encounter in the palace that he had tasted Gu Nianqing's cooking. He had previously been unaware of her remarkable skills. Now, he realized how many people were aware of them while he himself had been oblivious. And as for Yunjing, could it be that he truly had feelings for Nianqing? At that moment, Wei Xian stepped out slowly, his gaze fixed on Gu Nianqing. Come here. Hearing those familiar words, Gu Nianqing instinctively turned to approach Wei Xian, only to realize halfway that the gazes of those around her were somewhat peculiar, with only Wei Xian displaying a hint of amusement in his eyes. Dio, you need something from me? Gu Nianqing halted, forcing herself to pivot back. Yes, come here. The onlookers observed the interaction between Gu Nianqing and Wei Xian, their minds filled with questions. It seemed quite harmonious. Gu Nianqing followed Wei Xian to a secluded corner, where he stood facing a grove of bamboo, his back turned to her. She approached slowly and said, Thank you for today, and for the matter regarding Lu Guifei, I appreciate your help. Previously, she had been unable to express her gratitude to Wei Xian after dinner for fear of causing more trouble. Yet here she was, facing yet another predicament. You owe me so much. How do you intend to repay me? Wei Xian turned to face her, his dark eyes shining brightly under the moonlight. The gentle breeze stirred his long, dark robe, while the moonlight cast a hazy glow upon him, making him appear like a painting. How do you wish for me to repay you? Gu Nianqing replied instinctively. Wei Xian had everything. There were few things she could offer in return. However, with so many debts owed, it would be unreasonable not to repay them. Are you certain you want me to say it? His tone rose slightly, the usual coldness in his voice now tinged with allure. Noticing him step closer, Gu Nianqing instinctively retreated until her back met the wall, leaving her no room to escape. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, he leaned in, one hand propping against the wall, effectively cornering her. The air around her thickened with his presence. A familiar scent enveloped her, infused with his commanding aura. She gazed at his face, so near yet concealed behind a cold mask, which only added to his mystery. Unlike the past, when he had approached her, this time she felt no aversion. Instead, warmth began to rise in her cheeks, and she instinctively held her breath. "What are you doing?" "The marriage contract has been rescinded. There should be no more concerns." His low voice conveyed a hint of warmth amidst the coolness, creating an unexpectedly intimate atmosphere. Ji Yunyanqing's eyes widened as clarity dawned upon her. "No more concerns?" She recalled how she had once asked Wei Xian about her engagement, and he had suggested pledging herself to him. Did this mean he had no reservations now? What reservations? The corners of his lips curled upward slightly, a glimmer of light shimmering in his deep-set eyes. This was the first time she had been so close to his dark pupils, which typically harbored a fierce gleam that deterred others from approaching. Yet now, she noticed warmth, softness, and an unexpected gentleness that should not have been there. All the previous coldness seemed to dissipate in that moment. Her hand unconsciously reached for his mask, curious about the face that lay beneath it. However, as her fingers brushed against the mask, Wei Xian seized her hand. Ji Yunyanqing was momentarily startled, realizing what she was doing. Under his scrutinizing gaze, her expression turned slightly awkward. "You mentioned that I should pledge myself to you. Yet I have never seen your true face. Isn't that rather unfair?" He suddenly let out a light chuckle. "So, if you were to see it, you would pledge yourself?" His voice was magnetic and melodious, with a hint of gravel that imbued it with a unique charm, almost enough to make one feel entranced. Ji Yunyanqing suddenly became acutely aware of her own words, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she have said such a thing? It was common knowledge that the Duke of the North never removed his mask. No one had ever seen his true visage. Others had attempted to do so in the past, only to meet with tragic ends. Rumor had it that even the emperor had never laid eyes upon his face. In her previous life, she had married Wei Xian but had never seen his true countenance. This was an utterly taboo topic. Had she lost her mind? This was tantamount to courting death. However, before she could explain, he leaned closer, his magnetic voice mingling with the warmth of his breath brushing against her ear. "I await the day you personally remove this mask, my lady." Ji Yunyanqing's ears turned crimson, and upon comprehending the meaning behind his words, she turned her head in disbelief, momentarily questioning whether she had misheard. Did he truly wish for her to unveil his mask? How could that be? Such a notion was something every woman had contemplated but dared not attempt. He had not reprimanded her but rather agreed? No, wait. Did he call her my lady? She looked at the man before her, expecting to find a playful glint in his eyes, yet what she saw was only sincerity. "Yanqing, are you there?" Gu Hongzhen's voice called from a distance. Wei Xian then released Gu Yanqing, and she had no choice but to respond, "Brother, I'm here." Gu Hongzhen hurried over just as Wei Xian took his leave. "Why are you here alone? Has the Duke of the North already departed?" Gu Hongzhen asked, puzzled. Previously, the Duke had treated Yanqing exceptionally well. He had always thought it was due to Duan Linyu, as Yanqing's medical skills were learned from her. However, it was not Duan Linyu who had called Yanqing away, but the Duke of the North himself. He could not fathom the connection between his sister and the Duke. "He has already left," Gu Yanqing replied. "I found this scenery quite pleasant, so I lingered for a while." "What brings you here, brother?" "Governor Cha has arranged a banquet. It's quite late already, and we have yet to receive any results, so he invited everyone to dine together. I came to find you as you had not returned." "Then let us return." Before departing, Gu Yanqing's gaze fell upon the direction in which Wei Xian had left. As he walked away, she faintly heard him say, "In the future, do not cook for anyone else." Her lips involuntarily curled upward, and in that fleeting moment, she seemed to grasp the reason why Wei Xian had specifically called her out. Previously, Qin Yunjing and Ming Zhonglan were engaged in a discussion regarding this matter, completely unaware that Wei Xianqi would also take these matters to heart. Qin Minglang observed the familiar demeanor of Gu Yanqing and her companions, feeling that he, who should have been the most acquainted with them, now found himself somewhat out of place. Yet, unwilling to depart in such a manner, he chose to remain and partake in the evening meal. Chapter 94. The Chaotic Matchmaking of a Couple. Dr. Duan, I am exceedingly grateful for your guidance regarding my sister's medical skills. After a few rounds of drinks, Gu Hongzhen raised his glass in a toast to Duan Linyu. It is well known that Duan Linyu does not take on disciples. Ever since his arrival in the imperial city, numerous physicians have sought to become his apprentices, but he has never acquiesced. Thus, it was indeed surprising that Nianqing was fortunate enough to receive his instruction. Qin Minglang, too, was astonished by this revelation. He now believed that Gu Nianqing truly possessed medical expertise. Gu Nianqing, however, was taken aback. She had forgotten about this matter entirely. When her elder brother had fabricated this narrative, she thought it would be of no consequence, as there seemed to be no opportunity for them to meet. Yet now, the truth was unexpectedly revealed. Wasn't this an egregious slip? Duan Linyu, somewhat surprised, smiled lightly and remarked, "Brother Gu, you flatter me. Nianqing's talent is exceptional. I have merely offered a modicum of guidance." Dr. Duan's extraordinary medical prowess was indeed a blessing for her. Jiyu Hongzhen's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Upon meeting Dr. Duan, he found him as charming and refined as the rumors suggested, and upon glancing at his sister, he mused that they seemed remarkably well matched. Coincidentally, their parents had recently been considering a marriage proposal for Nianqing. Marrying into the noble family of the Duke of Zhen would surely afford her a life of ease. If Dr. Duan were to have the time, he could frequently visit the Duke of Zhen's residence as a guest. Initially, Duan Linyu believed he was merely assisting in fabricating a lie, yet he gradually sensed that something was amiss. Observing Gu Hongzhen's intentions to meddle in matchmaking, Duan Linyu felt disoriented. It was evident that this was a precarious situation. Sensing the chilling aura of impending doom from beside him, he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. If he dared to associate with the girl favored by Wei Xianqi, he was certain that Wei Xianqi would ensure he would not see the light of day again. After all, it was a rare occurrence for an iron tree to blossom. If he were to interfere, he would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. I am simply aiding the king of Zhenbei by guiding Miss Gu. As per his wishes, Duan Linyu hastily clarified. He had no desire to meet his demise. Gu Hongzhen was momentarily taken aback, casting his gaze toward the formidable presence of Wei Xianqi at the table. So, it was all orchestrated by the king of Zhenbei. He felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought of facing the king. A man of immense presence, decisive in his actions, and known for his steely demeanor. Aiding Nianqing was indeed a stroke of good fortune for them. The king of Zhenbei has repeatedly assisted my sister, and I have not had the opportunity to express my gratitude until now. I shall drink to that on an unexpected turn. Wei Xianqi, who typically disregarded toasts, downed his drink in one go. No need for formalities. Clatter. Meng Zhonglan's chopsticks fell onto the table. Unbelievable. Although Gu Hongzhen was an emerging talent in the court, he was still considerably overshadowed by the king of Zhenbei. Now that the king had accepted the toast, this news would surely change how others viewed Gu Hongzhen. Jiyu Hongzhen himself was equally astonished. He had raised his glass out of courtesy, never anticipating that the king would actually drink it. They all understood that, in the court, apart from the emperor, the king of Zhenbei did not give face to anyone, not even to princes like Qin Minglang, who was, after all, their uncle. Yet, here he was, drinking to his toast and stating there was no need for formalities? Was he intoxicated, perhaps hallucinating? News soon returned. According to Yushun, the individuals they had dispatched had contacted him. However, the person captured refused to speak, and was promptly imprisoned for interrogation. Rest assured, once he enters the cell, we will ensure he spills everything, Chai Taining assured. The group departed, confident that after a night of questioning, they would receive news by morning. As the carriages rolled away one by one, Qin Minglang deliberately lingered behind and called out to Gu Nianqing. "Have you been deliberately deceiving me all along? I do not understand what you are saying." Jiyu Nianqing cast a cool glance at him before turning to leave, yet he seized her arm with such force that it caused her bones to ache. "You are clearly doing this on purpose. You do not like me. You were merely pretending to feign interest to rid yourself of this marriage proposal, weren't you?" Qin Minglang's gaze bore into her, feeling as though he were the greatest fool alive. She could cook, practice martial arts, and had medical skills, none of which he had ever known, as if everyone was aware of her virtues while he remained oblivious. "I was pretending," Gu Nianqing let out a light laugh. "Over this past year, have you ever truly looked at me? Have you ever tried to understand me? Each time I sought you out, you were always with Nian'an, treating me as a burden when you took me along. I merely facilitated your affections, and now you wish to cast all the blame upon me." Gu Nianqing shook off Qin Minglang's hand, stating with a touch of annoyance, "Please treat the princess consort with kindness. As for me, you need not concern yourself that as for what I can or cannot do, it is of no relevance to you. Tell me, when did your beauty return?" Qin Minglang pressed further. The captivating visage before him, even when uttering such callous words, remained enchanting. Recently, his dreams had been filled with thoughts of Gu Nianqing, not long ago. "Then why did you not inform me?" Qin Minglang inquired. Was it all intentional? Why should I tell you? Gu Nianqing retorted. Do you think I was unaware of the clandestine meetings you had with Nianin over the past year? Did you believe I was oblivious to your every effort to avoid me? Qin Minglang was speechless. Ji Nianqing's eyes were devoid of warmth. I once harbored feelings for you, but now, looking at you, all I feel is disgust. She gazed at the obsessive expression on his face, reflecting on how much she had sacrificed for him in her past life, only to be treated as a mere pawn. How absurd it seemed. This man was, in comparison to Wei Xianqi, nothing but a pile of mud. How could she have been so deluded? Ridiculous. Nianqing, we must leave. Gu's sister, quickly, get in the carriage. At the sound of the call, Gu Nianqing turned and walked away, leaving Qin Minglang standing alone, watching her retreating figure with a complex expression. At the Zhu residence, why have we not yet received news of Gu Nianqing being imprisoned? Zhu Jinyao inquired, confusion etched on her face. Eagerly awaiting news of Gu Nianqing's misfortune, I heard many were implicated today. It may take some time, Zhu Qiaoying replied, but I am sure we will have news by tomorrow. The king of Zhenbei, the third prince, and the sixth prince are all involved, Zhu Yuxuan said solemnly, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. Just then, a hurried figure rushed in. Miss, something terrible has happened. Chapter 95. The unraveling of events. What is it that has you in such a fluster? Zhu Yuxuan frowned. Something dreadful has occurred. The officials from Shuntian Prefecture have captured Li Lair, and I was just about to go to him for the remaining silver when I witnessed this scene. What? Zhu Qiaoying's complexion turned pale. I had arranged everything meticulously. Could Yu Shun have revealed our involvement? Aside from that possibility, there seems to be no other explanation. Why Yu Shun is incredibly bold. Does he not care for his own life? Zhu Jinyao, who had been eagerly awaiting the outcome, was now filled with alarm. This matter had escalated to such proportions. If they were discovered, it would spell disaster. Zhu Yuxuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Upon hearing that the king of Zhenbei was involved, he had sensed something was amiss, and now that intuition was confirmed. What should we do now? Zhu Jinyao asked anxiously. This is a matter of life and death. It is not an accident but a deliberate attempt to frame others, and they will surely be imprisoned for it. I have only just escaped from prison and do not wish to endure that suffering again. Is Li Lair tight-lipped? Zhu Yuxuan asked. Li Lair has assisted us on many occasions and is generally reliable, but the instruments of Shuntian Prefecture are notoriously severe. Once he is inside, he will likely have no choice but to reveal the truth. Zhu Qiaoying's brow furrowed deeply. The plan had been arranged without a hitch, and the poison was exceedingly discreet. Under normal circumstances, it should not have been detected. How could such a situation arise? At that moment, Zhu Duzhong entered, his face flushed with anger upon seeing his 3 children in a state of panic. Speak. What have you done to provoke Shuntian Prefecture? The 3 turned pale, not expecting their father to have received news so swiftly, and they dared not continue to conceal the truth. Qin Minglang, in a daze, returned to the Ming Wangfu. The cold and heartless demeanor of Gu Nianqing lingered in his mind. He was certain that Gu Nianin had played a role in this. Every matter concerning Nianqing had been conveyed to him by Nianin. He had always perceived her as gentle and polite, but now he could only regard her as maliciously deceptive, deliberately concealing the truth. As soon as he arrived home, Qin Minglang encountered Gu Nianin. Your Highness, I heard that my sister was captured by the authorities today for assaulting someone in public. Gu Nianin feigned curiosity. I also heard you went to Shuntian Prefecture. What was the outcome? Have you not been holed up in your room these past few days? How is it that you are so quickly informed of this news? Gu Nianin remarked, her concern for her sister. Nian Shang, palpable upon hearing such tidings. Qin Minglang's eyes glinted with a cold smirk. If she dared to commit such an act of violence in public, then she must face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianin's gaze brightened, realizing that Zhu Jinyao and their conspirators had indeed succeeded. This scheme was far more cunning than she had anticipated. Her sister had always possessed an unruly disposition, and it was astonishing that such a scandal had erupted outside the family. If there is any way to assist, I hope the prince can intercede. She feigned innocence. Do you truly believe this act to be the doing of Gu Nianshang? Gu Nianin questioned, her confusion evident. If not her, then who else could it be? Qin Minglang withdrew his gaze, and despite Gu Nianin's veiled face, the outline of her unsightly features was still discernible. Has no physician managed to remedy your appearance? He inquired disdainfully. Those doctors are utterly incompetent. I have already sent for a more skilled healer, Gu Nianin replied joyfully, linking her arm with Qin Minglang's. My face will surely heal in a few days. However, Qin Minglang brusquely shrugged her off. his eyes filled with revulsion. Qingling warned you that retribution would come. She died that very night, and your face was marred the following day. It is not that these doctors lack skill. Rather, it seems Qingling's words have indeed come to pass. Ji Yunyan trembled at the recollection of that day. Was this truly Qingling's curse? Nay, my lord, she hastily protested. This matter was orchestrated by Nian Shang. You did not believe my words before, but now she brazenly commits murder before all, showcasing her true nature of tormenting me in the estate. I believe you are the one with a wicked heart. Qin Minglang retorted with palpable disdain. I heard that Zhu Jinyao visited today, and the very people who defamed Nian Shang are connected to the Zhu family. I wonder, are you not entangled in this as well? Consort Ming? Defamation? Gu Nianin was taken aback. Jinyao had assured her that the plan was flawlessly arranged. Why now claim it was defamation? Had the plot been unraveled so swiftly? My lord, I did not. Gu Nianin's eyes brimmed with tears. But Qin Minglang no longer exhibited the previous compassion. Cease your weeping. I am weary of your tears. I advise you to limit your dealings with Zhu Jinyao, for she is capable of devising such underhanded schemes. With that, Qin Minglang departed, indifferent to Gu Nianin's lamentations, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Gu Nianshang. Compared to Gu Nianin's incessant wailing, Nianshang had never shed tears before him, nor had she ever bothered to defend herself. Upon returning home, Gu Nianshang was immediately encircled by her parents. After recounting the entire sequence of events, they finally allowed her to retire to her chamber for some rest. Miss, Zhu Jinyao is truly malicious. Concocting such schemes against you. It's simply terrifying, Yi exclaimed, shuddering at the memory. She had previously regarded Zhu Jinyao as somewhat familiar during her frequent visits to their estate, but never had she imagined her capable of such treachery. Given Zhu Jinyao's intellect, I doubt she could devise such a trap alone. Gu Nianshang mused with a light chuckle, suspecting that others were advising her, if it were not for my medical knowledge. And the timely arrival of Wei Xianqi and Duan Linyu, this situation would have been insurmountable. Can we trace the perpetrators? Will they be imprisoned? Not necessarily, Gu Nianshang replied, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. This matter has escalated significantly. The Zhu family will undoubtedly have to answer for their actions. If they possess any sense, they should be seeking assistance from Zhu Duzhong at this very moment. Meanwhile, within the Zhu family, Zhu Qiaoying and her companions, realizing their plot had been exposed, hastily confessed everything. Fools! Zhu Duzhong slammed the table. You concocted a plan without even investigating Gu Nianshang's proficiency in medicine? She is a disciple of the renowned physician Duan. Did you truly believe that poisoning her would be effective? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinyao and her accomplices were left dumbfounded. Ji Nianshang knows medicine? How can this be? Zhu Jinyao exclaimed, incredulous. That woman is a complete waste, utterly devoid of talents. Concealing her cultivation was one thing, but now she claims to possess medical skills. Chapter 96. A grave accusation coincidentally. I have a contact within the Shuntian prefecture who discreetly informed me of the events that transpired. Had it not been for this, the Zhu family would have been implicated and imprisoned. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes, Zhu Qiaoying admitted. I had previously investigated her and found no such information. Zhu Duzhong fell into contemplation. Indeed, this girl from the Gu family possessed considerable capabilities. She had remained inconspicuous until now, and no one had grasped her true strength or her concealed medical skills. Such talents could not have been acquired recently, indicating she had been hiding them all along. For someone so young to possess such cunning, any attempts to frame her would likely backfire. He knew Qiaoying was intelligent. This scheme would never have cleared their names if aimed at anyone else, yet they faltered against Gu Nianshang's medical prowess. What shall we do now, father? Zhu Yuxuan inquired anxiously. The Shuntian prefecture has already commenced their investigation and will soon uncover the truth. With the involvement of the Northern King and the Sixth Prince, it is impossible to exonerate the Zhu family. We must find someone within the clan to take the blame. Zhu Duzhong's expression turned cold as he addressed his children. In future endeavors, either strike decisively to leave no room for retaliation or remain concealed. Do not act recklessly. You have suffered enough at the hands of a mere girl. It is high time to reflect. The three fell into a profound silence, realizing that a single Gu Nianshang had cost them dearly. I will never let her off the hook, Zhu Qiaoying vowed, her eyes glinting with malice. The following day, at Shuntian Prefecture, Gu Nianshang and Gu Hongjin arrived early, eager to learn the outcome of the matter. Cha Taining wore a smile, as news had emerged from Li Lauer, who revealed that he recognized one of the individuals involved as belonging to the Zhu family, though the specifics remained unclear. The Zhu family? Qin Yunjiang was not surprised, recognizing that Zhu Jinyao, having recently been released from prison, was now attempting to return. I shall dispatch someone to the Zhu family immediately, Cha Taining declared earnestly. Although this situation had been directed at Gunyan Shang, the involvement of the sixth prince also necessitated a thorough explanation to the emperor. Just then, Zhu Duzhong arrived at Shuntian Prefecture with his entourage. Master Cha, he began, I come today filled with shame. After returning home yesterday, I learned that one of my family's members conspired against the eldest daughter of the Gu family out of vengeance for Jin Yao. I was furious to discover such underhanded tactics employed. This is intolerable. I have brought him here today to confess. As Zhu Duzhong's words fell, Gunyan Shang exchanged glances with those around her. Unsurprised by the turn of events, after realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Jinyao had informed her father, and it must be said that Zhu Duzhong was indeed efficient, promptly identifying a scapegoat and clearing Zhu Jinyao and her accomplices of blame. Cha Taining was not oblivious to the implications. They were all seasoned bureaucrats. Zhu Duzhong was astute enough to ensure all testimonies were aligned, and even if they apprehended the individuals for questioning, the truth would remain elusive. He turned to Gunyan Shang, expressing his apologies. Miss Gu, I sincerely regret this incident. It is my failure in discipline that has led to such an occurrence. I assure you it will not happen again. Unruly descendants, do not delay in offering your apologies to Miss Gu. A man knelt before Gunyan Shang, pleading, It is all my fault. Gunyan Shang cast a dispassionate glance at him. He was a pitiful scapegoat, destined for a grim fate. Seize him and take him back. Cha Taining ordered, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. This case involves the sixth prince. I submitted a memorial to the emperor last night, detailing the situation and awaiting his decree. Seeing Zhu Duzhong's swift actions, Qin Yunjiang understood that convicting Zhu Jinyao would be a formidable challenge. Once Zhu Duzhong departed, he sighed, Indeed, experience is invaluable. Upon returning home late last night, he intended to inform his father today but was taken aback by Zhu Duzhong's promptness in submitting his report. Well, they have ultimately failed in their scheme, and the repercussions will not be light. Gunyan Shang stated, As long as she does not succeed in her objectives, we shall not be at a loss. Are you truly so unperturbed? Qin Yunjiang queried, feeling a lingering discontent despite the matter not directly targeting him. Of course, Gunyan Shang arched an eyebrow. Zhu Jinyao has targeted me, and I can just as easily target her. It merely depends on whose methods prove superior. My father has already reported Zhu Duzhong. This matter will not be easily overlooked, Jiu Hongzhen added. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, the emperor gazed at Wei Xianqi in astonishment. You propose demoting Zhu Duzhong? However, the fact that he took the initiative to bring it up today is truly unexpected. As an official, Zhu Duzhong has indulged his children to use lives as pawns for their schemes. This time it failed, but should it have succeeded, who would dare to offend him in the future? He would undoubtedly retaliate in kind. The recent assessment at Lingyin Academy was no different, disregarding the institution's rules and the dynasty's laws. I perceive him as a man with ulterior motives, and your majesty must administer severe punishment. Otherwise, it will surely lead to calamity. Wei Xianqi's voice was cold and harsh, directly attributing a grave accusation to Zhu Duzhong. What? The emperor's expression shifted, not anticipating the situation to be so dire. His Majesty glanced at the memorials from Zhu Duzhong and Duke of the State. As Wei Xianqi indicated in a moment, with a resounding clap, the emperor angrily cast the memorial to the ground, exclaiming, What audacity from Zhu Feng! Shi Yong'an, did you not say that the divine physician would return today to treat Xiang Ling? Why has she yet to appear? Su Tianxi inquired. Perhaps she has been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Noticing that Gun Yanqing's figure was still absent, Shi Yong'an replied, Let us wait a little longer. She promised me she would undoubtedly come today. I believe you are merely toying with us, Su Tianxi scoffed, recalling how Xiang Ling had previously engaged to you. You wouldn't be attempting to leverage her illness to coerce us into marrying her to you. Would you? Back when the Shi family fell from grace, Shi Yong'an had once hoped they could wed Xiang Ling, only to be met with unanimous rejection. Would Xiang Ling truly endure hardship with such a destitute fellow? Chapter 97. Quite irksome, I must inform you, at present, you are merely a servant soul to others. Cease harboring such thoughts. Tianxi, do not speak further, Vanhua frowned, stating that Yong'an is not that sort of person. Initially, he too had regarded Shi Yong'an favorably, as they were childhood sweethearts. Had Xiang Ling married him, she would likely be well cared for. However, he never anticipated the ensuing events. If the Shi family had merely suffered a typical decline, it would have been one thing, but the scandal that erupted was another. To assist them might endanger their own safety. Hence they had not contacted each other for years. Unexpectedly, Shi Yong'an's fortune had turned, and he now managed Ling Shang Tower. Do not defend him. If his father had conducted legitimate business, they would not have fallen to such depths. He deserves it, Su Tianxi sneered. In my view, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be skewed. Only you, brother, still have faith in him. Shi Yong'an's expression gradually darkened. These words evoking memories of the past. I shall take my leave. With his head bowed, Shi Yong'an turned and departed in solitude. However, at the very moment he turned away, a hand landed upon his shoulder, turning him back. Where do you think you're going? You've arrived. Upon seeing Gu Nianqing appear, Shi Yong'an's face instantly brightened with joy. This is? Su Tianhua expressed confusion, as the woman before him wore a white dress, her face veiled by a thin gauze, obscuring her features, yet her delicate brows and eyes revealed her to be a beauty. This is the divine physician I mentioned, Shi Yong'an stated. Oh, the divine physician has arrived. Please, come in. Su Tianhua beamed, gesturing for Gu Nianqing to enter. Su Tianxi, however, wore a skeptical expression. This girl appears quite young. I have never heard of a female divine physician in the city. Brother, you must be cautious not to fall for a trick. Perhaps she simply wishes to swindle us. It seems someone does not welcome our presence. Gu Nianqing chuckled lightly, her charming visage now turned cold. In that case, Yong'an, let us depart. Having hurried from Shuntian Prefecture, she had spent some time en route, arriving a little late. She had already overheard this person's mockery of Shi Yong'an, which was indeed quite irksome. Divine physician, please wait. Su Tianhua hastily interjected. My second brother is thoughtless. His words were offensive, and I hope the divine physician can overlook this and not hold it against him. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqing laughed lightly, casting a disdainful glance at Su Tianxi. Your second brother is not so young anymore, yet he looks down upon others simply because of his family's status? How dare you speak like that? Su Tianxi retorted defiantly. Shi Yong'an has exerted great effort to seek my assistance. Is it not you who solicited his help while subjecting him to your derision? Does that not make you less than noble? Given that both families were once close, it is indeed callous not to extend a hand during his time of hardship, and now to kick him while he is down is truly astonishing. Gu Nianqing's expression remained indifferent. Upon learning of Shi Yong'an's engagement, she had already formed a poor impression of the Su family. She had not anticipated that Shi Yong'an would go to such lengths to seek her help, only to endure such ridicule. That trouble was caused by his father. Su Tianxi argued defiantly. What does that have to do with you? He is his father's son. If you claim the upper beam is crooked, then you should also question how your father maintained a long-standing friendship with his Su Tianxi's eyes widened in anger. You. Shi Yong'an owes you nothing. Despite your coldness toward him, he still strives to assist. If you look down upon him, we shall not humiliate ourselves further. With those words, Gu Nianqing grasped Shi Yong'an's arm and turned to leave. How could he swallow this indignity? Shi Yong'an watched the woman beside him, unable to hide his anger, feeling deeply moved by her defense. Since the family's downfall, he had endured countless cold stares. Those once close to him had all turned their backs, and no one had ever stood up for him. Yet here, his master had rescued them from despair, healed his sister, and come to this place because of him. Miss, please wait. Su Tianhua rushed after them, then turned to Su Tianxi, urging, Tianxi, hurry and apologize, brother. You can tell just from her voice that this girl is undoubtedly very young. My sister has consulted numerous physicians, and none have been effective. Now, only the divine physician Duan can help. As for this physician, she is not worth relying upon. Su Tianxi scoffed. This girl is likely just here to swindle money. The renowned divine physician Duan is not someone we can easily invite. Su Tianhua sighed. They had already attempted many methods to seek help, but had yet to even meet with him. Ji Nianqing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the name of divine physician Duan is widely known. Now, bearing the title of Duan's apprentice, she felt no concern about inquiries into her medical expertise and could develop this aspect well. If they look down upon her, so be it. This girl does not treat just anyone, Gu Nianqing lazily remarked, tossing out the words before turning to leave. Shi Yong'an followed closely beside her, a look of guilt on his face. Master, I am sorry for causing you distress. It is nothing. Ji Nianqing waved her hand. Your temperament is too gentle. Why allow Su Tianxi's words to trouble you? I am doing this for Xiang Ling. Shi Yong'an sighed, indifferent to the Su family's attitudes. He merely wished for Xiang Ling's recovery. Ji Nianqing glanced at him, smiling as she waved her hand. Rest assured, this illness poses no immediate danger to her life. Within a few days, they shall certainly come seeking your assistance again. Since I promised to cure her, I shall undoubtedly fulfill that promise. Thank you, Master. Shi Yong'an's smile bore gratitude and emotion. I appreciate your care for me. Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow. From the moment I purchased you, you have been mine. When could it be anyone else's turn to bully you? Shi Yong'an smiled brightly, having not felt such joy in a long time. Although he was now free, he felt an indescribable sense of security, as though after drifting through this world for ages, he had finally found a place to settle. Chapter 98. This illness can be cured. Master, what are your plans? The little fox inquired curiously. Given that Su Tianxi clearly disdains her, it will not be easy to make them come seeking her out. What is the best way to spread the name of a renowned physician? Gu Nianqing raised an eyebrow, her expression lively and sly, naturally, by curing ailments that others cannot. Yong'an, have you heard of any prominent families currently seeking medical assistance? The Ming Wangfu, Shi Yong'an promptly replied. The Ming Wangfei is currently seeking treatment everywhere. Nearly every physician in the royal city has visited, but none have succeeded, and ultimately, she even expelled them. That will not do. Yu Nianqing waved her hand. Is there anyone else? Since Gu Mianin's poison was of her own making, she naturally could not assist in curing it. This woman had always sought to ruin her appearance, and it was time she experienced the taste of disfigurement herself. Shi Yong'an recalled his master's relationship with the Ming Wangfei. Had things been slightly different, she might have been the Ming Wangfei herself. The Prime Minister's son seems to have returned recently with an injury. Numerous imperial physicians have visited, yet none have proven effective. Presently, we are in search of renowned doctors, and several have already come in the past few days. Upon hearing this, Gu Nianqing's eyes sparkled with realization. He was the one. For the next couple of days, you shall remain at Lingshang Tower. It won't be long before the Su family comes looking for you. Very well. Shi Yong'an nodded, adding, My lord, business at Lingshang Tower has been remarkably prosperous lately. In just a month, we have established ourselves as a unique entity, inciting dissatisfaction among many other establishments, especially the previously most successful First Tower. The First Tower? Gu Nianqing's expression indicated her understanding. Their previous patrons have always been officials and nobility. The conflict between our establishment and theirs is the most pronounced. I observed the individuals from the First Tower dining here previously. They were, in fact, here to observe us. While I could not refuse their patronage, I felt an unsettling sense of apprehension. I understand, Gu Nianqing replied. It is inevitable for such situations to arise in business. The fact that we have operated for so long without conflict is quite commendable. In truth, the most affected should be Tianming Tower, yet it seems they have remained silent throughout this period. The proprietor of Tianming Tower has always been shrouded in mystery, and his standing in the imperial city is not easily shaken. Now, it appears the First Tower can no longer restrain itself. Be vigilant. Notify me at once should any issues arise. Understood. Yu Nianqing donned her veil and proceeded directly to the Prime Minister's residence. She knew, without needing to see, what affliction plagued the Prime Minister's son. This matter had previously garnered considerable attention due to the significance of the Prime Minister's lineage. In truth, the Prime Minister, Fu Xing'an, is a civil official of remarkable stature, having 4 daughters before finally siring a son, whom he named Fu Congwen, believing he would inherit his legacy. Everyone assumed Fu Congwen would excel in literary pursuits. But he harbored a singular desire to become a military general, which infuriated Prime Minister Fu, who sought to redirect him. Little did he expect that Fu Congwen would run away from home under such pressure, only to be brought back by the Prime Minister, albeit in a wretched state of health. Numerous imperial physicians have examined him, concluding that Fu Congwen was poisoned after encountering a miasma, a rare toxin that is exceedingly difficult to counteract. Initially, many physicians rushed to find a remedy, including Duan Lini, who eventually expended considerable effort to successfully cure Fu Congwen of the poison. Unexpectedly, this now benefits her. At the Prime Minister's residence, the Prime Minister's wife was weeping profusely. This is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted he abandon the martial path, he wouldn't have been compelled to run away. We only have this one son. If anything were to happen to him, I wouldn't wish to live. Enough with the tears. What is there to cry about? Fu Xing'an retorted, visibly displeased. If you hadn't indulged him daily and secretly hired a master to teach him, would he have fallen so deeply into this path of martial pursuits? What is wrong with pursuing martial arts? Is it not because of your own lack of talent that you would rather he engage in literature? Your son possesses such gifts, and you do not support him. Fu Xing'an's expression shifted slightly. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Upon Gu Nianqing's arrival, she noticed the doors of the Prime Minister's residence were ajar, with physicians frequently entering and exiting, each bearing a sorrowful countenance. The recent afflictions truly are peculiar. First, the Ming princess's inexplicable facial ailment, and now even the Prime Minister's young master has fallen victim to a rarely seen toxin. I have heard that the Ming princess's condition is not merely an illness, but a curse. Was it not the Ming prince's concubine who cursed her before her demise? At this moment, Gu Nianqing overheard the conversation, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Could there be a connection? It does possess a semblance of logic, indicating that even fate does not favor Gu Nianqing. Miss, are you a physician as well? The steward of the residence, noticing the unfamiliar Gu Nianqing, inquired with curiosity. I have heard that the Prime Minister's residence is offering a reward of 50,000 taels for a cure. I have come to give it a try. Gu Nianqing responded. This news had been disseminated the previous day, prompting the influx of physicians. Although the steward was somewhat taken aback by the young woman's claim to be a physician, he was currently resigned to the desperate situation. Thus, he said, please, follow me. Upon entering, Gu Nianqing beheld Fu Congwen lying on the bed. He was of a similar age to her, his youthful face now pale and tinged with a hint of green. Deeply asleep. Prime Minister Fu was present in the room, alongside his 4 sisters, who, upon seeing Gu Nianqing, displayed no flicker of hope in their eyes. After all, a young girl like her was likely just here to experiment. How could she possibly cure him? Miss, do you believe my brother's condition can be treated? The eldest daughter of the Fu family inquired as Gu Nianqing withdrew her hand. It can be cured. Gu Nianqing affirmed that it can be cured. The eldest daughter sighed. I knew my brother's ailment. Can be cured? In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? I said this illness can be cured. Gu Nianqing reiterated. Fu Xing'an, who had been troubled, suddenly regained his composure, staring at Gu Nianqing in astonishment. You can truly cure him? Gu Nianqing nodded gently. Your esteemed son has been afflicted by a rare poison, similar to one I have encountered before. However, the miasma's effects vary due to environmental factors. I will require some time to develop an antidote. That is splendid news, Fu Xing'an exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face. Young lady, should you succeed in curing Congwen, I assure you that you shall be well rewarded. Chapter 99. Fortune bestowed. Gu Nianqing calmly nodded, clasping her hands. I would appreciate it if the Prime Minister could prepare a private chamber for me. I need to study diligently. Of course. Fu Xing'an promptly summoned the steward, instructing him to prepare a chamber for the young lady and to procure anything she may require without delay. Yes, my lord. Master, do you not already possess the antidote? Why then must you stay? The little fox inquired, puzzled. Gu Nianqing smiled lightly. This toxin is exceedingly complex to resolve. If I were to unveil the antidote immediately, it would appear too effortless. Moreover, I must allow the other physicians to attempt to discern the challenge posed by this toxin. Otherwise, how can I achieve the desired effect? Despite her father often clashing with Prime Minister Fu, their relationship is, in truth, quite amicable. If her father were to learn of her endeavor to cure Fu Congwen, he would undoubtedly be pleased. As news of the Prime Minister's residence spread, the gathering of esteemed physicians was stirred upon hearing of the young lady's claim to possess a solution. They had already suffered a blow at the Ming prince's residence. Should they now be outdone by a young girl who could withstand such a humiliation? Consequently, all began to diligently research, determined to unravel the mystery of the toxin. As matters at the Prime Minister's residence unfolded, the condition of the Ming princess also became widely known. Soon, the streets buzzed with gossip regarding her supposed curse. The Ming princess was once the most beautiful woman in the imperial city. Her malevolence had brought about the curse of Qing Lian, resulting in her retribution. Previously, the Ming princess had adamantly denied the truth of the curse. Yet now, it had manifestly come to fruition, leaving her no choice but to confront the reality. Indeed, it is essential to practice kindness in life. Otherwise, one may eventually face divine retribution. Upon hearing these remarks, Gu Nianqing furiously began throwing objects within her chamber. Nonsense. These people are all spouting utter drivel. Your Highness, they are merely speaking without knowledge. Do not let their words infuriate you, Suishan urged hastily. Now the entire imperial city believes them. With my face in this state, I cannot even go out to clarify. Am I to remain trapped here indefinitely? Gu Nianqing's hands trembled uncontrollably, pondering the prince's shift in attitude. If her face did not recover, her fate would be sealed. My lady, our appointed physician will arrive shortly. Your face will surely heal. Just as she spoke, a voice called from outside, announcing the arrival of a middle-aged man. Physician Wang, you have finally come. Suishan sighed in relief, realizing that the entire residence was on the brink of chaos, and her attempts to suppress the uproar had proven ineffective. Your Highness, I am here to examine you, the man declared as he entered, promptly addressing Suishan with a glance, instructing her to guard the entrance against any intrusions. Yes, Uncle Wang, Gu Nianan expressed joy mingled with grievance upon seeing the visitor. You have finally arrived. You have suffered, my lady, Wang Mingquan sighed. Let me take a look. After a moment's pause, Gu Nianan could no longer contain herself. Uncle Wang, what exactly is wrong with my face? My lady, your condition appears to be the result of poisoning, the man pondered. Poisoning? Gu Nianan immediately understood. I suspected as much. Yet those quacks insisted otherwise. Please, help me with the antidote. Wang Mingquan hesitated. This poison is extremely rare. Without sufficient medical knowledge, I may not even be able to identify it. I fear I cannot provide a remedy at this moment. What? Gu Nianan's face turned ashen. You cannot even cure it? I will study it thoroughly and strive to find a way to resolve the toxin. However, I fear you may have to endure some discomfort for the time being. Then, when will I be well? Gu Nianan spoke nervously. If this continues, I may lose my position as princess. The poison is exceedingly difficult to resolve. Perhaps the princess should consider who administered it and capture them directly to demand the antidote. That might prove swifter. Jiu Nianxing. It must be her, Gu Nianan said with malice. Are you certain, princess? Wang Mingquan revealed a look of hesitation. Based on our prior observations, Gu Nianxing does not strike me as particularly astute. Would she dare to poison you? That is merely a facade she has crafted. Her true colors have been exposed during this time. Gu Nianan urgently grasped Wang Mingquan's arm. Uncle Wang, you must assist me. All my plans have been thrown into disarray by her. What do you wish us to do? I want her dead. She is the eldest daughter of the Duke of the State, and now a student at Lingyin Academy. Should she perish, the entire plan will be disrupted. However, I will arrange for someone to obtain the antidote from her. Jiu Nianan's eyes were filled with unwillingness, yet she understood that apart from relying on them, she had no other recourse and could only nod in agreement. Very well, at the Prime Minister's residence, Gu Nianxing instructed the butler to prepare an ample supply of medicinal herbs to be delivered and requested not to be disturbed before she entered her small world to cultivate. Attending Lingyin Academy was not a daily necessity, yet the task must be accomplished. It was said that failing 3 assessments consecutively would result in losing one's qualification to remain in the academy. In her small world, time flowed more slowly than in the outside realm, allowing her to cultivate more extensively. Moreover, the abundant spiritual energy there rendered her cultivation remarkably efficient. Upon her arrival, the little fox was delighted to see Gu Nianxing. Currently, it could not manifest physically in the outside world and could only communicate through spirit. Each time Gu Nianxing entered this world brimming with spiritual energy, she couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. The area seemed vast, and recently she had cultivated a patch of spiritual fields there. As a rare spirit planter, her cultivation of medicinal herbs and even ordinary food produced exceptional results, thriving in this energy-rich soil, turning even commonplace ingredients into treasures. Recently, in addition to planting medicinal herbs, she had also sown some spiritual vegetables, as her father's health required gradual nurturing. She believed that in half a month, she would be able to commence treatment for his old ailments. Under the guidance of the little fox, Gu Nianxing came upon a grove of towering trees, and upon seeing them, she felt an undeniable familiarity. Could this be the spirit fir? Indeed. Such a vast expanse of spirit fir? Gu Nianxing was astounded by the sight before her. These were indeed treasures. The leaves of the spirit fir contained spiritual energy, and the wood exuded a delightful fragrance, with the core harboring spirit liquid, making it a superior medicinal material. Such a thing was virtually unattainable outside. Yet here she possessed an entire grove of spirit firs. I'm rich. This thought instantly surfaced in Gu Nianxing's mind. With these treasures in her possession, it was destined that she could never be impoverished. Chapter 100. Miss Ling Shang with thoughts of Master Lu's teachings on the utilization of spiritual energy flooding her mind. She wasted no time and immediately began her cultivation. The elemental force of each cultivator is inherently obedient. It appears when summoned. However, to avoid wasting elemental force while ensuring it spreads beneath her feet requires precise control. This training aimed to maximize elemental force efficiency. As in a confrontation where strengths are evenly matched, the one whose elemental force is exhausted first is bound to lose. With determination, Gu Nianxing attempted to tread upon the spirit fir. After walking halfway, she realized her elemental force was unstable and promptly leapt down to continue her trials. After an entire night of cultivation, when the butler arrived to deliver breakfast the following day, he found Gu Nianxing looking fatigued, her eyelids tinged with dark circles. His previous suspicions were swiftly dispelled. This young lady was indeed diligently working to resolve the poison. Judging by her appearance, she had likely not rested all night. After delivering breakfast, he hurried to report to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's residence was increasingly crowded with physicians. Following Gun Yinqing's lead, many physicians opted to remain, engaging in discussions on how to resolve the poison. However, they soon discovered that this poison was exceptionally rare. Not only was the antidote elusive, but they were utterly bewildered. This poison is unheard of. I have attempted numerous methods with no success. Did that young lady truly claim she could resolve it? In my opinion, she may just be trying to gain the Prime Minister's attention, brashly speaking without fear of consequences. Quite right, but we must hasten the antidote. Otherwise, young Master Fu may not last much longer. Listening to the discussions outside, Prime Minister Fu's heart grew heavier, as all hope now rested on that young lady. By evening, as Gun Yinqing heard the escalating commotion outside, everyone assumed she had been making extravagant claims, prompting her to leave her room. Upon seeing the door open, the butler hastily approached her. "Young lady, have you devised a method to break the poison?" Gun Yinqing produced a square box and handed it over. "If he consumes this antidote, young Master Fu's poison will be resolved." She also presented a piece of paper, stating that after taking the antidote, he should follow the instructions on the sheet for 3 days of recovery to fully heal. Thank you, young lady." The butler grabbed the elixir and rushed into the room, while the other physicians present wore grim expressions. They had just asserted that this girl was surely bluffing, only to have her produce the antidote before their very eyes, effectively slapping them in the face. Upon receiving the antidote, Prime Minister Fu was overjoyed and instructed his physicians to verify its safety before administering it to Fu Congwen. Soon, Fu Congwen awakened. Numerous physicians rushed in to observe the antidote's effects. Upon seeing Fu Congwen regain consciousness, Prime Minister Fu and others finally exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with joy. "Father." Fu Congwen looked at Prime Minister Fu and uttered a single phrase before spitting out a mouthful of black blood, subsequently falling back into unconsciousness. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and all physicians turned their gaze toward Gun Yinqing. It seems that the girl is recklessly administering medicine. Look at how pale young Master Fu has become. To think that someone lacking medical skill would attempt to resolve poison. This is reckless endangerment. An elderly man declared with disdain. "I wonder from which family this girl hails. She is truly detestable." Gun Yinqing fixed her gaze upon the elderly man, recalling that he had been the first to accuse her of wrongdoing. Now he dared to call her detestable? "Which of your eyes saw me harm anyone? Unable to resolve the poison yourself, you slander me as unskilled. If I, lacking skill, could concoct an antidote, what does that say about you, who has lived so long and achieved nothing?" The elder was taken aback by Gun Yinqing's sudden retort. Momentarily rendered speechless, then, in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Truly an uncivilized girl." "Uncivilized? I do not even know who you are. Today is not the first time you've spoken against me. Why should I care for your opinion? As a physician, you accuse me of harming others. Are you not aware that this is the gravest insult to a healer?" The others, who had merely echoed the elder's sentiments, fell silent upon witnessing Gun Yinqing's resolute counter. Her words rang true. As a physician, the greatest affront was to be labeled as one who harms. The elder speaks nothing but the truth. Just look at how young Master Fu is faring. The elder insisted defiantly. Young Master Fu's poisoning and the black blood he has expelled are clear indications of the toxins within him, and why antidote works by expelling the poison. This is a good outcome. With that, Gun Yinqing turned to Prime Minister Fu. "Prime Minister, may I request your physicians to ascertain whether the poison has truly been resolved?" Prime Minister Fu, already anxious, promptly directed his physicians to examine the situation. "Prime Minister, the young master's poison has been resolved. Although he is currently weak, with proper care, he will recover." The physicians were astonished as they regarded Gun Yinqing. Initially, they too had harbored doubts. However, now that they witnessed the young master's poison genuinely resolved, their astonishment remained. So many physicians could not devise a solution, and yet this young lady managed to resolve it in just a day? The elder's face turned a deep shade of humiliation, as though he had received a resounding slap across the face, causing a burning sensation. Gun Yinqing merely regarded him coldly and said, "It is time for you to apologize." "Why should I apologize? You are merely a junior. How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? Do you even deserve to be called an elder?" Gun Yinqing scoffed. "Do not embarrass yourself any further. Physician Yang, you should apologize. After all, this lady possesses true talent and skill. What a disgraceful act it was to insult and slander her. You ought to apologize immediately." Seeing the surrounding crowd urging him to apologize, the elder's expression soured drastically. Ultimately, he begrudgingly offered an apology and left in disgrace. "May I ask how to address you?" Young lady? Prime Minister Fu inquired with a warm smile. Ling Sheng. Oh, it is Miss Ling Sheng. Fu Xing'an's expression brimmed with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Ling Sheng, for your assistance. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit. With that, Fu Xing'an quickly signaled to the butler, who approached with a stack of silver notes amounting to 50,000 taels. Young lady, thank you sincerely. The debt of gratitude for my family for saving my life will be remembered. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Fu Xing'an had only this one son. Although 50,000 taels was substantial, it paled in comparison to Fu Zongwen's life. Ji Yunyan Shang, showing no hesitation, accepted the silver notes, which were rightfully her reward. Subsequently, she retrieved 2 large radishes from within the room and handed them to Fu Xing'an. For the next 2 days, you need only follow the regimen I provide. These radishes are meant for soup, and they will expedite your recovery. Fu Xing'an gazed at the 2 radishes in his hands, his expression transforming into one of bewilderment. It was the first time anyone had gifted him radishes. This peculiar gesture left the other physicians utterly astounded. One had offered 50,000 taels, and she presented merely 2 radishes. Thank you, thank you. Although slightly taken aback, Fu Xing'an accepted the radishes with a broad smile. I shall take my leave now. As Gu Nianxing exited, the steward couldn't help but remark, Ling Shang? Why does this name seem so familiar? Ling Shanglu? Could this young lady be connected to Ling Shanglu? Someone suddenly suggested, prompting others to recall having heard the name. The establishment primarily served spirit tea, and I had heard that the owner of Ling Shanglu was said to be a spirit master. Even if she were not a spirit master herself, she must surely know one. Could it possibly be that very young lady from earlier? Upon witnessing this, the physicians from the Prime Minister's residence hurriedly examined the 2 radishes, and their eyes widened in astonishment. My lord, my lord. These radishes contain spiritual energy. Fu Xing'an was taken aback, and upon re-examining the radishes in his grasp, his gaze shifted dramatically. These were no ordinary radishes. They were spirit radishes. The physicians marveled, knowing that with these radishes, the young master would undoubtedly recover swiftly. In that moment, everyone present came to understand the true value of the radishes they had previously dismissed as trivial. Fu Xing'an promptly dispatched someone to pursue Gu Nianshang, only to discover that she had long vanished without a trace. In an instant, everyone at the Prime Minister's residence, including the physicians, felt a profound sense of loss. They had missed an opportunity to meet a spirit master or even a friend of one. Spirit radishes were indeed treasures. Upon returning to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, Gu Nianshang was immediately accosted by her elder brother. You didn't return last night. What were you up to? I was out doing good deeds. Initially prepared to reprimand her for being out late, Gu Hongzhan was momentarily taken aback by her response. Doing good deeds? I was actually helping father with a task. Gu Nianshang smiled as she produced 50,000 taels in silver. What do you think? You little rascal, what favor did you do for father? Just then, Gu Hanxian strolled by, overhearing his daughter's words. His laughter carried a tone of indulgence. He was not overly concerned about her antics, given her clever and spirited nature. Upon seeing the silver notes in his sister's hand, Gu Hongzhan was astonished. 50,000 taels? Where did you get this? I earned it. Gu Hongzhan? Is earning money that easy? Consider how meager my monthly salary is. Even with the resources of the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, the combined income of father and I barely supports our large family. Yet here you are, first bringing back 400,000 taels and now another 50,000. Just then, Gu Hanxian suddenly recalled something. Did you go to the Prime Minister's residence? Father is indeed perceptive, Gu Nianshang replied with a smile. You managed to cure Fu Zongwen's ailment? Gu Hanxian asked, his gaze serious. Ji Nianshang nodded. If I hadn't cured him, how could I have received this 50,000? The old man at the Prime Minister's residence always enjoys competing with me. Now that his son has been saved by my daughter, I wonder how he will continue to act before me. Gu Hanxian laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Observing his father's gleeful demeanor, Gu Hongzhan couldn't help but shake his head and lower his voice. You don't realize that father has also been finding numerous physicians for the Prime Minister's residence lately. Right now, he's merely boasting. I have noticed that the Prime Minister's residence has been particularly busy these past few days, and father seems less enthusiastic than usual, Ji Nianshang remarked, having observed the ongoing rivalry between her father and Prime Minister Fu for many years. If they ever cease their competition, it would likely feel strange for both. However, I didn't reveal that it was I who treated him. I used a pseudonym, Ji Nianshang added. Upon hearing this, the father and son of the Gu family, though somewhat taken aback, understood that Nianshang must have her own plans and refrained from pressing further. By the way, Nian Shang, I almost forgot about serious matters, Gu Hongzhen said. After the emperor learned of the Zhu family's situation, he was infuriated and demoted Zhu Dutong from a 4th-rank official to a 6th-rank one, sending him directly to the border. Even Lady Wan's plea for mercy was of no avail. Jiyu Nian Shang was momentarily stunned. Is it that serious? Although the Zhu family may not be on par with ours, they have not been lacking in recent years. With Zhu Dutong demoted to the border, the entire Zhu family is practically ruined. Coupled with the loss of their financial resources, it is nearly the end for them. She understood that this matter could not simply fade away. But since Zhu Dutong had directly handed over the one responsible for the blame, it would typically result in nothing more than a charge of negligence, perhaps leading to a salary penalty or a reassignment within the same rank. The outcome was indeed unexpected. The involvement of the 6th prince must have played a role in this, Jiyu Hongzhen pondered aloud. After all, the 6th prince mentioned he would address this matter earnestly yesterday. It is the Duke of Zhenbei. Jiyu Hanxian interjected. The Duke of Zhenbei entered the palace yesterday. This. Gu Hongzhen instinctively looked toward Gu Nianshang, who also understood, realizing that only he could wield such influence. Nianshang, it seems the Duke of Zhenbei is quite protective of you. Gu Hongzhen ventured cautiously. Jiyu Nianshang smiled faintly. Perhaps the Duke of Zhenbei is simply a man of integrity who cannot tolerate injustice. I have only heard that the Duke of Zhenbei does not concern himself with trivial matters. With Fu Songwen's ailment cured, the reputation of the young lady known as Ling Sheng began to spread. It became known that the owner of Ling Sheng Lu was indeed a woman, who not only operated a uniquely distinguished tavern, but also possessed remarkable medical skills. In no time, the business of Ling Sheng Lu flourished even more, with reservations extending 2 weeks into the future. I never expected that Ling Sheng would be so capable. The physicians of the city were baffled by this peculiar poison, yet she resolved it in just a day. I had said before that the owner of Ling Sheng Lu was a remarkable individual. I never anticipated she would be such an extraordinary woman. Curious patrons began to inquire of Shi Yong'an. Shi Zhongguei, is it true that your proprietress possesses exceptional medical skills? Do tell us. My sister's ailment was also treated by our master, Shi Yong'an replied proudly, feeling fortunate to have such a remarkable employer. Meanwhile, upon hearing this news, the Su family began to sense something amiss. I have heard that the young lady who cured the prime minister's son was clad in a white gown and veiled, resembling the one we encountered yesterday. Moreover, the timing aligns perfectly. She must have gone to the prime minister's residence right after leaving us. Su Tianhua stated solemnly. Chapter 102. Such long legs. It is said that the renowned physician is named Ling Sheng, presumably the owner of Ling Sheng Lu. No wonder Shi Yong'an was able to invite her. Su Tianhua swiftly grasped the situation, realizing that previously, Su Tianci had thought the physicians Shi Yong'an could invite were not particularly impressive. Now he understood that she was Shi Yong'an's master, which explained her demeanor. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Su Tianci could not help but exclaim, "How was I to know she was the owner of Ling Sheng Lu? She never mentioned it. Besides, no one knew she was a divine physician before this." You cannot blame me, Su Tianhua sighed. She came to us with great difficulty yesterday, yet you chose to be obstinate. With her medical skills, she could have surely cured Xiangling now. It seems asking her to return will be a challenge. It is imperative that Xiangling's ailment be treated. Her engagement must be settled. And you all understand the importance of this matter. Go and devise a plan to invite the divine physician. The head of the Su family commanded sternly. Su Tianci dared not speak further. Understood. Upon returning to the academy after 2 days, Gu Niansheng found the martial arts training ground bustling with activity. Niansheng, where have you been these past 2 days? Xiang Xian greeted her with delight. I was occupied with some matters. How has your progress been? I've been practicing. Xiang Xian sighed, noting that while the task seemed simple, it was quite challenging. While control was manageable in the short term, she struggled to maintain focus and evenly distribute her energy as she approached the pinnacle of her practice. I've practiced for 2 days and gathered some insights. Xiang Xian shared her discoveries from the past 2 days with Gu Niansheng, offering her knowledge freely, concerned that Niansheng might fall behind. Who knew that even an elder sister could be so generous at times? You are stingy with your own kin, but quite magnanimous with outsiders. Xia Miaofu could not resist teasing, having noticed that Xiang Xian was progressing faster than anyone else, yet she poured all her insights into Gu Niansheng without a second thought. Do you envy me? Gu Niansheng shot a glance at Xia Miaofu. Xia Miaofu was taken aback. What reason do I have to be envious? If you are not envious, why do your words carry such a sour undertone? I simply cannot stand to see some people turn their backs on their own kin. Yingxian is willing to speak. proving herself to be a generous person. Yet, as your elder sister, she refrains from sharing with you, prompting you to introspect and seek the reasons within yourself. Gu Nianxing shook her head with a sigh, her expression unmistakably implying that Xia Miaofu was oblivious to her own faults. You? Xia Miaofu could not contain her irritation. This individual had an uncanny ability to twist the truth, infuriating her. No wonder the Zhu family was willing to resort to such drastic measures to frame you. It seems you truly deserve it. The Zhu family's scandal had escalated to such proportions that everyone was now aware it was their conspiracy, nearly landing Gu Nianxing in prison. Just the thought of it made Xia Miaofu seethe with anger. Recalling how she had been forced to stay an entire night at Shuntian Prefecture, the Zhu family acted with malice. Their disdain for me naturally stems from the fact that I am not one of their kind. Yet, Miss Xia, you repeatedly align yourself with their perspective. Do you truly believe their actions are justifiable? Are you raising a voice in their defense? As Gu Nianxing's words fell, numerous incredulous gazes turned towards Xia Miaofu. How could anyone still feel sympathy for the Zhu family after such egregious conduct? Sensing the unfriendly stares around her, Xia Miaofu quickly retorted. That is not the case. Do not spout nonsense. How is that nonsense? Did you not say it yourself? You. Just wait for me. Xia Miaofu fled, and only then did Gu Nianxing shift her gaze, hearing Xia Yingxian chuckle. In all these years, I have never seen her at such a loss. You truly are remarkable. You flatter me, Gu Nianxing replied, clasping her hands together as the two exchanged smiles. During the subsequent practice session, Gu Nianxing shared her experiences from the past 2 days with Xia Yingxian, who then realized she had not truly let go of her training. Mentor Lu had visited twice, and any uncertainties can be addressed, but I believe this assessment ultimately relies on the practitioners themselves. Indeed, Gu Nianxing nodded. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation lies in the individual. This endeavor requires continuous practice and adaptation, yet after 2 days, there was certainly some progress. Step by step, Gu Nianxing ascended to a height of 10 meters before jumping down, a significant improvement compared to her previous pace. At the Prince of Beijian's residence, Jiang Cheng handed a land deed to Wei Xianqi, saying, "Here, the property you asked me to purchase has been acquired." Wei Xianqi accepted the deed and stored it away. The other day, Han Quan and I summoned Ling Yu to help clear your sister-in-law's name, resulting in our detainment in the Shuntian Prefecture's hall for an entire night. Today, we toiled half the day to secure this property for you. Do you not feel any sense of obligation to compensate us? Jiang Cheng leaned closer to Wei Xianqi, striving to widen his eyes in anticipation. Wei Xianqi glanced at him. What do you want? Jiang Cheng grinned. I wish to taste the meals prepared by my sister-in-law. No way. Jiang Cheng was taken aback. Why not? You specifically asked me to handle so many matters. Is it not to bring your sister-in-law back so you can enjoy her cooking daily? That is for me to savor, Wei Xianqi replied. What does it have to do with you? Please, have some decency. Wei Xianqi regarded him coolly, prompting Jiang Cheng to sense an impending chill, hastily changing the subject. I heard you recently acquired a bracelet made of spiritual fur? Take it. Thank you, Your Highness. With the bracelet in hand, Jiang Cheng departed contentedly. Although he could not indulge in his sister-in-law's cooking, this spiritual fur bracelet was still a treasure. As night descended, a crescent moon hung low among the willow branches, and a gentle summer breeze wafted through the courtyard, creating a serene and pleasant ambience. Ji Nianxing was in high spirits today and set her sights on a tree in the courtyard to practice the first lesson of Lingyin Academy. With vital energy coursing through her feet, after numerous attempts, she found her energy distribution much more even than before, with no wastage to speak of. She stepped onto the trunk and swiftly ascended. Having reached a distance of 10 meters, as height increased, so did her weight, thus altering the vital energy required for support. After traversing 12 meters, a satisfied glint appeared in her eyes. Indeed, there had been some progress. However, upon turning her head, she noticed an unexpected shadow on the courtyard wall. A man lay languidly against the wall, one hand supporting his head and the other holding a wine jug. Moonlight spilled over him, casting a holy and romantic glow, and his tall figure, paired with his carefree demeanor, left Gu Nianxing with a singular thought. His legs are incredibly long. Chapter 103. Am I a flower thief? Lost in her reverie, her control over vital energy faltered, causing her to tumble uncontrollably. Ji Nianxing immediately forgot about the handsome figure, her vital energy surging to manage her descent. Yet, she felt a rush of wind, and before she knew it, she had landed in a warm and familiar embrace, accompanied by a hint of wine fragrance, without ever touching the ground. She was seated atop the courtyard wall, gazing at the familiar mask before her. Gu Nianxing asked, Why are you here? Why can't I be? His audacious response left Gun Yinqing bewildered. She surveyed her surroundings. Was this not her own courtyard? Why was Wei Xianqi questioning his presence on her wall? This is my yard. You are sitting on my wall. Doesn't that make you a rogue? If I were to shout, you would be labeled a flower thief. You claim I am a flower thief? The man's deep voice resonated, laced with a teasing tone, mingling with the air's faint scent of wine, imparting a sweetness to his words. Am I to steal this flower, Gun Yinqing? To admit it would seem shameless. Yet to deny it would be an undeniable truth. Why don't you shout? Noting her silence, Wei Xianqi pressed further. Because we know each other. Gun Yinqing chuckled awkwardly. Had it been anyone else, she would have cried out by now. But with Wei Xianqi, it was entirely different. Because, if this were to leak out, who would believe her? They might even think she had employed some underhanded means to ensnare the Prince of Beijing, thereby soaring to great heights and becoming his wife. After all, her reputation, when compared to the Prince of Beijing, was like a fragile egg against a rock, utterly defenseless. We know each other, and you do not shout? Wei Xianqi raised an eyebrow, slowly approaching Gun Yinqing, who instinctively retreated, gradually leaning back. What shall I do, then? Will you shout? Gun Yinqing's eyes widened in disbelief at such predatory words, as that handsome face drew nearer. She felt herself nearing the ground, unable to suppress her words. What do you intend to do? The man encircled her waist, pulling her back, while simultaneously placing her hand upon his mask. You wished to remove it. Did you not? I grant you this opportunity. The cold sensation emanating from his hand startled Gun Yinqing, who realized that today's Wei Xianqi seemed different from his usual self. Even his voice held a slight huskiness. Could he truly be intoxicated? Remove it, and you shall be the only one to have seen my true face. A smile danced in Wei Xianqi's eyes, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. As he gazed at the charming woman before him, his lips curving into a bewitching smile. How utterly captivating! Gun Yinqing found herself at a loss, repeatedly reciting calming mantras in her mind. Who could have imagined that Wei Xianqi would be so enchanting while intoxicated? His words were like claws with hooks, gently scratching at her heart, and she believed that any woman in the imperial city who heard him would blush and flutter at his invitation to unveil his mask. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Gun Yinqing grasped the mask. Her curiosity about Wei Xianqi's true appearance was overwhelming. Even with the mask, he was deemed one of the 4 talents of the imperial city. Surely, without it, he would be the most handsome man in the realm. However, a recollection of his previous words struck her. Should she remove the mask, she would owe him her body. Her hand froze mid-motion, and she curiously regarded Wei Xianqi. Your Highness, with so many maidens in the world, why would you wish for me to unveil this mask? In her past life, Wei Xianqi had forcibly taken her as his wife. A fate that many women would envy. Yet to her, he had been akin to a demon, and she constantly sought to escape. It was only upon learning of his many sacrifices for her that she realized he genuinely loved her. But where did this love truly originate? Back then, she had not yet regained her beauty, nor had she dressed in a way that could be deemed attractive. The entire imperial city viewed the Prince of Beijing as unfortunate for marrying her. Even if she wished to argue her case, no one would believe her, for only a blind man would willingly choose her. But indeed, he was blind. Now that she had reincarnated, she found it alarming that after she had voluntarily called off the engagement, Wei Xianqi had not forcibly taken her back. The most terrifying aspect was that this captivating figure before her only made it harder to resist. Because you are you, Wei Xianqi replied. Gun Yinqing's heart trembled, and she gazed up at the man before her. Those words, yet, just as she prepared to speak, Wei Xianqi pressed a finger against her lips, the warmth of his touch silencing her inquiry. In that moment of confusion, he swiftly lifted Gun Yinqing and leaped down from the courtyard wall, concealing them behind a rockery. Almost immediately, soft footsteps echoed, and Gun Yinqing realized something was amiss. Someone stealthily infiltrated her courtyard. The guards of the Duke of State have always maintained stringent vigilance, so the fact that this intruder could enter her premises undetected indicates a remarkable level of skill. It is evident that they had even meticulously studied the patrol patterns of the estate. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to leave no trace. Following closely behind Wei Xianqi, she caught sight of several shadowy figures advancing towards her residence through the gaps in the rockery. These individuals clearly possessed exceptional abilities, moving with such subtlety that they were nearly imperceptible, and their actions were remarkably coordinated, revealing them to be a group of highly trained operatives. A chill crept down Gun Yinqing's spine. Had she not coincidentally felt that the night was serene and decided to practice in the courtyard, and had Wei Xianqi not serendipitously appeared by her side, these individuals would have directly entered her dwelling. By that time, even if she had reacted swiftly, she would likely have found herself in grave peril. Observing the calm demeanor of the man beside her, who seemed to have anticipated everything, she suddenly understood. His presence here today was likely due to his awareness that something was amiss this evening, prompting him to come specifically to her aid. "Wait here for me," Wei Xianqi instructed, his handsome gaze filled with earnestness as he urged her to remain still and trust that he would return. Gu Nianqing nodded slightly, inexplicably feeling a sense of reassurance with him by her side. "Be careful." Upon hearing this admonition, a hint of amusement flickered in Wei Xianqi's eyes, and in the next moment, his figure vanished like a wraith, his black attire blending seamlessly with the night. Simultaneously, Gu Nianqing noticed that there were at least 8 figures clad in black appearing in the courtyard. Chapter 104. I believe in you, bang. Bang bang. A series of muffled sounds erupted, and the 8 individuals, realizing an unexpected situation had arisen, immediately reacted. However, before Wei Xianqi, they were no match at all. Ji Nianqing had always known of Wei Xianqi's strength, yet witnessing him effortlessly take down these foes with a single move filled her with astonishment. Just look at his prowess. This is what one calls a master. She attentively observed the movements within the courtyard. Relieved to find no others present. "Come here," Wei Xianqi's voice called out, and Gu Nianqing hurried over, directly removing the black veils from the faces of these individuals. A few had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while 2 remained conscious. "Who are you?" Gu Nianqing inquired, recognizing that these faces were unfamiliar to her. However, the 2 exchanged glances but remained silent, and in the next moment, Gu Nianqing noticed that they were spitting blood. Lifeless. Upon prying open their mouths, she discovered hidden poison, suggesting they had taken their own lives upon capture. Assassins? Gu Nianqing's expression shifted slightly. Certain factions trained assassins who concealed poison in their mouths, committing suicide to prevent any information from being divulged if their plans failed. She had not anticipated that someone would resort to using assassins against her, highlighting the severity of the situation. "Do you have any idea who might be behind this?" Wei Xianqi asked. "Currently, my greatest adversaries are the Zhu family and Gu Nianin. Zhu Feng has been demoted. The Zhu family is temporarily finished, and it would be exceedingly difficult for them to make a comeback. As for the assassins, I believe they lack the capability to train them. Besides them, there is Gu Nianin. Although she is merely an adopted daughter, I suspect she has other forces backing her." Ji Nianqing glanced at Wei Xianqi before continuing. "The guards in our estate have always patrolled rigorously. Years ago, someone breached the estate and caused a catastrophe, prompting my father to place great emphasis on security. However, the fact that these individuals could infiltrate my courtyard undetected indicates they possess an intimate understanding of our defenses. Gu Nianin has lived here for so many years, so it is no surprise she knows everything inside out." Noticing Wei Xianqi's silence, Gu Nianqing could not help but add, "I am not targeting Nianin. In fact, I believe she has someone backing her, and her arrival at our home must have ulterior motives. In everyone's eyes, Gu Nianin was merely an abandoned child, fortunate enough to be raised by the Duke of State's household. Such claims would hardly be believed, yet she felt compelled to confide in Wei Xianqi. To her, he was someone worthy of trust. Even if he did not trust her, it mattered little, for the debt he owed her could not be expressed in words." However, after she finished speaking, Wei Xianqi merely looked at her and said, "No need for explanations. I believe you." Those simple words made Gu Nianqing's heart tremble. She had kept this matter to herself, initially informing her parents only to reveal Gu Nianin's true nature. She did not wish for the previous tragedy to repeat itself. Ji Nianin was far too skilled at manipulation. After all, her parents had raised her, and over the years had come to regard her as one of their own. If she were to cry out, it would be difficult for them not to feel compassion, but the forces behind her were something she wanted to investigate on her own. "Your perspective is correct." Wei Xianqi clapped his hands, and his hidden guards promptly appeared. "Dispose of these 2 corpses. The others take back for interrogation. These individuals are assassins. Extract the poison from their mouths. Their bones are tough, so it will require considerable effort to extract any useful information." Understood. Soon, the courtyard returned to tranquility, the only remnants being a few bloodstains on the ground. As if nothing had ever occurred, Ji Nianqing gazed at the man before her, who showed no signs of intoxication, and she began to comprehend. "You knew I was in danger today, so you came specifically to help me?" After all, what a coincidence it was. Had Wei Xianqi not arrived, she would have managed the situation herself, albeit with the risk of creating a commotion that could potentially alert the enemy. "I know you are investigating Gu Nianin. Wei Xianqi stated. Ji Yunyanqing was taken aback. She had conducted her inquiries discreetly, but she understood that no matter how covertly she operated, nothing could escape Wei Xianqi's notice. Ji Yunyan's face was disfigured, and she summoned numerous physicians, but after days of no improvement, she dismissed them all. However, suddenly, a man was invited in and was sent away with utmost respect, as if fearful of being seen by others. I find this suspicious. Perhaps he intends to take action against you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanqing immediately grasped the implication. You are also sending someone to investigate her? Wei Xianqi fixed her with a steady gaze. I merely wish to ensure my wife's safety. Ji Yunyanqing. If you trust me, allow me to handle this matter. I will inform you of any findings as soon as they arise. Is that agreeable? Wei Xianqi surveyed the now serene courtyard. Given that they could train assassins, it was evident that their influence was substantial. Even if these individuals could divulge some information, it was highly probable that they were unaware of the more significant matters at play. Though your people are relatively clever, they are few in number and can easily find themselves in danger. Ji Yunyanqing understood this as well. After all, her own preparations had been made too hastily, unlike Wei Xianqi, who possessed his own established network. She had long been aware of the strength of his subordinates. I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Wei Xianqi turned his gaze towards her. The gentle smile gracing her features revealed no trace of disdain or resistance. It was as if she had wholeheartedly accepted and trusted him, causing his typically stern gaze to soften with warmth. Their plan has failed. They likely will not dare to act recklessly again. However, as a precaution, I will assign someone to ensure your courtyard's safety in the coming days. Thank you, Your Highness. After Wei Xianqi finished his instructions, he prepared to depart. Ji Yunyanqing felt a wave of emotion wash over her. He had clearly come to her aid upon sensing her danger, yet she had unwittingly accused him of being a lecher. Reflecting on her earlier words, she couldn't help but facepalm, feeling utterly embarrassed. At that moment, Wei Xianqi suddenly turned back, observing Gu Yanqing's mortified expression. When your inner strength is unstable, as long as you maintain equal force, you will not lose your footing by becoming accustomed to distributing your weight on your feet. Try it with that. Wei Xianqi leapt onto the courtyard wall, vanishing into the darkness. Ji Yunyanqing watched as his figure disappeared completely, her feelings of embarrassment intensifying. Master, just let it go, the little fox consoled. He appeared out of nowhere. You were not wrong to say that. Really? Although I feel you are more tempted by his physique. Ji Yunyanqing. Chapter 105. Passing the assessment after such a commotion, Gu Yanqing found herself unable to sleep that night. Opting instead to practice within her little world for the entire night, it must be said that Wei Xianqi's advice was indeed effective. Following his guidance, she discovered that she had effortlessly passed this particular assessment. The next day, Gu Yanqing suggested to her father that the patrolling methods of the guards within the estate be revised periodically to better ensure their safety. Upon hearing this, the Duke of State's first reaction was to ask if something had happened, but she managed to brush it off with a casual excuse. Luoyi also agreed that modifying the patrols after some time would indeed enhance the family's safety, and thus the matter was settled. Arriving at the academy, Gu Yanqing noticed that everyone was still practicing as they had the previous day, and coincidentally, Instructor Liu was present, so she approached him directly. Instructor Liu, I have completed the task. Just as she finished speaking, Qin Yunjing, who had just arrived, also declared, I have completed it too. Hearing this, Lu Rushua looked at the two of them in surprise, filled with anticipation. You both should give it a try. The others present were also drawn in by the spectacle, and Gu Yanqing exchanged a glance with Qin Yunjing before they both commenced their ascent along the tree trunks. Step, step, step. Gu Yanqing traversed with remarkable steadiness. Ever since she grasped the crucial key, she had attempted this feat numerous times without encountering any issues, gracefully reaching the top of the tree trunk before leaping down. Qin Yunjing's movements were equally swift. The two completed the assessment almost simultaneously. Applauding with satisfaction, Lu Rushua remarked, Excellent. You two are the first to pass the assessment, and you have garnered the highest points. Seeing Gu Yanqing pass the assessment so swiftly, Xia Miaofu felt a twinge of displeasure. She had noticed Gu Yanqing's rapid progress just yesterday, yet she never anticipated that within a mere night, she would succeed. If it weren't for the delay at Shuntian Prefecture, would she not have passed on the very next day? Fixating her gaze on the utterly impressed Xia Yingxian, she scoffed, Yesterday, you were worried that she would be delayed in her training and shared all your insights with her. Who would have thought she would succeed so quickly? You are truly a joke. Xia Yingxian, facing Xia Miaofu, wore a discontented expression. My talent is inherently inferior to Yanqing's. Her comprehension is naturally stronger than mine. Your progress is even behind mine, so perhaps you should focus on your own endeavors. Xia Miaofu was taken aback to witness Xiao Xian, who usually refrained from retorting, daring to counter her in just a few days. Had Gu Yinqing truly made her so arrogant? Xiao Xian, you can't genuinely believe that Gu Yinqing is sincere towards you, can you? As Gu Yinqing approached, placing a hand on Xiao Xuan's shoulder and casting a glance at Xia Miaofu, she teased, you seem to be so preoccupied with me. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? Xia Miaofu's eyes widened in disbelief. Have some dignity. Then perhaps you should stop fixating on me. Especially when your own progress is lagging behind everyone else's while you concern yourself with others, Gu Yinqing retorted with a mocking smile before gently addressing Xiao Xian. I trained all night yesterday and finally discovered the secret. Come, let us practice over there. Xiao Xuan's face lit up with a radiant smile. All right. An hour later, Xiao Xian successfully passed the assessment. The three of them became the fastest to complete the evaluation, and after registering their names with Minter Lu, they departed the academy together. Xia Miaofu could only stare in disbelief as Xiao Xian, who had previously struggled, managed to pass so quickly after Gu Yinqing's guidance. Was it truly this simple? Miaofu, Xiao Xuan's talent for cultivation is commendable, especially with Gu Yinqing and the sixth prince supporting her. If you do not exert yourself, she may overshadow you, Yan Rueli cautioned. Nonsense, how could I possibly lose to her? Xiao Miaofu replied, visibly displeased. I will definitely pass the assessment today. Once outside the academy, Gu Yinqing smiled. I couldn't invite you both to Lingsheng Tower last time. So today, I shall treat you, she continued. Thank you for your assistance at Shuntian Prefecture. Feel free to order whatever you like. Be cautious. The Zhu family deserves their fate, but you must remain vigilant. They may act out of desperation. Qin Yunjing warned. Xiao Xian also appeared concerned. If it weren't for divine physician Duan's intervention, you might not have emerged unscathed. I shudder to think of how terrifying the Zhu family can be. I understand, Gu Yinqing nodded. If they fail to learn from this lesson, they won't withstand another round. Qin Yunjing chuckled softly. That is indeed the truth. I've heard that Lingsheng Tower is exceedingly expensive and requires prior reservations. Wouldn't that be rather extravagant? Xiao Xian inquired. Before Gu Yinqing could respond, Qin Yunjing interjected, there's no need for concern. She has plenty of silver. She managed to extract a full 400,000 taels from the Zhu family. When it comes to personal wealth, who among us can compare? You certainly don't hold back, Gu Yinqing smiled lightly. But it is indeed true. Money acquired in such a manner is not painful to spend. Just as they reached the entrance of Lingsheng Tower, a familiar figure caught Gu Yinqing's eye. Su Tianxi from the Su family was seen entreating Shi Yong'an. Shi Yong'an, please, assist me once more and ask Miss Ling Sheng to treat my sister. I have already done so, and you were the one who drove us away. Now you expect me to ask again? Su Tianxi hesitated momentarily before reluctantly saying, I admit I was wrong last time. But you cannot blame me entirely. I had never heard of Miss Ling Sheng's medical skills before. Xiangling grew up alongside you. You cannot stand idly by while she suffers. I have done my utmost. Shi Yong'an replied earnestly. Our proprietress is an extraordinary woman who rarely makes appearances. I have already put forth my best effort to invite her, yet you treated her with such disdain. Anyone would find that unacceptable. Since meeting their master, his gratitude has been beyond words. The Su family looked down upon him, which he could overlook, but targeting his master in such a manner was intolerable. Shi Yong'an, stop pretending. Su Tianxi's expression turned cold. You are here to serve her. I refuse to believe you cannot even arrange a meeting. Believe it or not, Gu Yinqing observed as Su Tianxi's face turned ashen with anger. Shi Yong'an truly had pushed him back. Deepening the amusement in her eyes, Su Tianxi was oblivious to his own faults, demanding service from someone he treated poorly. What a delusion! You. Su Tianxi was taken aback by Shi Yong'an's attitude, as the latter had always been respectful in his presence. Never had he encountered such blatant disdain before. Are you truly going to stand by and watch Xiangling perish? Chapter 106. You will regret this. I simply do not wish for Xiangling to come to harm. Which is why I invited our proprietress. You were the one who barred us from entering. What does that have to do with me? This was not Su Tianxi's first visit. As the proprietor of Lingsheng Tower, Shi Yong'an was well known among esteemed guests. Seeing Su Tianxi's outrageous behavior, many couldn't help but voice their discontent. The Su family is truly shameless. I heard that when the Shi family fell from grace, they not only failed to lend a hand but also took the opportunity to kick them while they were down. Now that Shi Yong'an has finally found stability, they demand this and that. What audacity! Miss Ling Sheng is the owner of Lingsheng Tower, a figure acquainted with spirit masters. Shi Yong'an has gone to great lengths to invite her, yet the Su family has the audacity to turn them away and then come back begging. Truly shameless. I would be fortunate to meet Miss Ling Sheng. Not only does she know spirit masters, but her medical skills are also unparalleled. She is indeed a remarkable woman. Xia Yingxian listened to the discussion. Her curiosity piqued. I wonder what kind of person Miss Ling Sheng truly is. I've heard she serves spirit tea that cannot be found in other establishments. Seems you are quite interested in Ling Sheng Tower. Qin Yunjing teased. If we speak of spirit tea, it was undoubtedly the 3 jars auctioned off last time, which were exquisite. I suspect that tea was likely provided by Miss Ling Sheng herself. Princess Nanling and her close friend Ding Qinger emerged from Ling Sheng Tower, their expressions filled with disappointment. I cannot believe the reservation is for half a month later. However, upon spotting Qin Yunjing and Gun Yinxing at Ling Sheng Tower, her eyes flared with indignation. Qin Yunjing, you criticize me for wasting money, yet you constantly run around. Because of Qin Yunjing's remarks about her, her father had ordered her to behave, and for several days she had been unable to go out, even cutting back on her usual expenditures. Finally managing to step out today, she unexpectedly encountered these two. I am not like you. I am here because someone is treating us. Qin Yunjing raised an eyebrow. Nanling was taken aback, her gaze sweeping over Gun Yinxing and Xia Yingxian before finally settling on Gun Yinxing. I did not expect you to be so generous with the men, she sneered. Recalling how she had previously tried to curry favor with the third prince and had sent numerous gifts. Now, it seemed she intended to use the same strategy to ensnare my 6th brother? Yunjing, you better open your eyes. Gun Yinxing cast an indifferent glance at Nanling. It is merely a meal. I did not expect it to take on such significance in the princess's eyes. Clearly, viewing things through different lenses yields vastly different perspectives. I am not the same as the princess. You could never be like me, Nanling retorted instinctively. Xia Yingxian couldn't help but chuckle, while Ding Qinger tugged at Nanling's sleeve, prompting her to realize her own words. Did you just insult me? When have I ever insulted you? Gun Yinxing feigned surprise. Even if you are a princess, you cannot slander others without cause. Nanling stepped forward, ready to reprimand Gun Yinxing for her repeated affronts. Nanling, stop this, Qin Yunjing frowned. Nanling was usually quite composed, but for some reason, she became unruly in Gun Yinxing's presence. You are simply blinded by the allure of a vixen? Nanling, infuriated, exclaimed. You actually choose to side with an outsider over me. At that moment, Su Tianxi could no longer withstand the disdainful gazes from the patrons within the establishment and stormed out in a fit of rage. Shi Yong'an, you will pay for this. Shi Yong'an remained unfazed, quickly noticing Gun Yinxing's arrival and hurrying to greet her. Miss, please come inside. Upon seeing Su Tianxi leave and hearing Shi Yong'an's invitation, Nanling's eyes brightened. Clearly, there was a spot available. We were the first to arrive. Even if there were vacant seats, they should rightfully belong to us. Xia Yingxian furrowed her brow, recalling how Princess Nanling and her companion had evidently prepared to leave earlier. Let us enter. Nanling shot a triumphant glare at Gun Yinxing and continued. In a few days, we will go to Yuanling Garden for the summer retreat, and the North Guardian King will accompany us. With that, she strutted inside with an air of superiority. It dawned on Gun Yinxing that during the sweltering heat, the royal family typically sought refuge in Yuanling Garden. When Wei Xianqi had gone there previously, he had taken her along, but circumstances had changed. She and Wei Xianqi were not married, and thus it seemed she would not be going this time. No wonder Nanling was so pleased. She had long yearned to see Wei Xianqi but had never had the chance. And now, with Yuanling Garden as a backdrop, they would frequently cross paths. Qin Yunjing sighed in resignation. Nanling's temperament has been spoiled. I apologize on her behalf. No need. Gun Yinxing raised her hand. This matter has nothing to do with you. So why should you apologize? It appears there are no seats available today. Shall we go elsewhere? Xia Yingxian expressed her disappointment, having heard Xia Miaofu speak of how intriguing Ling Sheng Tower was, and how unique the Ling Tea was, yet she had never visited. Gun Yinxing wrapped her arm around her and said, Who says there are no seats? Since I am treating you to a meal, how could I possibly fail to reserve a proper spot? Xia Yingxian was momentarily taken aback, only to see Shi Yong'an returning after having arranged seats for Princess Nanling, smiling as he said, Miss Gu, please, this way. Once Nanling was seated, she felt immensely satisfied. Hearing that Gun Yinxing had been taken to Shuntian Prefecture, and that Wei Xianqi had also gone there to help clear her name left her feeling quite displeased. This woman, once notorious, was now experiencing an unexpected turnaround. Even if her appearance had been restored, what did it matter? She was a student of Lingyin Academy, just as Nanling was, yet she was utterly incompetent in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The people of the imperial city were truly superficial, overlooking everything for the sake of beauty. Nanling, do not be upset, Ding Qinger said. You adore the North Guardian King. as long as you can win his heart during this summer retreat. It matters not what Gun Yanqing does. Nanling nodded. You are right. Everything has its order. Just as I have claimed this seat today, she cannot enter, however. Before she could finish her thought, she spotted Gun Yanqing and her companions walking in. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked Shi Yong'an, wasn't there no seat available? How can they come in? Princess Nanling. Miss Gu had reserved a table in advance and has been holding it for some time. Gun Yanqing flashed a sweet smile. I apologize for disappointing you. Seated in the prime booth of Lingshang Tower, gazing at the flowing waters outside, the view was exquisite and the atmosphere serene. Xia Yingxian was in high spirits. Although she was a miss of the Xia family, she was rarely given due attention. The portion of silver that rightfully belonged to her had almost entirely been appropriated by Xia Miaofu through various means. After an extravagant spread was laid out, Gun Yanqing inquired, Yunjing, will you also go to Yuanling Garden for the summer retreat? I will not. Qin Yunjing shook his head. Nanling studies alchemy, which is why she can afford to retreat. But we will soon embark on our new student training, leaving no time for leisure. New student training? Gun Yanqing's interest peaked. Every new batch of students undergoes training after enrollment, and the senior students join as well. We will be grouped by seniors for our training in the Vitality Mountain Range. Ji Yunyanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had heard of this before, but by the time she returned, her elder brother was already a senior. She remembered that Gun Yanin had encountered danger during her training, nearly losing her life, but fortunately, Qin Minglang had protected her. That incident had become quite the tale, leaving her disheartened for some time. Now, she too could participate in this training. Qin Yunjing noticed the change in Gun Yanqing's demeanor and found it amusing. While other girls lamented the trials of new student training, she appeared eager. Naturally, I look forward to it. I have heard that the training involves encounters with demonic beasts, which is genuinely perilous. Ji Yunyanqing's eyes shone brightly. The reason the Great Xia dynasty values martial prowess is due to the rampant demonic beasts in the forests and mountains beyond the kingdom, which ordinary people cannot contend with. Only cultivators possess the ability to fight back. Cultivators strive to hone their skills to protect humanity, which is why their status is elevated beyond mere martial strength. However, I have never faced such dangers outside. Now I finally have the opportunity to witness it firsthand. I too wish to see the world outside, Xia Yingxian added. Qin Yunjing was surprised, but Xia Yingxian remained composed. One lives but once. It is essential to broaden one's horizons. Before long, all the dishes were served. Ji Yunyanqing helped Xia Yingxian with some food, urging her to taste it. How does it fare? Xia Yingxian took a bite. Her eyes lighting up. In a wonder, Lingshang Tower is so renowned. The flavors are indeed astonishing. Indeed. Previously, the imperial kitchen was deemed the best, but since Lingshang Tower opened, it has become the standard for culinary excellence. Qin Yunjing remarked with a shake of his head. Ji Yunyanqing observed the bustling Lingshang Tower with satisfaction. She had merely infused all the seasonings used in the preparation with spiritual energy, thus enhancing the dish's flavors. However, since the quantity of seasonings was minimal, patrons remained oblivious to the subtle enhancement. With Shi Yong'an, a natural-born manager, at the helm, the business thrived without her concern, which was undoubtedly excellent. Now, she had cultivated spiritual fields in her small world, dedicating part to grow ordinary fruits and vegetables, which transformed into spiritual produce, while the other half was reserved for medicinal herbs. A considerable portion of her earnings was used to purchase precious seeds for these herbs. From the little fox, she had learned of the value of these spiritual fields. The conditions for cultivating rare materials were exceedingly stringent, rendering artificial cultivation impossible. Yet, within the spiritual fields, all types of medicinal herbs could thrive. This was the most invaluable resource. After the meal, the trio shared their thoughts on the upcoming new student training, though the final team assignments were determined by lottery. It would be ideal to be placed in the same group. Otherwise, they would have to remain vigilant. Once they stepped beyond the academy into the mountain range, myriad dangers could await them. Not only demonic beasts, but also human calamities, as they prepared to leave. A sudden crash echoed from outside. Ji Yunyanqing swiftly moved toward the commotion, only to find a patron sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, while those around him wore expressions of panic. Is the wine poisoned? Fear spread across the crowd as they realized that the wine, brewed by Lingshang Tower, contained poison. How could they accept such a shocking revelation? Panic ensued within the establishment as Gun Yanqing hurried to investigate. Picking up the wine jug and examining it closely, to her dismay, she confirmed the presence of poison. Albeit in trace amounts, the wine at Lingshang Tower is poisoned. Someone must report this to the authorities. Panic surged as patrons who had ordered the peach blossom wine appeared frantic, uncertain if the wine on their own tables was tainted. Shi Yong'an rushed over to assess the situation, maintaining a semblance of calm despite the chaos. Someone, report to the authorities. Seeing Shi Yong and suggest involving the authorities took the onlookers by surprise, yet they quickly voiced their grievances. Shi manager, how can it be that the peach blossom wine from Lingsheng Tower is poisoned? We demand an explanation. Gun Yinqing assessed the fallen man, grasping his arm to check his pulse. He was indeed poisoned, but the toxin was non-lethal. Observing the loud demands for justice from his tablemates, she began to piece together the situation. He will not die, Gun Yinqing stated confidently. Miss, my friend is frothing at the mouth, and you claim he is fine. One of the men exclaimed. We heard of Lingsheng Tower's reputation and specially reserved a table to savor the experience. Yet we are met with poisoned wine. We demand an explanation, or we shall dismantle this establishment. After declaring this, he flipped the table, sending food and drink crashing to the floor. You say he was poisoned? Yet you destroy the evidence? Shi Yong'an caught the understanding in Gun Yinqing's eyes and responded. I have already reported to the authorities. Lingsheng Tower absolutely could not have poisoned the wine. With both wine and food present, you hastily accuse us of poisoning without considering the evidence. I see you are unfamiliar faces, likely visiting for the first time. In light of this incident, it is prudent to preserve evidence for the authorities to investigate. Should Lingsheng Tower be at fault, we will not shy away from responsibility. However, your actions do not suggest an earnest desire for clarity. Initially, the crowd had grievances against Lingsheng Tower, but upon hearing this, they began to sense something amiss in the demeanor of the accusers. We are but simple folk, and upon witnessing such an establishment as yours engage in this sort of behavior, our tempers flared and we could not help but lash out. Do refrain from casting unjust accusations upon us. Regardless, it is evident that your establishment's food and drink are unclean, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 108. Framing and blame. Shi Yong'an responded with a calm demeanor. At Lingsheng Lu, our peach blossom drunk is brewed in whole jars. If it were unclean, how could we account for the numerous patrons who have consumed it in recent days? It cannot be that only your table is tainted. As he spoke, Shi Yong'an noticed an unopened bottle of peach blossom drunk on the adjacent table and boldly took a sip. Our brews are always pure. There is absolutely no cause for concern. Witnessing the proprietor's audacity in drinking the wine, the crowd's doubts began to dissipate. I too have partaken of the peach blossom drunk and have suffered no ill effects, one remarked. These individuals appeared unfamiliar. Could it be that someone envied Lingsheng Lu's flourishing business and orchestrated this incident? Whenever one operates a business, competition is inevitable. Recently, Lingsheng Lu had risen to prominence, becoming the most sought-after tavern in the city, and it was not beyond possibility that someone harbored jealousy. Observing the unfolding situation, Gun Yinqing felt it unwise to intervene directly. She called for Qin Yunjing and Xiang Xian to leave, and upon reaching their courtyard, she swiftly changed her attire before returning to Lingsheng Lu. However, upon her return, she did not proceed to the main hall but instead made her way to the kitchen. That moment, all kitchen staff had been summoned outside, and she meticulously inspected the wine jars, discovering that one recently opened jar contained trace amounts of poison. Without hesitation, she tossed in an antidote pill. These individuals displayed some wit. The substance they employed was not a genuine poison, but rather a toxin resulting from careless brewing practices, non-lethal yet capable of causing illness. Gun Yinqing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that a thief had infiltrated their ranks. To prevent such issues, she had always exercised utmost caution, ensuring that kitchen staff monitored each other closely to avoid any mistakes. With many eyes now fixated on Lingsheng Lu, numerous individuals awaited the opportunity to catch a slip-up. Those who had been bought to instigate trouble should, in theory, be more loyal than average patrons. Yet faced with immense temptation, they too might falter. This person likely seized the chaotic moment to introduce the poison into the wine jar, leaving behind remnants of powder. After resolving this matter, Gun Yinqing finally made her way to the main hall. The situation remained tumultuous, yet the attendees were all affluent individuals, unafraid of conflict, and they gathered to spectate, showing no intention of departing. Why, lady, you have arrived, Shi Yong'an greeted as he saw Gun Yinqing don her veil. Others in attendance, upon learning that the esteemed Lingsheng girl had come, were immediately filled with excitement. This the renowned Lingsheng girl. Although her true visage is obscured, one can perceive that she is indeed a beauty. This Lingsheng girl is no ordinary person. To establish a tavern as unique as Lingsheng Lu, one must either be acquainted with a spirit master or possess the abilities of one. Her medical skills are exceptional. It was she who saved the son of the minister. I have heard that had it not been for her, Fu Congwen would not have survived another day. Gun Yinqing glanced at the man on the floor and directly took his pulse. What are you doing? An onlooker protested, shoving Gun Yinqing aside. The food and drink in your establishment are unclean, and now you dare to touch my friend. Are you not attempting to harm him further? Gu Nianqing fixed her cold gaze upon the man before her. You claim he is your friend? Yet he is currently convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Instead of seeking to help him, you focus solely on escalating the situation. Do you perhaps already know he is not in peril? The man faltered. What nonsense are you spouting? I fear your establishment is taking advantage of patrons. If I truly were to exploit customers, what could you do about it? Gu Nianqing replied with an indifferent expression. If Ling Shenglu has erred, I shall take full responsibility. However, should you be found guilty of framing us, I will ensure you understand the consequences of your actions. Her cool, authoritative words resonated with undeniable strength, and her piercing gaze instilled fear in the hearts of the three men, rendering them momentarily speechless. The onlookers marveled at the commanding presence of the Ling Shang girl, recognizing her as the formidable owner of the establishment. Gu Nianqing examined the man's condition and confirmed the presence of mild toxins. It was not life-threatening. That moment, officials arrived, and after grasping the situation, they commanded, "Bring the physician to the kitchen for a thorough examination for any poison." Yes, the lead officer acknowledged, noticing the overturned table and inquiring, "How did this evidence come to be disarranged?" "My lord, they are the ones who overturned it, and all present serve as witnesses," Shi Yong'an replied. The man's complexion paled. "I acted in a moment of anger." Whether it was truly anger or an attempt to eliminate evidence remained uncertain. Ji Nianqing remarked nonchalantly. The officers, now noticing Gu Nianqing, were promptly introduced by Shi Yong'an. "This is our esteemed owner." "Ah, so it is the Ling Shang girl." The news of her saving the minister's son has spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city, my lord. Upon this man losing consciousness, all kitchen staff were summoned outside. And you are welcome to inspect all kitchen items. Should any poison be found, Ling Xinglu will not shirk responsibility. However, my lady wishes to present her defense. Please, proceed. Ling Xinglu has always enjoyed a stellar reputation, and the Peach Blossom Drunk has consistently received accolades since its inception. Furthermore, many patrons ordered it today, yet aside from this table, no instances of poisoning have been reported. That cannot be the case. Perhaps this particular bottle contains poison. Li San exclaimed loudly. Are you a physician? Gu Nianqing asked unexpectedly. Li San was taken aback. What do you mean by that?